Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story. The Living Throne. Book 3 of the War of Memory Cycle. Part 5. Anamnesis. Chapter 1, The Hospitality of Wolves. He felt them approaching across the softened snow, a dozen separate heartbeats, stealthy paw steps muffled by the fur between their toes, muscles tight with predatory intent. They came from all sides, and as he sat with his fingers sunk in the dirt, he caught a dim echo of their interactions through the guardian's senses, the flick of an ear, the whisk of a tail, a shift of rough-furred shoulders. In his mind's eye, he could almost see the scene. Hunters and prey. As they stepped into his territory, he smiled and reached out through the earth. Not much grew here in the Garnet Mountain Highlands, especially not in winter, but he had been urging the ground to life since he first sensed them, and now they were in his trap. He heard yelps as his grasses unfurled through the snow to snag at paws and lowered tails. The more wary ones skittered away from the green sprouts, only to tread on the gnarled roots that riddled the landscape, now repurposed as snares. Most were too slow to do more than startle his hunters, but that was enough. Teeth snapped against old wood and new grass. In response, he drew his senses up from the dark soil to the muddied snow and ice. Harnessing water, even frozen, took less effort than moving rock or growing plants, letting him keep part of his attention on the skittering wolves as he bent it to his will. The soft snow shifted beneath one set of paws, then surged upward, locking hard around furry limbs and eliciting a whine of terror. He moved on to the next. Easy enough. He had done this before, outside the mist forest and again at Ile-Rien, and a third time in the courtyard of the ruined manor. Another wolf in his icy grip. Another yelp, another scrape of teeth against cold shackles. The others rounded on him, their fear of the heaving plant life ebbing, and in response he pushed his attention into the soil again to try to snag unguarded limbs as they skulked closer. Too late, he realized his mistake. They were fast learners, teeth sheared through grabbing grasses and paws danced aside from roiling roots, and when he switched back to ice, they continued dancing, too many and too agile to catch. And as their advancing ring tightened around him, he lost track of which footfalls belonged to which wolf, the sense of pack suddenly so strong that he saw them as one entity. A great red-mawed beast. He grimaced and raised a circular ridge in the snow, then shoved it outward. It broke into chunks as it spread but still forced several wolves back and knocked one off its feet in surprise. The pack sensation snapped, allowing him to sense them all again, and he took the opportunity to bind the fallen one to the ground then grab at the others. Still not fast enough. Paws moved an instant before his ice traps closed, bodies blurred in his tactile vision, older snares shattered as he tried to form new ones. And then the wolves were upon him, all claws and teeth. Soil tore from his black armor in long gouges, but he had more, an inch-thick layer of it plus bark below. The impact of their furry bodies felt like being tackled by toddlers. Still, it annoyed him that he couldn't keep up with them, not with snow, not with grass, not even with the muddy tendrils he extruded to grab at their paws when they clawed. Too reactionary, no use against their hit-and-run tactics. Teeth scored enthusiastically at the mud and bark on his scalp, and he grabbed after the offender but caught only thin air. Another wolf clamped jaws on his antlers and yanked his head to the side, and when he reached for it, it danced away to let the opposite wolf bite for his shoulder. His retaliatory swipe hit nothing, then yet another wolf tried to chew on his neck. He had to be missing something. By this point in the exercise, he would have expected the former guardians, particularly Ile-Rien, to be haranguing him about his technique, but they had been quiet since the breaking of the bonds 2 days ago. He didn't want to dwell on his last glimpse of them, staring down indifferently at him as he hung from a broken beam, but their absence made it impossible. They hadn't abandoned him. But what in Pike's name were they up to? A tooth pierced the bark layer to score his skin, and he cursed and flung the offending wolf away like a feather pillow. Concentrate, he thought. Don't get distracted. Another tooth punctured his shin. His return strike hit only air, then snow, then dirt as it plowed 4 inches into the ground, and as he wrenched his fist free, he sensed a change in the wolves. A roil in their energy, a sudden edge to their moves. Not fear, not quite hunger. But they were pressing in again. Shifting on his knees, he sank his thoughts into the earth. Soil and rock flowed up like liquid to replace the damaged pieces, and in the sudden swaddle of solid darkness, he felt secure. Embraced. The scratching of the wolves became dim and distant, and there were cold arms around him, cold breath whispering against the back of his neck. No earth but night-black water and the heaviness in his heart, drawing him down slow and deep as all the world dissolved into light. Squinting against it, he raised a hand and saw the mud dripping from his knuckles, bark falling apart beneath. His solid helm had been breached from nose to brow, releasing his senses from their self-imposed restriction. A huge silvery wolf beast stared down at him from above, features in shadow. Arik, he tried to say, but the faceplate still sealed his mouth shut. With a snort, he pulled it away, and a thick sheet of rock sheared from his throat and chest along with it. Arik. I'm fine, he managed. Thick brows furrowed over wolfish blue eyes, then the muzzle spasmed and crunched backward in its change, teeth shifting and fur receding to reveal the familiar rough charm of his friend's face. After stretching his jaw, he gave a grimace of concern, still lupin ears tucked tight against his hair. Cobb braced himself for a scolding, but all the skin changer said was, "You scared them." Glancing aside, Cobb found himself in a ring of naked people, so he fixed his gaze on a tree instead. It was hard to evaluate the merits of Arik's words like that, but he had glimpsed the dirt on their faces and hands, not unexpected, considering how they had been chewing on him. Except, looking down, he realized that the ground beneath him had gone from rock and snow and grass to a vast, jagged circle of freezing mud. Did it again, he thought, his stomach a lead weight. Did it again and I didn't even reach for it. Pikes, it's like wetting the bed. Then he remembered the breath on his neck, and clamped a hand there to quell the rising hairs. Once before, he had fallen into that black sea and felt that presence, too familiar, too painful to forget. He wanted to believe that it was just a mirage, but when he had asked his father, Durnil had not answered. None of the guardians would. For the past 5 years, he had carried the fear her death had instilled into him. In that one moment, it had been rekindled into a horrible certainty. His mother was in the dark. And it's my fault. My actions that drove her there, my betrayal. Cobb, said Arik, very close. He flinched back, sliding in the mud. The skin changer's big hands clamped on his shoulders to steady him, and for a moment he wanted to grip them, to hang on until the knot of agony in his heart unwove. I'm fine, he mumbled instead, jerking from Arik's grip and looking away before the hurt on the skin changer's face could register much. Up the hill that bordered the makeshift training yard, a small crowd had gathered to spectate. Most were wolves or wolf folk in their well-made leathers, but 4 oddballs sat in a tight cluster among them, his friends. He cringed at the thought that they had seen it all. Lark, at least, didn't seem bothered. She waved Arik's bundled-up chitin like a flag and called, "Another round." 1-on-1. She was wearing every garment she owned plus half a dozen borrowed furs, and grinning in a way he found oddly disconcerting. Maybe it was the red Corvish war paint she used as makeup, causing her dark features to look more fearsome. Or maybe it was the gleam in her eyes and the fact that Arik was naked again. Next to her, Fiora tried to swat down the chitin. "Stop it, can't you see he needs a rest? For the wolf's sake, at least." As Lark huffily lowered the garment, Fiora turned her attention to Cobb and called, "Are you all right? You look weird." Cobb stared up at her, then decided to take the comment in the spirit of concern. Still, he didn't know what to say. Her expression was easier to read than Lark's, the crinkled brows, the worried moo, the forward-leaning pose as if she was unsure if she should come down to comfort him or leave him be. With her armor off, that slight tilt was enough to show rosy tan curves through the loose neck of her tunic, and the way her curly dark hair fell across her collar made him want to come up and brush it back. And then do away with the tunic, and Even in this low mood, he blushed. They hadn't had any proper alone time in more than a week, and he doubted they could steal any here. The wolves never left. He wasn't even sure what he felt toward her. Love? She was still basically a stranger. And he was the guardian vessel, with a self-imposed mission that he couldn't set aside for the luxury of intimacy. If she minded that, she hadn't said so, and she had a mission too, for her trifled goddess. It dovetailed with his right now, but that didn't mean it would forever. If love was that fierce joy he had felt in Ankeelan's nightmare, that all-consuming fire fixated on his wife, then no, he didn't love Fiora. He didn't know if he could. Cobb, she said. I'm fine, Are you done? If so, you should get out of that armor and come sit with us. He blinked, then nodded slowly and dug fingers into his black guardian armor. Its teeth-scarred chunks and plates disintegrated into loose dirt as they separated from his skin. Before the freeing of the guardian, the armor would have fallen apart the moment he lost concentration on it. He supposed its persistence was an improvement. The wolf folk crowded past him as he brushed soil from his sleeves, many in furred forms but some still nakedly humanoid, though with tails. He averted his eyes as they angled for the piles of clothes by the cave mouth on the hill. Being surrounded by people with as little regard for propriety as Auric discomfited him, but at least the humanoid ones wore trousers or loin wraps when they ambled about. Though considering the adjustments that had to be made for their tails, sometimes it hardly helped. And the women only seemed to wear their vests to keep from bouncing wildly as they bounded between tasks. He wished they would all just stay as wolves. As usual, Auric tucked behind him as if he was a shield against the other skin changers. Though taller and bulkier, he had spent their whole time here with shoulders hunched and eyes averted, tail tucked and ears flat, while the smaller wolf folk stared at him fixedly with every pass. It was some kind of wolf hierarchy thing, Cobb knew, and it annoyed him. He wished he could ask Kaura, the wolf woman guardian, but she was as silent as the rest of them. So instead he had made a point of staring back at the wolves every time he caught them staring at Auric, because they invariably turned away when they realized he was watching. He hoped he was doing the right thing. For the past month and a half, he had bemoaned the guardian's presence in his life, but now that it had gone quiet he realized how much he'd come to rely on it for clues, for context, for grounding in this weird new reality he'd been thrown into. He was no longer the boy who had fled the Crimson Army camp, but he wasn't ready to be free. Not yet. A bitter admission, but one he clung to. He'd spent too much time with his fingers stuck in his ears, refusing to hear the truth. He wasn't going to be that fool anymore. Discarding the last handfuls of dirt, he looked up the hill again. Lark and Fiora were arguing over Auric's chitin, which Lark was attempting to drape around Fiora's neck like a delicate scarf. The wolf folk kept a reasonable distance from them, but strayed closer to the others, the faint shimmer of presence beside Fiora that was Ilshenrer, under veil as usual, and the pile of furs that was Desira. From within the furs, he caught the gleam of her eyes. All else was hidden except for the tip of one boot, but from that evidence he gathered that she was sitting cross-legged, hunched forward like an old woman, and probably glaring. That had always been her default expression. Metal glinted, then he saw her raise a slice of something toward the shadow of her hood. That was good. If she was eating, she was mending. Food. Right, he said, and clapped Auric's arm to draw him from his cower. The skin changer tensed but did not shy away, and mustered a strained smile. It made Cobb want to punch some bullywolves. But first, clothes, he said. Auric followed his finger to Lark and Fiora and the chitin, and wicked glee lit his face. Cobb pushed him onward, and in a few strides he was upon the girls in all his glory, to a squealed chorus of horror and delight. He ambled up just as Auric hoisted a kicking, laughing bundle of Lark over his shoulder and dashed off for the trees, the chitin unfurling from her hands like a banner. Fiora was just sitting up, red-faced and snickering, and when he offered his arm she grabbed it with a grin and let him pull her up. Dirty trick, she said. If I have to deal with that, so does everyone else. Fiora rolled her eyes and stooped to pick up the furs Lark had left behind. For a moment, Cobb just watched her. Not much bothered by the weather, she wore only the lace tunic that went under her padding and chainmail, a pair of close-cut leggings, and some soft leather slippers. He managed to look away from the tilt of her hips only to find Desira eyeing him. From the way she was still cocooned, he guessed she had not been awake for long, which was reasonable, since only 2 days had passed since the stud in her right ear had exploded, nearly taking her head with it. He couldn't see much beneath the hood, but he remembered her there in the snow, immobile and barely conscious, ear gone, cheek and scalp scorched, skull shattered beneath. That she was alive at all, let alone moving, was the work of the bracer on her left arm, its hidden tendrils pervading muscle and bone like a puppet's strings. Her consciousness was seated there too, the rest of the body just a stolen shell. Ankeelan's work. Like the ear stud, like the manor house, like all of Cobb's recent difficulties, Desira's bracer had been crafted by that bastard necromancer. She was his servant, and even though he had apparently discarded her, even though she insisted she had chosen Cobb's side, Cobb didn't know how much he could trust her. His heart wanted to, but his heart was stupid sometimes. He held out his hand to her anyway. She looked at it, looked up at his face, then reached from her cocoon, one hand holding a small knife, the other a hard sausage. Both hooked over his forearm, and with a mutual effort, she gained her feet. "Thanks," she mumbled from within the furs, then pulled them closer, masking everything. Cobb tried to smile, but it was difficult. "Yeah. Any time." The look she gave him was clear, "I doubt that." "Here, Cobb," said Fiora, and dropped the bundle of furs into his arms when he turned. Dusting her hands together, she surveyed their little spectating site, then bent down to retrieve her new silver sword in its makeshift sheath. "Goddess, it's like Lark needs to wear a whole wolf pack to go outside," she said as she hooked it over her shoulder by the strap. "Not that I think any of those are wolf fur. That would be awkward. After meeting Sogan, I don't know about wearing bears either." "Dead is dead," mumbled Desira from her swaddle. "Doesn't matter." Fiora opened her mouth, but Cobb cut in first. "Ile-Rien, you doin' all right?" The shimmer beside them resolved slowly into the wan form of their wraith companion. Not quite recovered from Ankeelan's attack, he still looked inhuman, his eyes crystalline oblongs without pupil or white, his face stiff as a porcelain mask, bite marks flecking his cheeks. The fine filaments of his hair had regrown properly from where they'd been torn out, but were as dull as smoked glass and seemed brittle, like his garments. "I am well. Do not be concerned," he said without moving his mouth, voice seeming to echo up from a great distance. "It was creepy." "No, be concerned," said Fiora. "He told me he spent last night in a tree because the wolves chased him off as soon as you fell asleep." "They what?" said Cobb, abruptly furious. Ile-Rien raised a mollifying hand. Unlike the rest of him, his gray gloves still looked real. "It is their right. I am an intruder, one they will not tolerate unless forced. Without your presence, Guardian, I considered retreat the best option. But, a tree? In truth, 4 trees. They climbed the first 3. Cobb clenched his teeth to avoid a cursing spree. He'd hoped that hunting Ankeelan down and breaking the bonds that held the Guardian would do away with some of his problems, but they seemed to be multiplying, not just the big issues but smaller ones. Quiet frustrations, secret conflicts, dark thoughts. He needed some time to breathe. But he knew he wouldn't get it, so he packed the anger back down into the depths. He'd deal with it later. "I'll talk to them," he said. "They need to accept that you're under my protection whether I'm awake or not." "And me?" said Desira neutrally. "What, did they bother you too?" "No, I'm just asking." He opened his mouth to say of course, but caught himself. Twice she had betrayed him, first as Darilan in the Crimson Camp and then in this skin, following at his heels as she conspired with Ankeelan in secret. She'd said it was for his sake, for his safety, and he believed her, but her idea of his best interest did not match up with his own. "I can't promise anything," he told her, "so don't make trouble." Desira nodded and straightened within her furs as if taking the warning to heart. He wasn't sure whether to be satisfied or saddened by that. "So what was that last thing you did against the wolves?" said Fiora. She nodded toward the circle of mud. It looked strange. Not that your guardian tricks aren't usually strange, but you went blacker than black and then sort of seeped water, like some kind of wellspring. We felt it from up here. It wasn't comfortable. He saw the question in her eyes. Was that the same thing that almost drowned us at the manor? Not wanting to explain, he shrugged. Just happened. Which was true enough. Her eyes narrowed and her full lips compressed slightly, but she shrugged in return. As long as you know what you're doing. Yeah. So did it work? No. Well, a strained moment, then she said, anyway, we think we figured out the sword. Cobb flicked a look to the sword slung over her shoulder. Made of Murray silver, it was the one from the manor tomb, the one that he had lifted from Ankeelan's dead wife's grip, and that had nearly undone the necromancer's existence. Yeah. While you were doing your wolf thing, we did some tests. She unshouldered the sword to hold it by the top of the sheath, quillons resting against her fingers. Tilting the hilt toward herself, she said, obviously it does nothing to me when I touch it, sheathed or unsheathed. Didn't do anything to you either, right? Right. And it doesn't bother Ile-Rien. She pointed the hilt at the wraith, who reached out to clasp the pommel with his gloved hand. Doesn't do anything to his magic unless he tries to cast on it. Spells won't stick. As expected, noted the wraith. The Murray and their ilk are hardened against arcane tampering. And it doesn't bother her either, said Fiora, pointing the hilt at Desira, until it gets close to her bracer. Like this, see. She started to reach out with it, but Desira hissed and stepped back, turning her left side away, and Cobb stepped between them before Fiora could pursue her. Stop, he said. If it's dangerous to her. Well, I asked first. And I told you, never again, snapped Desira. I just want to demonstrate. Cobb held up a quelling hand. It's not necessary. That thing almost took apart an ancient necromancer. I don't want to risk it hurting anyone else. But that's my point, said Fiora, frowning at him. It took Ankeelan apart, but it didn't do anything to any of us except her, and we know she's his servant. She tried to point around Cobb with the sword, but he moved into the way, so she rapped the hilt against his chest in annoyance. I saw magic come off her bracer like it came off his arm when he was unraveling. That means we already know he made her. We're not gonna hold that against her. Would you listen already? It means whatever this sword does, it might work against Ankeelan's magic only. He blinked, then looked from the sword to the stubborn set of her face. If that was true, then it's specifically hostile to him? I think so. It's not like we've had much to test it against, but can he defend against it? Ile-Rien. The wraith tilted his head, expression still frozen. I am not well enough to analyze it, but as I indicated, the Murray are hardened against arcane power. They breach our spells with ease. If this blade is fixated upon one enemy, perhaps its effect on him is greater. A sort of revenge, Cobb thought. At the manor, he had walked within Ankeelan's nightmare and seen what the necromancer had done. That killing spell, refined specifically to destroy Murray yet finding the wrong target. The spreading flames of horror and despair, the smoke that had choked all who struggled there. The fleeing child. It was hard to piece together a full picture, and he couldn't say which parts were real and which delusion. But he knew that Ankeelan had shot his wife in the back by accident, and that she had died. Perhaps that had imbued the sword against him. He almost wanted to return it to the tomb. Ankeelan and his wife been defending each other, defending their daughter against Trifolders, and though he didn't know why, it still felt like a sad, tragic mess. Raising this blade against that man would be like spitting in his eye. Ankelan deserved to die. But by this? Cobb shook his head, trying to cast those thoughts away. He wished he'd never seen the nightmare, never sympathized. He had enough problems already. Unfortunately, he knows we have it, said Fiora. And he's only ever come to us in corpse bodies. We need to find his real body and kill that, but with this forewarning. Up until now, he's been toying with us, but we've just made it serious. We already know where he is, said Cobb, nodding vaguely north. The palace. That's not as helpful as you'd think. It's what we've got. She narrowed her eyes at him again and planted a fist on her hip. It's what the fragment told you in the nightmare, right? How do you know it was telling the truth? I just do, he said, even though he didn't. The ragged monstrosity in the little garret room had claimed to be the Ravager and spoken of its own vendetta against Ankelan, its desire to be free of him. But the Guardian hadn't trusted it, so neither could he. With no other leads, though, the palace seemed their only option. Generations of my people have been swallowed up by that piking place, said Fiora. Priestesses, Templars, shield maidens. They tried to march right in, and what did they get for it? Dead. So if that's your plan. Look, I know it's not much yet, but we're gonna work on it, alright? It's not like this is any crazier than the rest of the journey. Yes it is. The Wraith Spire, Haraka, Akariti, they were bad places to be, but we could still get out. No one comes back from the palace. That's hog crap. How is it? He's there, Fiora. So we have to go get him. I have to go get him. If you don't want to come. You're the important one, Cobb. If you want to walk into a trap, I have to be there to drag you out of it. But it would be nice if you'd, not walk into it in the first place, . Pinned by her glare, Cobb waffled between wanting to kiss her and wanting to shake her until her teeth rattled. That forceful flame was what drew him to her, but sometimes he wished she'd just cooperate. Yeah, I know, he said. But it might not be possible. Her shoulders loosened from their aggressive hitch, and she shook her head. I'm just worried. I mean, we're surrounded by predators. The Ravager's people. So? Speaking of being surrounded, came Lark's voice from downhill, look here. Cobb half-turned to see Lark and Arik on their way back up, Arik in his chiton though his legs were still wolfish. Lark's garments were all rumpled, but she returned a scathing glare to his inquisitive brow raise, so he guessed it was just from bounding through the woods. From the trees beyond came the hunting party Cobb had seen leaving near the crack of dawn, long before his sparring match. Even without knowing that mounts and riders were the same folk, it would have been strange to watch men and women ride out of the woods on huge dun-colored wolves. The beasts were bare of saddle or harness, yet the riders perched with confidence, swaying with the motion of their steeds. They wore the minimal garments of the wolf folk, short breeches or loinwraps plus a vest or loose tunic, leaving the bulk of their frames covered in fur and their feet in paw form. A few had hunting bows or boar spears, but the rest disdained weapons. In their wake came 5 hulking figures, bristle-coated and rusty red. They were thick in the chest and tightly muscled at the shoulders, not broad but dense, with short necks and wide cheeks and beady little eyes, and the way their noses sloped down to nearly mask their mouths made him think of draft hogs. Light save me, they're draft hog kin. The realization nearly forced a laugh from him, but he swallowed it. They looked mean, whatever they were, and unlike the wolves, they wore armor over their copious body hair, layers of hardened leather stitched into crude cuirasses and greaves and brow guards. None wore a full helm, preferring to show off crests of quill-like hair, and between the war paint and the thigh-thick clubs they carried, they were intimidating enough to back off an ogre. Slinking along in their lee, almost unnoticed, came a single brindle-furred catman. Honored One called the woman-shaped wolf rider in the lead, and it took Cobb a moment to realize that she had yapped instead of spoken. The Guardian seemed to automatically translate. We bring to you representatives of the Nash Tusk tribe and of the Shade Walker tribe to join in war council for your cause. Cobb nodded slowly. Though the wolves had offered simple hospitality, it was clear that they were as interested in his business as he was in the details of the Firebird, as they called Ile-Rien. He didn't want a war, but he wasn't surprised that they did, considering how badly the Empire treated the people at its fringes. "I welcome them," he said, figuring he should be polite. Then, with a mental prod for the Guardian, he said it again, hoping the spirit would translate it into wolf speech. What came from his mouth was a collection of growls and yips, startling despite his expectation. Several of the man-shaped wolves huffed in amusement, and he flushed, wondering if he had misspoken. The lead wolf inclined her head, though, and the big hogfolk grunted acknowledgement. "We will bring them to a place for their camp," the wolf said, and nudged her steed lightly, turning the whole group toward the thinner woods to the south. Cobb exhaled through his teeth as he watched them go. A few of the hogfolk dragged sledges full of rolled leather and lumpy cloth, tent material perhaps, and the necessities of camp. The Catman had nothing but a satchel and a few strings of teeth. His long tail flicked liquidly as he followed the others, unencumbered by even a stitch of clothing. "Pike me," murmured Lark, her tone an amazed counterpoint to his apprehension. He glanced back to find her staring after them with an odd half-smile. "So I guess we're having a war council," he told his friends, and saw their faces change. None looked happy. Not Ile-Rien, still wearing his scars, not Desira, nearly broken, not Auric, with ears laid back as he watched the other skin changers pass. Not Lark, despite her intrigue. Not even Fiora, who wanted the Empire to burn. "But that's not what we're after," she said, looking up to him for confirmation. "We know what happens to armies that assault the palace, that." "I guess they don't." I'll have to explain that. If the rest of you want to sit it out," he turned to Ile-Rien. "Maybe you could take Desira and go into the Grey? If they've been after you all night, and they know what she is, I can't say that you'll be safe at a gathering. And I can't leave you in a cave." "Or up a tree," said Lark wryly. "Maybe we should all wait for you in the Grey." "I'd love to eavesdrop on this, but it's not really our place, is it?" Ile-Rien nodded his acceptance, but Desira said, "Bad idea." Her voice was low and rough, unsteady, as if it took effort to piece the words together, but her eyes were pale knives beneath the fur hood. "You need me out here. I worked for him. My knowledge. I can't give it from the Grey. "Nor mine, I suppose," said Ile-Rien faintly. "Skin changers do not use magic. They will have no perspective on our enemy except as a spirit vessel. You should make no decision without considering him as a whole, ravager, necromancer, servant of Empire." Cobb grimaced, imagining the wolves piling onto Ile-Rien in the middle of the council, or a hogman rushing Desira with one of those massive clubs. But they were right, he couldn't just tuck them out of the way when they were inconvenient. If that meant getting into a fight. Not like I haven't done dumber things. "All right, fine," he said. "But mind your tongues, yeah? No startin' trouble. Guardian, our very existences." I know. Just. Please. Be polite." Ile-Rien nodded, and Cobb glared at Desira until she did too. "If we're staying," said Fiora, "maybe we should figure out what not to say. Until now, the only skin changers I've ever met were Auric and Sogan, and they don't seem typical." Cobb looked to Auric, who took no notice. "Auric?" He tried after a moment. The big skin changer's ears twitched, and his gaze slid slowly to Cobb. His eyes looked washed out, pupils wide, holding tight. "I do not think I can advise," he said. "They are not of my breed, and even if they were, I was not raised among wolves. I do not respond correctly. You, the rest of you, they understand that you are not wolf and so are not to blame for your mistakes, but I am aberrant in their eyes. Unwelcome. I thought your spirit connected you." "Yes, but it is like a parent. It does not treat us all the same." Cobb stared. He had been aware of Auric's edginess since their first contact with the wolves, but had shrugged it off as nerves or shyness. With his guardian experience, he realized he should have known better. A shared spirit did not mean a hive mind, and Arik had never behaved quite like a wolf. Evidently the other wolves took that as an insult. So maybe you should stay in the gray, he said, then sighed as the skin changer shuddered. All right, never mind. Just, maybe no one should say anything directly to the council. Pikes, I don't even know if they'll speak Imperial, or if our plan will make them turn on us. We still intend to go to Deshia City like lunatics, right? Said Lark. Because if so, I need to get in contact with my people before we reach the Shadowless Circle. They still have that robe I won, and our travel papers. You lot dragged me out of Turo too fast to grab them. You haven't contacted M yet? I was catching up on my sleep. This hasn't exactly been a relaxing trip. Well. Yeah, you're right, Cobb said, squelching the urge to argue. No matter how nervy he felt about the future, it wouldn't arrive any faster by yelling. If we're having this meeting tonight, then we'll probably move out tomorrow morning, so best to get all that done. Does anyone have any coins? I used all mine on the last shadow path and the Ayates won't come for anything but sugar or shinies. The others shook their heads, then Desira muttered, I have some. And the rest of your winnings. She fumbled awkwardly within her cocoon, then cursed as she dropped the sausage and a moment later, the knife. It stuck in the ground by her foot and she just stared at it. Let me help, said Lark solicitously, gliding over to feel under the furs. Though Desira radiated pent-up fury, she permitted it. How'd you get my stuff, though? You were blackout drunk. Who else was going to do it? I wasn't that bad. The only reason you didn't puke up your liver was that Vreen detoxified you. I wasn't that bad. Whatever you say. Watching them bicker, Cobb felt a strange ache in his chest. There was a curve to Desira's lips that could almost be called a smile. He had seen it on her face only once, but remembered it well from Darylyn's. Stop it, he told himself. It doesn't matter. We're not friends anymore. But it still hurt, and when her gray eyes slanted toward him, they were guarded. The ghostly smile vanished, her expression once again blank. I can't run from this. I have to face it. I think Shenrer should go with you, Lark. And Fiora too, he said, feeling obvious. In case the shadows give you trouble. Nobody should go anywhere alone. Fiora gave him a brief narrow look, then said, I was planning to, anyway. She tucked her arm in with Lark's and they turned toward the cave mouth, the wraith drifting after them apprehensively. Left behind, Ari gazed at him with sad eyes. Even if Cobb had meant to send him away, that might have broken his resolve, but he'd never intended to. Instead, he made scritchy fingers at the skin changer and grinned as joy flashed over his face, followed by fur. In a moment Arik was a wolf again, capering to Cobb's side happily. Settling down on the cold rock, Cobb glanced sidelong to where Desira still stood. She seemed trembly beneath the furs, the utility knife twitching in her hand, gaze averted. So, he said, then swallowed his next words as the massive wolf half collapsed into his lap, quill-less belly bared for rubbing. Cobb complied, and for a long moment there was nothing but the twitch of paws and loud, contented wolf groans. Then Desira echoed, so. He barely knew where to start. They hadn't spoken seriously since those few moments outside the caravan shelter, where she had approached him all but frozen and given her unconditional surrender. Her confession. And now she'd been crippled for his sake. I appreciate your help, he said, digging fingers into Arik's thick fur. You told me what to expect from Ankhelen, and you did us no harm. If he traced us through you, so what? Who knows how many other ways he can do it? She slumped down beside him, still hidden in her furs. I could have done more. Did you know about the manor? What we were gonna find there? No. Then it's not your fault. You almost died trying to kill him. That's what matters to me. She snorted faintly. Didn't even get close. I'm only alive because he never actually attacked me. I just got within his aura. And now, the furs shifted in what might have been a shrug. I'm useless to you. I don't have to fight. That's never why I. Cobb, she said harshly, I'm barely alive. The bracer can only do so much, and this body's brain is seriously damaged. I can think clearly, speak clearly, move and breathe because of the bracer, but my balance, my reflexes, and coordination. They're all shot. And I can't fix it. That's why Cobb swallowed, remembering Ile-Rien in the snow, the hilt of the broken sword sticking up from his eye socket. That's why you had me stab you in the head? Yes. Kill or maim the brain and I can keep the body alive, but I can't use it. She turned away, and when she spoke again, her voice was a rasp. I wanted to sleep. To forget and be forgotten. But Ile-Rien found me and pushed me into another body. It's nothing I wanted, I never would have chased you again, but he said you were in danger. That he had another agent with you. And I couldn't just let him have his way. Another agent? When I attacked him, he said he'd made it up, but she shook her head. He's a habitual liar. I thought it might be Arik, since he's a predator. Or maybe Ile-Rien. Ile-Rien could have killed him, but just scarred him a bit. Suspicious. In his lap, the wolf stopped wiggling, ears cocked warily. Cobb sighed. I don't want to think about that. Maybe it's true, but to what end? That piker's had plenty of chances to kill us, but he doesn't. I don't understand. He wants to use you. For what, I don't know, . And you? You're sure you can't repair yourself? Not enough to be useful. I'm made to steal bodies, not mend them. You know I can't let you do that. She nodded and turned her face toward him, and he saw for the first time that her pupils were unequal. The one on the damaged right side looked normal, but the left was blown wide. It's why I haven't. Part of him wanted to say, no, I was wrong. Do what you must. It might have been bigger than the part that said, it's not right. He almost wished he was still the boy who had fled the Crimson Camp, that brick-headed idiot who felt decisively about everything. He no longer knew where the lines were, or if they'd even been real. Right and wrong, light and dark, wise and foolish. How was he supposed to know which was which? There's nothing else we can do? Desira sighed. Rest, I guess. Bodies mend themselves in time, so I may become stable. But we've kicked the wasp's nest. Ile-Rien, the golds and sapphires, the Acaridi wraiths. We can't shelter here much longer. And you have a mission. Cobb grimaced. If I could stab someone with Serindas, it might help, she added wryly. But no such luck. What d'you mean? You don't remember? I've stabbed you I don't know how many times. His side twinged where the scar from the wraith arrow still lingered. Her red blade had entered him there, and he remembered it throbbing like a second heart, dragging at the blood in his veins as if determined to steal his life. It fed on me, yeah, but how does that, It's an Acaratan life drinker, forged from flesh. My bracer can connect to it like a body. Except since it's not a complete body, the life it steals stays loose within it, so I can actually harvest it, inject it straight into myself. Can't do that with any other source. Why not? She shrugged. Ile-Rien explained about the resistance of souls once, how you can't affect an enemy's life force unless you overpower them spiritually. Maybe I don't have enough leverage in the bracer. But you can cut someone and then heal yourself with the blade? Basically, yes. She shot a look at him. Don't you dare. He stuck his arm out to her. No. Absolutely not, she said, and tried to lurch up only to have her legs crumple beneath her. Cobb spilled the wolf from his lap but couldn't move fast enough to catch her, and she sprawled across the rock, cursing feverishly. He tried to help, but she slapped at his hands, snarling. Her makeshift hood fell back to show the green and gold sash she'd wrapped around her head to cover her missing ear and ravaged cheek, and when he hooked a finger into the fabric, she clamped her hands on his arm and hung there to keep him from pulling. Fury knotted her face so thoroughly he thought she would bite him. "Don't interfere," she snapped. "It was my fault, my foolishness. Don't you dare try to take it on yourself. Just let me help. Not like this. What else can I do? Pikes, like you said, you stabbed me plenty already. As long as I have the Guardian, you can't hurt me, . She stared up at him with her broken eyes, and for a moment he thought she might snap or cry, and had no idea what he'd do if either happened. But then a twisted little smile formed on her mouth, and she said, "You don't know me. Maybe you don't know yourself. Cobb, this is a bad idea. It's practical. And you don't have to actually stab me. A little cut would work, right?" She gave him a look of pure aggravation, and he knew that he had one. As she drew the red-runed black blade from its hiding place under her furs, though, apprehension banished his triumph. Beside them, Arik flattened his ears and growled low, staring at the blade as its runes kindled with hungry light. "All right, your cleverness, roll up your sleeve," she said. "Arm is less painful than hand. ." He obeyed, and she shifted closer, careful to hold the blade at a distance. Hooking her left arm in with his right, she braced his forearm and steeled her expression, and he looked away, not wanting to see the cut. Nothing happened. After a long moment, he dared to glance back. She was staring at his arm, fingers tight around his wrist to keep him from flinching, but had switched her grip on Serindas to point the blade away. "What's this?" she said, tapping her thumb against a dark mark on his skin. "It's dirt?" he guessed. "It's not dirt." She scratched at it with her thumbnail to no effect. "Guardian residue? Doesn't leave residue." "Then what?" "It's under your skin." Eyeing it, Cobb tried to think of what it could be. Straight and narrow, it ran a few inches along the outer edge of his forearm like a stripe of charcoal, but... Suddenly he remembered another Acaridon blade, black on black, cutting toward him as he raised his arm in defense. He swallowed. "You, remember Eravard from camp? Fendil's lover, with the scars." "What?" "I saw him at Akaridi." Her eyes narrowed to steely slits. And he's one of you now." "Not the bracer people," he said as she opened her mouth, "a different kind." Scary teeth, looked like he'd been bleached. "He had one of those black swords, almost cut my arm off, but Fiora whacked it away." Desira's face clenched, then smoothed. "Glad she was there," she said tightly. "The sword was all black? Runes too?" "Yeah, . And he cut you here?" She tapped the black smudge. "Yeah. This is a problem, Cobb. Black runes mean rotblade. It decomposes anything it cuts, flesh, wood, stone, metal, and you still have its trace on you. The Guardian hasn't purged it." A chill ran up his spine. It had been 9 days since the fight by Akaridi. If the Guardian hadn't managed to mend it in that time. "Sometimes it itches," he admitted. She glared up at him, then fumbled Serindas awkwardly back into its sheath and took his forearm in both hands. "No way am I stabbing you now," she said, pressing at the line with her thumbs as if trying to split it apart. "Flesh is sealed, no scar, and it doesn't hurt when I do this? Well, now you're digging your nails in." "Sorry. By all rights, your arm should have fallen off days ago, but..." "So it's fine then," he said with forced certainty, trying to pry himself from her grip. "Guardian'll get rid of it eventually, nothing to worry about." "Maybe. What about Eravard? Did he say anything?" Cobb remembered the look on Eravard's face, pure murderous hatred. He shook his head. "No, but he didn't have to. He knew me, I knew him. He wants me dead." Then he'll be coming. Desira tapped the mark. The rot blade left a piece of its essence in you. It will be able to track you. And when he arrives. She trailed off questioningly, watching him. He looked away. Whether she was asking if he would give her up as Fendil's true killer or if he would kill Eravard, he didn't know, but he couldn't answer either. Their fates were his fault. We'll just have to keep an eye out, he said. Desira's mouth compressed slightly, then opened. Before she could speak, a sound of rushing footsteps came from the cave above. They both looked over to see Lark striding out, face clenched with misery, an orange robe slung over her shoulder and Fiora and Ile-Rien close at her heels. Cobb glanced past them but saw no angry horde of wolves, and the ones that lounged at the cave mouth seemed indifferent. Shaking Desira's hands off, he rose and said, "What's wrong?" Lark halted a few paces away, chest heaving as she tried to gather words. Her dark eyes glimmered in the fading light, and the way her lips trembled made him want to hurt whoever caused it. At her side, Fiora looked grim and unusually pale. When the Shadow Girl tried and failed to speak, only managing a weak choking noise, the Trifolder supplied quietly, "Baller." The Crimsons destroyed its Shadowland. Dropped some of it into the Goblin Caverns. In his memory, Cobb saw domes glowing in the dark, his one glimpse into that deep place where civilized goblins like Rien dwelt untroubled by the sunlit realm. He saw the tavern and the dark-touched faces, some curious, some hostile. And he saw Lark herself, in the tunnels after the massacre in the tavern, screaming at him about her friends. Pikes. "I'm sorry," he said, stepping closer, and though she recoiled from his first touch on her shoulder, at the second she flung herself against him and buried her face into his chest, sobbing wretchedly. He hugged her tight and let her cry, biting back his own emotions, and thought bloody thoughts toward the army he had fled. As of now, he regretted nothing. Chapter 2, The Plan. There was little conversation after the news of Baller. Instead, they sat together under the cave mouth's overhang and tried to be there for Lark, who had a hard time stopping her tears. Fiora did most of the comforting, and Auric, still in wolf form, offered his shaggy shoulder to be wept into. Cub, Ile-Rien and Desira provided a shield from the other wolves' prying eyes. Though he knew there was nothing he could have done, Cobb still felt guilty for drawing attention to the Baller's Shadowland. Lark's accusation in the Wraith Forest kept bobbing back up, "You ruin everything you touch." Regarding his dirt-flecked hands, he had to wonder if she was right. Fendil, Eravard, Weshker, and the others. Pale Cray. Jared the Mage. Rien, still missing. The caravanners he had traveled with. The Harakish civilians. His friends. All innocents swept up in his wake. Ankeelan's fault, he told himself, but the accusation couldn't stick. The necromancer hadn't initiated anything. Even at the Riftwatch Towers, he had been reacting to Rien's discovery. He was a massacring bastard, but he'd done it to cover them. Still, Cobb knew his path. As the hitching sobs turned slowly to sniffles, then to murmurs behind him, he focused on the snowy forest spread out below and the myriad figures slowly filtering through the trees. The wolves had spread their net wide for this council. In addition to the hogfolk and the catman, he watched a group of bears amble up and be diverted toward the makeshift campsite, followed by two large-eyed people in huge white feather cloaks, a yawning lizard-faced person, another of copper leaf and wire, and several dozen bark-covered individuals with knobby feet and twisted fingers. All looked up the hill to Cobb and bowed their heads in varying degrees of sincerity, and he made sure to nod back. By the time the sun dipped behind the trees, the snow had been trampled to mud, and Cobb's stomach was growling. He hadn't eaten since his arrival, not inclined toward the sausages they'd offered, and though the Guardian sustained him, it couldn't quell his hunger. He was just starting to consider the local shrubs when he spotted the female from the welcome party loping toward them from the hogs' camp. Even in humanoid form she moved with a wild grace, and the sentinel wolves parted for her as if they knew the import of her business. As she started up the hill, Cobb put on his official Guardian face. Something stern but welcoming, in command yet not overbearing. Dignified. He was sure he looked like he had a stick up his ass, but by the obsequious way she approached, it worked. "Guardian, I am Ressa," she said in her rough, low voice. "We have assembled all those who would come. Please, join us. And your companions, if you wish." Cobb nodded, then raised a hand. "Before that, I should. Do you know if those are poisonous?" He gestured toward a patch of shrubs, some still enticingly leafy. Furred ears cocking quizzically, she looked to the shrubs then back to him. "I do not believe so." "Why?" "Well, your hospitality's been good, but as the guardian, I can't, eat meat." "Oh." She clapped her hands together, then gestured toward the hog's camp. "Yes, of course, guardian, we know your needs. We do not keep plant foods, so we asked the Nash Tusk to provide for you." They were happy to oblige. "We all shall feast." "Oh. Great," he said, and looked back to his friends. Their faces ran the full spectrum from amusement to fear, but Arik helped Desira to her feet and Fiora kept an arm hooked around Lark, and together they all followed Ressa down into the trees. As they passed through the thin forest, Cobb began to catch glimpses of firelight and figures ahead, and his gut tightened with apprehension. He whirled up the guardian's antlers, then the whole of its armor, black bark and stone that covered him from hooves to collarbones, a semi-fluid encasement that felt at once embracing and suffocating. Right now, both feelings were welcome. They reminded him that this was temporary, that he didn't want the spirit to stay. As soon as the hunt was done, he would be free. "If you insist," said Haura. He flinched, and glanced sideways to find the wolf-woman guardian ambling casually at his elbow. Her chestnut-brown hair hung loose about her shoulders and her pale eyes gleamed with reflected light. Catching his gaze, she smiled broadly. "So you finally show up," he thought at her, knowing she was just a vision. "One of the guardian's many fragments. I thought you'd stopped talking to me." "We've been conferring amongst ourselves," she said, and turned her gaze ahead. He looked her over briefly, marking how similar her garb was to that of the wolffolk, rough leather and fur, cut close but tied loosely, allowing for protection from thorns and rocks but easily removed. She seemed bigger than her kin, but as a hallucination he imagined she could look like anything. Which was probably why she hadn't furred up to compensate for the minimal coverage of her vest. She made a warning sound and he looked forward just in time to avoid breaking his nose on a tree. Behind him, one of the girls snickered. "We thought you might need some time alone," she continued calmly. "Our partnership has been stormy, and we did not wish to seem overbearing. So instead you let me get paranoid. That was not our intent, little bird. We are simply concerned. We have never had a vessel we did not thoroughly mesh with, and while we want what you want, we are not certain that you are our best option." He was about to ask why, but the trees ended in a firelit clearing and he halted, surprised. It was not a small space but, bordered on two sides by rock and the rest by trees, it had an insulated feeling. The hogfolk had pitched tents against the low cliff wall and were now gathered at the bonfire with their cookpots, the catman and the lizard person lingering among them. On the other side were the wolf folk, a span of empty ground separating them from the hogs. The bears made an island of dark fur within their ranks. Further out, the woodfolk lingered in the shadows of the bare boughs. The pair in feather cloaks, which Cobb now realized were closely folded wings, perched atop the rock wall over the hogs' camp, their huge eyes glowing with firelight, and the copper person stood stiffly amid the scree of stones at the far end. Scattered throughout the gathering were short, broad-bodied, flat-faced people with striated skin and eyes like garnets. As Cobb hesitated, heads turned, and the short people stood respectfully, their shale-like layered clothing clacking with their movements. Cobb couldn't help it. He froze. A part of him scoffed. They were here to meet the guardian. His stag ancestor's fear had no reason to rear its antlered head. But logic meant nothing to it. So many people, so many predators. The wolffolk glanced past him to his friends, showing their teeth in disdain, and a spasm of anger broke the paralysis. "That's right. This isn't about me. It's about gaining knowledge and keeping my friends alive. And I can do that. I could crush these wolves in my rocky fist, but I won't, because we all want the same thing. We have to. At his side, he thought he saw Haura smile. Friends, he said loudly, because that was what he needed them to be. I'm glad you've come. I need advice. With that, he strode through the gap toward the rocky slope on the far side, where a few big slabs sprawled like fallen altars of old gods. Wolves leaned out to sniff at him, and the stony people reached with their spade-like hands to brush his armor, but he ignored them, hoping they'd give his friends more space. Reaching the slope, he clambered up the loose scree and surmounted one of the slabs. His black stone hooves adhered to it easily. With the guardian awake, nothing short of the Ravager could knock him off a rock. From that vantage, he found himself above all the crowd but the elf-folk, who watched with inscrutable sharpness. His friends split around the slab to rest in two groups, all close on the slope, Lark and Fiora on the left, Auric and Ile-Rien and Desira on the right. He wondered if they'd discussed it, if they'd thought this was safest. Humans on one side, outcasts on the other. Marshalling his thoughts, he said, first, does everyone here speak Imperial? I don't want to be misunderstood. The wolf woman Ressa, who had been joined by a wolfman and now stood a cautious distance downslope, said, No, Guardian, nor is it the most comfortable tongue for us. But we can all speak or understand Thiolank, if it pleases you. The wolf tongue, said Haura. He flicked a look at her, then blinked when he spotted the other guardians arrayed around the slab, among his friends. Can you translate again? He thought. Easily. Simply speak, and it will be as if you are a wolf. Then I speak your tongue so you know my will, he said aloud, and was less surprised by the clacks and yips that came from his mouth than by the simplification of his words. I am the guardian Ile-Rien. These of my pack are under my protection, and you will not harm them. You will also listen to them, for they are wise in things beyond the forest. The quill wolf will speak for them and you will not interrupt him. Understand? A rumble of assent went through the crowd. Cobb glanced to Auric and said, In Imperial, you all right? Why that? Be in everyone's voice? The big man stared at him with flattened ears, but nodded. Returning his attention forward, Cobb said, Now, I am hungry. A ripple of laughter went through the crowd, and he blushed. He'd meant to mention food, not demand it. He could feel the ground through his stone-shod feet, though, and beyond it the gathered people, hungry and nervy and uncertain themselves. As the hogfolk began pulling pots and pans off the bonfire, the general mood shifted toward anticipation. Much better. Below, Ressa and the male retreated to their pack, and he watched as they held a woofed conversation, then traded an odd packet up to the front. Ressa sniffed it, then nodded to her kin and skittered up to the slab to present it from a cringing posture. Cobb crouched down, puzzled. In the waning light, it took a moment for him to recognize it as a cut of meat wrapped in skin. For the quill wolf, if you approve, Guardian, said Ressa, still quailing as if expecting a blow. In deference to your blood and the gnashed tusk, we took neither deer nor hog but goat. Cobb frowned at the implication that he might be violently offended by venison. Back in Carrion, the villagers had considered the local deer too sacred to hunt, but that hadn't stopped him from eating it when it was available, mainly scraps while he was enslaved at the quarry. It wasn't cannibalism. The stag was dead, permanently dividing its animal descendants from the humans that bore its blood. But if avoiding it made the wolves feel better, that was fine. It's acceptable, he said, and watched as she turned toward Auric. The big skin changer had donned his chiton again and stood as if guarding Desira and Ile-Rien, but as Ressa approached, his ears flattened and his tail tucked. By the time she was close enough to present the meat, they had both hunched defensively, the fur on their shoulders half hackled. The meat changed hands, then Ressa backed away. Thank you, Cobb told her. She glanced to him and inclined her head, ears settling back to a calm position, and at the breaking of the stare the pack behind her seemed to exhale a common breath. Hackles smoothed, gazes turned away, and even Auric relaxed his stance. Not bad, for a stag, said Haura. He glanced over to find her crouched beside him, smiling without showing teeth. With her dark hair spilling over one fur-trimmed shoulder and the late light in her slanted eyes, she looked exotic and feral and very close. Had she been real, he would have felt her breath. He looked away quickly. Might work better if you advised me during the situation instead of commenting after, he thought, then cursed himself for how sulky his inner voice sounded. And how would you learn, if we did it all for you? That why you didn't join me in the spar? Yes. We cannot carry you. You must learn to use your own feet to dance. All life is a dance, hunt and flee, mate and part, endless convergence and separation. We cannot know each other until we have tangled and unwound. Cobb reddened. Hearing this advice in Ile-Rien's husky voice was not helpful. But she looked away as she spoke, and he saw no teasing in her face but something wild and sad. At a loss for words, he glanced to the crowd and saw two hogfolk approaching. He straightened and tried to regain some semblance of the guardian face. Both easily topped 8 feet in height, their large heads planted squarely between heavy shoulders with only the merest suggestion of neck. They wore the armor-like garb from earlier, but now, closer, he realized they were not as covered as he had thought. Some of the patches that had seemed like rough-worked leather were in fact their own thick skin, marked with whorls of paint. Far heavier in the upper body than in the gut or almost delicate legs, they walked as if at any moment they might fall to all fours. Strings of beads and old, yellowed tusks adorned them like chains of rank. What boggled Cobb was the marginally smaller one's attire, a bronze-bone supportive garment that stretched from bristly throat to broad hips, tight as a sausage casing. He spent a moment staring, wondering what it was for, then realized he was looking at a female, with a corset restraining more than a human's allotment of teats. Red to his roots, he looked up to find her watching him, bestial face inscrutable. Then she winked, and he wondered if it was too late to run. "Guardian, we of Nash Tusk are honored to share food with you," the male rumbled in Thiolank, holding up a bowl and offering. A sour, earthy reek wafted out, not from the food but from the hog himself, and briefly Cobb regretted the mending of his nose. "The wolves say you are of stag, and though we do not keep deer food, we hope this satisfies." "Thank you," said Cobb, taking the bowl. A cursory glance showed him wild mushrooms, vetch, chunks of beet and some type of squash, plus other less identifiable vegetables drenched with vinegar, herbs and brine. Well, could be worse, he thought, and looked up as the female held out a mug. "Home brew," she said, grinning broadly. Her teeth were terrifying. He took it with trepidation, but beneath the pad of brown foam it smelled sweet, so he inclined his head and said, "My thanks." The Nash Tusk has done well. Their beady eyes lit up, and they bobbed their heads and withdrew with ponderous grace. As they went, so did their aroma, and Cobb let himself breathe again. Down below, lesser hogfolk were offering different food to his friends, the sense of cooking fat thick in the air. His mouth watered in envy, but he knew that stuff wouldn't go down well. On the run toward the Garnet Mountains, he had eaten mostly twigs. When he looked to Arik, he found the skin changer staring at him and quivering, the cut of meat untouched in his hands. Cobb immediately popped a chunk of squash in his mouth, and with visible relief, Arik sat and chomped into the meat. Bloody wolfish hierarchy, Cobb thought as he picked through the bowl. The crowd calmed as everyone fell to what food they had. Cobb ate mechanically, paying more attention to the various factions, how the hogs seemed happy to share their food, while the wolves guarded their bowls and the feather-cloaked folk just stared as if trying to pick the tastiest morsel from the crowd. The rot people did not eat, but tossed stones like dice while they waited, their lumpy heads bending together solemnly to inspect the results. He tried a sip of the drink and found it thick and sweet and definitely fermented, like straining overripe fruit through his teeth. Not bad though, and the warmth it sent through him made him feel less exposed. After half of it, he felt confident enough to expand his senses. It was easy to pick up the heartbeats of the skin changers and beastfolk. More difficult were the ones without pulses, the stone kin and the tree people, who exuded a sense of sap moving through veins but had no pumping heart. Instinct told him that he could not command them. Though the Guardian had power over raw wood and earth and water, its control did not extend to the sentience that sprang from those sources. He could barely sense the copper person at all. Have you ever possessed an elemental? He thought at Haura. It's not possible, she said. At least not with a full elemental. There is no separation between substance and essence for them, and to mesh with us would disrupt them irretrievably. But there are part elementals? Yes. When she did not elaborate, he prompted, how does that happen? Through magic. Often? No. And you could possess them? She stared at him, her usually expressive face blank, then said, we could. We have. Jaranek is of the earth blood. But we will not do so again. While they make powerful vessels, they are unstable, and our control over them is limited. Our Jaranek worked with us willingly, but there have been others. Something clicked in his head. He saw the manor house aflame, the fire radiating outward in annihilating waves. Floorboards blackening under his feet, paint boiling from canvas as he passed. Ankelan, he thought. People keep calling him the Firebird, and in the nightmare he lit up. After his wife died. He just ignited and took everything with him. Walked straight through the smoke that killed the Trifolders. Then, they were after his daughter, because he created her. From what? Flash? Fire? Silver? Is making a part elemental bad? Haura said nothing. Pike, I should know these things. When were you gonna tell me? It does not matter while he wears a false body. His fire is in the blood, not the soul. Cobb stared into the empty bowl, trying to sort his thoughts. No wonder Ankelan acted like a lunatic, but that tragedy had been years ago. Centuries, maybe. The widower in the nightmare was not the Inquisitor Archmagus of now. He is dangerously resilient, Haura added, but we have not seen his true body since Erosei's time. The one that fought me was a corpse. Perhaps they are all he has now. If he didn't have his living body, would he be able to control the Ravagers so well? Haura looked speculative, then shook her head. No. You are right. The Fireblood gives him leverage. Without it, the Ravager would simply eat him. Do you think the black water can hurt him? A stillness descended over the Guardians, and he wished he hadn't asked. In fact, he wished he hadn't thought of it. That cold breath on his neck. He has drawn you from those depths before, said Haura finally. Do not rely on it. Cobb nodded, relieved, then registered the silence around him and looked up. Full night had fallen while he'd communed with Haura, and the dim light from the bonfire reflected in scores of watching eyes. Brushing aside his embarrassment, he put down the bowl and got to his feet. The night was no barrier to his vision, colors flattened and edges blurred, but he had adapted to the dark, and his guardian senses filled in what he couldn't see. Their attention tingled on his skin. Now that we've eaten, we must talk, he told them in Thiolank. The Ravager spoke to me. It wants to be free of its vessel, the Firebird, but I do not know enough to slay him. He lived here long ago, but now he serves the Empire, which is no friend to you. A shudder of anger went through the crowd, raising growls from several corners. Most of you are predators, Cobb continued, so you are not my people. Everyone is your people, rumbled a bear. We all have young to protect and dens to keep secure. That is your realm. Some of us hunt and some of us forage, but such divisions don't matter when we are all in danger. Even we of the stone feel under threat, said a grating voice, harder for Cobb to trace. The Empire's scouring light reaches further into the depths with each passing day. Another ripple of aggression went through the crowd, and Cobb held up a hand for quiet. He didn't want to focus on the Empire, and regretted mentioning it. I'm glad you stand with me. Hopefully you know things about the Firebird that I don't. The wolves sensed his arrival, I think. Did anyone else? Ressa piped up from the head of her pack. We saw your herd approach and slunk in at your heels. We did not sense the firebird until he emerged from his magic door. But you recognized him? Yes, Guardian. As we recognized you on sight. The great spirits are obvious to those who can see the spirit realm, as your quill wolf should know. Cobb ignored the dig and made a note to ask Auric later. And the Guardians. He hadn't been able to see the Ravager in Ile-Rien until it manifested. So no one can sense him? We did, said one of the rockfolk, rising to its feet. It was broader than most, with reflective garnet eyes and a chiseled, mica-flecked face. We recall the feel of his essence against our stones all too well, though he is a mere candle to the flame he once was. Because of the corpse body, probably. You weren't friends? The creature made a rough sound that might have been a scoff. He bought our aid to raise his dwelling, but had no business with us beyond that, of which we approved. We have little interest in the surface or the bickering of you fleshfolk. So you don't know what he was doing here? Or about his family, his powers? No, Guardian. Anyone else? Wolves, you knew of him. From legends, said Ressa. From our sires and dams. He has not visited in my lifetime. Cobb nodded, but inside he cursed. For centuries made for a very cold trail, and if even the elementals had kept their distance. I knew him, said the copper one in a voice like scraping wire. All heads turned to where it stood alone, like a sentinel among the loose rubble. From this distance, Cobb saw a dim suggestion of facial features, beaten hollows that might have been meant as eyes, an overlap of thin sheets and wires that moved vaguely like a mouth. Its limbs had the ropey, noduled look of native metal, and though it held a basically bipedal shape, there was no way of mistaking it for a human. Go on, he said. He came here some time ago. I do not count. Nor do I pay attention to the movements of flesh, but he was fire and his partner silver, which I found interesting. The House of Silver has no bastion here, but we were allies once, and so I emerged to greet them. I do not understand why the silver lived with the fleshfolk, for it seemed sane. Sometimes it visited me, alone or with the fire. We spoke of the territory, of mining and quarry rights, of house business, of fleshy wars and social situations. I had little need for their company, but I did appreciate them, for they aided me when the flesh attempted to mine the vein that spawned me. All the local flesh seemed to respect them. And, then what? Then the fire did as fire is wont to, and destroyed all the flesh creatures that had gathered around it. And it went away. Cobb's stomach turned at the phrasing, but he went on, did you ever visit their home? Yes. Did you see their child? The copper creature tilted its head, and Cobb felt the crowd tense, an uneasy murmur rippling through it. Yes, said the elemental. The fire was foolish and did not hide it. I informed my house, and told the silver that it was wrong to allow such a thing. The silver did not listen, and suffered for it. You tattled on them? Metal and magic must not meld. To do so is to bring death. The true houses of metal oppose all abusers of the worlds will all mages, all wraiths. Its empty sockets turned pointedly to Ile-Rien. They may claim to have brought magic down with them from the stars, but the House of Silver found it first, and was riven by its folly. All were destroyed but the few in Nuria who resisted its allure. Cobb blinked slowly. He could sense the Guardian's attention riveted on the copper creature, but their thoughts were opaque to him. Beyond, the crowd's mood shifted between anger and intrigue, confusion and condemnation. But you told people about them, he reiterated, a tightness in his chest. You saw the kid, and you thought it's wrong for her to exist, and you told others who felt the same. Yes. Never would he have imagined that he'd want to punch someone for Ile-Rien's sake. Doesn't matter, he told himself. Doesn't matter, doesn't matter, doesn't matter. He forced himself to turn from the copper person, to fix his gaze on the wolves. You, he said. Was it your kin who lived with him? The wolves shifted uneasily, glancing to each other. Finally one of the males said, "It was many, many seasons ago, but yes. The ancients of our pack once hunted with the firebird and his mate. They preserved our territory when it was threatened by the catfolk. HSST, said the brindled catman from his spot among the hogs. The lion folk, the wolf amended. Before the firebird arrived, the lion's empire had conquered all of the tribal lands and threatened even our heights. They sought to butcher us and fill the land with their cubs, and though we resisted fiercely, our shamans were no match for their wraithborn magics. We thought we would die fighting. Then the firebird came. He had wraith magic, but he used it against our foes and devoured them as they would have done to us. He helped us hold our territory until the spine of the lion empire snapped, and then he stayed, and aided us against the lions that had not withdrawn. Many of our ancestors built dens around his nest, for they trusted him. Respected him. When the fire came, he shook his head. All in those dens perished, but we do not blame him. Fire answers to no master, not even itself. Do you know what happened after that? Said Cobb. It is said that he took flight from the burning nest, headed west. He returned a few times after, but our people have not seen him in centuries. Is it true that he serves the emperor? The emperor whom they call the risen phoenix, said Jaranek in his mind. The firebird from the burning nest. Perhaps the emperor is just another mask Ankeelan wears. Cobb grimaced. He would not accept that everything he had ever believed in might somehow be a part of Ankeelan's plot to. What? Take revenge on his enemies? Slow about implementing it, if so. Fiora, he said, looking to her and Lark. Your people must know more of the firebird than you have told. She returned his gaze in puzzlement, and he realized he was still speaking Thiolank. You haven't told me everything, he tried again. About the Trifold and Ankeelan. He had a Murii wife, for Pike's sake, and a Brancerin elemental-in-law. Elemental-in-law? She scoffed, but shifted uneasily. I guess brother, but, do elementals even have genders? No, forget it. Fiora. She raised her hands defensively. I'm not holding back. I'm no historian, Cobb. We get taught about the origins of the Trifold and about our own orders, sure, but keeping stories is the priestess's job. And I don't know what you've been saying. Get with the others so Ari can translate, he said. She gave him a dirty look, then stood and offered an arm to Lark, who still looked wilted. It occurred to him that they had been sitting there to talk privately, but that wasn't what this gathering was about. As she passed, she cast an inscrutable look at him and said, I can make some guesses if you insist. My memory is murky, but the times might fit. 400 years? Yeah. There was a lot of stuff going on back then. The Lion and Eagle War, the rape of the Heartlands. She made a face. My people poured in on the heels of that, to try to help rebuild the East. We were purely Western before then. It was difficult, and the natives didn't exactly welcome us, but it was going all right until someone started attacking our temples. No. Not just attacking them, slaughtering them. From the mother matriarchs down to the youngest acolytes. When we finally organized an offensive, with some of the greatest priestesses and justiciars of that time, we discovered it was just one man. And he killed them all. After the massacre at the Riftwatch Towers, Cobb wasn't surprised. The more opponents Ankeelan had, the more havoc he seemed to wreak. Then what happened? Fiora shook her head. It said that the priestesses used their dying breaths to bind his power, but it only pissed him off. He went west like a wildfire, killing everyone in his way, and then vanished into the Thundercloaks and was never seen again. I Trifolders, maybe, sneered Irosii. Cobb held up a hand to forestall any comments and looked to the ancient guardian. Irosii was his least favorite of the 5 former vessels. Though they both came from the mountains of Karandra, Irosii was nothing like any Karandrixi Cobb had known. With his head shaved but for a narrow battle crest, He looked like the worst kind of mercenary, and stood with bare arms folded over his studded jerkin, fingertips resting on the hilts of his swords as if ready to use them. The gleam in his black eyes gave Cobb no comfort. "Go on," Cobb thought reluctantly. Irosei grinned. That was Ile-Rien. The trifolders piked everyone by confronting him. After killing them, he ran off to the Hag's Needles and broke the first seal. Second seal was at Ile-Rien, the volcano up in Corvish country, and when he opened that, it erupted. The guardian before me died there. Then he hit Varaku, and I was tapped to defend the next seal at Howling Spire, but he threw me off the mountain and I had to chase him to Duionsha. He lit the whole border forest on fire to keep me away. I only caught up with him because he had to take to sea for the final seal at Broken Pillar. Even then, I was too late. That's when he really vanished. Did he open the last seal? Irosei shrugged. I didn't see. Was a bit dead at the time. Cobb nodded. The pieces were beginning to fall into place. Ile-Rien and his wife had been up to dubious business here, far from the eyes of the other Murii, but were betrayed by their copper neighbor. The Murianite Orith had come to stop them, and had stolen their creation, their child, in the process. After the wife's death, Ile-Rien had pursued the child, taking revenge on the trifolders who had allied with Orith as he went. Until they confronted him. Something had broken in him then, worse than the death of his wife. Had he learned the fate of his daughter? Had she been destroyed? Either way, his urge for vengeance had become one for annihilation, and so he'd gone after the seals. The greatest assault he could make against the world that had wronged him. So why had he stopped? The Imperial Palace is built around the Hag's Needles. The Seal of Air, said Haura almost casually. Cobb saw again the memory of the original sealing, that titanic larva of light being birthed into the world from the other side of the portal. Its glassy insectal servants, its pervasive glow scattering through them. So much like Lady Aenea's segmented eyes, or Desira's spidery mending threads. Like Arivard's teeth, first seen in the screaming mouths of the stellar locusts. Like every abomination he had ever seen or sensed, outsiders in human skin. He didn't know how that could be, or what it said about the Emperor. All he knew was that Ile-Rien had spent centuries in hiding, only to emerge less than 20 years ago to fight Haura, then 9 years ago to kill his father Durnil. Now he was everywhere. Looking to the crowd again, Cobb saw the worry on their faces. One of the wolves asked in a small voice, "Will the Firebird not return?" "No," said Cobb curtly. Then, after a moment, "Do you want him to?" The wolves seemed to jostle each other for comfort, then one said, "We are dying, Guardian." All of the skin-changing tribes live under threat, not just from loss of territory but from declining breeding stock. In lean seasons, we send our cubs to the wolfkin villages so that they will be fed, but they return with human ideas, human lovers. Inevitably they leave us. There are fewer wild packs each year, while the humans overwhelm the land. Someday, all our children will be human, and we and Ron our father will cease to be. The Firebird helped us. While he was here, we could hunt as we desired, but now we are vulnerable to the humans and their magics. Now we have no choice but to flee, like our ancestors fled from the Lionbloods. We want our land and prey back. Before Cobb could respond, Fiora said, "You eat people, don't you?" The wolf's eyes turned toward her as Arik translated, and Fiora, still standing, weathered their attention undaunted. "You eat humans," she repeated, "and you want the Firebird here to help you kill them." "There is a balance to nature, female," said a wolf and Imperial, lips curling slightly. Behind him, the others bristled in support. Wise predators cull the weak and sickly so that the strong can procreate, while strong prey cripple and kill foolish predators. Both prosper because of the deaths they inflict on each other, and scavengers take what is left. Humanity is a scavenger species, but their grasp of magic has elevated them from their natural place. They drive all predators toward starvation and death. We desire the removal of the unbalancing force. So you can go back to eating us. No more than we eat bears, the wolf replied through his teeth. You are dangerous. We recognize that. We want you to remember that we are dangerous too, and strong, and that you should leave us in peace. But you're not strong, said Fiora. Not if you need the firebird to survive. You're the weak and the sickly now, and if humanity destroys you, that's part of your balance. An owl person sneered from above. Says the god follower. My goddess. Stop. Stop, said Cobb sharply, aiming one at Fiora and the other at the crowd. Though she gave Cobb a dark look, Fiora shut her mouth and sat down among the others, and the gathered skin changers and beastfolk grumbled but settled. I understand your concerns, he continued in Thiolank. There is a wolf in the Guardian with me, Haura, and... He broke off as the wolves hackled. What? He said. They did not answer, only leaned together to whisper, their yellow eyes never wavering from him. He glanced sidelong to where Haura had been, but found her spot vacant. The other guardians still flanked him, but none returned his gaze. What? He tried again, eyeing the crowd. What do you know that I don't? One of the owlfolk made a hissing sound that might have been a laugh. A knot of anger tightened in his gut. Planting his hooves on the altar stone, he rose to his full height and called up the armor, dense and thorny over his skin. The waxing mother moon hung behind him, casting his shadow forward in clean relief, and he saw skin changers quail where it fell, felt the hearts of the gathered mortals trip faster. In this stony clearing, they were like insects in his palm, suspended just above the turbid waters of his rage. He could dunk them at any time. The wolves' ears laid back, and some of them flopped over in submission, but those on the front line hunched in stubborn silence. The hogs quieted too, and the stone folk went very still, almost braced, as if they could sense the impending flood. Another hiss came from the ledge, and when Cobb glared that way, both owlfolk puffed up into defensive balls of feathers. I know, Guardian, said a low voice from within the indolent pile of bears. As it extricated from the others, Cobb saw its jaw shift to a more humanoid proportion. None of the wolves looked at it, still fixated on Cobb, but most tilted their ears in its direction and a few bared their teeth. Straightening, the bear continued, Haura the wolf was the last guardian to walk among us. She took over a wolf pack and tried to gather more, my clan, the hogs, the cats, much as you have done tonight. But we would not follow her. We thought the guardian mad for taking a predator vessel, and were content to hide from the empire. She took her pack north, toward the great swamp and the imperial city. And never returned. I know, said Cobb. No, Guardian. She did return. He blinked. He had borne witness to Haura's last moments in his flying dream, the baying of the hounds, the seething swamp, and Ile-Rien carrying the necromantically animated head of her mate. She had sent him away before he could see the final strike, but the other guardians were still not looking at him. Go on, he told the bear. She returned alone, desperate to raise a new army, but she was no longer the guardian, it said. The wolves rebuffed her, so she left. It is said that she gathered Riddish wolfkin to her cause and led them into the swamp, only to return again, alone, and beg for another expedition. She was chased off and did not return. Cobb sank into a crouch, feeling betrayed. His glimpses into the Guardians' lives had been short, but he had trusted them to be truthful. Now he had to wonder what had passed between Haura and Ile-Rien and the decapitated wolf. What are you keeping from me? All of you. No answer. He turned his attention to the wolves and said, Explain. Haura was my mother, growled the wolf woman Ressa. Cobb opened his mouth, shut it for a moment's thought, then said, You were left with the cubs. She mentioned that. Ressa nodded curtly. And you rejected her? She smelled wrong. I was small, but even I scented it. She frightened us. But she was from this pack? She lived here, by the firebird's nest? Yes, Guardian. Did your folk ever go in there? No, Guardian. The nightmare has been there for many generations. Frustrated, Kade gripped his antlers as if he could uproot the answers from his brain. If Ankelin and Haura had not fought to the death, then what? And why would she vanish the moment it was brought up? Why had the Guardian left her? Why were they keeping secrets from him? Breathe. Just breathe. Understanding will come. Anyone else want to tell me something I should know but apparently don't? He said, looking up. When no one broke the silence, he rose slowly to his feet. Good. I know we're not friends here, but I appreciate your presence, your willingness to come and speak, and to listen. If there is one thing I want you to understand from this, it is that the Firebird you knew is gone. He will not help you, and he does not deserve your loyalty. As for me, I'm not Haura. I know armies don't work against the palace, and I won't ask you to fight the Firebird, because most of you can't. I just ask that you not tell him of this, if he comes back. We are going to free the Ravager from him so that the Great Spirits can be balanced. That should benefit everyone. So unless there is something else, this meeting is over. The various creatures looked to each other, but no one objected, so Kade took a deep breath and shook off his antlers and armor. Eyes immediately turned from him and conversations kindled, and feeling suddenly anonymous, Kade stepped down from the slab to join his friends. Well, that was weird, said Fiora, beckoning for him to sit by her. He did, though kept himself positioned to see the crowd as he hooked an arm around her waist. More than you know. But I don't think it changed anything. So we're still going to the palace? Alone? Senses open, he felt how Lark flinched, and how Desira's shoulders tightened. I think we all know there's only one way in, he said. The way I've been trying to go all this time. Fiora stared at him. You're not serious. I am. The Piking pilgrimage? He sighed. They had discussed their plans last night, around the fire at the mouth of the Wolf's Cave, and he had floated the idea of just walking into Dishia City. After all, it was getting close to midwinter, and while pilgrims were admitted to the Holy City year-round, the midwinter and midsummer celebrations were the biggest draws. Perhaps they could slip in with the crowds. It's a solid option, said Desira with reluctance. We can't trek through the swamp, anyway. It's too big. Fiora glared. I refuse to masquerade as an Imperial. I thought your order was keen on wearing others' colors and fixing them from within. It's not the same. And what do we do once we get there? Kill Ankelin. Without weapons? Without armor? Desira smirked. I can hide mine. What you do about yours is your problem. It's our problem. We're a team. Maybe you haven't noticed, but you and I aren't exactly. Stop, said Kade. Fiora's right, we're a team. But Das is right too, we need to go in sneakily. And if Das thinks the pilgrimage plan will work, we trust her, because she's the only one who's been to the palace. She knows what it's like. More or less, Desira hedged. It's changeable, and I haven't been back in years. The only constant is that the Emperor controls it utterly, palace, city, and all its villages and roads. If we do anything there to alert him, he'll catch us. So, no guardian powers, said Kade. No trifold prayers. No shadows. No shadows in Dishia anyway, mumbled Lark. Too much light. He grimaced. She hadn't looked up from her hands since the meal, and by the slump of her shoulders, she had already conceded defeat. It hurt to see. They had never been particularly friendly, but he had known her longer than any but Desira, and he wanted her safe. She deserved better than what his presence had done to her life. You don't have to come, he said. I can call the shadows and have them take you home. Home, she murmured. Her hands fisted in the orange fabric in her lap. Home is flaming ruins, Kade. Didn't you hear? Home is gone. I asked those pikers to take me back, but they said it was too dangerous, that I should stay with you, because you were doing something important. More important than my city, my people, all of those lives. Desira set a quelling hand on her arm, and though her shoulders shook, her voice tempered. I'm not going anywhere, she said. Not yet. Cobb nodded cautiously. And no one else wants to leave? No, Guardian, said Ile-Rien. The others just favored him with looks of disbelief. Fine. So we have our travel papers. But we need pilgrim gear. Easy, said Desira. Any city will sell some. Then we need to get out of the mountains. Back the way we came. Absolutely not. Trivestians shoot on sight. We go north into Ile-Rien, then bend west, hit the Imperial Road and follow it in. It should take, she squinted at nothing. Not sure where we are in the Garnets, but I would say about 30 days at walking pace. Cobb looked to the mother moon, still hanging high. The months followed its phases, and by its waxing face, he guessed it to be the 20th, give or take a day. That puts us into next month, next year, really. And we can't use the shadows or a portal. True. But if you want to get there for the festival, then we've got 16 days plus midwinters plus darkness day, and your guardian pace isn't exactly walking. She gave a dry smile. I think we can do it, Dot. The thought of approaching the palace at the dark of the moon, during the longest night of the year, gave Cobb a shiver. He wondered what would happen once they closed the seals. If there really was a new portal within the palace, situated on the Seal of Air. If that was where the light came through. No, that's ridiculous. There was light before the portal, and there will be light after it. Still, to finish the pilgrimage he had started months ago under a misguided sense of penitence would be a strange experience. In his mind's eye he saw the White City as Ile-Rien had seen it, pristine and silent, and could not deny his reverence. He had lived in the faith for long enough that the idea of fighting it still felt wrong. I'll manage, he told himself. It's not about the light. Then that's it, he said. We hit the Imperial Road disguised as pilgrims, infiltrate the palace, and kill Ankelin. All by the end of midwinter. His friends nodded, but he caught them glancing past him. Frowning, he half-turned to find a line of skin-changers and beastfolk behind him, ears tucked in hands clasped around small parcels or else folded as if in prayer. At his gaze, heads ducked and eyes averted shyly. Fiora murmured, they've been gathering since you stepped down. I thought maybe we should give you a chance to cool off though, since you were scaring them before. What? You have these long silences. I know you're talking to the Guardian, but they're still unnerving, and these people don't know you. Plus you were getting angry up there, and you, gestured to yourself. It's weird. Cobb gave her a sour look, but she was right. These people deserved better than his temper and the Guardian's secrecy. Better than the Ravager's psychosis too. But he didn't have anything else to give. He hardly knew where he stood in this fight, and every new revelation made him want to change sides or run away. He couldn't bind himself to the skin changers' cause either, not when it meant they'd hunt humans. He was beginning to hate this job. That didn't keep him from rising, stepping away from his friends and beckoning the first skin changer forward. Obsequious and antsy, the wolfman padded forward on paw-like feet to offer a bone charm carved with deer and a careful, close-mouthed smile. Cobb made himself smile back and accept the offering, and the many that followed. Time passed in a blur of gifts and well wishes, requests, and queries. The owlfolk flew off to hunt after presenting Cobb with 2 long white feathers. He stuck one into the cord that held his short ponytail and gave the other to Fiora, who passed it to Lark. The catman slunk around but never came up. The lizard person offered some kind of mantle of reeds and stone beads but couldn't get an explanation out through constant yawning. The wolffolk presented the travel gear he had requested, a new quiver of arrows for Lark, hide bedrolls, preserved meats, bone tools and refurbished packs, plus more ceremonial ornaments than he could actually wear. After the first dozen, he brought his antlers out to hang bracelets and charms on them, ignoring the girl's snickers because the wolves seemed to appreciate it. The bears, blessedly, just seemed to want to sniff him over and then clasp his arms, and though their paws could wrap neatly around his biceps, he didn't feel intimidated with the guardian inside. A few asked for blessings, which after some concentration he managed. It felt like when he had dragged his herd through the long run to the mountains, every hoofbeat infusing them with his own vitality, only done through his hands. A connection, a release of tension. A balancing of energies between the strong and the weak. After the skin changers came a crowd of stone folk, who did not bother to stand in line but surrounded him and peppered him with overlapping comments about the Empire's depredations and their kin in the West. To keep himself from shouting at them, he designated one as the spokesrock, which told him about gems and metals torn from living earth and about kinfolk hacked to pieces, their bodies rendered for minerals. It was difficult to hold his tongue about his past in Carander's quarries, but he promised to consider their plight. What in Pike's name they thought he could do about it, he didn't know. Everyone asked such questions. When would he stop the humans? When would he return the bodies of their slain kin, the pelts and skulls, the jewels, even the stones from the cobbled streets? When would he chase the hybrid plague from these lands? Throughout his fumbled answers, the guardians stood around him, watching. The hogs sent a single representative, who told him that they would seek him in the morning when they could see. The rest stayed at their bonfire, drinking and laughing, and he found himself wishing that he was over there rather than being berated by rocks. But finally the spokesrock stepped forward to pat his arm and said, "We know that the flesh does not share our concerns. We will give you aid nevertheless." Then it and its brethren turned and stomped away, leaving a handful of treefolk to stare at him from across the gap. He beckoned them forward, but none moved. That wasn't strange, most of his visitors had been anxious at first, more prepared for a blow than a smile. These were the last in line, though, and as the silence stretched, Cobb felt a weird itch in his chest, up by his collarbones. He scratched it absently through the mantle of reeds and stones. The skin broke. Something emerged. He grabbed at it in instinctual horror and felt a soft object squish between his fingers. The thing retracted, slipping his grip with ease, then a sharp pain came from the other side. Under his shocked gaze, a tendril of red vine grew from his skin, tipped with a soft red bud that spread into a tiny eye. It stared at him, then swiveled to consider the treefolk. As one, they retreated toward the woods. "Ho hoi!" Cobb said sharply at the little eye. He recognized it now. The thorn protector of Haraka had stared at him through a much larger orb, then stabbed him with 2 thorns in the spots from which these growths had sprung. Revulsion demanded that he rip them from his flesh, but he had already accidentally squashed one eye. He didn't want to anger the other. And still the guardians watched. The eye looked up at him, its bud closing around it briefly like a blink. He didn't know what to say. The treefolk were still retreating, ungainly on knob-bled limbs, and though he called after them, they didn't look back. "Pikes," he muttered, then told the eye, "See what you did?" It blinked again. "They don't like you, huh? Well, I don't like you in my skin. What in blazes do you think you're doing there?" Blink. He exhaled heavily and wiped his hand on his breeches. "Fine. Not like I don't have enough parasites. But why better be more useful than the Peking Guardian?" It bobbed slightly, perhaps a nod, then retreated back inside him. His skin sealed smoothly over it, and he shuddered. The line was gone, so he started pulling off the ornaments as he looked around. No one lurked in the moonset dark, the hog's campfire and his friends were all that remained. Frowning, he wondered where the copper person had gone. He still wanted to speak with it. "I'm gonna take a walk," he told his friends as he dropped the ornaments on the pile of gifts. "Go join the hogs." There were a few nods, a few looks of objection, but no real argument. They all looked exhausted. At least among the hogs, they should be safe. Turning his back on them, he headed uphill toward the thicker woods. "Haura, we need to talk," he thought, and instantly she was at his side. By the look of her, she felt contrite, ears tucked tight, gaze averted. But she did not speak, and as they entered the trees, Cobb mumbled, "You need to tell me what you know." "About?" He stopped and stared at her. "I'm done a skin nicely. You lot need to open yourselves to me and quit disappearing any time something sensitive comes up. I don't know why you're hiding things, but it's not acceptable. We may not be bound anymore, but going after Ankhelan could still kill the both of us. Let me in." Her wolfish eyes met his, then flicked away. "It is not so easy," she said. "Since we did not mesh with you upon entry, we do not know how much we can show you without overwhelming you. Stop making excuses. I am not. Many vessels took days to regain themselves after our arrival. We do not have that luxury, not with your plan, and we know you do not trust us around your friends." Cobb scowled. "For good reason. You hate most of them. We do not understand why you keep company with them, true. But I do not wish that to come between us. Others think differently. We are not all of one mind." "Yeah, I've been well seen that." "Then you understand our restraint." "No. We don't need to mesh, you just have to show me what I need to see. Like what happened with Ankhelan in the swamp." Haura stiffened. Still looking away, she said, "I do not remember, but..." "Don't lie to me. Ile-Rien, No. He didn't kill you. He brought that head to you, but apparently it wasn't to goad you into a fight. So what happened?" Her hands curled into fists, and he realized she was trembling, her skin subtly velveting with fur as she stared into the woods. "Haura," he tried again. Her gaze snapped to him, eyes blazing with a feral light. "He lied. He was full of lies. He said he wanted to help us while he held the head of my dead mate. He showed me the white worms in it and said they were why we should never come to the palace, but I knew they were his work. He wanted to frighten us away, but I am no cub. I refused to be frightened of worms." The guardian disagreed?" said Cobb, unnerved by her fervor. "The prey folk, prey spirits, they are cowards," she snarled, slinking toward him. Though she was small and insubstantial, the lean coiled fury of her frame triggered an ancient alarm in his blood, and it was all he could do to stay still. "They tried to make me flee, but I refused. And so they left me in the swamp to seek vengeance alone." She reached out with clawed fingers, and at their touch, a memory flooded in, the twitching head of the big wolf in her grip, the threads at work in its neck stump and between its jaws. The stink of the swamp, summer hot yet barren of insects. The ravager standing mere yards away in its cork shell, black robe soaking up the water, scarred brow arched as it observed. And the struggle, anger, fear, denial, rage, every instinct that longed to play itself out through tooth and claw. The dark counterweight of the guardian pulled at her, urging her to drop the head and flee, but that gleaming white city still lurked in sight, only a fine screen of trees as a barrier. She had nothing left to lose, no reason not to go for the throat. A predator that turned and ran became prey. She would not let the ravager win. The memory snapped, and he shook his head vigorously, disoriented and unsettled. Those threads, so like Desira's bracer. "You should have showed me before," he said, looking up, but Haura was gone. Exhaling, he turned in his tracks to find the others behind him, Vina the ogress, Jaranek the earthblood, and Erosii. His father lingered at the rear, watching. Jaranek spoke first, square-faced solemn. "I will let you see what you can, but I agree that we must not pour our memories into you." The guardian departed Haura before her death, but could not do so for all of us. "We do not wish you to relive such pain." "I might," said Erosii, grinning unpleasantly. Vina leveled a glare on the Karendrixie fighter that could have wilted a forest, but he just sneered. With a snort of disgust, the ebon ogress looked to Cobb. "I do not know that my memories can aid you beyond those you have already seen, but you are welcome to them, Ile-Rien. I have nothing to hide." "What about you?" said Cobb, looking past them to his father. For a long moment, Turmoil stayed silent, dark gaze fixed. Then he said, "What is it that you wish to see? Your mother? Yourself? The many dusty roads I traveled, the many fruitless councils I attended to try and build resistance to the Empire? I was no fighter, not until the end. There is nothing I can show you." Cobb gritted his teeth. "Then why are you here?" "Because I would see you safe and well." The knot in Cobb's chest tightened, but he would not give these connivers the satisfaction of seeing him snap. Still, the bitterness burned his tongue as he said, "Good work you've done so far." Turmoil did not respond, only watched him with those inscrutable eyes. It seemed to Cobb, when he turned to stalk into the woods for some real time alone, that it was all his father had ever done. Chapter 3, Blaze and Shadow. "Sir, I think you should stop. And not just because this stuff is expensive." Captain Firkhead Saravi set his glass down and frowned across the desk at his Lancer Lieutenant, Arlen Lynchard. It was late evening of Silenman 20th, and he had spent much of the past 2 days cleaning up after his commander's mad need to destroy anything that slighted him. Specifically, the Ile-Rien Shadowland. Argus Rackmar, still Field Marshal, now also interim Crimson General, had already returned to the Crimson camp near Kenrodi, leaving Saravi with the mess and an offhand order to stabilize the city. What he actually expected Blaze Company to accomplish, Saravi did not know, for he'd been given neither a writ of purpose nor the chance to ask questions. Since then, what little time he had not spent in surveying the Shadowland ruins, observing the intake of the many rioters the incident had incited, and moving his men into the central garrison over the objections of the militia commander, had been spent being shrieked at by the city's figurehead, Lord Governor Mekos Bodrin. The Lord Governor was incensed by the unannounced military action, but Saravi had no answers for him. Baller, like the rest of the Atlantic city-states, was under the control of the Imperial Crimson Claw Army, and with Field Marshal Rackmar in command, it seemed that it would just have to accept its treatment. No blood payment, no apologies. Finally, at the midnight mark, Saravi had managed to retire to his new office. It was formerly the garrison commander's, and due to the man's swift eviction had been left crammed full of furniture and maps, papers, and superstitious bric-a-brac. Saravi's footlocker took up a bare smidge of space by the bed. In rifling through the commander's leavings, Saravi had discovered the liquor cabinet and the bottle of Jernizan tawny whiskey. He was not normally a drinker, but it had not been a pleasant few days, and he had already worked through a quarter of the bottle by the time Lieutenant Lynchard knocked on the door. Lynchard had his own glass now, but it was barely touched, while the level in the bottle had sunk to half. He had been silent while Saravi finished compiling his day's report, but it seemed he was now ready to air his thoughts. Quill pen down, glass down, Saravi held the lieutenant's gaze until Lynchard looked away. "I am not drunk," he said firmly. "And as I have been given the responsibility of garrison commander, I am authorized to confiscate any substance I deem necessary to the operation of the company." "Sir, necessary whiskey?" "Yes. Right now, yes." Lynchard slanted another concerned look at him, but he ignored it. To tell the truth, the alcohol had done nothing. He still felt knotted tight, and had been grinding his teeth steadily since this morning. He kept telling himself that he had trained for this, that he had the manpower and the mages and the intelligence to control the situation, but he knew better. 213 men were just not capable of holding a city, especially one infested with shadow cult. And though he was a fort-holder Tribestian and thus a lightweight when it came to alcohol, the whiskey sat in his guts like water. Across the desk, Lynchard sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose. In the light of the single lamp, he looked haggard, his broad shoulders slumped, his hair slipping from its war braids. He had been occupied for the past 2 days too, corralling rioters and taking over coordinating duties while Saravi was in council with the Lord Governor. Though he had done well, Saravi wondered if he had raised the man from peasant soldier to officer too quickly. Recently, everything happened too quickly. He looked down at his piles of papers. The garrison commander had left behind city maps, personnel notes, the militia roster and requisitions list, and a thick set of files on local businesses and persons of interest. Though Saravi normally left such documents to Lancer Sergeant Benson, he had perused enough of them to see threads of extortion and blackmail tangled among the mundane details, which made the headache worse. Trivestian cities were not run this way. If ever a government needed a good scouring, it was this one. Beside the garrison papers were his own personnel files, plus the list he had been making for the mage's experiments and a quick sketch of the barracks and outbuildings with all the men's bunk assignments filled in. The city's militia had scattered when Blaze Company took over their garrison, not Saravi's idea, for he would have preferred to keep a few under his thumb. While he had addresses for all of them, he did not have the time to surveil their homes to see if they were meeting with cultists. He knew he should select a folder or a city map, should keep working for as long as he stayed conscious. His men depended on him understanding the lay of the land and the mood of the populace. Instead, he reached for the padded undershirt hanging at the edge of the table, and the thread and needle beside it. Lynchard's brows crinkled as he sat back with his mending. "Sir, there's the Latchard laundresses for that now, aren't there? I can do my own chores, Lieutenant." "You're the captain, sir. You don't have to. Are you just here to mother me?" Lynchard grimaced and dropped his gaze to his glass. "No, sir. This isn't what I expected. I also darned my own socks. I didn't mean that. I meant," Lynchard exhaled heavily and pushed sandy blonde hair back from his brow. "That thing with the field marshal and the mages and the Ye destruction. I was there when we brought down the wall of Savannah, sir, but this was just," he made a flattening motion, palm to the table, then shook his head. "And the girl, sir, what did he want with the girl?" "To bring her to the light," said Saravi, though he could not keep the acid from his voice. He hadn't been able to get that farm family, the Crays, out of his head any more than he had been able to forget the Shadowland. The red walls of magic crushing down upon the tavern and all who dwelt within. He could rationalize it, of course. The Shadowland was a bastion of their enemies, and it had to be destroyed. He did not understand what use the field marshal could have for the farm family, though, and if this was the man's method, sending his men out to do his bidding without even an inkling of the reason, then he preferred former General Aradison's style. Kelcherin Aradison had been secretive and duplicitous, but at least he had provided direction, if belatedly. "But what does that mean, sir? Shouldn't she be sent to the palace with the others? I thought that's where people go to meet the light, not some borderland army camp." "It is no longer our business, Lieutenant. Isn't it, though? We're the ones who arrested them. Don't you want to know why? They were enemies of the Empire." "Sir, they were just—" "I know," Saravi snapped. "Women and children. But not our women and children. Sir, what does a powerful man do with a young girl, do you think?" Lynchard looked taken aback, and Saravi knew that his tongue was getting away with him, but he was too tired to rein it in. Or perhaps he was finally drunk, though he didn't feel it. "But he's the High Templar," said Lynchard after a pause. "And the priests, they're all eunuchs, yes, or so the rumor goes. But soldiers say that about most civilians, don't they? And I haven't checked his codpiece, so the mystery remains. Scandalized, Lynchard said, "No more whiskey for you, sir," and reached for the bottle. Saravi let him take it. This response was a large part of why he had commissioned Lynchard to the lieutenancy over the other options. A peasant with no political background, a soldier whose crimson career he had overseen personally, but most of all a gregarious and protective man. A mediator. As a wind, he was Saravi's foot in the door of the largely Windish infantry platoons. As a former Gold Army Border Corps soldier, he had been through the same kinds of skirmishes Saravi had seen at the Tribist-Scarnet border, and thus knew the necessity of cooperation. He wasn't the cleverest or most worldly, but that was for the good, because it let Saravi read his expressions well. Right now, he saw unease there. Discomfort. Disgust. Put it out of your head, Lieutenant, he said, because he hadn't wanted that. He hadn't even meant to say it, except that she weighed upon his mind, that little girl. This kind of talk was an offense to the risen light. The field marshal is one of the emperor's closest retainers, so we must put our faith in him. He has allowed Blaze Company to survive the reorganization of the army, and now it is our job to survive Baller. We cannot brood about finished tasks. I know, but what happens in the palace, sir? You've been there, right? He had, a long time ago. He shook his head and took up the needle and thread again. That memory was excised from me. It is not our concern. That doesn't bother you, sir? No. Do you ever wonder? Lynchard trailed off, looking at nothing, his expression tight. After a moment's silence, Saravi prompted, Wonder? The lieutenant shook his head. No, nothing. Sorry. It's been a long couple days. Perhaps you'd best put the bottle down as well. I haven't even. Yes, sir. How were patrols today? The lieutenant shrugged. The usual. Bricks and vegetables. The men have been performing all right with the rioters. I think clearing out the shadow cult caves at the coast was good experience for, not killing everyone we come across, though the Jernison have been antsy. The Abam Air, the specialists did just fine, Rallant and the ladies in particular. They're really helpful for calming folk down, but. No doubt, said Saravi, threading the needle with cool precision. When I came back from my meeting, Specialist Ilya was in my bed. Lynchard stared. What? I mean, I know she's been watching you. Yes. And Sergeant Rallant, is he still following you? No sir, said Lynchard, fiddling with the collar of his uniform coat. Did she? I threw her out. The other specialists, did they misbehave under your command? Not that I know of, sir. Good, but do not rely on them. I cannot be certain where their loyalties lie, especially with the removal of General Aradison. He finished tying off the length of thread, then unfolded the undershirt to finger it for the tear he knew was there. Houndmaster Lieutenant Vralik keeps them in line, not me, and he only tolerates those who show strength. As my second in command, you must be vigilant for his inevitable test. Test, sir, like that stare-down you had with him? If not an outright attack. Saravi glanced up from the first stitch to see Lynchard blanch, and added, he considered me little threat at the beginning. You, though, are closer to his size. Between us, it was a test of wills, between you, perhaps it will be arms. Be wary. Lynchard nodded slowly, then slugged back the whiskey left in his cup and coughed. Thanks, sir, he said in a strained voice. I'll watch my back. What are you fixing? Just a cut. Saravi poked a finger through the slit in the garment. The old Cray woman, you remember she came at me with a blade? And then you snapped her wrist. Yeah. You should have let one of us go first, sir. You could have gotten. Lynchard broke off, frowning. Isn't that the undershirt? Yes. I thought you said she didn't get you. She did not. But sir. That was under your chainmail. Saravi considered him for a moment, then looked down at the slice in the garment. It was barely half an inch long and ragged, but it occurred to him that even half an inch in that spot meant that a certain length of the blade had. The thought faded like an echo into fog, and he jerked his head up, feeling dizzy. The alcohol and the long day kicking in at last. Is there something else, Lieutenant? He said, not sure where they'd left off. Lynchard eyed him. The shirt? What about it? Sir, are you all right? Irritation rose in his chest. He hated being treated like a fragile bird, and Wins had a habit of doing just that. He almost preferred Vralik's challenges. Fine. If you have no more business with me, you should sleep while you can. This city is restless. Incidents can happen at any time. Lynchard stared at him, an uneasy mix of emotions on his long face, then nodded slowly. As you say, sir. Dismissed. Once the lieutenant had pulled the door shut, Saravi rose to drop the bar on it, then returned to his seat and the garment and thread. Spreading a garrison map out to memorize, he let his fingers work blindly, and tied off the last stitch with neat automatic motions while musing over entrances and exits and points of ambush. When he tossed the tunic into the pile of his uniform gear, all draped over another chair, as he'd yet to figure out where to put them, the last thought of it fled him. Out of sight, out of mind. Lynchard fumbled with his key in the near dark, his mind on other things. If only he hadn't broached the subject of the girl. I almost did worse. I almost said it. Do you ever wonder if we're wrong? Oh, how he'd wanted to. He was almost certain that the captain felt it too, that precipice they had stood at for a moment, peering over into darkness. That uncertain edge between their lives as imperial servants and treason. He had enough trouble right now without courting more. Done was done, and no point in brooding, as the captain had said. Yet the captain wasn't taking that advice either, which was a problem with a mentalist in their midst. Just let it go. Pretend it never happened, like everything on the border. Like all the... And how is our esteemed captain? Lynchard twitched, almost breaking his key in the lock. He shot a hard look into the shadows, recognizing Sergeant Rallant's voice, then glanced around quickly. The upstairs hall was empty and no light showed beyond the inner balcony, the assembly chamber empty below. Moonlight slanted through half-open shutters in the east hallway, their only company. Hard to say, Lynchard murmured, not trusting the solitude. Not trusting himself in this mood. Rallant was a danger in more ways than one. Have you told him about us? No. I don't think. I told you not to. I'm making a social call. That's not banned, is it? After all, you're not my direct superior, so this isn't fraternization. Don't know about that, Lynchard muttered, but twisted the key until he felt the latch clunk. Pushing the door open, he stepped into the dark room, half prepared to seal himself in and leave it at that. But Rallant was already in the doorway, smiling in a way that Lynchard could feel more than see, the moonlight limning his fine hair and the frame of his face. Going to invite me in? He said silkily. You've already been, Yes, but it's only polite. He hesitated, the dice tumbling in his head, but it seemed agreeing would be wiser. Well, come in then, he sighed, and felt around by the door for the lantern and striker. He should have brought it with him, but the day had been a blur of running and riding and shouting to the point that he'd barely remembered he had a room, let alone that there was a lamp in it. The sight of his hand hit it and then it was tumbling from the shelf, and he cursed and fumbled it in the dark, the glass casing trying to slide free, the oil sloshing. Then came an exhale by his ear, and cool hands plucked the lamp away. Stay still before you break something, said Rallant, low and close. Lynchard crossed his arms, wishing he could step away without running into invisible furniture. He heard the sound of glass being removed, then the rasp of the striker. Light bloomed slowly from the lamp, gilding Rallant's sculpted features and making mirrors of his eyes, and not for the first time Lynchard found himself captured by them. Good, wonderful, he said, trying to be gruff. Now get out of the doorway before someone sees you. Such concern, said Rallant, sidling in. I'd almost think you're ashamed of me. For a moment, Lynchard just stared out the empty doorway, wondering what he was doing. He felt the presence of the man behind him as something more than physical, a pervasive, alluring sort of instinctual awareness, though he knew Rallant was not using his specialist talents. Those came with a scent, and right now all he could catch was dust and sweat and... Stop it. Think with your brain, not your dick. The problem was, he had lost track of the difference. He thought it had been his brain telling him to get friendly with the shield sergeant, to wring out some confidential information about the specialists, but now, with a full week of assignations rolling through his memory, he was no longer sure. Had he initiated it on his own, or had there been something in that bite? Just thinking about it made his lips sting and his skin prickle with heat. Curse the man. You certainly don't show much shame, said Rallant with a possessive slyness that would have made Lynchard punch someone he wasn't already sleeping with. Fingers tugged at his collar and he made an abortive motion to shrug them off, and Rallant laughed. Tisk, really, it's not like you complained. You gave me a blasted hickey, Lynchard hissed. Had to wear my collar up all day and I swear I saw people looking. I promised to put the next one somewhere safer. Lynchard swallowed and shut the door with a weird sense of finality. Not what I was asking for, he said even as he hauled the bar into place. I wonder about these Ile-Rienites, said Rallant, nodding toward the bar as Lynchard turned. He had set the lamp on the desk and stood casually, comfortably, as if he had been here 1,000 times. Do they rise up against their militia so often that they must be barred out? The question slid right past him. It was much less important than the fact that Rallant wore just an undershirt and loose trousers over his infantryman's physique, his collar unlaced to show a long V of muscled chest and the glint of his teardrop pendant. Aside from the view, it meant he had come through the packed garrison and up the stairs like that. The lieutenants and captain were the only personnel on the second floor, the rest of the space was conference rooms and storage. Sergeants like Rallant bunked downstairs with their platoons. Which meant Rallant's men knew he was out visiting, and they probably knew with who, so. Rallant sighed. Ile-Rien, stop overthinking it. We're not breaking any rules. You are not my lieutenant, we're both off duty, and I'm fairly sure we've done everything by mutual consent. Have we? It's not that, it's not the journeyman again. Lynchard jumped on that opening, not daring to say I think you're playing me for a fool. Look, Rallant, I know you don't see it as a problem. But your platoon is all Heartlanders, and Heartlanders don't care, so. Calloused hands caught his face, setting his cheeks aflame even as he was forced to meet Rallant's pale gaze. They were of a height, Rallant only a shade taller, and from this close the Senraka could have been carved from warm ivory, every plane of his face perfect from razor jaw to eloquent brows. Only the furrow between them marred the image, but it just made him want to kiss it away. I told you, call me Save, he said, his tone gone serious. Savad if you insist. I will not call you Lynchard, you will not call me Rallant, and we will stop talking about work. Yes? It took great effort to keep his hands at his sides, to maintain his resistance. The slug of whiskey burned in his veins, but so did a different sort of heat, kinder and far more devastating. But if someone tells them, then you will beat their stupid asses. You are their lieutenant and you will not tolerate disrespect from a pack of foreigners. Former enemies. And that's if they even say anything. They will. They're great lancers but they have bad piking attitudes. So stop trying. You can't tailor yourself to their approval because you're never going to get it. Just live your life and let them rot in their jealousy. Jealousy, eh? With a smirk, Rallant ran his hands down to Lynchard's collar and popped open the first button. Obviously. Who wouldn't want to have me? Lynchard couldn't muster any actual words for that, but managed to pull away with a garble that he hoped sounded sentient. He took over the unbuttoning though, which changed Rallant's annoyance to amusement, and tried not to stare as the Senraka turned away. I swear, if not for you, I might have had to throttle Lieutenant Gellert just to take over his room, Rallant said as he sauntered past the folded screen into the living area. Bed and privacy? Bliss. More like torture, Lynchard thought, watching the way his lover moved under those light garments. Lynchard hadn't exactly slept his way through the ranks, but he'd been around, and he'd thought he could control himself. Yet whenever Rallant was close, he felt like an adolescent again, fixated on the idea of skin against skin even when he didn't want to be in the mood. He couldn't kick his boots off without the motion jarring through his groin and reminding him of his vulnerability. Rallant wasn't a tryst or a trophy or even fellow soldier. He was a specialist, a blessed one, a creature of the Emperor, and beyond that fair facade was another face. Behind those mirroring eyes was the judgment of the light, while Lynchard pondered treason. I should kick him out like the captain kicked out Ile-Rien, he thought, but it was too late for that. And he didn't want to, anyway. The captain led a sterile life, remote as an eagle on a cliff, and what did that solitude gain him? A night alone with a bottle, unable to chase away the treacherous thoughts and dark memories. I guess I prefer life in the gutter. Piking pretty men. When will I learn? To judge by the tingle that ran down his spine when Ralin called for him, Lynchard guessed never. Night did not exist in Orechko, the Shadow Realm. It had no sun, no moon, no stars, yet there was always light. Its vast cavernous expanse was stitched by glowing pathways, and the spindle at its epicenter radiated a dull ochre aurora, pervasive yet sourceless. Lanterns dotted the streets as well, leaving few places in all the realm that could be called dark. Enforcer Ardent of Teradzurkai looked into one of them now, her shadow-blood eyes straining against the blackness. She was at the outer limit of the realm, where the air grew smoky with unmanifested Ayat presence but had not yet solidified into an iron bridge or an umbral wall, the narrow dividing zone between shadow and reality. The markings on the white walkway told her that this was where the bridge to Balarkai had stood before its destruction. In its place, the quarantine chamber hung like an apple from a bough, a perfect sphere twice her height and connected laterally to the great black artery that extended from the umbral wall into the realm. There were other chambers suspended at other angles, but most had shriveled away, their occupants dead or gone. Quarantine clusters like this were the Ayat's response to anything unusual being shoved into the realm. A contagion, an enemy. Or a victim, like the mangled figure she saw within. With an exhale, she squared her shoulders and stepped from the edge. Ayats assembled beneath her feet to bridge the gap. There were more here than there should be, teeming like wasps at a disturbed hive, and as she touched the thin cool membrane that surrounded the chamber, she felt the shiver of their mood. Spite, mischief, menace. Then she was through, and the whiff of sweat and fresh waste filled her nostrils, making her grimace. As important as the quarantine chambers were for blocking pathogens and limiting the Ayat's blood frenzy, their total containment was not kind to the trapped subject. He lay there on a bed of malleable shadow, the infamous Sean Kair. A scarred, thick-set older Illenite, unblooded and abominably truncated on the right side, both his upper arm and lower thigh capped with black material where they had been severed during his extraction. Except for them, he was nude, the shadows not concerned with prudery. At least he looked clean, someone had washed him after they cut him from his bloody clothes, and the bed took care of any excretions. It just couldn't banish the smell. At the sound of her slippers on the whispering floor, he turned his head, weak human eyes unfocused in the gloom. "Who is it?" he rasped, and the dryness in his voice had her reaching for her canteen in sympathy. "You piking bureaucrats have taken your time. My name is Enforcer Ardent, and I am here to inform you of the disposition of Bakai," she said, approaching his side. He followed the sound of her with the skill of a longtime carry, head turning to keep her fixed in his unseeing stare, and as she flicked the sparker on her handheld lantern she saw him smile. It kindled after a moment, and she slowly peeled her fingers away from the eye-shaped cutouts, listening for any warning hiss. When nothing happened, she exhaled in relief. "Having trouble with the little darlings?" he said, squinting against the faint light. "They are agitated. You understand." "Yes." He tried to prop himself up to get a better look at her, but his remaining elbow kept sinking into the black mass of the bed. With a whisper of Ile-Rien, she caused it to adjust into something more like a seat, and saw him clutch at it in alarm before he realized. "My apologies," she said. "I should have asked." "You should have," he trailed off, weathered face nonplussed. She supposed he wasn't used to politeness from her kind. Then he gave her a raking look, and she held the lantern to one side obligingly, letting the eye-shaped lights fall over her enforcer armor, her fighting sticks and killing blades, her black hair pinned back in the scorpion tail style, her shadow marks and scars. "Young," he said finally. "Padrastan?" "Padrastani." "Not so young." He snorted. 20? 25? 32. Less than half my age, girl. Not much accent. Realm born? Yes. And you've come from the realm to tell me about my own city? Or are you planning to enforce something upon me? Sour talk from a broken man. Not unexpected. I am your replacement, she said. As such, He swiped for her suddenly, a snarl on his lips, but she stepped out of range and then caught his good arm. Another hiss made the bed obey her, canting backward to sink the man deep as she shoved him into it. He tried to heave out again, but it wouldn't let him. Replacement? He roared in the close confines, making the walls shiver in agitation. How dare you try to replace me with your kind? Watching him thrash about, she reflected on her regent mother's warning. Half a century ago, Sean Kaer had marched out from the worst of Balor's slums on a mission to unite its warring gangs under the Shadow Banner. Balor hadn't been much more than a bump in the road back then, a warren of refugees squatting in the ruins of the Jernez and Serpent Empire wars, listless and plagued by banditry. With the backing of the Carry, though, the Hound of the Dregs and his crew had kicked life and organization into the populace, and when the next war sparked up between the two heavyweight empires, a city was there to profit from it under the aegis of the Shadow God, whom the Serpents respected and the Jernezan feared. All the city-states of Ile-Rien had rebuilt themselves on the backs of people like him, stubborn, independent, apolitical, and fed up with their neighbors' antics. But what worked in times of strife had faltered once peace came, for the Carry were not allowed to rule. And, due to his association with them, neither was Sean Kaer. Once the city shucked its shadow allegiance in favor of a broader, secular mercantile worldview, he had been shunted to an advisory position. Worse, he had been informed by the Regency that the most he could control, as an unblood, was a single Kai. He'd been an ambitious man once. A thug, a reformer, a priest. According to her mother, he hated Shadowbloods now. Envied their gifts, their afterlives, and their authority in the god's absence. He surrounded himself with unbloods, catered to them, had even declared an unblood newcomer as his successor. All to spite the blooded hierarchy. In his face, though, Ardent read a different story. Anger, yes. But not envy, and not spite. No, he looked insulted. I am not your enemy, she wanted to say. I have no intention of keeping your Kai. My job is to analyze the situation and recommend fight or flight, and if I choose fight, to start one. But Kaer wasn't stupid. He would never fight again, and with Bakai in shambles it would be an ideal time for the Regency to put its own agents in place. Ardent didn't consider herself one, she had joined enforcement to get away from the insular politics of her aunts and cousins, had even taken a shadow name to disavow her regent mother's influence. Alas, she doubted she could convince him of that. I've already been in contact with your surviving lieutenants and the outer cells, she said instead. Only the Shadowland was attacked, and only the block that held your headquarters. A few levels of basement and sewer were breached, with rubble forced into the goblin entrances, but nothing below was damaged. Not that it made the destruction any more bearable. She had walked the ruins last night to verify the reports, and found fires still smoldering in the depths, a slow cremation for the Carrion civilians who had been in the Merry Tom Tavern and its associated block. A greasy layer of soot covered everything, the air thick with the smell of wood smoke and charred meat. She continued, the goblins are considering our proposal on open warfare. The metal elementals have already sided with us because of the magical nature of the attack. Of course they sided with us. They're our allies, Kaer snapped. You may have secured their friendship, but there has never been a military pact between us. We are negotiating one now. Get me out of here and I'll have that negotiation done in a twinkling. Better yet, get Lark on it. Pull her back. Lark, your designated successor. Yes. She has already been informed of the situation, but we have chosen not to recall her. She is doing important work with the Guardian vessel. That idiot boy? No. You get her back here immediately. To do what? Arden stared down a trapped old man. By the way the muscles jumped in his shoulders and chest, he was trying to pull free from the bed, but its substance gripped him tight and would not release unless she willed it. Is this Lark a war leader? Because your reports speak of her as a diplomat, a go-between for you and the goblins and the street-level teams. Have you even introduced her to the Governor's Council? No, you're not ready to step down yet, not ready to groom a serious replacement. We will not recall her, she would be no use to us. A spasm of hate crossed his face. That's it, then. You steal this from me, my Kai, my position. You swoop in like an avenger, as if you didn't stand by and watch the Crimsons kill us. Her eyes narrowed. She hadn't been one of the responders, but she had reviewed all the reports. We had no more warning than you did, but I apologize on behalf of the Regency anyway. The situation warranted a stronger response than it received, but our prior dealings with the Crimson Army did not lead us to anticipate such. Hog crap, hog crap. I know about the reports from the coast. You knew things were going to shit, but you did nothing. You didn't want to break your precious agreement with the Empire, even after the first time those pikers rampaged through my tavern. What, did you think you could just throw some supplies and prisoners at them and they'd go away? What do you think happens to the people they catch? They piking die. I don't set policy, Arden responded stiffly. Gonna hide behind that, are you? His fingers dug at the soft material futilely, his teeth gleaming in the lantern's light. Policy and non-intervention hogcrap and treaties that aren't worth the handshake they're made over? No, let me tell you the truth about your precious Regency. They don't give a shit about us on the outside, about the cities, the Kais, the unbloods who rely on them. All they care about is the benefit to the family, to themselves. Sean Kayer, she said sharply, I am not here to debate the ills of the Regency. I am here to evaluate the Crimson threat and either eliminate it, or end our presence in Baller. End it? We're abandoning the city? It is an option. You can't, we're not all my life, you bitch, I know your history, and we owe a debt to you. To your generation and all the carry you have brought up behind you. If we do pull out of Baller, we will rehome you in any of our cities or retire you to Jolter with honors. What worth are honors to the dead? He lurched again, spitting with rage, and the way the cord stood out in his neck made her worry for his health. He must have put pressure on one of his stumps, because he immediately fell back with a sound of pain, chest heaving. We called for you, he rasped. We trusted you to save us, but you let it happen. You let it happen. You know that the shadow cannot penetrate magic, she replied sternly. We were able to rescue you because you were already in contact with the Ayats, but even that was not enough, Kayer bared his teeth again, but then the pain mastered him and his face slumped, his shoulders sinking deep in the black material. It made him look small and frail, a battered codger with 2 stick limbs and 2 stumps. You could have saved them all, he rasped. The barflies, the waitresses, the families. It wasn't just us in that block. I wanted Baller to love the shadow like I once did, so I rented the housing cheap, I fed the beggars, I have the protection tax, and people came. They felt safe there, they wanted to be around us even if they weren't a part of us. We had the biggest above-ground shadowland in the north, and it was great. It was working. People raised their piking children there. Oh Lord, the children, ... She didn't know how to respond to the sudden wet streaks on his cheeks. She had never been much for family or friends, her mother always away on Regency business, her father an unknown, her youth spent in private tutelage under emotionless Ile-Rien. Though technically just shadowbloods who had lapsed into the god's realm upon death, the Ile-Rien held half the Regency seats and most of the Office of Oversight, and thus dominated the rule and education of the realm. Arden might become one when she died, though it was uncommon for a second-generation shadowblood and vanishingly rare for anyone lower. She didn't really care either way. While she respected them, she wasn't enthused by the idea of an eternal afterlife. The eldest had seen millennia pass, which made them distant and cold. Emulating them had served her well as a lieutenant in Turadzurkai, and as an enforcer, but not so much personally. She rubbed absently at the scar that marred her lips. It had been given to her by another unblood, a fellow Turadzurkari who'd been offended by her indifference to his philosophizing. She couldn't remember the argument now, only that he'd been drunk and insulting and finally pulled out a knife. She'd broken both of his arms, but not before he'd gotten a cut in that opened her face from chin to cheek. He'd told her later, after paying the medical fees and fines, that it suited her, it gave her some expression, even if that expression was a sneer. "It's too late now," she said. "The dead are dead, and the decision is in my hands. I came here not as a courtesy, Shankar, but because I would know of Balar, its people, its government, its threats. Your reports cover the basics, but I need to plumb the depths." He raised his head, jaw clenched, cheeks wet. "You'll never understand, Realmborn. You're not a person, you're just a tool of your aunties, and when you fail, my city will suffer. Then help me." Again that baffled look, as if he didn't know the meaning of the words. She pressed on, "We cannot permit mass bloodshed in the shadows, it would be catastrophic. But neither can we back away from this. I need your help to find a livable solution, something that doesn't create a new shadowless circle in Ile-Rien." "Like in the Heartlands?" he rasped. "Like all those other cities you abandoned, Dot. We were locked out, and we still don't understand it. If it is magic and they've started another one here," she shook her head. "We don't go to war lightly, but perhaps it is time." He made as if to scoff, but the noise caught in his throat and became a racking cough. Pulling her canteen from its web, she moved to his side and pulled his good hand free, then helped him guide the water to his lips. He drank like a man fresh from the desert. "Get me out of here," he croaked once he came up for air. "Let me return to Bakai, and I'll help how I can. Piking quarantine won't even let me stand up to piss." She looked down at his missing leg. "I'll put in the request, but I can't guarantee it." "If it doesn't happen?" Blowing out a breath, he said, "Fine. You asked pretty nice for a stiff bitch, and you're an enforcer, I can respect that. Promise me one thing." "Yes?" "You get word to my girl Lark. You tell her I'm alive, and the Kai is hers when she comes back. And you mean it. Or else you get nothing from me." "I'll have to run it past my superiors," she said, "but I have no quarrel with your line of succession." "Good. Now open your ears, because we've got a lot of city to cover." The next morning, Lieutenant Errolyn Lynchard squinted into the civic plaza and wondered when he'd suddenly become old. That was the only explanation he could fathom for having a hangover after so little whiskey. Maybe it's the curse of officership. Or maybe I've broken my brain with all this piking, reading and writing. He had a roster in one hand, the names swimming before his achy eyes, and the act of matching them to the men who jogged in circles around the central fountain was about as much as he could handle right now. Yet Sergeant Benson was at his elbow, droning on about requisitions, so he forced himself to pay attention. To run the kitchens, so Shield Sergeant Kervonik has taken them over for the moment. Apparently he's a passable cook, Benson was saying. He was their bursar, quartermaster and all-around moneyman, a ruddy-faced, barrel-shaped former merchant who had been drummed out of the Gold Army after nosing around in his superior's finances. According to him, he had been sent here to fall off a horse and break my neck, yet he'd become a passable rider in his time in the Crimson. Still a terrible lancer, though. Lynchard wondered how their old Captain Tarrant was doing without him, or how Saravi had pried the man from his grip, because everyone knew the only reason their company ran as well as it did was Benson's hard work. Certainly it wasn't the backing of headquarters. "Gajarin, isn't he?" said Lynchard, feeling he should participate. "Are we eating Gajarin food now?" Benson looked up at him with humorless black eyes. "We are eating whatever he can cobble together from the supplies the militia didn't steal. Most of the shops will sell to us, but the markup is ridiculous. I've been trying to hammer out some deals, so, like I was saying, I won't be purchasing anything non-essential until I get the prices down." Food included. Doesn't that seem a bit unwise? Which do you prefer, a gourmet meal or a solvent operations budget? Lynchard opened his mouth, then shut it. They valued Benson because he knew to choose the right answer, not the indulgent one. But shouldn't we stockpile? It's winter. If we have nothing. It's winter in Ile-Rien, not winter in Winden. No ice, no snow. I'm told they raise their best crop over the cooler months because of the rains, so there will be no shortfalls. We don't need to fill a longhouse with supplies. That doesn't mean we won't have need. Just because the merchants are selling now, doesn't mean they'll do it forever. It's Ile-Rien. Lynchard shot a look down the street to the northeast. Past the fountain, the civic plaza was full of civilians in lavish merchant attire or lawyers' robes or sober servants' gear, for it housed not just the garrison but the courts, the council house, the public scribes' offices, the defunct local press, a double dozen shops and services for the militiamen, and the half-empty debtors' jail across the road in Latch Yard. All these city amenities were cupped within a raw stone basin left by the partial collapse of the old crown fortress above. The remaining fortress walls towered 50 feet above the jail yard and 30 above the garrison's sheltered training ground, with a road rising between them to the plateau where the estates of the merchant princes and the lord governor sat enthroned upon the ancient wreckage. But that northeast road, called Barge Wardway, led to the river and the bridge and the shadowland beyond. No polite price gougers there, just cultists hunched like spiders in their web, watching. Plotting. In his mind's eye, Lynchard saw the route to that smoking hole in the ground. Straight down Barge Wardway, left on Ridge Road, right on Tomcat's Tail. A quarter mark on horseback. He'd been studying the maps and riding out with his patrols, switching between them as the shifts changed, trying to learn the lay of the land. They'd gone as far as the river on this side, then south to the edge of the district known as Lower Hook and west into Night Fields and the morass, overall covering the central third of the city. A quiet, businesslike, evasive area. Even the youths who threw bricks and bottles at them were quick to disappear upstairs or down alleyways too treacherous for a horse to pass. He didn't like it. It reminded him of the woods of northern Winden when the bird calls ceased and the deer fled. Bigger predators were on the prowl. It's a conquest, he told Benson, stressing each word. It's thin ice. Let's not drown for the weight of our money. Benson gave him a sour look. So you'd have me lay in winter supplies? Firewood, I suppose? Blankets? Are you mocking me, Sergeant? I'm soliciting guidance. Food, man. Food. Kegs in case someone fouls the well. Replacement gear enough for at least a month. For 200 men? Lieutenant, we will not be snowed in. He thought about the bars on the insides of the doors. Listen, you were in the Jernison campaign, and the First Ilanic, right? But nothing where we've had to dig in, hold ground. I have. We're doing that now, so we should do it right. Another long look, less scrutable, then Benson pulled the quill from behind his ear, uncapped a vial of ink and started scribbling in his ledger. Lynchard exhaled and turned his attention back to the men at the fountain. From his vantage on the garrison steps, he could easily count heads, but seeing faces wasn't as easy. He wanted to memorize the roster, to be as good as the captain was about knowing the company, but those weren't his lancers, they were from the 1st Infantry Platoon, a veritable sea of short dark ammons and broad blonde winds. Sergeant Benson's people and his. The backbone of the gold and crimson armies. Ralland was there at one side, overseeing the exercise. Lynchard tried not to look at him. He wasn't ashamed, no, he just needed to focus on his own work. Obviously. On the other side of the plaza, 4 horses stood bored at the hitch before the council house, the captain's and his bodyguards. Lynchard wasn't sure why the captain had taken them out, except perhaps to give them some fresh air. The stables were cramped, made for maybe half of the 45 task guards and 3 tense guys they now housed. Thus why Lynchard sent out lancer patrols as often as possible. He had 4 out right now, half a section each, getting a feel for the city. His awareness of their routes made him feel like he had phantom limbs, like if he focused hard enough, he could sense them, see through them. In truth, his only link was to the two corporals who wore earhooks. His own felt awkward on his ear. He wasn't supposed to take it off, but he did, constantly, for fear that he'd somehow broadcast his thoughts to the rest of the company. Squire Mako hadn't chastised him yet, but he was sure she knew. Everything made him agitated. He wished he was back in the ranks, supplying unasked for opinions and corralling his more combative comrades. It felt like everyone was watching him now, waiting for him to choke on his own foot or fall on his sword. And Rallant wasn't helping. Don't think about him. Think about names. That man's tinsmith, that one's Tepet, that one's Coromant. Wait, there's two Coromants. Which one is he? Piking infantry. Suddenly he didn't care. The infantrymen weren't his purview, and anyway his head hurt. It was a bad time to be learning new things. He needed to stretch his legs, give his horse a run. "Benson, I'm going out," he said. "Gonna join up with Skinner's patrol." "You can't, sir. We have business to go over." "I thought we just went over it." "Other business." Benson flipped his ledger to a later page and said, "Lieutenant Arlen reported that the Jernison Lancers have been harassing his Drixie. He's been able to keep the Drixie in line, but apparently Corporal Vislin is having trouble reining in the Jernison." Vislin. His former lover's name rang so loud in his head that feared it would trigger the earhook. By reflex he glanced toward Rallant, but the man was a controller, not a mentalist, and hadn't stirred from watching his troops. "What, again?" Lynchard mustered. "When did this happen?" "Earlier, sir." "Shift change." "While you slept in." Lynchard winced. "Arlen's on nights, right?" "Vislin and the Jernison are on the overlap, so." "They should be in the mess hall, sir." "I guess I should talk to them." "Yes." "Pikes." Benson didn't comment. His silence was enough. "All right, get on the supplies," Lynchard said irritably, turning to stomp up the steps. "I'll go do some yelling." "Yes, sir." Stuck between an X and a zealous place, he thought. Piking Jernison. Piking Vislin. I should split them up, but who else would take either of them? No one but me. Only I'm enough of an idiot. Captain Saravi nursed a cup of tea across the table from the Ile-Rien council. They had opened with sneering pleasantries before ushering him to his solitary seat, behind which his Lancer bodyguards and Squire Mako stood as a mirror to the councillor's guards, 6 militiamen, a mage and the crimson turncoat. Houndmaster Keelath, if memory served. Until now, Keelath and his platoon had been all that Baller knew of Crimson rule. Saravi let his gaze linger on the man, not concerned that the council would take it as a slight. Pettiness seemed to rule here, and short of throwing his tea at them or drawing his sword, he doubted he could make things worse. He had met Keelath only briefly, when the Lord Governor had tried to bribe and threaten him, but knowing what he did now, he saw more. A lean man with a narrow, pointed face, yes, and wearing the noxious green Ile-Rien livery with a token crimson lieutenant's medallion to show his provenance. But there was a glint of gold beneath the medallion, and while he did not share Houndmaster Vralek's bulk, he had a feral gleam in his eyes. When their stares locked, Saravi felt the same wave of disorientation. So, a Ruangrian among the heretics. He would have to bring it up with Vralek. The others were less interesting. The mage looked bored. Saravi had felt his mentalists probe the moment he entered the room, but Squire Mako had smacked it down in short order, and with it his apparent interest in the proceedings. The militiamen were unspectacular, and the 4 councillors had not changed, the gut-heavy Lord Governor in green velvet and jewels, grizzled Commander Tunner in dress armor, a Merchants Guild representative named Nareth who outshone the Lord Governor by sheer number of accessories, and the prim and quite sedate Madame Ile-Rien, whom Saravi gathered was a representative of the aristocracy. Saravi disliked both the commander and the governor, and they had made it clear they felt the same. The other two were civilians and thus of little consequence, though he appreciated that they listened more than they spoke. Still, if he'd had his way, he would have ignored the summons. He did not understand the need for yet another fruitless shouting match. At least the tea was strong. "We need the limits of your authority in writing, Captain," nagged the Lord Governor for what felt like the 1000th time. The rings on his fingers sent scintillations through the room every time he jabbed at the pile of papers. "Your general may have set you up in our garrison, but he has not presented me with any sort of documentation detailing your purpose, your purview, or even your rank relative to my men." "The papers will be delivered once they have been drafted," said Saravi calmly. "For the moment, understand that my authority extends over the whole of the militia, including you, Commander. I do not intend to involve you in my operations, as I would rather you continue your standard policing duties, but if it is necessary, I will take command and deploy you as I see fit." It was mostly a bluff. Field Marshal Rackmar had laughed off his request for a writ of purpose, but bureaucrats, like wolves, sensed weakness and would attack relentlessly if he let on that he had no orders. The appearance of strength was essential. "You, a captain, are to command me," said Commander Tunner doubtfully. Despite his fancy armor, he had the steely eyes of a career soldier, and the gray that had overrun his beard only gave him more incentive to hold his ground against a usurper. Saravi could read the man's contempt in his look. "This city will chew you up and spit you out," but it did not rankle him. Privately he suspected Tunner was right. But orders were orders, and he knew how to handle soldiers. "As I said, Commander, I am not here to replace you, nor to particularly control you. I have my own mission against the shadow cult. However, should the call come from my general, I expect your full force at my disposal. Is that understood?" Commander Tunner did not blink, did not even narrow his eyes. "I hear you." Which translates to "in your dreams, interloper." Not unexpected. Not even unwelcome. It was good to know where he stood with these people. "But do you have any authority over the civilians?" said Guildsman Nareth, fiddling nervously with a few of his pearl-studded chains. He looked like a walking frill display, skinny but covered in them from collar to belt like a bird trying to make itself seem bigger, and while some of his jewelry appeared to be chains of office or guild badges or other semi-practical ornaments, the rest were overwrought gewgaws. He even wore some in his oiled and curled black hair. Saravi could hardly bear to look at him. Just one of his gaudy jewels could have paid a soldier's salary for a year. But that was the lure of these men, these beady-eyed merchants and petty lords, flaunting their silver and gilt with such abandon. Scryer Mako had chattered something about elected officials and garb of station earlier, but Saravi could not fathom it. All he saw were well-born fools. "I have authority over civilians inasmuch as your militia does," he said, trying to focus on the man's flat nose and not his jewelry. Beneath the glitter and powder, he was plain-looking, loose in the neck, older than he seemed. "If they behave criminally in our sight, we will arrest them. If they assault us, we will respond with commensurate force. However, we are not interested in policing them, and we will not be hunting heretics. Only the shadow cult." "I believe he is concerned about the confiscation of merchant wares," said Madame Ile-Rien, "though I appreciate your disinterest in persecuting us." Saravi inclined his head to her. Unlike the men, he could look at her for more than a moment without being dazzled by reflections. Not to say that she was unlovely, for a woman of late middle age, she had weathered the years well, sweet-faced and with less paint and corsetry than the guildsman or the governor. Her gown, a deep brown that matched her eyes and dyed hair, seemed almost aggressively plain against the men's attire, her only accessory a bronze marriage band on her ring finger. "We will not confiscate wares belonging to anyone other than the shadow cult," said Saravi. "With that said, if we discover that someone is hiding cult property, or supplying or being supplied by them, we will do what is necessary to break that chain. The Crimson Claw has no interest in disrupting your businesses, but if you aid our enemy, you become our enemy." "And if a civilian aids a cultist?" said Madame Ile-Rien. "Any who aid the cult are enemies of the Empire, madam. But if they do not fight, they will not be harmed. Only incarcerated. Yes. And their kin? And the kin of the supposed cultists? How many Ile-Riens do you intend to lock away, Captain? All of them, if necessary. But that was wishful thinking. He had neither the manpower nor the space for a mass incarceration, and no interest in taking control of the debtor's jail to expand his options. I do not intend to lock away anyone. The choice to misbehave is in their hands, but I would rather they stay out of our business so that we can stay out of theirs. As for the shadow cultists, we will not be incarcerating them. We have other orders. Executions? Said Guildsman Nereth. That is completely uncivilized. They are the sworn enemies of the Imperial Light, and so the Light will scour them of their misdeeds. Either by the axe or at the palace. But to persecute them simply because of their faith. For the greater part of 2 years, we have restrained ourselves, said Saravi. But the situation has changed. I warn you, here and now, to cut your ties with the shadow cult. If you do so, we shall have no reason to target you. It is in all of our interests to cooperate, so that your dark-touched ways may transition to those of the light in peace. And if that is not possible? Said Madame Ile-Rien. Then I imagine we will all do as we must. Lips thinned, eyes narrowed. Saravi's skin prickled. He knew it was dangerous to make such threats, but if they pushed him, he would follow through. 213 men under his command, and he would take on the whole city with them. You're a fool, Captain, said the Lord Governor. You were a fool when first we met, and you seem determined to top that now. But so be it. If that is the Crimson Claw's new policy, we will act accordingly. I expect to see your papers as soon as they arrive. Of course, said Saravi, setting his cup down and pushing to his feet. Though this had been far more civil than usual, he had no desire to stay. He had too much work ahead. Drafting his own orders not the least of it. If you will excuse me then, sirs, madam. I assume you will send for me as needed. Indeed, said the Lord Governor. And just like that, the 4 counselors turned away to bicker amongst themselves. The cold shoulder could not have been more obvious. Only the militiaman and Houndmaster Keyleth still watched him, the latter with a smirk on his lips. Saravi took a moment to adjust his uniform coat, then tugged the winged star pendant to the fore. Brushing it into place atop the coat, he stared at Keyleth and saw the illusion peel away, the man's mouth becoming a slice and white chitin, his eyes dark beads, his hair a crest of spikes. As if sensing Saravi's perception, Keyleth closed one eye in a slow, insolent wink. Irritated, Saravi let the vision fade, but left the pendant out. He had no need to hide. At his gesture, one of his bodyguards opened the door, and he strode out with Scryer Mako on his heels and the bodyguards stepping swiftly in his wake. Beyond, the council house seemed almost palatial, thunder-cloaked marble floors, stained glass windows and chandeliers, imported rainbow-wood furniture and copious amounts of gilt, all burnished by the morning glow. Its luxury made his jaw clench. 2 militiamen lurked at the bottom of the main staircase, and Saravi cast them an evaluating glance as he descended with his escorts. They seemed uneasy, and from the way their eyes flicked from each other then up to him, he felt a sudden regret for not pulling on his chainmail this morning. Sir, Captain sir? Said one of them as he set foot on the main floor. He paused, and immediately his lancer bodyguards bracketed him, Scryer Mako at his back. Yes? He said, considering their faces. There was something familiar. I'm Van Rinher, said the first, and this is Johnny Beltras. You? We were down in the tunnels with you lot when you fought those metal things, sir. You dragged us into the room. I dunno if you remember. Staring at their anxious, earth-dark faces, Saravi saw again the metal plate dropping to seal off the exit, saw the copper and iron statues come to life. Saw the gore that shellacked the hallway when they finally raised the barrier again. 2 militiamen out of the nearly 20 that had followed him down. I remember, he said tightly. That is, we saw you lot were back in town, but there wasn't time before now to come and, he trailed off awkwardly, then stuck his hand out. We just wanted to say thank you, sir. Caution, came Squire Mako's thought whisper, but he already knew what this was. Beltras hovered at his comrade's shoulder, hands hidden, and Rinher himself had half-turned when he offered his hand, his left concealed behind his back. Even the offering, a shake instead of a soldier's fist bump, spelled deception. Rinher meant to clasp his right arm and hold him while one or both of them stabbed. With 2 lancers beside him and a mage at his back. It was suicide. He had a better idea, and offered his fist. For a moment, Rinher just stared at it as if unable to comprehend a change of plan. Then his fingers curled, and he reached to knock knuckles, something in his eyes so hollow that it pained Sarabi not to kill him and end the suffering that had apparently brought him here. Beltras made a dismayed sound and stepped forward, blade slipping past Rinher's side to come at Sarabi's chest. Sarabi back-fisted him across the jaw before he could get close, and the man staggered and nearly fell on the polished floor. What the said Lancer Garrison, but Lancer Serenel, the sharper of the bodyguards, was already in motion, breezing past Sarabi's shoulder to slam Beltras off his feet. The militiaman went down and Serenel dropped on top of him, one plated knee flattening his knife hand to the floor while the other hit his solar plexus and both hands clamped on his neck. A moment later, Lancer Garrison tackled the still-staring Rinher, evidently not wanting to be left out. Sarabi watched them long enough to determine that Serenel was not actively strangling Beltras, just threatening in a low tone, and that Garrison had stopped punching Rinher when the militiaman dropped his own knife. Then he looked up the stairs to where the Balerian counselors stood aghast. Sirs, madam, I apologize, he told them, but it seems I have an incident report to write. If you will excuse us. On cue, both lancers hauled both militiamen to their feet, and Sarabi turned to lead them onward. No objections followed. Well, that was interesting, murmured Squire Mako in his mind as servants dragged the main doors open. You could have halted them, said Sarabi aloud. Yes, but you ignored my warning. Therefore you deserved it. Emerging into the light, Sarabi exhaled heavily. If this was what he had to look forward to, he almost wished he had let the guards stab him. Giving you a look is not a fight-worthy offense, said Lynchard. Nothing is a fight-worthy offense. My honor. Your honor is not a fight-worthy offense. Lancer's storm follower glared at him. Short for a Jernizan, he nevertheless bore all the hallmarks of that proud people, the fair hair, the tawny leather skin, the bull-headed domineering arrogance. If they hadn't been the best horsemen in the company, Lynchard would gladly have pitched all the Jernizan off a cliff, storm follower first. My honor is all I have, storm follower said darkly. Hog crap. Lynchard slapped the pile of incident reports on his desk, where he stood because he couldn't be angry and sit still at the same time. You still have all your teeth, though light knows why. You still have most of the skin on your back, though not for long. You still have your piking fingers. Do you want to lose some of those? The Jernizan ringleader's eyes narrowed, as did those of the 3 men behind him. Lynchard switched tactics. Your fight is not with your fellow blazes. Lieutenant Arlen will investigate the supposed provocation. Faye. And handle the Drixie, but it's your responsibility to handle yourself. If you can't, then it's Corporal Vislin's job. If he can't, then it's mine. One of the Jernison at the wall murmured something disparaging to his neighbor, and they both sneered. Lynchard lost his cool. Setter. He snapped. Kade. You have given your allegiance to the Empire, and we do not tolerate infighting. I don't know how they do it in Jernizan, but I don't have to flog you. I can just send for the scryer and she'll twist your minds into nice obedient knots. Believe me, you don't want her in there. They fell silent at that, and Storm Follower flushed red, not from anger but from ugh, though Lynchard. Corporal Vislin, he said slowly, looking to the dark-haired man who stood a few paces from the Lancers, this altercation took place where? Outside the velvet sheath, said the corporal, plainly amused. Lynchard rubbed his temples with his fingers. So when you say your honor, storm follower, you mean the Drixie insulted you in front of the velvet sheath women? They said. I don't want the details, Lancer. Was it in front of the women or not? Storm follower fidgeted, arrogance punctured. He was young, Lynchard reminded himself. Barely past his majority. Yeah. The place was closing up. They don't allow morning visits. The Drixie were coming out, and they said. I don't care. Why were you there? There's this one girl, Dahlia, she's southern, she asked me to come back after the first courting, right, but we had the dawn shift so we were just gonna swing by. During patrol time. It was on the ride out. I was just gonna say hoy, holler up at her window. Because you're courting. Lynchard scanned the other Jernison. I suppose you all think you have girlfriends now. One of them, Janison Setter, flushed. The other two looked awkward. Off to the side, Corporal Vislin was twitching with the effort not to laugh. Cautiously, Lynchard continued, so, do you not know what a prostitute is? Storm follower leaned forward, suddenly intense. The corporal says they're loose women. Unattached. We don't have any unattached women in Jernison. Soon as a girl hits marriageable age, one of the lords buys her up and no one else can touch her. Sir, we came here and signed on with your empire because you've got women all over the place, running free. And so now, since we've got some money, we're gonna use it. You paid them, then? Of course. Dowries are essential, . Corporal Vislin made a choking sound and covered his mouth. In any other place, Lynchard would have laughed too, but these were his men now and all he felt was aggravation. All right, I see the problem, he said, and we're going to have a long talk, but not at this moment. The four of you are still getting a whipping, do you understand? That's what you get when you fight. And you are not betrothed. We're gonna get your dowries back, minus whatever costs you incurred, and then you're gonna have to demonstrate to me that you understand Eastern ways before I let you visit them again. Sneering, Lancer Tykade said, Eastern ways, like men fucking each. Don't make me call the scryer. Now get out. The Lancers saluted desultorily and slunk off. Lynchard waited 5 heartbeats after the door clicked shut, then looked to Vislin, who was braced against the wall and shaking like a leaf. They don't know about prostitutes? He said wearily. Corporal Vislin burst into guffaws, barely able to hold himself upright. A few times, he tried to speak through them, but never managed more than a word before the snickers took hold, doubling him over and eventually forcing him to the ground. Hands braced on his desk, Lynchard just stared at his former lover, wondering what he'd ever seen in this man. Finally the giggles turned to wheezes, and the wheezes to recuperating breaths, and Lynchard said, I hate you, Cambriel. This is what I have to deal with all day, every day, said the corporal, clambering awkwardly to his feet. Ow, my sides. I'm pretty sure you bring it upon yourself. Fie. I'm a paragon of virtue. Vislin flashed him a grin, eyes gleaming with gleeful tears, and Lynchard reflected that it would probably be best to throw Vislin off the cliff first, or else hear his laughter echo back forever. It would be a tough fight. Vislin was wiry and quick and mean as an adder, even in the throes of humor. His smirk was etched so deeply into his face that it might well have been part of his skull, and the big Darrenwain eyes that made him seem initially endearing could flash hot with hate in an instant. As he raked his short hair back, the edges of black tattoos peeked out from beneath his sleeves. Seriously, you haven't explained? Said Lynchard. What am I, their father? Their corporal, . I can't help it. You know my tongue. Lynchard gave him a dirty look. They had been together during the Jernison campaign but parted by mutual consent, Vislin's promotion from Lancer to Corporal providing a smooth exit from a relationship that had grown toxic. Vislin liked to hone his wit on others' hides and Lynchard couldn't stand to be a whetstone. Lynchard held grudges and cultivated enemies and Vislin just laughed everything off. They were much better now that they were apart. And still Lynchard wanted to throttle him. "I swear, I have tried," said Vislin, swiping at his eyes. "But they still think they can buy the women outright, as brides. Look, if you can't handle them, I can shuffle people around. I heard that crack Taike tried to make." Vislin shrugged. "That's half my fault. I mince it up just because they react. Cambry. I know. I should set a proper example. But it's not like I got here on good behavior, and I won't even ask what you did to become lieutenant." Lynchard stared at him until he said, "I'm kidding." "I'm kidding, you know I respect you." "Do I?" "Arelyn, shit, I." From down below came the bang of the great doors, accompanied by shouted questions. Lynchard straightened. He knew trouble when he heard it, and he'd rather face that than resurrect old problems. "That's lieutenant shit to you," he grumbled as he stalked to the door. Vislin snorted, and then they were out to the hall, to the balcony, to the stairs, to join in on this newest fiasco. Chapter 4, Conversion. No matter how much she prayed, Amala Cray could not find answers. "Be at peace," said the woman beside her, who called herself Vreen Damiel. Pale and placid, she seemed almost comfortable in the white robe she had been put into, though by her words she belonged in a trifold Mother Matriarch's brown dress. At her side lay her husband Sobin, his head in her lap, her fingers soothing his heavy brow. He was unselfconsciously naked, having torn his robe apart when he shifted forms to try to mangle their captors, yet even in the form of a great bear he had failed, and lapsed back into human shape in this deep gloom. Now he stared at the white wall without expression, trapped as the rest of them. Amala grimaced and let her hands fall from their position. "How can I do so when there is no hope for us?" "There may yet be," said Vreen, but her smile was sad, and her gaze moved from Amala to the old woman, and then to the children. Amala looked to them as well. Her mother-in-law, Mygotha Cray, slept heavily at her side, parchment-like eyelids flickering erratically. One wrist was roughly splinted, but around that, her bony arm showed the bruises of their captors' grips, too strong for mortal men. Her children huddled a few steps away, whispering to each other, Iselina and Eden, one 13, the other 10, both with their dead father's determination etched on their faces. It hurt her heart. Like her and Vreen and Mygotha, they wore prisoners' robes and nothing else. No slippers, no undergarments, not even their protective braided cords. All they'd owned was gone, leaving them entombed in this exitless white chamber. Whether they were here to await some punishment or simply to starve to death, Amala did not know. Her children wanted to fight for their lives. But if Sogan the bear could not triumph, how could they? "Amala. Seek your calm center," said Vreen, offering a hand. Amala clasped it and tried to derive some comfort from the priestess's presence, but all she felt was fear. For herself, for her children, for her homeland, and for all those who had been brought here before her. In this, the imperial palace, so many others must have met their doom. "The goddess cannot see us through the interference of our enemy," said Vreen, "but we can never belong to him. If we die, we will return to our place in her heart. As long as you remain true in your faith, you cannot be separated from her, nor from those who share your devotion." "I want to believe that," murmured Amala. "It is a part of the gods' pact. They cannot keep those who belong to another. Yes, we face our end here, but only our mortal end. Our souls will go on in her keeping." Amala tried to smile, but it felt deeply rueful. The priestess meant well, and she appreciated the honesty. She was just glad the children weren't listening. And perhaps. Vreen trailed off, drawing Amala's eye, but the priestess was just looking at the nil space where the door had once been. "Perhaps this is not death," she said finally. "One of my sons is here. Malin, my youngest, who had been declared lost. I saw him only briefly, in that terrible armor, but we have never known much of the deep workings of the Empire. Perhaps there is a chance." "Perhaps," Amala echoed, but she couldn't believe that either. This place was too strange, too alive, for her to hold out hope of escape, and its inhabitants too fanatical for any hope of leniency. She barely knew why she was here. Because she had sheltered that boy cub? Because she had shown a modicum of resistance to that crimson officer. Such petty reasons, and now her youngest daughter had been torn from her, and her eldest son slain, and the two who remained of the six she had borne might well die before her eyes. She wanted to clasp them to her chest, to weep, to beg for their young lives, but she knew that any such act would break her. She had to be strong for them, and dignified, for there would be no mercy. A ripple passed through the chamber, and she yanked her hand from Vrien's in alarm. Like startled hares, all the others went still and watchful, except for Mygotha, who twitched awake and sat up with a garbled oath. The place where the door had been suddenly dimpled outward, then split into an oblong opening. Voices drifted in. Father's orders all the time? Never once deviate? This is nonsensical, and you know it. You have to. The conversion rate is 1 in 10, so if all our armies... Your Highness, please. We have a task. I know we do. But... Amala rose slowly. From the gap in the wall, a row of blank white helms stared at her, but behind them were two bare-headed men, a tall, handsome blonde, and a scarred old fellow with a white right eye. The old fellow beckoned curtly, and the front-line soldiers entered the chamber. Since Amala was already on her feet, two simply bracketed her, while others hoisted Mygotha and Vrien and Sogan up. One each took custody of the children. Through the gap, the blond man stared aghast. This is the task? Women and children? Yes, Highness. No, leave them there. We need to talk with my father. Highness, you may be the heir, but within the White Flame you are a mere lieutenant. You cannot give me orders. I speak with you as a courtesy only. I don't accept that. And if you try to put me in a cell again, we are allowed to discipline you, Highness. Because that piker Rakmar said so? Because your father authorized it. Please. I do not mean to antagonize you. I am only doing my job. Can't you see what this job is? Sacrifices must be made, Highness. You know that. Redemption through service, purification through sacrifice, Amala thought sourly. The foolishness that boy Cobb had believed. The soldiers nudged her forward, and she lifted her chin and obeyed. She would not entertain them by resisting. The others made way, the unhelmed men moving to the fore. Is this Rakmar's idea? Said the blonde, and she suddenly recognized the name, the grinning, bearded man she and her family had been presented to in Baller. The one who had claimed her daughter Giselle. He is our commander, said the one-eyed man blandly. Most everything is his idea. He isn't even here. You don't have to. Highness, I will report this. No, actually, yes. You report to Rakmar, I'll contact Ankelan, and we can get all of this hog crap sorted. So put them back in the cell. Highness. Amala's brows arched. The blond man kept casting looks back at them. He seemed youngish, but perhaps it was just the transparency of his emotions. They were written all over his face: discomfort, anger, bitterness, guilt. Unlike the others, whose armor seemed form-fitted and somehow organic, his was white enameled metal, and it creaked as he shifted on his feet. I'm serious, he said. I want to call a formal court session. This is my empire too. I'm not sure your father would see it that. A roar filled the hallway, deafening at such close range. Startled, Amala lurched forward as the area behind her became a sudden frenzy of claws and fur, white swords and armor. She heard Vrien scolding in a high voice and Mygotha shrieking imprecations, but when she turned, the hall was too full of bear to see either of them. Or the children. Her heart leapt. A soldier grabbed her by the arms and shoved her face first against the white wall. Luminescent, it yielded to her slightly, like a firm cushion. She wanted to kick and twist and scratch and spit at her captor, but already her shoulders burned from how he twisted them, so she watched with one eye as the white flame soldiers brought Sogan down again, his great bulk constricted by tightening white nets. Beyond him, Vreen stood composed, a soldier gripping each arm. My Gotha was in another's clasp, kicking and hollering, and down the hall another man hoisted Eden by the waist to carry him back to the group. Yet another white flame jogged toward the far bend in the hall. Iselina was gone. As the commander cursed then began to bark orders, Amala hazarded a smile. They were condemned and helpless and far from home, but perhaps one of them could escape. Perhaps one would be enough. Well, no, this isn't what I expected when I signed on, but it's better than the alternative, said the black-robed man across the table. Warder Jared Iskeen forked another piece of scrambled egg from his plate and offered it to the goblin in his lap. Still shy of this whole situation, Rian nevertheless bit the food off the tines, then curled his long hands even tighter into Jared's robe. And what was the alternative? Said Jared, trying to resist the urge to pry into his companion's thoughts. The man Taran Enwick, as he had introduced himself when Jared had moved in next door's side and planted his misshapen chin in an equally malformed palm, twiddling his own fork between fingers like sausages. They sat at the quiet end of a long stone table in the commissary, where everything still smelled of sulfur but less so and the heat was almost bearable. The balcony over the magma chamber was a good 3 rooms away, and sometimes a tepid breeze came through the vents in the ceiling to disperse the stink. Death, said Enwick. Painful, lingering death. The kind not even that healing goddess or the light can stave off. Death bite. Jared gestured toward his face, not sure how to address it otherwise. This stuff, yes, said Enwick, reaching with his better hand to trace the boundaries of the dark masses. Bulbous and veined, they covered the right side of his face from brow to chin, sealing his right eye and deforming that side of his mouth into immobility. The nodules and discoloration continued down his neck to the collar of his robe and further. When I answered the call, it wasn't this ugly. But it was painful. It isn't now. Is it numb? He numbed it? No, I feel everything, it just doesn't hurt. And I have to say that's pretty good payment even without the benefits. Jared looked to his own hands, then the goblin in his lap. For the past several days, he had been living as a guest of Inquisitor Archmagus Ankelin, who was also the necromancer Morshak and also the grand architect of the citadel at Valent. This chamber, as well as the rest of the complex, had been shaped into the bowels of the citadel at the time of its raising, and seemed to draw power from the lake of magma that had provided its building material. A lake that was supposed to have been cooled. Just one more lie in the great deception he had uncovered, but none of it with a clear purpose. Like this, the commissary full of black-robed, deformed and growth-riddled individuals, male and female, from nearly all the lands he could name plus several ogrekin and some suspiciously furry folk. All eating their overly sulfuric eggs and porridge and drinking their tea, chit-chatting as if it was normal to be here in the basement of the Silent Circle, in service to its most treacherous enemy. It made Jared's head hurt. If I had a lick of good sense, I'd leave, he thought, but his healed hands anchored him here. Every time he looked at them, he remembered the Gold Army's torture and the Circle's inability to protect him. He needed answers, not just to why he was alive and mended, but why Rian was alive, and why Ankelin had taken them in without imposing any bonds. What he wanted. What he expected them to do for him. You regretting your choice? Said Enwick. Jared looked up into the knowing gaze of the misshapen man's good eye. No, he said, not sure of the truth. Just confused. He takes in strays, you know. You look like you count. Mentalist, right? Which is strange, because he hates mentalists, but maybe you're special. He controls the Inquisition, how can he hate them? It's more like he hates them, so he controls them. Don't you think? Jared looked away. Out of the whole crowd, he was the only one not in black, the only one visibly normal, and the only mentalist, easy to tell by the complete lack of mind shields. And though Ankelin controlled the Inquisition and its mentalists, he wasn't one himself. He wasn't even readable. No shields, just emptiness. But he controls you too, said Jared. Doesn't seem like he hates you. Enwick chuckled, thick and liquid in his malformed throat. He doesn't control us, he shelters us. You think we can go around looking like this? A couple of us, yes, the ones who don't have it all over their faces, but the rest, he shrugged lopsidedly. There's only one thing he wants of us, and we're all willing to give it, else we wouldn't be here. The rest of the time, this is a hospice, not a cage. And what does he want? Killers. He said it so calmly that for a moment Jared could only blink. Then he swallowed and reached for his tea. It tasted of sulfur like everything else here, but at least it wet his mouth. Killers, he echoed finally. MHM. Aimed at, who? Enwick shrugged again, picking at the remains of his food. Mages, mostly. He doesn't tell us much, and we don't ask, not that we're scared of him, just he likes his privacy, his secrets. And us, we don't care as long as we get to keep living. That's why we're here. Entombed under the citadel forever. That's living? Oh, we get out sometimes. Stretch our legs, fresh air and the like. And you kill for him. Yep. You, personally? 6 times so far. So, to fight mages, you must be a mage yourself. An evoker, a warder? The look Enwick gave him was oddly pitying. Do I look like a mage? He said, gesturing to his plain robe. Do I look like I can wiggle these fingers through whatever intricacies you people do? No, but it's not your kind of magic. This stuff, this malignancy, he said, tapping his face, it was eating me, but now it's coexisting. It used to hurt so bad, but now that's gone, and having no pain after years of it gnawing at my insides is just, his good eye glittered and his jaw tightened slightly, visible even beneath the masses. And I can use it. Like a muscle, I can flex it, relax it, strike with it. He's blessed me. Whatever he wants, I'll give it. Jared sat back, unsettled. He had light mind shields up to block others' thoughts but leave him sensitive to danger, and the sharpening of Enwick's mood went right through them. In his lap, Rien made a sound of query, and he ran a palm over the goblin's bald head to soothe him. You know he's using you, he said despite his better judgment. You're just a sword in Ankeelan's hand. Heh, well, I'm a sword with a girlfriend in no pain. Where's the downside, Dot? You have a girlfriend? She's on a mission now. You'll know when she gets back. The walls aren't that thick. A vision of malformed flesh meshing in near darkness. Jared yanked up a thicker mind shield before his stomach could turn. Enwick's leer told him more than he wanted to know even without projected memories. That's lovely for you, he said. But what mages? Why? Don't know, don't care. 2 of mine were yellow robes, there was 1 woman in green, and then 3 plainclothes. I thought you people weren't allowed to do that. Oh, and I heard a couple of us got to fight some wraiths the other day. Wish I'd been in on that. You hear stories about them and you think light, so scary, right? Probably even as a mage, since Ankeelan says they're the ones who taught people magic in the first place. But like this, we can wreck them as easily as anyone else, and just the power in that, he exhaled happily. I mean, I was a farmer before this, cowering in fear of just the rumor of them. They used to steal people right out of their houses, you know. Fly over and just take them. But surely it's suicide to fight them, said Jared, horrified. He had never even seen a wraith. To attack one. Well, neighbor, how about you toss some magic at me and I show you how it's done? No, that's quite all right. Enwick grinned, his teeth white in the mottled mess of his mouth. Smart man. Ankeelan calls it his new magic, his equalizer. Better and more stable than that wraith shit everyone else uses, just needs to be prettied up a bit. And, you can tell me this? What do I care? You're here, you have eyes. You're inside the secret Iskeen, and you're a Mindraper. Not like we can keep it from you. Jared grimaced. While that was technically true, he could think of no reason for Ile-Rien to let him run unhindered through his secret lair, questioning his gregarious minions. He could call Sanctuary at any time and go straight to Warder Archmagus Farcry with his knowledge. It would be a one-way trip, but at least he would be free. Not safe, but free. And yet for all that he had seen, he understood nothing about Ile-Rien or his plans. Targeting gold mages and wraiths? Controlling the Inquisition but using no inquisitors in his work? Hiding an army in the depths of the Citadel yet bickering with the Valen Council as one of them? Making new magic? How could he leave without understanding why? I don't mean to pry, he said uncomfortably. Or for either of us to get on his bad side. Enwick snorted. He's all bad side, Iskeen. If he hasn't killed you, it's not because he's biding his time. He just doesn't feel like it. That's not at all reassuring. Ha! Sorry, but... Iskeen. The call cut through the murmur of the crowd like a knife. Spine rack stiff, Jared turned his head to see Ile-Rien beckoning from the entry, an impatient look on his face. Oh, good luck, said Enwick as Jared slowly stood, Rien clambering up his robe to cling to his back. Maybe you've got a Mindraper mission. Maybe, Jared murmured, then swallowed his fear and approached. I have a use for you, said Ile-Rien as he got close. He looked the same as always, white face, black hair, black and indigo robes, all a bit rumpled as if he knew neither comb nor flatiron, but the set of his jaw was tight. Stressed. His pale gaze glided over Jared almost unseeingly, then paused on Rien. Without the goblin. Go on, back to Enwick, Jared murmured, trying to shrug off Rien's pinching hands. Finish my breakfast, it'll be all right, dot. For a moment Rien clung tighter, hissing some kind of goblin curse in his ear, but then the pointy digits relaxed and the goblin sprang from his shoulder to the closest table, hopping over plates and mugs on his way back to their neighbor. Mutters followed him but no one spoke up. With their master in the room, they knew better. Come, said Ile-Rien, and set off at a swift clip down the hall. Jared struggled to pace him, taller and longer-legged but not nearly as vehement. The black basalt corridors all looked the same, but as he followed the necromancer through the many twists, he felt the temperature slowly drop and knew they were headed toward the laboratory. The thought made his stomach curdle, and he was glad he had not eaten much. What? Is it that you wish of me? He said, staring at the back of the necromancer's head. For nearly 2 corridors, Ile-Rien gave no answer. Then, as the obsidian laboratory doors came in sight, irising open at Ile-Rien's approach, he said, just listen. Anything else and you'll probably die. Heart in his throat, Jared trailed the necromancer through the door into the frigid laboratory, past the slabs of corpses, to a portal frame already glimmering with energy. Ile-Rien reached out as he strode forward, and the instant his fingertips touched it, it sprang open, a doorway into a matte white chamber. Keep close, said Ile-Rien, already crossing. Against all sanity, Jared followed. Iselina Cray did not know where she was, only that there had to be an exit somewhere. So she kept running. Everything was white, the walls, the floor, the ceiling, with a constant glow like sunshine through clouds. It was disorienting and infuriating, and as she clipped corners and rebounded from walls that her depth perception had insisted were further away, she sensed her pursuer still behind her, slow but relentless. How she could feel him, she did not know, but she clung to it. It was her only advantage. Just days ago she had been free, and she was determined to be so again. The Imperials had lied to her, tricked her, she had given up information on that runaway slave Cobb and been promised a reward, and this was most certainly not it. She felt like she could claw this whole place apart if only she could find a crack to fit her nails in, but there were no such cracks. The walls were too horribly perfect. Her path twisted, spiraled, split apart and reconverged. It was like some massive demented maze, and she had no clue how far she'd gone or why she'd yet to see another chamber. Her sides ached, her leg muscles burned. Barefoot, she felt the tacky firmness of the floor with every step, not yielding but not quite solid. Nothing made sense, but there had to be an exit. Everything had an exit. You would abandon your family? Whispered her conscience. Nana, Mother, Eden? They'd had their chance to run. It wasn't her fault. In all the white on white, she barely saw the corner ahead, and just managed to skid to a stop before she could impact the far wall. Momentum arrested, she glimpsed her pursuer in the corner of her eye, his long strides eating up her back trail, blank helm following her every move. Heart thundering, she flung herself around the corner and down the hallway beyond, wishing she had never seen Cobb, wishing that he had died before he could meet them. Jared's head ached after only a moment in the new place. The entry chamber was featureless but for the portal frame and its protective array, every other surface blank. Ankeelan strode forward seemingly at random, and as an opening formed in the wall ahead of him, Jared saw a tunnel-like white corridor beyond, bending away into a contrast-less distance. But it was not Jared's eyes that bothered him. It was his mind. Even with shields up, he felt surrounded in a way that would normally indicate a teeming crowd, only there was no one here. No visitors in the portal room, none in the corridor, no reason for him to be hearing any thoughts. All about the light, the beautiful light. He drew up another mind shield and tried to ignore the cold sweat that prickled his skin. If this was what Ankeelan meant by listening, then he could do that. And if he did nothing else, Ankeelan had said he would be fine. Well, not in those words. Where is this? He managed as the voices dampened slightly. The Imperial Palace. His breath caught in his throat. As a lukewarm follower of the Imperial light, he had never been here, never even imagined being here. It was not what he had expected. Though it explained the content of the thoughts. I would not have brought you, but I need information, said Ankeelan, still striding at a confident clip. Not probing anyone, you're in enough danger just by being here. Only surface thoughts, projections, whatever it is you call those things. And you can't bring an inquisitor? Iskeen, I am not a mentalist. Yes, but you're the figurehead. Dispenser of orders. I can neither sense nor vet their work, and must accept their loyalty on faith, which I don't. You are less opaque. But we should discuss this later. Less opaque? Thought Jared nervously. Did Ankeelan suspect his intention to take his knowledge to the Valiant Council? Of course he did, there was no other reason for Jared to stay. So why did Ankeelan tolerate it? Because it's what he wants. But that was ridiculous. Going to such great effort to build the hidden lair, the mad conspiracy, only to give its secret away. He fell back slightly as he mulled it over, the necromancer striding ahead like an ink blotch in a world of blank paper. None of the possibilities made any sense, and if his freedom hinged on him discovering the truth, then he was in trouble. He had the magic to pry it from anyone else, but Ankeelan's mind was inaccessible. Except a thread of anger floated at the edge of his shields, and it did not belong to him. Warily, Jared let the empathic portion of his reception shields fall. What washed in was not thought but a melange of emotions, reverence, devotion, agonized joy strung through by a much closer strand of simmering rage. It was strange, though, it did not radiate from Ankeelan, but seemed to attenuate into the distance as if it was being projected at him from afar. Almost like a psychic assault, but feeding the necromancer rather than attacking him. Then something else caught Jared's senses, an arrow of anger-tipped terror moving perpendicular to them at some speed. He blinked back to reality just as the hallway warped in front of them, cutting their previously straight path into a blind corner. Pike your constant tinkering, Arades, cursed Ankeelan as he swung around it. Surprise led both psychic signatures. It took only a few steps for Jared to reach the corner, but in that time he felt a cascade of emotions from Ankeelan, recognition, question, paranoia, then a sick sink of resignation. From the other came alternating waves of hope and fear, and as Jared stepped into the newly joined hall, he heard her say, "Help me, can you help me?" She was halfway down the hall, poised like a deer, her simple robe blending with the architecture so that her deep tan hands and face, her long black hair, seemed to float within the white nothingness. And she was young, the prime age for the mentalist spark he felt in her. Ankeelan stood with hands at his sides, facing her, and though Jared could not see his expression, he felt it. Bitter acceptance. The girl looked back as if expecting pursuit, then took another step toward them, her gaze going past Ankeelan to Jared himself. Please. A movement behind her, a white armored guard turning the far corner. Ankeelan's hand rose, limned in blue-black energy, and Jared knew he was going to kill her. Instinctively he grabbed for the necromancer's shoulder. His fingers passed through an envelope of frigid air to one of heat before striking and activating a ward. As his grip slid off, he braced himself for death, his own or the girl's. But Ankeelan stopped, and cut a sharp look at Jared. The girl had turned around and was backing toward them, the guard approaching methodically, almost mechanically. They were nearly out of room. She's a proto-mentalist, Jared blurted. Claim her for the Inquisition. Ankeelan's scarred right brow arched, and Jared felt his resignation mutate into gleeful spite. Looking forward, he snapped, "Halt in the name of me." The girl made a quizzical sound, but the guard stopped in his tracks, featureless helm turning to regard the necromancer. Striding forward, Ankeelan gestured to the girl and said, "As per the agreement between the Silent Circle and the risen Phoenix Emperor, I claim this one for training. Surrender her to me and get back to your post." For a moment, the guard stood rigid, and Jared had the dim sense that he was listening to something. Then he gave a nod and turned around, utterly indifferent to his defeat. "Now, girl," Ankeelan started, but the girl brushed past him and started running again. Jared gawped after her, too startled to grab, but before she was a yard past him he felt a cold thread whip by. Her surprise and fear slapped him as she collapsed, legs locked. "Iskeen. You advocated for her." "Get her under control," said Ankeelan. Jared looked from the necromancer to the girl, now wiggling on the floor and cursing as her legs refused to work. I don't know how to handle children." The necromancer stared at him. Hurriedly, Jared moved to the girl's side. Calm, he said, projecting peace toward the furnace of her mind. "Let me go." She shrieked. "You asked for help. We're trying to give it." He was loath to touch her, loath to push the empathy further. The first rule of mentalism was the avoidance of direct emotional alteration. Subtle influence was acceptable, but the use of force could injure both subject and mage. And she was dangerous. Close now, he saw her mind coiled like a spring, not a strong talent, but compressed so tight with hate and terror that it was just a matter of time before she broke her shell in a wave of psychic shrapnel. This was why the Inquisition had been formed. Not to police minds, but to find the proto-mentalists hidden in the general population, those rare, spontaneous talents that could wipe out entire communities if left unidentified. Jared had been detected young, sent to Valent young, long before the psychic pressure could get to him. This girl was not the oldest proto-mentalist he had seen, but certainly the most pent-up. "It will be all right. We'll get you out of here," he tried. "No you won't, you liar. Pervert. Creep. Stay away from me." "Calm, girl," he said, then realized he was projecting his nerves onto her. The last thing he needed was to get into a feedback loop with an explosive type. Sitting back, he took a deep breath and tried again. "We're here for a meeting, and if you want to leave with us, you need to settle down and follow along like an attendant." "Would that work, Archmagus?" Ankeelan had his back turned, watching the way the guard had gone. "Call me master." "But yes." "Mouth shut, eyes down, hands to yourselves. Both of you, . The honorific tasted sour on his tongue, but he mumbled it nevertheless. "To the girl," he said, "you belong to the Inquisition now. You'll be fed, housed, educated like all mentalists, but in return you must obey the rules of the..." She spat in his face. Behind him, he heard a snort, and felt a curl of amusement from the pillar of impatience that was his master. Wiping his cheek, he considered a response, then reluctantly acknowledged the fear under the veneer of fury. He had been in those black depths before, choked by their sickening helplessness. "Master, please release whatever you've done," he said, and rose. Anchilan scoffed, but the fine chilly thread dissipated and the girl twitched, then rolled over and pushed up on her elbows. Her dark eyes still seethed, but when he offered his hands, she let him pull her up and did not fight when he took her by the arm. "Are we done, children?" said Anchilan. "Yes. I hope so. Then onward." And so they walked, with Jared keeping his grip on the girl lest she try to flee and the girl striding along with chin high as if he attended her. The festering anger ebbed as they retraced her steps, and as fear swelled in its place, he tried projecting calm again. It was easier now, but she soaked it up without impact, and her own emotions curdled his stomach. On impulse, he tried thinking at her. Proto-mentalists were often unreceptive, having instinctively built walls to block out others, but she seemed raw. Head bowed, eyes down like the master said, he tried. "I'm not sure who we're meeting, but they surely outrank us." She shot him a startled look, and he felt her try to think back at him, a murky, muddled attempt at a question. Guessing it, he thought, "My name is Jared Iskeen, and the man leading us is Inquisitor Archmagus Anchilan. He'll honor this deal, but for now we both need to blend in with the background." Truthfully, he was all but sure. Anchilan might sling them both onto the mortuary slabs once they returned to his lair, or else hand them over to the authorities here. But there was no way to escape. He couldn't even call sanctuary, not with the teleport blocks that cloaked this place. He had to follow. Another muffled attempt at a response. Jared smiled reassuringly. It had been a long time since he'd communicated with a fresh mind, but he knew it was a skill honed by use. She would get there eventually. He just hoped she wouldn't try anything stupid first. How long they walked, Jared could not tell. At last, the corridor widened into an entry hall, huge double doors standing open to a radiant chamber beyond. He focused past the girl's anxiety and sensed other minds within, and felt the sudden touch of other mentalists' probes. All he could see was a shifting sea of white on white until Anchilan strode into it, breaching the throng like a black ship. In the ripples of his passage, Jared glimpsed faces as disembodied as the girls had been in the hallway, white-hooded and white-robed people turning to look at the interlopers, their skin the only color in this bleached room, their movement creating a sense of motion without form. Swallowing hard, Jared crossed the threshold and nearly crumpled as a wave of awe and fervor crashed over him. His shields wavered beneath the force of what felt like thousands of people in the throes of religious rapture. Then the pinprick probes of those unseen mentalists drilled at him, and he forced himself to raise stronger shields, to get his senses under control. It took all that he had, but finally the crowd's joy receded to a background murmur. Only then did he notice the girl hanging from his arm, eyes glazed, face slack and overwhelmed. He forced his shields out to embrace her, thickening them until she blinked and struggled upright. Revulsion etched her features as she stared around at the pilgrims. Jared looked ahead to find Anchilan yards away, the path he had broken still clear. Dragging the girl in pursuit, he quick-stepped until the necromancer was close enough to touch, and only then spared a glance for the chamber. Hard to see, it gave the impression of breadth and high ceilings, flanks covered in great doors, a far end small in the distance and a near end rising like a terrace to the imperial throne. The emperor. Eyes that glowed like searchlights swung toward Jared and he immediately dropped his gaze, giving the girl a psychic yank to do the same. That kind of force was barely legal for a civilian mentalist, yet he knew by instinct that meeting the Emperor's gaze would be foolhardy, if not fatal, and she was his responsibility now. He felt her dizziness and confusion like an echo in his skull, and firmed his grip on her arm to steer her after Anchilan's black robe. His mind ticked over the details he had glimpsed. The Emperor, genially handsome, perhaps late middle-aged but showing little wear, in a plain robe and golden circlet, his fine pale hair and short beard kept neat. His eyes, those lambent circles. But there was something else, something beyond his appearance. Not the psychic absence or attenuation of Ile-Rien, nor the inscrutability of a well-shielded mentalist, but a strange sense of presence without thought, without emotion. Despite the smile lines around his mouth and the corners of his eyelids, the Emperor did not project anything. Beside him, on a lesser throne, was a woman. Jared could barely sense her, a shadow of a person. The Empress? And then he could not sense her at all, for as they neared the foot of the dais, Ile-Rien's hatred swelled around them like a smoky fire. Though still detached from the position of his body, it was not nearly as distant as before, and it held back the intense ambient worship of the crowd like a lantern against darkness. Listen, he had said, but it was impossible to perceive past his hate. Then suddenly it was gone, squelched to a background glow of contempt as a figure stepped between Ile-Rien and the dais. The worship surged into its place, and Jared blocked it out firmly. Ile-Rien, what is this? Said the interloper, voice strained. An escapee. And good morning to you too, Kade. How are the legs? Working. Thank you. The words came tightly clipped, and Jared peeked up past Ile-Rien's shoulder to the speaker. He was a tawny man in the armor of the palace guard, but it looked different on him, less form-fitting, and the helm in his hand had a proper visor. His strong jaw was tensed, his eyes dark-ringed despite the illusion pendant that gleamed at his throat. The huge leather-wrapped hilt of a greatsword protruded over his shoulder, its strap dividing the matte whiteness of his armor like a wound. And everything else? Ile-Rien said lightly. I haven't tried. What in pikes are you playing at, bringing these new assistants? Surely I'm allowed. Subtle emotions crossed the tawny man's face, and Jared cursed his shields for making them inscrutable. At any other time, he would have listened in, but doing so now would be like trying to catch a melody in an avalanche. He had no desire to go empathically deaf. Instead, he lowered his thought-specific shields just enough to check the people around him. With empathy locked down, the throne room was much calmer, a mob of robed petitioners just a faint hum of adoration and light beautiful light. Only a few minds stood out in contrast. The tawny man, Crown Prince Ile-Rien, apparently. The Empress on the dais, distinctly fractured. 5 agitated petitioners thinking variations on fight, flight, and oh no Isolina. 3 mentalists under heavy shields. The strangeness of the Emperor. And Ile-Rien. Without the miasma of his mood as concealment, his thoughts skipped around erratically, fast and technical diagrams, equations, phrases and shorthand reeling by like someone flipping through a torn-up textbook. Listening in were all 3 palace mentalists. Surprised, Jared stared at the back of Ile-Rien's head as he and the Crown Prince continued their curt, oblique discussion. He sensed a shallow eavesdropping on the unshielded prince but nothing on the other minds. That the Emperor would have his mentalists so closely monitor his third-in-command showed a remarkable lack of trust. What that meant for him and the girl, as Ile-Rien's hangers-on, was unclear. He felt the other mentalists prodding at his shields but only lightly. He could resist just fine while sending out probes of his own. The bulk of their attention was fixed on Ile-Rien, though what they were gleaning from his random flashes of numbers and anatomical sketches, Jared could not guess. Enough. The calm, clear voice cut through the bickering, and Jared barely stopped himself and the girl from looking toward it. Peripherally he saw the Crown Prince turn to face his father with plated arms crossed. Shadaxi, I did not call you here, the Emperor continued, sounding not angry but curious, speculative. You know that you are no longer required to oversee conversion. Apparently I should be, said Ile-Rien, since you seem intent on ruining everything. Is that so? I told you the parameters for the procedure. No god-touched, no pregnant women, no subadults. They disrupt the entire process. And here I see 2 of the 3. I am unconvinced of the need for your parameters. Ile-Rien exhaled harshly and dragged a gloved hand across his face. Emperor, I shaped this. I know how it works. You remember the rejection issues we had with the first batch of Lag Elena? Pregnancy. The malformed Ile-Rien? Children in the mix. The complete failure of the attempt on the trifolders? As I recall, the issue with the Lagalena led you to create your first body thief. That was a fortunate accident and immaterial to this discussion. These converts you've selected will ruin the templates if you put them through. You know this, we've been over it 1,000 times. Why would you not consult me first? Amusedly, almost warmly, the Emperor said, Rakmar wanted it to be a surprise. Alas, it seems someone has spoiled it. There was a moment of silence in which Crown Prince Kelcheran's thoughts declared, and I'd do it again. Then the prince said out loud, I remember Ankeelan's instructions even if no one else does. What is he trying to achieve here? Said Ankeelan. The Emperor sighed. As he expressed to me, he wants certain of these petitioners, including that girl, to be converted in secret so that he can use them against your little pawn. It is within the rules to act behind each other's backs. Rules? Jared thought. Ankeelan made a sound of exasperation. You can't be serious. You know there's only a 10% success rate without preparation. If he wants to have specific people converted, I need to do it by hand. I did mention that. He said he preferred secrecy to success. Piking wasteful. Ankeelan looked over the crowd. Which ones are they? Just a moment. I shall put the rest out of the way. Jared dared a glance at the Emperor, puzzled, and saw him settle back in the throne as if making himself comfortable. His eyelids sank to half-mast as his attention turned inward. The mob of voices Jared had been hearing since his arrival swelled into an eager chorus, and he realized suddenly that they were not around but under him. He looked down in confusion just as the floor began to flux with light, its substance roiling in nacreous waves beneath the solid film on which he stood. The handful of independent minds raised their own chorus, what is this, what's happening, oh no, oh goddess, and a single bitter thought came from Ankeelan, showing off again. Then the floor unraveled into thick tendrils, and the petitioners cried out en masse, some in worship, some in surprise and fear, as they were ensnared and drawn down into the viscous glowing substance below. Jared felt the girl's mind strain with horror and automatically pulled her close, clasping her head against his chest to hide the view. She clung to him as every white-robed man and woman he could see was pulled beneath the surface. If not for her, he might have run for a door. As it was, he could barely keep himself together. He saw now how the corridors could shift as they did, and why he kept sensing thoughts and feelings when no one was in sight. The palace was alive, and caged its worshippers in its heaving, smothering depths. As the floor smoothed back to perfection, he looked around shakily. A few souls remained standing, two women clutching each other in terror with a little boy clinging to their robes, a burly, hirsute man in a crouch, every hair on him standing up, a pale-faced yet calm woman with her hand on his shoulder, speaking soothingly, Ankeelan, the crown prince, and several observers on the outskirts in embroidered robes or white guard armor. There. Now you have space to work, said the Emperor. My deepest thanks, Ankeelan replied caustically, then started toward the others. Jared clamped down on his desire to grab the necromancer's arm and cling. As much as he feared the floor opening up again, he knew Ankeelan would not react well. Instead he forced himself to separate from the girl and drag her along after Ankeelan. Stepping out of their undisturbed circle was the most terrifying thing he had ever done. He could swear that the tiles beyond it felt softer, more malleable. Ready to sink. Closest was the pair of women, but as Ankeelan approached them, the burly man slipped his keeper's calming hand and surged upright. Within 2 lunging steps he had gone into a full charge, his face bristling with fur, maw splitting wide to release a deafening roar, shoulders broadening with a crackle of joint and sinew. Ankeelan halted. As the great bear reared over him, massive claws gleaming like sickles, he raised his left hand and clutched thin air, then wrenched it to the side. The bear froze in mid-swipe, an indescribable expression on his furry face, then keeled over in the direction of Ankeelan's gesture and began spasming wildly. Sogan, said the pale-faced woman. She did not rush to his side but strode for Ankeelan instead, and Jared saw fire in her eyes. Literally. A reflection of a phantasmal hearth flame floated in them, and as she drew closer Jared felt the heat rolling off of her. Ankelan did not move, hands still curled into a claw aimed at the bear. "Priestess," he said. Or, Mother Matriarch. "Yes. Mother Matriarch Vreen Damiel of Turo," she said, lips curled with revulsion. Even with the flames in her eyes, she was a lovely woman, her hair long and black and smooth with only a few threads of white, her face aristocratic, figure shapely beneath the indifferent drape of the robe. But her stare could have burned holes in steel, and Jared knew that if it was turned on him he would be on his knees begging forgiveness. "A pleasure to make your acquaintance," said Ankelan. "Now, if you don't mind. I know who you are. Chiadat Cetil Kale." Still eavesdropping, Jared heard Ankelan translated the words automatically, "the child by fire." The necromancer's claw-like fingers tightened, and the bear seized on the ground, moaning horribly. "You know I don't like it when your people mention that," he said through his teeth, and even through the empathy shields Jared felt his surge of anger. Vreen merely narrowed her eyes. "Where is your sword, Kale? Where is my daughter? No, let's be relevant. Why are you here?" "I sheltered the boy, Cobb." "From you, I assume." Cobb?" thought Jared. "This is all about Cobb?" The two stared each other down, minds fraught with tangles of memory and suspicion that Jared dared not pick at. Then Vreen's expression softened, and she said quietly, "You are not beyond redemption. Gwydrain Greymark is never where he's needed," Ankelan sneered. "Spare me your platitudes, mother. Any last words?" "First, stop hurting my husband." Ankelan relaxed his clutching hand. The bear's spasms ceased, and he sagged in place, panting heavily. "Thank you," said Vreen, and the fire faded to reveal sadness in her wide, tea-colored eyes. She turned her back on Ankelan, gaze seeking out one of the white-armored guards on the outskirts. "Malin, my son," she said, "it is all right. I forgive you." The guard bowed his blank-helmed head. Then Vreen faced forward again, looking down on the necromancer. "Do as you must." "Yuvadat Arangsica," Ankelan said in an undertone. "May your goddess bless you." A small smile touched Vreen's lips. Then Ankelan pressed fingertips to her brow and her eyes slid up beneath their lids, her mind vanishing from Jared's perception. Yet she did not fall. A diagram passed through the necromancer's mind, a network of puppet strings, and as he retracted his hand, she swayed then straightened. At a flick of his fingers, she stepped back, face no longer peaceful, just empty. On the ground, the great bear gave a roar full of pain and sorrow. Jared stared. Was she dead? The disappearance of her mind was the same as other deaths he'd witnessed, but it had happened so swiftly, so effortlessly. And her body. "No experiments today, Shadaxi?" said the Emperor. Ankelan did not acknowledge him, but crammed a hand into a robecoat pocket and moved toward the bear. As he crouched by the beast's head, he withdrew what appeared to be a silver ice pick, and Jared recoiled from the images that danced through his mind, a gory history of anatomy and mutilation distilled into a quick pacifying procedure. Closing his eyes, Jared cut himself off from all psychic input, then did the same for the quivering girl. When he opened them again, the searchlights caught him. He must have raised his head by accident, or perhaps there was some magnetism to the Emperor that drew his gaze. But those were not eyes that held him. They were windows into some other realm, and as Jared stared, trapped, the light flooded into him. His shields blew away like so much chaff. There was no resisting the incisive glare, no holding himself together as layers upon layers of rationalization and self-deception seared away to expose his soul. His actions and hesitations, his dreams and fears and follies and shames. Childish pranks. Worm mashing. Pitching rocks at the town pariah. Falling 10 feet from a dead tree and feeling the bone snap in his arm. First psychic spasm, gossip, illicit assignations with friends' girlfriends. Fisticuffs. classes, mental eavesdropping during tests, backlash from a fumbled spell. His first day as a warder. Being ignored by Count Varin and belittled by the guard captain, winnowing through the petty thoughts of the court. Boredom, disillusionment, the women uneasy around him, his own awkwardness. Never being able to walk the streets in plainclothes but always chained to the robe. Restlessness, the nervous excitement at the call to the Rift Watch towers, the horse bucking, the shock and pain of hitting the road. Aratis, stop. Jared hit the floor nearly limp. His head rang with sound and emotion, the sharp probes of other mentalists delving into the vaults the Emperor's gaze had unsealed. Down to the thoughts and visions he kept to himself. And call off your piking mind rapists, Ankelin added. Not enough that you gaze my assistant, you have to break him too? He is relatively pure, came the Emperor's voice, amused. A few shadows in the corners. I will keep him. I didn't bring him for you. No. The probes burrowed deeper, puncturing memories of white wings and black antlers, a naked man being shoved through a cell door, the grating slide of stone on stone. Jared struggled to push them away and only dimly realized that he was also struggling against a pair of hands trying to shake him. But the mentalists were too persistent, the three of them harrying from different angles, picking at different memories like birds stealing crumbs, and he clutched at the floor, seeing nothing, until his hand touched boot leather. A thread of cold ran up his fingers, igniting all the old breaks. He gasped, then clamped his mind around that memory, the gold dungeon, the little hammers, the bones in his hands splintering one by one. All the pain and fear and bewilderment came to him afresh, with the pitiless faces of his tormentors above him as they chipped incessantly at his mind, the shackles biting into his wrists, the bands across his knuckles flattening his fingers in place. Gathering them together, he thrust all those fragments and torments out in a projective spasm and felt them strike his eavesdroppers. Their probes recoiled. He yanked up a mind shield and, as the traumatic memory receded, felt the hands fisted in his robe. Heard a voice saying, "Sir? Sir?" It was a relief to know that he had not hit the girl with his projection, or that her own resistance had been strong enough to deflect a blow not meant for her. His eyes would not clear, though. Dazed, he decided to just lay there until they did. "You can't take all my tools and still expect me to do quality work," said Ankelin somewhere nearby. "I need this one to help reclaim the Dreamrakers from Dinavar, so unless you're willing to give up on them." "No," said the Emperor sharply. "I will not allow that slight to go unanswered. So you can't have this one. You have plenty already, don't get greedy. Do not think that you can dictate my actions, Shadaxi. I don't. I just need you to not stomp all over everything I'm trying to do here. These projects are at your behest. If you don't want me to make you servitors anymore. Peace. I value your work. Then stop sticking your fingers in it while my back is turned. Or letting Rakmar. You know we don't get along, there's no need to add sabotage to it, but." The Emperor chuckled, somehow detached. "Very well. I shall allow you to proceed." "Thank you." Robes swirled against Jared's forearm, and he felt the girl recoil. Then gloved hands cupped his face, the cold radiating even through the leather, and he tried to look up at the necromancer but saw only white. Piking blinded another one, he heard Ankelin mutter under his breath. "I'm getting tired of this. Brace yourself, Iskeen, this will hurt." Jared did as he was told, and the pain came, a lancing sensation in first one eye then the other, and a scraping along the inside of each orb that sent visceral shocks all the way to his toes. His eyes throbbed in their sockets, and he whimpered and clutched at Ankelin's unseen wrists until the necromancer made a sound of annoyance and paralyzed him. There followed more pain, more unspeakable sensations. Then finally specks of color began to bloom in the null of his vision, and the pressure of Ankelin's fingers left his eyes. He blinked as the pieces of his sight cohered like a puzzle to reveal the necromancer examining him from close range. Though his face was stark, his eyes like chips of glacier ice, there was concern in the line of his mouth. It evaporated as Jared focused. Good, he said, then rose and turned without another word, black robe sweeping away. A gauntlet hand gripped Jared by the arm and hauled him up, and he worked to brace his feet under himself, still weak in the knees. Another gauntlet gripped his shoulder, and he looked up into the stern face of the crown prince. From this vantage, the prince's exhaustion was obvious not only in the darkness beneath his eyes but from the methodical clench of his jaw, the glassiness of his stare. Jared sensed the mentalist's light hooks in him, and if he had any defense against them, it did not show. The teardrop-shaped pendant at his throat radiated a subtle suggestion but was apparently not meant to make him look pristine. Green robe. You're not a military mage, he said in a low voice. He overtopped Jared by more than a handspan, shoulders half again as broad, and in the bulky white enameled armor he looked like he could crush Jared as an afterthought. His eyes were hard. No Inquisition insignia either. Civilian? Yes. Yes, Your Highness, Jared stammered. He was still rebuilding his shields, the work almost automatic now that the mentalists had ceased probing him, but could feel the threat radiating from this man. The serious consideration of snapping his neck. And you serve Ile-Rien by choice? It's a complicated arrangement. Is it? I should have run when I had the chance, he thought, cringing as the crown prince's grip tightened. Politics in the court of Count Varin had not trained him for entanglement with a mad necromancer, a pissed-off prince, scads of hostile mentalists and an emperor who might not be human. Might not? A little voice yammered in his head. He holds suns in his eyes. He stripped you to the soul. The crown prince's eyes narrowed. Jared found himself wishing Ile-Rien would intervene again, and felt sick. Trying to explicate their arrangement without sounding callous or foolish was beyond his capabilities, beyond sanity, really. For a moment they stood like that, Jared speechless, the crown prince growing ever more thunderous. Then abruptly the prince relaxed his clench and just steadied Jared as he swayed. He is like a spider, he said in an undertone, anger replaced by something sadder. Pulls you into his web, binds you up and lets you hang there, waiting for the fatal bite. It always comes, mage. Don't get comfortable. With that, he released Jared entirely. Still lightheaded, Jared braced his feet and straightened his robe. He was more than ready for this to be over. The crown prince seemed to feel the same, and they both looked toward Ile-Rien, who was crouched now between the remaining women. They were lashed to the floor by white fibers, paralyzed, their minds beating inside them like frantic moths, and as he watched the necromancer pierce and knit at them with the long blue needles of his magic, Jared felt his stomach turn. Nearby, watching with frightened eyes, were the boy and the girl, her arms around him from behind, his hands gripping her wrists. It was not difficult to see the family resemblance between them and the women. The bear man and the priestess were already gone, the tiles smooth and pristine where they had been. Come here, he sent to the girl, meaning her brother too. Ile-Rien had said this wouldn't work on children, so surely. She shot him a glare and stayed put. There, said Ile-Rien, rising. Both adjusted accordingly. I'm not sure if the elder will convert, she's already frail, but the rest should succeed. I need to talk to Rakmar about his expectations, though. Whatever he was trying to do here, he's shit at it. The emperor chuckled. And the boy? Jared saw the girl bare her teeth at Ile-Rien as the necromancer turned toward them. Come here now, he projected, but she did not budge. Unconcerned, Ile-Rien stepped over the body of the mother and leaned in to peer at the boy's frightened face. What about him? He said. I told you we can only handle mature specimens. Even pubescent ones are problematic, all those chemicals a surge. Throw him back into the human sea for a while, then reel him in once he's grown. He has seen too much. Then mind wash him. What do you have all these mentalists for, anyway? You. I'm flattered, but I don't need that much attention. Supervision. No. You will convert him. Ile-Rien scoffed, then said, Wait, are you serious? You would risk losing the whole batch just because Rakmar wants a new toy? He is my proxy, Shadaxi. In this final game, his needs are mine. If your work can be wrecked by so little a thing, then perhaps it is time that it be rewrought. But I've put so much into this. I've nearly recreated my people? No. No, but. Cease your whining. Ankeelan's hands fisted. Then he crammed them into his robecoat pockets like a stubborn child and said, "Understand this, Aratis, it won't work." Up on the throne, the emperor leaned forward slightly. Jared dared not look at him directly, but it seemed that the light from his eyes had intensified, their radiance burning into his peripheral vision. "You dare dictate to me?" he said, and there was no warmth in him now. Such was the rage flowing from the necromancer that Jared expected him to pull a blade from his pocket. But his hands came free, still clenched on nothing, then slowly opened. "I know you're the master," said Ankeelan, "but just let me control this much." "No. Do as you are told." And that was it. The resistance left him. He nodded and touched the boy's face with a stiff hand. Something glinted between his fingers. The boy trembled briefly, then went still, eyes sagging shut, and his mind vanished from Jared's perception like an escaping bird. "What, Eden? What did you do?" shrieked the girl, hands coming off the boy's shoulders to claw at Ankeelan's face. They hit blue wards and the necromancer reached through them to jab her in the throat, quick, precise. Her fear flared bright as she froze in place, muscles locked like before, not just her legs but everything. She fell backward as stiff as a board, and Jared winced as she hit the floor. "You may keep that one," said the emperor. "She suits you." "Thank you, Majesty." "Now go. I weary of your presence." "Yes, Majesty." With another diagramming thought and a spider-like gesture, Ankeelan had the girl on her feet and moving jerkily. Her mind still shrieked inside its cage, and it took all Jared's strength not to reach out and silence her. Instead, as the floor beneath the frightened women and the husk of a boy began to unfurl, he closed himself in enough mental armor to go numb. Still, the psychic uproar battered at him like heavy rain against castle walls, furious in its distance. When a gloved hand took his arm, he let it pull him away across the pulsing tiles, to the harder floor of the corridor, back the way they had come. Towards safety. "That wasn't what I called you here to do," the crown prince growled at their side. "Perhaps you should have specified," said Ankeelan coldly. "I'm not omniscient. I told you they were Rakmar's plan. I thought you could save them? Don't be a fool, Kel. The girl only lives because she's a proto-mentalist, and if not for Iskin I would neither know nor care. I thought you were better than this. I don't know why. I've been doing this longer than you've been alive. That's not an excuse. You taught me. You were a child then. Children need simple, stark concepts like good and evil because they can't yet comprehend reality. Don't mistake a bit of kindness for evidence that I care." Jared heard the crown prince choke. Nearby emotions pressed in on him, but he couldn't pick them out from the still dense background of the throne room. They jerked to a halt suddenly, Ankeelan's hand leaving Jared's arm. "Don't touch me." The necromancer snapped, and Jared looked up to see the crown prince gripping the much smaller man by the shoulders, glaring as if he could crush him with his mind. "Let go. Now," said Ankeelan through his teeth. At his sides, his gloved hands made fists, threads of blue-black energy gathering around them. "You would strike me down?" said the crown prince, face hard. "Then do it. You've dragged me this low, you might as well finish me off." "Oh, pike your self-pity," the necromancer sneered. "You think this is low? You started on a mountain, falling off a few cliffs won't even get you close to the rest of the world. Go back to slutting around the court. It's what you're good at. There is no court. Everyone here is his plaything. Just like you." The crown prince shoved Anquilin away in fury, and Jared barely managed to step aside. As Anquilin bounced off the corridor wall, Jared saw tiny threads unweave from it as if to pursue him, only to smooth away as he took his distance. Straightening his robe with brisk tugs, Anquilin said, "We don't require an escort to the portal room. Return to your duties." The crown prince's illusion wavered beneath a surge of rage. Jared caught a glimpse of changed eyes, sharp teeth, zigzag seams, then the prince turned and stormed past the paralyzed girl, down the hall and away. The rest of the trip passed in silence. As they crossed the portal back into the laboratory, the heaviness lifted from Jared's shields, and he let them drop in relief. The girl still radiated a miasma of bad feelings, but he could handle that. He could help one person. The thin thread of Anquilin's thoughts snapped as the portal closed. Jared turned to stare at the necromancer, who lingered by the portal frame. He could not deny what he had seen and heard, and as a mentalist he could suppress it, but he would never forget it. This man had shown him true monstrosity, had killed a child in front of him, had pulled back the curtain of the palace itself and told him, "Listen." "Why?" he hissed. "Why are you a part of this? Don't you know how wrong it is?" How Anquilin's hand fell from the frame, but he did not answer, so the words kept coming. "How monstrous, inhuman. It doesn't matter if the people here came to you on purpose, because you're doing awful things to them too, and you, the thing in the palace, it's your work? I don't understand. You have feelings, a conscience, I sensed it, do you just ignore it? How can you?" Anquilin did not turn. He simply made a backhanding gesture, and an invisible force tore Jared off his feet and flung him across an empty slab. Stunned and in pain, Jared tried to slide off, but Anquilin spread his fingers wide, spreading Jared's limbs the same until they pinned themselves to the corners of the slab. "I'll be with you in a moment," said the necromancer. "What? No, no. Keep your mouth shut or I'll shut it for you." Jared swallowed a scream with effort. Every inch of him was in a cold sweat, and he wanted to struggle but nothing obeyed him. Only his head could move, and as he looked, he saw the portal frame fill with a new scene. No arrival room. No arcane space. Just a painted wagon on a dusty road with tall dry grass extending into the distance and a man climbing down from the driver's bench to approach. He was older, white-haired and bearded and dressed in rough workman's garb, and when he stopped at the edge of the portal he clearly overtopped the waiting necromancer by a head. "You don't often call," he said. He had a deep voice, resonant, grandfatherly, the kind that laughed from the gut and shook the rafters. He kept it low, though, and his gaze skimmed the laboratory over Anquilin's shoulder, fixing first on the girl and then Jared. The creases of his face deepened. "What trouble is this?" "The usual. Some information first. Are you missing a mother matriarch? From Turo? Daimiel. She and her husband were taken by the White Flame. To the palace. After sheltering that idiot, apparently. You have seen them? I killed them just now. A spasm of anger and frustration crossed the old man's face. I see. Is that all? Apparently one of their sons is White Flame. Oh, and that farm family. The Crays? Them too. What, all of them? For a moment the man looked despairing, ancient, then he gave Anquilin a flinty stare. You do this out of spite. Just because. You weren't there. Again. I'm not a god, Shadaxi. And if I were, I would be bound by the pact. Unable to intervene at all. It's no salve though, is it? When you have to clean up the bodies. Anquilin's icy tone made Jared shudder. Grandmother, mother and 2 children, all lost. Only 2? A moment of silence, then Anquilin said cautiously, yes, 2. Both the children. There are 3. 2 girls and a boy. Silence again. Confused, Jared watched as Ankelan looked away from the portal to stare into the depths of the laboratory, his face a mask. Some calculation was going on behind those shallow eyes, but he couldn't read it. Well. Interesting, Ankelan said finally, turning back to the old man. Now we know. No, I don't know. What? And isn't that better than wondering, for the rest of your life, what happened to them? That's what you were doing, right? Looks like Ile-Rien out there, a few marks south of Baller? You need to stay away from there. There must be a part of you that wants to help, or... That's what she said, the mother matriarch, before I stopped her heart. And she spoke of you. They have such faith in you. I could never fathom why. Shadaxi. Quaidrun. I've told you this out of professional courtesy. Now go weep over some empty graves. Don't lie to me. Who is this? The old man gestured at the still paralyzed girl, who stood almost within reach. Or him? You there, are you a prisoner? Jared realized the old man was addressing him, and laid down fast as the necromancer glanced back. None of your business, said Ankelan, and what could you do if he was? Are you finally ready to raise your hammer against me? Or is this another toothless bluff? Perhaps I should. Then by all means, step into my parlor. My dear old friend. Jared peeked up again and saw Ankelan bow theatrically, one arm sweeping out in a flourish toward the lab's clear experimental space. In the frame, the old man stood stiffly, hands clenched before him as if gripping the haft of some invisible weapon. Something just beginning to coalesce. Then, with a heavy sigh, he spread his hands and the shimmer dissipated. No. I made a promise. But so did you. I never. You said you would protect the lad, yet look what you've done. Me? Me? How much blood is on your hands since then? How many more will suffer because you won't let me? Shut up. I don't need your help. You contacted me. Ankelan stiffened, then suddenly jerked his arm at the girl, who stumbled toward the portal like a badly strung marionette. Here, take this one, just take her, he said, pushing her through into the old man's arms. Attach your piking parental urges to someone else. Shadaxi, you can. Ankelan smacked the portal frame, and the image popped like a soap bubble. Left in the cool, clinical confines of the laboratory, Jared stared at his jailer's back, not sure what to feel. It took a small eternity before Ankelan's shoulders settled and he let go of the portal frame, and when he turned, his face was studiously blank. Have you calmed down? He said, moving toward the slab. Jared opened his mouth to say yes, or maybe to beg, but what came out was, will she be all right? The girl? Well enough, I imagine. My puppetry will have faded by now. But her mentalism will be managed. It's not like I could have sent her to the Inquisition or the Circle. She's seen too much. Ankelan's gaze crawled the chamber, with its mortuary slabs stretching out in all directions beneath the cold starlight. And this place is an end, not a beginning. What about me? Jared dared not say. Perhaps Ankelan saw it in his face, because he waved abruptly and the force that had pinned Jared in place vanished. As he turned away, he said, "Thank you for your assistance, Iskeen. You are dismissed." Jared sat up slowly, watching him head toward the office in the far corner. Black robe, black hair, black gloves all blended in with the black obsidian walls, only the sharp blade of his face delineated from the background. It made him think of the palace, where all was reversed, and the man who controlled it. "Master?" he called hesitantly. Ankelan halted. "Master. The Emperor. Is he really the light? What his eyes did to me. He saw inside of me, and I." Ankelan turned his head slightly, eyes reflecting the cold light like glass. "He is our so-called god. But he is no mentalist. What you experienced when he gazed upon you was yours alone. I think he can see guilt, or crime, like a stain on the soul, but memories? No. You're all but clean, Jared, and you should be proud of that. He's told me I look like an abattoir floor. There was wryness in his voice, a self-deprecation, but Jared knew fakery when he heard it. Even without a connection to the necromancer's mood, it rang hollow. The old man wanted to help you. I almost see why. And I can't run. There is work to be done here. Something has to change. I could do better, he said quietly. Ankeelan smiled. We'll see. Chapter 5, Tectonic Lever. It was deep night when Cobb returned to the Hogfolk's bonfire. The coals burned low, only a few sentries remained awake, and they nodded their ponderous heads to him but did not intrude. He sat a while and watched his friends sleep, curled up in their blankets all except Ile-Rien, who stood like a glass statue near the shelter of the cliff. From his immobility, he might have slept too, but it was difficult to tell. Dawn crept in eventually, making Cobb restless for the road. He accepted a hug and a scolding from Fiora but couldn't focus on her, no matter his desires. The others needed him too. Lark seemed no better for a night's sleep, and Arik was edgy around the hogs as well as the wolves, but Desira was steadier on her feet and Ile-Rien's features sharpened with the growing sunlight. It was time. They were in the middle of packing the supplies and offerings when the cliff shuddered beside them. Cobb reached instinctively to brace everyone, watching for fractures. He was used to riftquakes, and though this was small, any tremor had its dangers. As the hogfolk scampered around with their cooking gear, though, he realized that the vibrations were shallow and local. A moment later, part of the cliff wall shifted like a door to reveal the stonefolk. Cobb exhaled and released his grip on the crowd. He'd known there were caves within the cliff wall, but since they had no outlet he hadn't given them any thought. Now he knew better. Only as the stonefolk filed out did he sense their individuality. They looked like they had tried to mimic humans without a proper grasp of what humans found important. Their broad bodies were coated in sheets of mica, quartz chunks, and smooth river stones patterned like jewels and armor, yet their faces were haphazardly hewn, with gash-like mouths and flat noses and huge dark garnets for eyes. A few had hairstyles carved into their scalps, but most were rough with earth and grit. They stared up at him without blinking, without breathing, and his skin crawled. "Is there something you need?" he said. The one in the lead inclined its head as much as it could on its thick pillar of neck. "Guardian Kovrin," it grated, "we wish to give you a gift to aid against the Firebird." Nodding slowly, Cobb said, "Thanks, I'll take everything I can get." "We have observed you for some time," said the spokesrock, "both here and in your travel through Varaku, and we know that you have difficulty with stone. It is not surprising, water and wood will bend to anyone, while stone resists even the spirits. The water and wood in the Emperor's lands are poisoned, so you will need our strength more than ever." Though he kept nodding, Cobb felt his hackles rise. "You saw me on Varaku?" "Yes, Guardian." "Do you not remember?" He grimaced. Darylyn's original betrayal had sent him fleeing through the red rocks of Varaku until exhaustion forced him into a cave to sleep. He'd dreamed of voices whispering from the depths, and when he woke, it was with sand in his hair and a black chasm at his back. He'd run from that too, only to be caught in the riftquake that entombed his crimson pursuit. Afterward, he'd found one of the soldiers' canteens in the middle of a flat open area, flecked with blood. He'd taken it because he had no choice, and in the weeks after, through the mist forest and into the grasslands, up to Amalekre's doorstep, he had managed to forget it. To shrug it off as sunstroke and bad mushrooms. Yeah, he mumbled. "Thanks for helping me. I probably would not have made it without you. Didn't even know I was carrying the Guardian then. I guess you figured that out." "We were puzzled at the time," said the spokesrock, "but we understand now, and we would aid you. Give us your hands, and we will make you a tool for shaping the stone." Cobb obeyed. Mud, dirt and sand were all he had ever been able to affect before. He couldn't imagine the power required to shift the bedrock. and yet others seemed to think he could do it. Perhaps Jaranek, the earth-blooded guardian, had given them a reputation. The spokesrock clasped his arms, and the others moved in around him. "It would be best if we did this in concert with wood and water," said the rock, "but the wood can fear the thorn you carry, and the water sleeps in this season. Should you meet either on better terms, they may add to this. You're not afraid of the thorn? It may crawl all over us, but it cannot control us. We do not see the need to care. To the woodfolk, though, it is a killing threat, for its spirit forces theirs out in favor of its own. All within its territory is itself, and its territory is ever expanding. To include me," Cobb thought sourly. He was starting to regret not squishing its great eyeball. When he asked no more questions, the stone folk reached blunt hands to touch his arms, his back, and the heads and shoulders of their comrades. Though they had no fleshly life, he found he could feel them like links in a chain, and so when the energy began to flow through them, he felt that too. It was a strange, uneven roll of power, like the coming of the dark water but with irregular interruptions, shudders, tremors, cracks and creaks. Closing his eyes, he sensed the stonefolk like boulders, crag with inclusions and hairline fractures, their makeshift joints grinding together, their pieces all juddering and scraping. Under his feet, the exposed rock revealed itself less solid than he thought, full of gaps and pores and compacted grit. Then, between heartbeats, his senses switched. He was in the depths, staring up at the thin morning light, and he was whole. His limbs, though heavy, could move as one, his body could rise in a great upheaval, shedding away all the parasites that clung to it. His fingers, gathered now around the faint source of his mind, were good for fine work, but they had only a fraction of his strength, and a finger alone could not move an arm. As his thoughts sank deeper, he realized that this was not all. Something greater held him like an infant in a mother's arms, or a stone clamped in a setting. A solidity, a comfort, a brace, but one that he could shift from. One nested among many, iterating out in all directions, unique yet intricately connected. His fingers clenched around his source. A finger could not move an arm, but a collection of them could gain leverage, could pull and twist until they controlled a hand, and use that to create change. To direct far greater power than a finger alone. As he tightened his grip, he felt the source tremble. And suddenly he was in the clutch, ribs compressed, lungs shuddering, skull caught between unyielding stones. His eyes wouldn't open, his breath moved fitfully through his teeth, and against his lips he felt grit, tasted dry minerals. He had never been claustrophobic. Growing up in caves and tents made close quarters comfortable, it was harder for him to sleep in the open air than in a tight shelter. Yet this constricting clasp sent some animal instinct haywire, and it was all he could do to clench his teeth and not scream, not buck, not piss himself in abject terror. Stone dust slid into his nostrils and trickled down the back of his throat. He coughed and felt ribs creak against rock. Was it his imagination, or was it getting tighter? This can't be right. Did I fail? I can't feel the stone people. It's all just wall. Oh no, oh guardian. Oh light. Light. Panic hooked him. He strained his shoulders, his back, but couldn't move more than a hair. His legs didn't even feel there, and his hands were sealed in rock, close as gloves. He fought anyway, until skin grated away, until hot rivers stung at his eyes. Only then, with dust and blood thick in his throat, did he remember the fingers and the hand and the arm, and think down through his legs to where they had melded with the stone. To the strength below, solid but movable, delineated by a million tiny cracks. He reached into it and shifted them. It was like standing at the center of a cave-in, the sound punishing him from all sides, but slowly the walls separated. Slowly the light slid in, along with cold air and anxious voices, and he made a mental effort to ensure that he was no longer bleeding. The guardian held him steady, noticeable now that his senses weren't embedded in rock. He still felt a weight on his chest, though, and as the walls crumbled away to release the stone kin, their leader stepped forward and plunged its hands into his core. He scrabbled at its shoulders to no avail. Slowly, inexorably, it dragged at his insides until that new connection with rock and earth and soil tore free of its moorings and left him. "Grasp it," the spokesrock said. Cobb blinked dizzily at the narrow, hexagonal stone shaft it held, taller than him and near black with faint red striations and glints of mica. Then, with great effort, he lifted his leaden arms and obeyed. The connection to the earth flooded back into him. Wobbly-legged, he leaned on the staff and felt the ground lean with him, a slight, shallow shift that nevertheless had the hogfolk clutching for their pots and pans. Alarm shot through him, and he straightened as slowly as possible, letting everything settle beneath his feet. "Tectonic lever," said the spokesrock, garnet eyes gleaming. "You are the will, it is the strength. Take care when you use it, for stone is harsh. It cannot bend, but either stands or shatters, and it does not always shatter where you think it should." "I understand," said Cobb, and hefted the lever cautiously. As soon as it left the ground, he lost that sense of earth. It was lighter than he had expected, smooth without being slippery, and though the red bands had a different grain, the lever seemed no weaker for it. One end was blunt, while the other tapered into a wide chisel. In all, it was nearly 7 feet long but as easy to swing as a wooden staff, and he figured he could crack heads with it ably. He lowered it carefully, not wanting to chance another tremor. "Thanks. This'll help a lot." The spokesrock inclined its head, then stamped hard enough to send a vibration through the ground. On cue, the stonefolk turned and filed into the cliff, the makeshift door already grinding closed. As the spokesrock passed through, it sealed without a seam. Cobb risked a glance at his friends, concerned how they had taken this. To his relief, only Desira had that "you are such an idiot" look on her face, and he considered it standard. Fiora gave him a big grin, then bustled over with a rag and a canteen and started dabbing at his face. "It's all mended," he objected. "Yes, but you look a mess." "Hold still." He suffered through it, staring over her head toward the hogfolk. Of all the creatures that had attended the meeting, they alone had not asked for anything, and they were the ones most belonging to the Guardian. The way they ducked their heads when they caught his glance made him think they were shy. "Hoy," he tried. "I want to thank you for sheltering my friends, and for the food. If there's something you'd ask of me, ... A murmur of excitement went through them, and they immediately clustered up, muttering together in low voices. Fiora gave him a curious look, and he shrugged. "Gotta offer. It's polite." Eventually, 2 stepped out from the group, both in the extended corsets of the females. They were as war-painted as the rest, and he recognized the one in the lead as the brewer. Her strings of beads and tusks clacked loudly against the metal structure of her garment. "We have a request, Guardian," she said as they came close enough to smell. "We want for you to give us babies." Cobb blanched, and heard Fiora choke, heard Lark muffle a laugh. Up close, the sows loomed over him, his eyes on level with the top edge of their corsets, and he was suddenly all too aware of cleavage covered in short, fine bristles. His first instinct was to flee into the woods. I don't think that's a..." "You are spirit of fertility," said the lead sow, blinking beady black eyes down at him. "We ask your blessing so we have many babies and grow Nash Tusk clan big and strong." "It can be done, yes?" He wanted to kick himself. Horrible, stupid imagination. "Just bless?" "Yeah, I can do that." The sow beamed, lips lifting to show the rest of her nasty teeth. Then she and her subordinate reached to undo the buckles that kept their complex corsets in place. No, that's not why. Don't need to take anything off," Cobb said quickly, and almost sagged in relief as the Guardian's knowledge confirmed it. "I just need to touch skin, any skin. Hands are fine." They squinted doubtfully, but let go of the buckles and extended hands to him. Carefully he set the tectonic lever down on its blunt end, then clasped them with as much professionalism as he could muster. Each was 4-fingered, the middle too thick and hard, the thumb truncated, the outermost finger unusually flexible. He wondered how they worked. "Just relax," he said, and closed his eyes. It took no effort to sense their hearts, strong and healthy, but from there the guardian had to guide him into stranger territory. He had blessed others with ease, and knew he could project a sort of mending aura, but those had been broad actions. This was like navigating some dense organic labyrinth in search of the point that required attention. He tried not to think about what, exactly, he was aiming for. As a child, he had helped his parents with birthing goats, so had an idea, but this felt awkward. A fumbling intrusion into the realm of women. I shouldn't be messing with this. What if I break something? He thought as the guardian guided him from labyrinths to caverns netted with tiny flecks of life, some kindled and some merely potential. The guardian only nudged him onward, and with trepidation he focused. Extending nurturance to such small things was a test in itself. He wanted to just bless the whole space, the whole female, but the guardian wouldn't let him. Like seed beads, he had to thread each fleck individually with his power, and the concentration quickly wiped the embarrassment from his mind. At last, with every little speck infused, the guardian's grip slackened. He fell back into his body with a start, big hogfolk hands steadying him as he wobbled. Blinking, he stared up at the sows and said, "Everything all right?" Tingley grinned the subordinate female. Cobb blushed. "You do us great honor," said one of the males, coming forward to clasp Cobb hard on the shoulder. "We will name first Piglet Ile-Rien. Ah, we should celebrate the blessing." I appreciate it," Cobb said. "Really? But we're on a mission, so. The boar's bristly ears sagged, then he nodded his ponderous head. "Yes, you have guardian task. But when it is complete, you return to us and we celebrate." "Right. Of course." After that, Cobb found himself crushed in a variety of hog hugs, corseted and otherwise, until finally he was released to retrieve the tectonic lever and stumble back to his friends. They received him with a mixture of amusement and glee, the latter mostly on Auric's part, who nabbed him in a hug of his own and crowed, "Now you are spirit father to all the little piggies. I wonder if they will taste of venison." Cobb elbowed him in the ribs. "No eatin' them." Releasing him, the wolf affected a hangdog look. "Not even a lick?" "No. Not anything. With a huff, Auric passed him to Fiora, though Cobb caught him muttering about piglets with antlers. Fiora hooked her arm with his, gave him a searching look, then said, "You made them pregnant?" "No. They already were. I just made them pregnant better." "Oh. Ha. Can we go before I have tea crawl under a rock and die?" "Think you need to talk to the wolves first." Wincing, Cobb followed her pointing finger to see a crowd of wolf folk emerging from the trees. In the lead was Ressa, with her mate at her heels. None of them seemed pleased to be here, their yellow eyes avoiding him, their hair slightly hackled, but they approached in a cohesive unit, wolf-type and biped alike. Cobb placed himself between them and his friends, shaking off Fiora's hands again. She gave him an annoyed look, but he had to focus on the wolves. "I thank you for your hospitality too," he said before they could speak, "even though I weren't so gracious with it. I guess I can't help it. But I don't know that I'll be grantin' any blessings when you've been harrissin' my friends." "We do not ask for blessings," said Ressa, lifting her head enough to fix her gaze on his chin. Her expression was tight, bitter. "All we wish is that you redeem us from my dam's failure." Cobb nodded slowly. He was disappointed in Haura too, and in the Guardian, for its secrets, its fractious nature, and its abandonment of its vessel. It made him wonder when it would choose to leave him, though in truth he wasn't sure why it stayed. "Yeah, I can do that," he said. "I'll redeem us all. The wolf woman nodded, then snapped something to her pack. Immediately the wolves split into two groups, and Cobb watched narrowly as they moved in around his friends like an honor guard. He didn't trust them, but they showed no sign of aggression, so when Ressa took up a lieutenant's position beside him, he decided not to make it an issue. Casting a last glance over his friends, he found them ready, rucksacks slung, cloaks clasped, gloves on, scarves wrapped tight around cold-nipped faces. Auric was as wolfish as he could be and still wore the chiton, his quills pushing out the fabric in places, and Lark looked like a walking coat rack, with Desira not much less layered beside her. Even Ile-Rien had pulled his hood up and bundled tighter, though Cobb guessed it was just to blend in. Right at Cobb's heels stood Fiora, ruddy cheeks further flushed by the cold, arms crossed as she waited for him to acknowledge her. The compression of her lips told him he was in trouble, but when he held out his hand as a peace offering, she clasped it and beamed, the shadow evaporating. He returned the smile as best he could. Then he raised the guardian armor and turned to seek the palace. Desira did her best to keep up. It was not the first time she had been forced on a trek while gravely wounded, and she refused to be done in. But will alone could not make her match the guardian's pace even when he was holding back. By popular request, Cobb had not projected his herd aura upon them, which meant that they traveled under their own strength rather than being pulled along in his wake. While this wore them all out faster, it kept Cobb from falling into the guardian trance and forgetting they existed. Which was all well and good for those who wanted a decent halt time and didn't mind the exhaustion of direct exercise, but for Desira, there was the concern that she might fall too far behind. Away from the herd and in amongst the wolves. They would tear her apart if they thought they could get away with it. She hated feeling weak. All her life, she had fought that classification, first as a human and then as a body thief, and if not for the secrecy of her position she might have been reckoned the best killer of her age. Not the best assassin, she had problems with subtlety. But the best at reckless, body swapping, window diving, pain ignoring, vicious contract murder? It was possible. Cobb had ended that. A part of her resented him for drawing out her long-buried heart, but now that she looked back on her life, she was glad. All that time in imperial service, and what had it gained her? Nothing. Not even revenge. She doubted that this would help, but she couldn't let Cobb go without her. Not with Fiora around. The girl was like a needle in her ego, always on Cobb's arm or snuggled up with him. Desira had never wanted that, had always felt more like a parent, or an elder sibling, but to have that bitch usurp her position at his side. It was infuriating. Not for the first time, she wished she had held back as Ile-Rien. Left some leeway to convince Cobb that she meant no harm, that she could walk beside him instead of stand against him. She could have been the close one, before Auric, before Fiora. Instead, she was just a hanger-on. And still he was the center of her life. She had turned her back on the palace, on Ile-Rien, on Prince Ile-Rien, all for him. Not just for that dream of a child who could surmount her suffering, but for a friend. Now look how broken we are, she thought as she followed him down yet another rocky incline. With their west-northwest trajectory, they were headed downhill most of the way, and while there were plenty of bushes and trees to grab onto when her balance wavered, she hated that she needed them. Her equilibrium was back, more or less, but her thread still strained to keep her steady and quash the anomalous signals coming from this body's damaged brain. Increasingly she felt she needed a new one, but Cobb would never forgive her. He was so withdrawn now, seldom speaking unless spoken to. She feared what the guardian was making of him, and what he would do if it left. Or worse, if it didn't. A shadow moved beside her, and she glanced up to see Lark at her elbow, smiling wanly. "You look like you could use some company, Ut." "Do I?" Desira squinted across the rocks to where Cobb and Fiora walked together, with Auric at their heels and Ile-Rien drifting after. The skin changer and Wraith seemed to have put their differences aside, perhaps as comrades in harassment, and the wolf-pack escort had vanished from the slopes and back trail. Allowing herself a sigh of relief, she nodded. "Why not?" Lark smirked. "Missed you too. Didn't seem like it when you were fluffing up the Catman." "What, you want me to fluff you?" She reached toward Desira's hood, and snorted when Desira leaned away. "Anyway, what else was I supposed to do? Get between you and Fiora? You could pick a side." "No way. Maybe she's hiding something, but what does it matter? We all are." Desira glared at her sidelone. It matters because I know what trifolders can and can't do, and going invisible and sneaking into a crystal tower is heavy on the can't side. How do you know? Because she piking well stabbed a wraith right in front of me, and the arrowhead. No, how do you know what trifolders can do? Know your enemy, Desirous said, but looked away from Lark's raised brows. Aha! Well, like I said, I'm not getting between you. I shall be the neutral party. Though she wanted to argue, Desira forced herself to nod in acceptance. Anyway. You doing all right? Lark's face tightened. No. But I suppose I'm better. I want to go back, Pikes. Maybe I'm the leader now, since I was Kair's lieutenant. But if the Kai is gone, if we're at war with the Crimsons, maybe it's best for enforcement to handle it. Plus you can't pet kitties over there. Oh, shut up. He was practically draped in your lap. He didn't want to talk to Cobb at all, he just came right to you. Lark lifted her chin with a huff, but then cracked a grin. It was funny. Arik says I have cat blood, right? Maybe he could smell it. I thought he was trying to curry some favor with Cobb through me, because Cobb had gone off to be cranky in the woods, but he was telling me about catfolk things and I looked over and, well, he's naked but for the fur, right, so he was just lounging there and his things started poking out. She raised her pinky like a little flag. Desira's mouth twitched. Thing? You're gonna say thing? Shut up. He was totally relaxed, like this happens all the time, but I couldn't stop laughing, so finally he slunk off. That's when you two were hissing in the corner. She was trying to get me to stay behind. Framing it as for my own good, but Pike that. You need to stop fighting. Tell her that. I'm willing to let her do whatever. And by whatever, you mean Cobb. They matched stares, then Lark said, I remember back when you were Darilon, and we were in that caravan shelter and you babbled about him like you were drunk. I thought it was sweet then, but seriously, you need to live your own life. I don't like my life. That just came right out of my mouth, didn't it? Lark smirked and made as if to pinch Desira's cheek. Desira swatted her hand away. You're opening up. It's so cute, said the shadow girl. You're a pain in the ass. MHM. Desira shook a fist, but couldn't deny that it was nice to see a light in her eyes again. She was a tough girl, but she took setbacks personally. Why do you think he had a cat face anyway? Said Lark, watching the trail again. I mean, the wolves don't run around with wolf faces all the time. When they want one, they turn into a wolf. How should I know? Arik. The skin changer's ears swiveled toward them, then he dropped back with an inquisitive look. Lark repeated her question, and he snorted. He does not have to blend in with humans, so he chooses the best of both worlds. Cat senses, human hands. Can the hog shift? No. Their spirit is dead, slain by the wraiths. Surprised they didn't go after Ile-Rien, then. Arik shrugged quilled shoulders. They respect the Guardian more than the wolves do. Speaking of, are you all right? They weren't exactly nice to you. I am a lone wolf. It is my lot. You can't join a new pack? He tilted his head quizzically. Why would I? I follow the Guardian. Not the wolf? Said Desira. Arik gave her a sidelong look. I have no choice but to follow the wolf. It is more than blood, it is my soul. I am just a tiny fragment trapped in this flesh, and when the wolf calls, I must answer. It is like that for all of us. Could the wolf turn you against the Guardian? Said Lark. I do not know. The Guardian is all spirits' parent, but spirits don't need to like each other to be loyal, Desira cut in. That's why we're going to Ile-Rien. A lot of skin changers and wolf cultists still live there. We might find some help. Lark looked doubtful. Skin changers in an imperial province? Trust me, I was born there. Some of the clans are actually packs of skin changers and their human kin. They won't tolerate a cull, so the emperors spent decades pretending to mediate between Ridian and Trivists by forcing Riddish skin changers to marry Trivestians, breeding out the pure bloodlines. Why don't they fight it? Because he's made it about status, and the Riddish can't resist that. So every year there are more mixed marriages, more human births, and fewer skin changer ones. Still, we'll have more allies there than in any other province. We're not raising an army, said Lark. We still need aid. Shelter, supplies, silence. We don't exactly look like good Imperials. Lark made a face. And we have to go through actual civilized territory now. I plan to avoid that as long as possible, which is also why I recommend Ridian. We can cross the desert easier than we can slip through the Trivestian canyons again. Pikes, a desert? Desira paused with one hand on a young tree trunk and gestured toward where the foothills and plateaus shrank into the northern distance. The Great Salt Waste. Used to be an inner sea, but it dried up some centuries ago. Now it's just ruins and blowing sand, too saline to support life. Shouldn't be a problem for the Guardian, though. Do we have to, Would you rather get shot at every step of the way? That's what will happen if we try going through Trivists. The Riddish border is much more permeable, especially if the people help us. But a desert. Don't worry. It's a cold desert. Oh, Pike you. Why didn't you mention this back at the wolf place when I could still have demanded the shadows take me home? Best not to reveal everything around people who may yet betray us. What? Like who? The copper elemental, said Desira as she started down again. It knew Ankelan and we have no idea if it was telling the truth about betraying him. Plus the Catman, Skulky Thing, and the Elffolk raptors like the Ravager. It manifests 6 wings, for Pike's sake, including big thick owl wings. How much would you bet me they're not his spies? Lark looked pained, then shook her head. They're not here now, so out with it all. Fine. As she took a moment to gather her thoughts, she caught sight of Cobb up ahead, looking back at her. The terrain had lengthened the distance between them, rocky and irregular and furred with spurbarks, but she didn't doubt that he could hear her. Fine, everyone listen so I don't have to repeat myself, she said. He waited until she was at his heels, then to her surprise he stepped aside and offered his hand. There was a ledge just past him, a short drop for someone in good condition but one she knew would rattle her skull and creak her bones like this. Grudgingly she took his hand and let him lower her, boots scuffing on the rock wall for traction. This left her in the lead, and not wanting to linger, she kept walking, half turned to address them as she supported herself on passing trees. You have to understand a few things about the Heartlands, she said. Fiora, you're a native but you're also a trifolder, so your perspective is skewed. I was born in the hills of northern Ridian, and I know the Empire is no monolith. It has cracks the size of the rift. The relationship between Ridian and Trivists is the biggest. They used to be one principality, back before the War of the Lion and Eagle Tevin, I think it was called. And they were fairly harmonious. Eagles above, wolves below, sharing the land because they lived in different niches. But the war came, and it's not lion and eagle for nothing. There was an eagle emperor on the throne, and when he was slain, his people fled into the tableland. It wasn't a new thing, they always retreated when they experienced big setbacks, to hide in their eyries. But it left the wolves and other folk on the field without them, against a magic-wielding enemy force. They were massacred. Ever since, they've detested each other. The Emperor forces them together through marriages and the Sapphire Army, but there's always some incident going on, and there are raiders who patrol the desert fringe just to kill any Trivestians they find on the wrong side of the border. Of course, there are Trivestians who do the same. These raiders sometimes have to hide in the deep desert when the Sapphire Army retaliates. Much of it is toxic, but they've found livable pockets. I know some of them. I plan to take us through them. Go back to that word toxic, said Lark. Desira waved her off. Won't matter. We're not going as far as Crystal Valley, which means if we're lucky we won't even meet any wraiths. Alright, explain that. Placastia, interjected Il-Shenrer, voice still somewhat hollow. The flagship of the Ile-Rien, my former people. Entombed in the salt. Right, said Desira. It's stuck in the exact center of the desert. We won't get near it. Now you've cursed us. Quiet, Lark. Isn't Placastia one of the places you thought they'd bring Cobb? Said Fiora. The one where we'd all die no matter what we did. Desira grimaced. Yes. Why are we letting you plan our course? If you think you can do better. Absolutely. We call up the shadows and go back to Turo, or Cantarin, or wherever the shadowless circle ends, and trek from there. Turo will be under surveillance, said Desira. Cantarin is an option, but that would mean going through densely populated territory, all of it hostile. If we cut through the desert and get the clans to turn a blind eye, we can reach the Imperial Road without anyone the wiser. If. Every plan is composed of ifs. These are the best we can hope for. That. If we went to Cantarin, we'd have my temple on our side, and trifold sympathizers all the way to the palace. Are you sure they're still yours? What? People do come back from the palace, just not unchanged. She caught the look in Fiora's eyes when she glanced back, narrow, flat, angry, but the girl didn't respond. I put no more faith in my people, continued Desira, but the less contact we have with anyone, the better. And the British won't know about our business. Why don't we vote? No, said Cobb. They all looked at him, and despite the bark armor and antlers, he shifted on his hooves like an anxious child and refused to meet their eyes. We're already going this way, he mumbled. Cobb. Don't yell at me, Fiora. Yellin' doesn't change my mind, I'm not, I just don't understand why you're siding with her. For the record, I like the civilization route, said Lark. Cobb sighed. I'm sittin' with her because she has more experience. You haven't been out in the world any more than me. Oh, we're talking about her experience now? Fiora jabbed a finger in her direction. She's an Imperial, a murderer, a traitor and a spy, Cobb. Why would you think that's changed? Are you so wrapped around her finger that you can't see she'll get us killed? Fiora, he said tightly. No. You won't kill her when she obviously deserves it, so I want to know why I shouldn't do it myself. In the shocked stillness that followed, Desira felt herself smile. It had been a while since anyone had said such things to her face. Because your plan is to walk into the palace and poke Ankelin in the eye, she said calmly, and you know little about either of them. I've worked with Ankelin for 45 years, and been an agent of the palace for just as long. If you think you can get in there without my help, well, I invite you to try. Fiora looked to Cobb. She'll obviously turn on us. You have to. No. Stop, he said with quiet force. He turned a flinty gaze on each of them, then continued, I need you as a herd, a team, not at each other's throats. I'm not on anyone's side because you're all on mine. You understand? For a moment, Fiora looked mutinous, then dropped her gaze to the icy rocks. Yes. Yes, Desira echoed. His face held no belief, but he nodded. Go on then. Keep walking. Desira gripped a narrow spurbark trunk to help navigate the next step down. Not far below, the ragged slope flattened into an almost walkable course, and she willed herself to reach it. The muscles along the backs of her legs were burning, all the wounds of her recent fights hanging heavy, and the tentative balance she had regained overnight was starting to waver. She did not want to be carried, but neither did she want to pitch headlong down the mountain, and the line between the two was thinning rapidly. Should I keep talking, too? she said, minding her footholds. We've got 20+ days on the road. You'll forget everything I tell you by then. Might as well say it now. Who knows when we'll lose you? Sniped Fiora. Cobb's anger was tangible, a dark wave. Pikes, what did I just tell you? The trifolder girl did not answer. The palace is alive, said Desira, pretending Fiora didn't exist. It's some kind of organism. I don't know the specifics, but it grows, moves, changes, all by the Emperor's whim. The white road from it to Caserndon is an outgrowth, and there are tendrils of it all through the swamp. That's why no army has ever reached it. The palace is aware of them as soon as they touch its edge. Among the pilgrims, though, it shouldn't notice us. My kind and Ilshenrers are common there. Fiora and Lark are plain human. Cobb, you can probably pass if you keep a lid on the Guardian. Arik, I'm not sure, but we've had stranger types volunteer for conversion. And once we're inside? Said Cobb. If the whole thing's alive, it gets trickier. The Emperor rearranges the interior whenever he gets bored, so there's no floor plan to follow. For midwinter, though, he lets pilgrims into the throne room en masse, so we can probably just go in with them. The problem is avoiding conversion. Fiora snorted. That's easy. Just don't convert. Desira glanced back, smiling flatly. And what, pray tell, do you think I mean by conversion? The others were arrayed up and down the rocks behind her, with Fiora at the back. The girl returned Desira's gaze with narrow suspicion. Pledging allegiance and faith in the imperial light, obviously. Leaving some other religion to join the empires. That's what the word means. No. They're not converting. They're being converted. That's just picky phrasing, It's not religious. It's the process that creates people like me. She shook back her sleeve to show the bracer. This didn't spontaneously grow here. Ankeelan made it, but only after the original conversion attempt failed. He picked up my pieces and off-topic. Off-topic. See, the palace doesn't just change itself. It's been taught how to alter those it swallows up. How to bend them to the Emperor's will, or grind up those that can't be bent and reconstitute them into mindless monstrosities. What makes you different? Said Fiora. If you bow to his will. Desira cursed mentally. Ankeelan. He handmade me after I was rejected from the pit, I don't know why. But that bound me to him instead of the palace, and... Memory rose like bile in her throat. She closed her eyes, trying to force it back down, but instead it enfolded her. The slimy call on her skin, the dull ache inside, her vocal cords straining against the thick gel that pulsed out from her lungs. The sudden freedom from it, and her ragged voice echoing back from the walls of the hushed white chamber, incoherent in its defiance. Not dead yet. Not changed properly. Hollow and hurt and alone, but not going without a fight. And a black-gloved hand on her mucus-slick shoulder. A quiet promise. Vengeance. Even now, it brought her back to herself. I don't know why he picked me, she said, returning to the path. And it doesn't make me immune to the palace's effects, but I can weather them better. Anyway, midwinter is a time of mass conversions, so we'll have to be careful. And quick. Do you know where Ankeelan will be? By the Emperor, I'd assume. He doesn't visit the palace any more than necessary. So he might not be there? Said Fiora. This is sounding more and more like a trap. The Ravager told me he's there, said Cobb. Oh, and the Ravager is reliable? Desira cut back in before they could start bickering. He'll be there because it's midwinter. That's when the Emperor recrowns himself. All of the command staff attend, and sometimes the kings and lord protectors too. More people to worry about, Cobb grumbled. No more than the mob of fanatics we're trying to sneak in with. Too bad we have no way to trick the mentalists. We'll just have to think light thoughts. Fantastic, said Fiora with all the venom in the world. Desira smiled, satisfied. This deep in winter, the days were short, and soon the sun dipped below the rim of the Trivestian plateau. Though rosy light still edged the clouds, the temperature dropped fast. Feeling it, Cobb decided it was time to try out the tectonic lever. He had been examining the lay of the land through his bare feet, trying to find somewhere that felt like a good campsite, but the rough hillsides and dense tree cover did not provide many options. Deeper though, below snow and rock and gnarled roots, he felt caverns, including one that nearly touched the surface. Don't follow me, he said, and headed up the icy slope as if it was a staircase. Hillside hunched over most of his target cavern, but a section had sheared away in the recent past, leaving thinner stone. He stood a while, contemplating how the cavern would react when it was breached. The walls felt firm, the ceiling solid, but he had never tried this before. He looked to where his friends waited on the trail, then scanned the slope above them. Rocks, snow, frozen soil, tall but tenuously rooted trees. Big avalanche danger. Go back further, he called to them. Ile-Rien, put wards up. Whatever you'd use for big rocks. This could get bad. He heard Lark squawk an objection, but they all scuttled back until he could barely see them through the trees. He still felt them, dimly, but since he did not know if he could control the lever and guard them at the same time, it was best to rely on the wraith. Taking a deep breath, he touched the chisel end to the stone at his feet. The lever felt somehow alive in his grip. At just a touch, cracks formed within his mind's eye, where the stone would rupture and cave inward, where it would stay standing. He drew the chisel end along the rock, intrigued by how the pattern changed with each new position. This was not an earthquake maker, it was a precision tool, as delicate as his concentration. Holding the image of what he wanted in his head, he raised it over the proper spot and struck. The hillside shivered, trees shedding great sheets of snow and ice. The tip of the lever punctured the rock like a needle, and he felt cracks vein out wildly from its point of impact, following the strictures he had set. Eyes closed, he switched his grip and pulled, both feeling and seeing the rock break into the required patterns. The sound of collapsing stone was deafening. As the last pebble dropped, he opened his eyes to find a ragged hole in the rock wall, punched 5 feet wide and 3 deep before expanding into musty darkness. To the left, a section of hill had subsided inward but felt stable. Looking back, he saw rubble covering the path, a patch of barren hillside above. At the fringe of the damage, a piled-up circle of debris surrounded a shimmering bubble of force. Cobb! You suck goat balls! Came Lark's sharp voice from within. With a sigh, he beckoned, and saw the bubble start to move. Debris tumbled into the hole it vacated, and with some squinting he managed to see the figures inside, struggling along the irregular rocks. Turning the lever over, he planted the blunt end down and concentrated on the landscape, fixing every stone and icicle and fleck of snow in place. By the time they reached him, they were red-faced from exertion and he ached dully, his back knotted like he had been trying to hold up a beam. What the pike was that? Hissed Lark, wild-eyed behind her scarf. You trying to get us killed before we even reach the palace? I made a shelter, he said, nodding to the hole. The shadow girl looked from the cavern to him incredulously, then made a sound of annoyance as Auric brushed past to peek in. The skin changer sniffed, then set a paw on the rubble slope, and Cobb made sure his footing stayed firm. I will investigate, said Auric, and disappeared inside. This is crazy, said Lark. You want us to sleep down there? What if it all falls in? What were they thinking, giving you that thing? Cobb scowled. I'm still learnin'. You don't want to go in, you can sleep outside. They contemplated the hole until Auric yapped his all clear, then one by one they filed in, until only Lark remained. Cobb offered his arm to her and she leveled a glare that could have stripped paint. You're crazy, they're crazy, and I'm crazy for staying with you people. Yeah, maybe. But if I give up, then you'll just get your crazy selves killed. If you could steer us toward a nice room and a hot bath, though, I'd be much obliged. I'll try. Now get in the Pekin hole. She made an obnoxious face at him, then took his arm and stepped down. He followed. Ile-Rien had summoned a magelight, and in its glow Kade saw that the chamber he had breached was the first in a network, shallow and debris-filled but feeding into a larger room with a smooth bowl-like floor. From there, a water-worn cut led into a third chamber, barely 4 feet high and tapering down to a crack. I suppose this isn't bad, said Lark as she moved inward, running a gloved hand along the smooth wall. It cuts out the wind, and nothing will melt on us when we start a fire. I will set wards to divert the smoke, said Ile-Rien. Ah, and I was looking forward to asphyxiating in my sleep. Kade slumped down at the foot of a wall as the others bustled around him, divesting themselves of gear and setting up camp. This had been their routine since bypassing Akariti, him guiding the way to their night's shelter and them doing the rest. He was not tired, not really. Constant contact with the earth seemed to renew him, so that every long stride buoyed the next. It was the frustration that drained him. Several times on this day's trek, he had pried at the Guardian's secrets. Only Vina and Jaranek responded, and while he had spent some time in Vina's memories of the ancient world, nothing seemed relevant. Interesting, yes, a pre-human perspective on a world teeming with active and tangible spirits, back before the spirit realm had been pulled away from the physical. But nothing he could use against the palace, or Ankelan. The other 3 guardians remained closed. He understood Erosei acting like that, the insufferable bastard, but why Hara or his father would refuse him, he could not guess. Still, there was time. Short days of hiking, long nights of waiting. He didn't need sleep anymore, not really. He would wrestle the guardians until they gave in. Kade, wakey wakey, said Lark from close by, and he blinked up and realized he had missed most of the preparations. Food was already cooking in a shallow, spider-legged pot the hogfolk had given them, and the girls were down to their lounging clothes. The chamber felt insulated, practically warm. Wasn't asleep, he mumbled, rubbing his face with the heel of his hand. Was just brooding? He glowered, and Lark flashed him a grin in return. Come on, don't make us wait. Reluctantly he moved to the fire, leaving the tectonic lever against the wall as if stuck there. Fiora gave him a gauging look as he settled, and after a moment he lifted his arm and let her shimmy over to rest against his side. It felt good to have her there, especially without the layers of overdress and armor, but he was still annoyed. He hadn't expected to be mediating between her and Desira all the time. Lark doled out a stew of winter vegetables and beans, and when Desira commented on the lack of meat, Arik said, "You don't want what the wolves had. Traveler's sausages, made from travelers." "Weren't that bad," said Desira. The other women stared at her. "Right. Never accept meat products from a skin changer," Lark muttered, then threatened Arik with the ladle when he leered. The conversation descended into the gutter after that, and Kade tried not to pay attention. It boggled him how similar these conversations were to the ones he had grimaced through in the Crimson Camp. Women were supposed to balk and swoon at such topics, not laugh so hard they nearly choked. His fellow men were no help. Ile-Rien just sat and listened, occasionally miming a drink from his empty cup. Meanwhile, Arik took the opportunity to flirt with everyone, even making eyes at Kade and the Wraith. Kade's dourest glare could not stop him. Finally, after even Il-Shenrer managed to slide a carefully crafted innuendo into conversation, Kade gave up. "I'm going to bed," he said, rising. Fiora caught his arm, but instead of pulling him down, she pulled herself up. Her eyes glimmered in the low firelight. "I'll come with you." A rush of heat went through him, one that no amount of jokes and entendres could have sparked. "All right," he said, hooking his arm around her waist and looking to the smaller chamber. We'll just. "I will ward the inner area from sound and sight," said Il-Shenrer blandly. Reddening, Kade said, "Yeah, thanks," then quickly pulled Fiora toward the inner chamber. She slipped him for just a moment to grab her pack, then followed, and as they got down and slid through the crack, he felt the other's eyes on his back. Then the light dimmed and the sound of the flames muted to nothing. Glancing back, he saw a wavery obstruction in the opening, like a wall of water. "He's so useful," said Fiora in admiration. Then she looked up at him, and in the faint light he just made out her smile. He reached up to touch it, to trace the line of her lips, and felt the smile widen beneath his fingers. "Come on, let's make ourselves comfortable," she murmured into his palm. "As much as we can be. Watch your head, Dot." The ceiling lowered as they scooted deeper in, from 4 feet to maybe 3. She pulled the pack along, and when she started fumbling at the straps, he realized that as little as he could see, she saw much less. He took it away, undid the buckles, then unrolled the blanket that had been bound on top. It provided no padding, but at least kept the stone from grating on his shoulders as they tucked close. "I'm mad at you," he murmured as she tugged at his belt. "I know. I'm sorry. But why keep doing it? You and her." She sighed against his neck. "I can't help it. I don't trust her." "Then trust me, alright? You keep letting her back in. She hasn't hurt us." After a moment, he amended, "You. She hasn't hurt any of you." Fiora fixed him with a look. "She tried to kill me outside the manor. She says it was an accident, but even now there's murder in her eyes. Don't pretend you can't see it. I'm allowed to defend myself. Just. Maybe you can just not talk to each other." "I can't handle it, Fiora. The anger, the demands, the lies, the Peking hog crap." He stopped himself, sucking in a ragged breath. It was wrong to take out his frustrations on her. Even if he couldn't let his responsibilities lapse, he had to keep them separate from how he treated his friends. "Cobb," said Fiora softly. "Are you all right?" "Am fine," he muttered. "Fantastic. Because you're squeezing me pretty hard." He let go immediately, chagrined, but she pulled his arm back into place just as fast. "Don't," she said. "It doesn't have to be all or nothing. It can be somewhere in the middle." I'm just tired," he said, and tried to lay back. As much as he wanted her, he wanted to be alone too. Away from everything. She let him, but then slithered on top, and he pretended it was her slight weight on his chest that made his breath come short. Her curly hair tickled against his throat as she tucked her head under his chin. "We can sleep," she murmured. "This is better than the floor though, if you don't mind." Her finger traced a line along his collarbone, and he swallowed thickly as the fire concentrated down below. "Yeah," he rasped. "I don't mind. Then I'll just get comfortable." He felt her sit up, and opened his eyes to find her lifting her tunic, rosy skin pale in the gloom. They did not sleep. "He's so uptight, I don't know how she can stand it," said Lark as the ward sealed. "Not enough anymore," Desira muttered. Grinning, the shadow girl elbowed her. "You're so jealous. What did I say earlier?" Desira scowled over her cup of tea. Across the fire, Elshenra watched them like a carved owl. Arik was scraping the last of the stew from the small pot and groaning like a creature in pain. "I'm not jealous," she said. "Arik, what is with you?" "Too many vegetables," said the skin changer as he sank back with the spoon still hanging from his mouth. He patted his stomach through the chitin, then stretched long furry legs. "Must hunt later or I will be terrible, smelly company." "You already make everything smell like wet dog," said Lark. Arik pouted. "But you," she went on, pointing her cup at Desira. "You have some explaining to do." "What now?" "I didn't want to get into it back when you and Fiora were yelling at each other, but seriously, you're wolfkin?" All eyes on her, Desira sighed and shrugged. "More snake, actually. The northwestern clans border the swamp, so there's also lizard and wader and toad blood. But we're not skin changers. I've fought some, but I'd never talked to one until Arik." "Too good an imperial?" No, it's a family thing. Lark grimaced. Never mind then, I know how that is. Desira smiled wryly, then leaned over to retrieve the cup Fiora had left behind. She'd been watching the girl since their acquaintance began, and every night Fiora sprinkled something from her pack into her tea. A glance showed her the familiar splay of tea leaves plus mysterious red flecks. Are you snooping? Said Lark. No. You're such a bad liar. Lark leaned across her to grab for the cup, and though Desira held it away, the shadow girl just planted a hand on her shoulder and half stood to grab at it again. Instinct prompted her to twist, trip, shove, impel her opponent toward the fire pit and the hard edges of the cookpot. She resisted, and let Lark snag the cup with a crow of victory. What is this? She said as she settled back down. You trying to tell the future? No. Then what? Come on, we all know you have it in for her. I don't, Desira said through her teeth. She has it in for me, and there's something going on with her. The Aristoia spire, the arrowhead, dot. Lark frowned, toying with the cup. I don't know what you think that means. So her goddess can't veil her, so what? Maybe she has her own magic. Unlikely, Ile-Rien interjected. All humans have the potential for magic, but a god's touch suppresses it. Perhaps to encourage dependence. Desira eyed the wraith. Is that so? In the firelight, his fine features were unreadable, inhuman. A lack of such suppression is what draws followers to Dinavar of Nightmares. He teaches arcane secrets even my people do not know. We disdain him for this as much as for his rebirth as the blood goddess's son. So the gods do this on purpose? Said Lark. Perhaps. Magic is the manipulation of energy by a singular entity, either a wraith essence or a human soul. It requires full control over oneself, and a god's presence interferes with this. I do not know if it is intentional. As a former wraith, Dinavar may simply know how to keep his followers' channels clear. Desira opened her mouth to ask what this meant for Fiora, but Lark spoke first. So I could do magic? I'm a laywoman. Ile-Rien regarded her, lens-like eyes shifting as if to focus. Yes. I see no interference. Could Arik? No. He has no soul, merely a tethered fragment of the wolf spirit. Das? No. Ha! Lark's gaze trailed to where she'd dropped her pack and most of her furs, and in the lapse, Desira opened her mouth to try her question again. Then Lark said, so I could actually be a mage, instead of just wearing a robe and pretending? Yes. The shadows don't like magic, though. Silence stretched. Experimentally, Desira opened her mouth again. Do you think you could teach me? Said Lark. Ile-Rien gave a good facsimile of a smile. I can at least show you how to empower your garment as a proper mage would. It will make the masquerade more believable. With a sound of glee, Lark scrambled up and tore through her pack for the orange robe. Arik seemed to take this as a sign to depart, for he rose and shucked his chitin, then shifted into wolf form and padded out through the shimmer of the entry ward. As Lark planted herself next to Ile-Rien, robe in hand and expression intent, Desira picked up the cup she'd left behind. Though she would have liked an answer, she already knew what the wraith would say. Whatever trick Fiora had used in the Aristoia spire, it wasn't magic. Chapter 6, Balance of Power. Captain Saravi descended the steps slowly, his lantern's light gilding the damp stone walls. At his back were Lancers Garrison and Saranel, still assigned to his protective detail, and Medic Shirala in her red and white striped coat. Down at the base of the stairs he recognized two shields from Lieutenant Arlen's platoon, stolid in their red jackets and light mail. They saluted in advance of his approach, and he returned it, then passed them into the dim chamber beyond. Another lantern glowed there but could not penetrate all the shadows that cloaked the cells. You are temporarily relieved of duty, he said. Get yourselves something to eat and be back in a quarter. Yes, sir, the shields chorused. He did not look back as they left, confident that his lancers would fall into position unordered. Instead, he moved deeper into the chamber, lifting his lantern to light the cells. There were miserably few. He supposed the Ile-Rien militia did not incarcerate many people, just fined and released them or else sent them to the debtors' prison. The first two were vacant, though the second only recently, since Shield Satherson had spent the night there sleeping off a drunk and disorderly. Saravi had ordered another lantern hung above him for the duration, because he was not a part of the experiment. As he passed the empty cell, he wondered what he might have caught in the others. Nothing, it seemed, for the runes on the walls remained untriggered, and the two militiamen Ile-Rien and Beltras were still there. They wore street clothes, their wives having visited during both days of their incarceration, but now on the morning of the third they just slumped tiredly on their pallet platforms with matching expressions of defeat. Saravi sighed, annoyed by their continued presence. Neither had been much of an assassin, and their motive was clear, a witless, ill-targeted sense of vengeance. Scryer Mako had verified that, but then refused to scan their minds further on the grounds that she was not an inquisitor and thus not legally permitted to inquisit. Regardless, he had learned plenty from their wives. Beltras was childless, ireful, the instigator of the pair, though no great thinker. Ile-Rien was a family man, moody and malleable. His wife was wroth over Beltra's influence on him, and both women bemoaned the massacre in the depths and the downturn of their lives since then. The scouts had been out to their homes to snoop and reported nothing. Even had Saravi been interested in torturing them, he already knew they had little to tell. It was exasperating. He had hoped he could at least lure the shadow cult with them. "We've got nothing to say," grunted Beltras. "If you won't charge or release us, just pike off and let us rot." A moment later, he added, "You should have left us in the depths." Perhaps, thought Saravi, but even in his irritation he could not sustain the idea. Those swarming black creatures with their shiny eyes and bloody teeth. No. I do not regret saving you. I would have saved all your comrades if I could. It was the shadows' trap that slew them, the shadows who have abandoned you here. I am only interested in them. Beltras sneered. You should have backed off when our captain told you to, you and your stupid scout. The depths aren't for anyone who cares to see daylight again. It's your piking fault they all died, my brother among them, and then you dare to come back here and fox up the Shadowland? Do you know how much trouble you're in? Do tell. Pike you. Find out for yourself. Saravi stepped closer to the cell bars, trying to construct an argument that would bring them to his side. He did not want to execute them. Then he noticed the stillness of the shadow beneath Rinher's bed platform. All the other shadows had tilted with the movement of his lantern, but that one stayed steady, a pane of depthless black. A cultist spy hole that had somehow failed to trigger the mage's trap. For a moment, he wished dearly for the days of the Jernizan campaign, a proper sword-on-sword war, not magic and monsters and a spontaneous need for espionage. But this was an opening of sorts. The cultists were listening. He had to capitalize on it. He'd planned for the mage's trap to catch any attempted rescuers, or if it could not, to let the two men be snatched away and then follow the arcane tracers Scryer Mako had placed on them. Instead, the shadows were showing the same caution he saw in the streets. The city had calmed itself, its riots subsiding, but he did not trust such lulls. He imagined agents circling, knives being sharpened. A hand moving in opposition to his own. This was evidence. The rest of the garrison was warded wall-to-wall, including the stables and the practice yard. The men had settled into their shifts, though some complained it was difficult to sleep with the glow from the runes. Too bad. They were restless, yes, his lieutenants had already lashed several men for petty infractions born of the close quarters. But they were safe in here, and that gave him confidence. And his enemy, his opposite, was paying attention. Can you tell me what this is? He said, withdrawing a small object from his uniform jacket pocket. Dark glass and twisted metal, it glittered in the lantern light, the misshapen trinket he had picked up at the verge of the ruins. His reminder. He had contemplated it often in the sleepless nights since the disaster, and had gleaned an inkling of its purpose from the way the shadows deepened in the spots unlit by wardlight. Deepened, but never opened. Both prisoners leaned forward, surprise registering on their faces. "Don't wave that around unless you want to get eaten," said Beltras. "It's an ayatokri. They make 'em as toys or offerings to the little shadows, the biting things like what got my fellows. Summons them, and sometimes the attention of the carry. Carry. The shadow cult." Saravi nodded. "How would I use it, Dot?" The militiaman looked at him like he was mad, and behind him he heard Medic Shirala shift uncomfortably. "Put it in a shadow, I guess," said Beltras. "Then just wait. Then I would like it to be known that I have this." Saravi turned his stare to the darkness under Rinher's bed, holding up the ayatokri so that whatever was beyond could see. "The time will come, no doubt, that we find ourselves with our teeth in each other's necks. I may endeavor to speak with you directly then. And you, of course, know where to find me." "Captain?" said the medic. Behind her, his bodyguard's ears were probably burning with his words, but those two were lancers. He trusted them. "I meant what I told the council," he continued. "I am here to root you out, to see that no more business transacts between you and the citizens of Balar, but we do not have to do this by violence. It is the way of darkness to yield to light. Those who leave will not be pursued. Those who surrender cult materials will not be charged. However, I will meet any opposition with deadly force, and have presented a writ of purpose to your council to that effect. My mission is to make Balar safe, stable and law-abiding, and anyone who stands in the way of that is my enemy." Glancing to Rinher, he added, "I would think that you, as a husband and father, could support such a cause." Rinher looked away, while Beltras growled, "Stow your pretty words. You're not running for office. Who piking wants to be imperial? All you've brought us is a boot to the neck." "Your elected officials have retained their offices," said Saravi, using the words Scryer Mako had provided yet still puzzled by them. His people lived within strict military hierarchy, and while he could understand certain other methods of rule, it seemed ridiculous to let civilians choose who led them. "Conscription is the same here as in any imperial province, curfews likewise. Our only demand is that you cease your worship of dark and heretical powers and give your allegiance to the Emperor and the Light. Pike you. This is just another piking gang war. You want their turf, they won't give it, so you pull us all into this whether we pick a side or not. I'm no shadow follower, but you won't find me giving them up to you blood-coated thugs. Nor will any Baliran." Saravi frowned. Thus far, Beltras was not wrong. The citizens served his soldiers like any other customer, but spoke no more than the standard pleasantries. Even the whores were said to be coldly businesslike. The attacks had ebbed, but no one smiled, and no one came forward. It aggravated him. Bad enough that he had to write his own writ of purpose, had to present it to the council with his own signature at the bottom because his commander could not be bothered. Bad enough that his finances were thin, the weekly paychest from headquarters barely enough to cover meals. Lieutenant Lynchard wanted to stockpile supplies, but there were no funds for that, and if the Balirans did not turn over any goods or pass on any tips. He clenched his hand around the ayatokri. For all that he resented the intrusion of the arcane and the mystical, he wanted this challenge. He had been courting it since the raids on the cliff coves. But to face it with so little, and with an enemy so vast and obscure, made it less of a spar and more of a massacre waiting to happen. Perhaps this had been a bad choice. "When you wish to speak, inform the guards. They will summon me no matter the mark," he said finally. "I would not see you waste your lives when we could be working for the good of Imperial Balar. Think of your families, if nothing else, Dot." With that, he turned away, aware of the target this made of his back. They could shoot through shadows, he knew, though perhaps not with the wards in place. But no attack came. Instead, the medic snatched at his sleeve, and his keyed-up nerves almost made him smack her. "Take care, woman," he said. "I want to inspect them." Saravi frowned at her. Medic Shirala was a frowsy little dumpling of a woman, no taller than his collarbone and probably half again his age, but she stared up with a steely determination that reminded him of the Cray woman, and it made him uncomfortable. "Nevertheless," he said, "no. You can see from here that they have not been abused. I will not allow you in with them." "Then release them. You have no reason to hold them." "I beg to differ. Ile-Rien law states that imperial law supersedes." "I am sorry, Madam Medic, but I will not discuss this further." "Captain, I must insist." "In the name of..." "Stop." He had been turning away, but now he wheeled back to look her square in the eye. "Invoke no names, Madam Medic. I appreciate what you do for my men, but if you state your allegiance aloud, I will have to act according to the Empire's tenets. Do not force my hand." She blinked up at him, startlement melting to sadness. "Your tragedy, Captain, is that you know you are wrong." He had no words for that, nothing coherent, but he did his best to be calm and stride through the doorway, up the stairs, without a sign of his anger. Her footsteps pattered after him, and it was all he could do not to shove her back down. Summon the sentries, he thought to the faint tingle in his mind that was Scryer Mako. Aloud, he said, "Garrison, Saranel, await replacement," then dismissed. "Yes sir," they chorused as he left them behind. The scryer was awaiting him at the top of the steps, one brow raised. The runelight of the assembly hall caught on the pins in her chestnut hair and the fine metallic embroidery that covered her peach-colored robe dress, making her petite form glimmer as she moved out of his way. "Worthwhile?" she said, gloved fingers tapping an absent tempo atop her crossed arms. "Perhaps," said Saravi, cutting across the assembly hall without pause. Now that the runes provided constant light, the place was cluttered with men talking or dicing or mending their gear, the bunkrooms too cramped to allow much of that. The great doors at the far end were open to allow in fresh air, and on the front steps he glimpsed men catching a quick smoke while they watched the kickball game in the courtyard. He turned a blind eye to all such things, though he appreciated it when the men covered their dice or their cheroots at his passing. Back at the Crimson Camp, gambling and Rashiyus were fine worthy offenses, but they boosted morale here and he needed that. "Hoi, Medic," someone called out as he reached the opposite stairs, and he was relieved to see Medic Shirala peel off to attend to man's concerns. "Don't be too hard on her," said Scryer Mako in his head. "She's all alone here." Saravi grunted. The other medics assigned to this post had stopped showing up after Blaze Company's first day in residence, and his scouts had reported their homes abandoned. They were trifold cultists, he knew. Darilan Trevere had pointed it out to him, and he had seen the evidence at the Crimson Camp. Harmless women, helpful, even, but still cultists. Medic Shirala's husband had been one of the victims of the shadow monsters in the depths. She lived here now, sleeping in the infirmary and dedicating all her time to the men. Her presence pained him. She was misguided. He knew he was right. The light was his master, and though he had failed it in his former life, he would not do so again. He would tolerate her for as long as she was necessary, but then... "Are you feeling all right?" said the scryer as he stopped at his door. He twitched, not having heard her following. "Yes, fine," he said, and slotted his key in the lock. The office beyond was lit by runes that the scryer herself maintained. She teased him with that, said she could plunge him into darkness at any time, with a spark in her eyes that made him wonder if it was truly a joke. Silent Circle mages were conflicted in their loyalties, and she was a Riddish woman. Her people and his did not get along. "Oh, don't work yourself into a nervous fit," she said, bustling in after him. "We're comrades, aren't we? Clan. Riddish respect the clan. I would prefer that you not eavesdrop," he said tightly as he moved to his desk. "I can't help it. You're projecting. Was there something you wanted?" We received an official communication while you were in council. He looked up sharply, hands poised over the ledger he had been about to open. You should have told me immediately. I know. Her tone was infuriatingly casual, and rather than give the explanation he expected, she drifted to his desk and started picking through the papers there. I judged that it could wait until you were less occupied. You're always neck-deep in work. Yes. You may be a soldier, but the others at least used their free time to relax. I thought you were off shift after the council meeting. Our business cares little for shifts. Nevertheless, you could catch up on your sleep. Try a little recreation. Or, she pulled a page out from among the others and glanced at it, raising a brow. Do some drawing, apparently. I hadn't taken you for an artist. He plucked it from her hand, trying to quell his annoyance. The page was covered in the facial sketches he found himself doing whenever his thoughts strayed. None were familiar, and those at the fringe of the page were distorted, squished, as if his half-aware mind had tried to cram the features in despite the space. They made him uneasy for no good reason. I started my career as a military surveyor and reconnaissance artist, he said, sliding the page face down among others. The communication? Oh, if you insist. Yes. She perched on the edge of his desk as if it was the done thing, one hand braced on the wood, the other gesturing. It's about our mages. Well, our mages other than me. Field Marshal Rackmar sent care of his personal scryer. And he said, they're sending us 2 more mages, which is the good news. The bad news is that they're to replace Preshen Verkii, whom he once recalled to the Crimson base camp. Oh, and also that Corvishman, Weschker. For what purpose? They have served well so far. She shrugged, the arcane medallions at her neckline glinting as they moved. The scryer didn't explain. But if you wouldn't mind a guess. Saravi nodded for her to continue. None of them are Imperials. Press shouldn't even be here, he's a mage operating without a robe, which is illegal in Silent Circle jurisdiction. Not that I blame you for keeping him on. But with Verkii being a Gajaran and the Inquisitor Archmagus man. Well, I'd say the Field Marshal is trying to root out external influences. It's well known among the gossips that he and the Inquisitor Archmagus aren't friendly. Wonderful. Other people's politics impacting my staff. Have you informed Basecamp about your work with them? The assistance they have provided to your projects? Tracking and overlays and such? Tantalizing tidbits only. Then the Field Marshal does not understand their worth to me. He regarded his quill pen and ink and the stack of fresh pages, trying to draft a letter in his mind, something that would persuade his commander to leave the foreigners with him yet still assign the new mages. He would welcome them. He had never expected it, but they lightened many of his burdens. Or perhaps he does, and he dislikes it, said the scryer. Saravi cast a look at her. What do you imply? She shrugged. That he sees them as tools unsuited to your hands, for whatever reason. I wouldn't dare speculate on his thoughts. Her smile told him that was a lie, but he did not care to discuss their commander. He sent no other word? No instructions? None. I'm sorry. I know it bothers you. It is as it is, he said, and pulled a blank page from the stack. Smoothing it flat, he glanced at her sidelong and said, if that is all? Lips pursed, she watched him with an expression he could not identify, then said, I was trained for the Sapphire Eyes Mage Corps before I awakened to my mentalist talent, you know. Banned from my own land and army because your people don't like eavesdroppers in their ranks. But you. I don't understand you. You don't seem to care about that, or anything else. You just work. Saravi let his poised quill fall. It seemed he had to talk first. And that troubles you? There are so many barricades in your mind. I'm not here to rework your conditioning, I know. I shouldn't touch it at all except to repair what the inoculation damaged. But sometimes I just want to reach out and tear the walls down. I don't even recognize half of them, and from the way I've seen your mind shake, I wonder. What? He cut in harshly. That I will fall apart without them? That they hold something back? She blinked, a hand rising absently toward her medallions. That wasn't what I was going to say, but do such thoughts occur to you often? Saravi shook his head, irritated at himself for showing temper. I know what they are. They prevent me from remembering my crime, the insubordination that exiled me here. Memory edits don't look like that. I want to investigate them. I think it would. No. Light, why must you be so Trivestian in this when you're like them and nothing else? I do not hold your origin over you, Scryer. Exactly, she said, snapping her fingers nearly in his face. He narrowed his eyes, but she went on, you don't care. You don't care that I'm British or that Shirala is, and you're fair to your British soldiers. Why would I not be? Along with everyone else, the specialists and the foreigners and even the prisoners, and it really puts my hackles up. Perhaps you are too sensitive. Because I have never in my life met a fort-holder Trivestian who was not rabidly hostile toward everyone else, especially the British. Your Trivestian archers are just like that. Which is why they were exiled here. For bad behavior. I think you have met too many of the wrong kind of my kin. And even that half-blood Serenel, he has that same flat look, the I am shooting you from an unassailable distance with my mind look, but. Saravi snorted despite himself. And I do not have that? No. Even when you stared down Vralik when he was trying to bully me, that wasn't your look. It was like you saw right through to his core but didn't hate it, just recognized it. I have never seen another Trivestian be as patient as you. He opened his mouth to gainsay her, but then closed it. She wasn't wrong. His people lived as far apart from each other as they could, in plateau fortresses and tiny outposts and isolated cliff homes, half because they preferred to be alone and half because they could not stop fighting. The British, the beastfolk, each other, they had no capacity to relax. Even families infought viciously, part of the reason for compulsory youth service, which started at age 7 and had prevented many a Trivestian parent from flinging their hostile offspring off a cliff. It was an affliction over the whole of the people, controlled only by their strict adherence to military rule and discipline. While this made them fearsome combatants, they were impossible to control outside of their own tight ranks. Half of the complaints Saravi fielded were about the Trivestian archers being abusive again. He remembered being young and bloodthirsty like that, but it had been a long time. Perhaps I learned patience from my British wife, he said. Scryer Mako stared at him. You married cross-border? Arranged, yes. Part of that last push to make us work together, . And how has that turned out? She said, glancing significantly at his bare left hand. As one might expect. She was not pleased by my fall from grace. Social status is your people's poison as hostility is mine, and so she turned from me in my exile. You say even that like you don't care. Saravi returned her gaze flatly, not wishing to excavate that old corpse. He had spent too many empty nights and written too many responseless letters to consider a lack of emotion unmerited. I do not see the point to this discussion, he said instead. If I have been adjusted to be like this, then it is for the best and I would not have it amended. Now, shall we bicker about something else, or will you see to your duties? Her mouth curved into something not quite a smile, and after a moment she nodded and slid neatly from his desk. I'll let you get back to beating order into the world, sir. But if you ever feel that you could do with some downtime, I can rest when I'm dead. Knowing you, not even then. He watched her strut away, having no rejoinder. Only when she pulled the door shut in her wake did it occur to him that she might have been coming on to him. It brought rusted memories of his wife to the fore, her flashing eyes and lush mouth always set in its fierce line, body tense as if she expected he would grapple with her. turned betting into battle. It hadn't been like that. There had been love, or so he thought. But 13 years had passed and he could barely remember the truth, so tangled in fantasy and rejection and self-recrimination now. All he saw was her figure silhouetted on the cliff as he left for the palace, the sun bronzing her dark hair from behind, her features in shadow. He tried to force such thoughts away, and picked up the quill pen to start his letter, but when the ink began to form her face, he let it. And such is the plan, concluded Garrison Commander Tunner, retaking his seat with little grace. Across the council table, Enforcer Arden took care to stay expressionless. She wished the Regency had released Care for this, but they had sent him elsewhere for rehabilitation. That left Arden to occupy the same chair that the Crimson Commander did in his visits, and in the same orientation, facing the other four as if being interrogated. Though she knew Baller law would not allow her an official council seat, the setup still rankled. In Taradzur and all other Padrastani and Yezidrani cities, the Shadowfolk were given respect equal to the priesthoods of the sun and the moon. By her reckoning, she should be seated beside the trifold matriarch. Perhaps she would have been, were she Care. Allow me to restate it, she said slowly, watching her four supposed allies. You want me to yield one of our storage facilities to the enemy in the hope that it will lure them into a trap, which you then wish me to spring with my own forces, but Lord Governor Bodrin said, it nearly worked last time, didn't it? And that was supposedly unintentional, though your people still owe mine for the militia deaths. With your resources and your allies, surely a real ambush will devastate these idiot Crimsons. And my forces will of course be prepared to mop up any you miss. I am wary of calling them idiots, said Ardent. You do realize that their captain's goal is something we do regularly, withdraw from dangerous territory until the threat dies down. At the moment I see little downside to emptying our storage facilities and leaving. Beneath the ruddiness of good living, the Lord Governor blanched. You wouldn't. Not after what they did to your Shadowland. The Crimson Army has overstepped its bounds and we must show them that we will not sit quietly. We must wipe out these occupiers and let it be known that we will suffer no more sanctions. We do not like unnecessary bloodshed, said Ardent. They are Imperial soldiers, conditioned to die for their masters, they will not go down easily. And then there are the mages. Which is why we need your aid, said the Lord Governor, planting meaty, bejeweled hands flat on the table. We had ways of compromising with the previous Crimson General, but he has been replaced, and this new general's first act was the destruction of your Shadowland. His second was assigning this garrison of murderers. Surely you see the necessity of retaliation. We cannot allow ourselves to be walked on, but Ardent's lips thinned. She did see a need, yes. The reports she had read on the tavern fiasco, the disaster in the underground and the assaults on the smuggling coves all pointed to the Crimson Captain in residence, and she admitted to being impressed. The Crimson occupation of Ile-Rien was a slapdash affair, but this captain had made himself a credible threat. Her preference was assassination, cut off the head and let the body die. The fact that the captain seemed to know it, seemed to court it, amused her. She'd been watching from the shadows beyond the jail cell, finger itching on her crossbow's trigger as he turned his red-coated back. But she had too many questions to be so rash. We have no evidence that the Crimson General intends to strike again, she said. And we have this captain's word that his intentions are only against my people. We can work around that. Go deeper underground, if you insist that we retain our presence, or limit ourselves to supply drops by request. This captain has no backing, said the Lord Governor, stabbing a finger at the company's writ of purpose. It was pinned in the center of the table by small weights, its precise lettering and understated signature exposed to view. It is sealed by his own hand. If the Crimson General had not told me this company would be assigned here, I would consider them squatters in the garrison, or even a renegade force. I think it likely this man has simply been dumped on us and is taking action as a religious fanatic, not an Imperial officer. But a dangerous assumption, said Ardent. Fanatics aren't given to compromise. Ile-Rien has already been pacified, Lord Governor, some parts more violently than others. If you wish to start an uprising, you should think on Savannah and Felon, not this one small company. You should think about the general, not this captain. We have more allies than Savannah or Felon. Your goblins and elementals. Those are business partners. If it is not in their interest to fight, they will not. The collapse of the Shadowland harmed them too. Ardent shook her head. Their undercity is seated too deep for the assault to touch. I've been told a few transit tunnels were breached, nothing more. The goblins have little interest in the daylit world beside what goods it can provide, and the metal elementals don't care at all. They don't even breathe. If trouble doesn't come to them, they won't seek it. You must incite their ire, then, said the Lord Governor, red with frustration. Surely they will rise up when they know the threat the Empire poses. Do you think the Empire would be so mad as to try to dig them out? I don't, and I won't argue it. This is not the place to stage a war, Lord Governor. Canrodi, yes, but your Padrastan sympathies are showing. You took over from Sean Kayer, a native Ile-Rien, and now you wish to let our city rot under the Empire's yoke? Personal attacks, she could weather. Bureaucratic idiocy, spear-rattling city-state pride, fine. But to impugn her loyalty to the Carry. I speak as granddaughter of Karis Morgui, she said tightly, feeling the shadows in the room rustle with her ire. I speak as representative of the Shadow Regency and agent of the Office of Enforcement. We are not interested in starting a war for you. It is not what we do. Any action we take on your behalf will be done mercenarily, bought and paid for, or as a courtesy only if you can convince me of our debt. Do not make demands. You will not like our response. The Lord Governor blanched and practically fell back into his seat. Beside him, the garrison commander went rigid, clutching at the hilt of his useless uniform sword. On the other side, the High Guildsman's eyes flicked back and forth between the various shadows as if he could see the creatures swarming beyond them. Even Madame Ile-Rien, the city's mother matriarch, looked strained, her hands clenching white-knuckled on the edge of the table. With some difficulty, Ardent eased back. The blood of Shadow ran strong in her, but that was not an excuse to abuse her influence. We should not attack the Crimsons, she said, but we can undermine them. Possibly turn them. Not that captain, said the Lord Governor. The fear had deflated him, and he looked tired and fretful, an old man on a crumbling ledge, unsure where to go. Stiff-necked, he is. I tried to buy him on his first time through, but he just looked at me as if assessing a bounty. You twinkled your rings at him, grumbled Commander Tunner. You didn't actually make an offer. I know a purchasable man when I see one, and he wasn't. His men, though, the Lord Governor looked thoughtful. He has quite a few non-imperials. Have the Shadows any agents among the Crimson? Some, but not here, said Ardent. According to Kayer, it had been a while since their army mole's last reports, and he believed that they had been taken. We have sympathizers close to them, though. Shopkeepers, brothel staff. Ah yes, whores. Soldiers love whores. Madame Ile-Rien cleared her throat testily, and the Lord Governor mouthed an apology for his language. We also have contacts among the working women, she said primly, and the medic at the garrison is one of ours. We will do our part. No need to endanger your women, the Lord Governor huffed. I'm sure the shadow folk will. Mechos. Dear. Women are practically all Baller has now. We will do our part. Her tone brooked no argument, and though the Lord Governor's face passed through several shades of pale and vermilion, he held his tongue. Arden suppressed a smile. She'd never worked much with the Trifolders, but the Carry respected them for a reason. So we will turn the captain's troops, she said. Stall him, distract him. Keep things quiet. With luck, we can wear down his loyalty until he has no choice, and then you can have him in your pocket like the Houndmaster. The Lord Governor seemed pleased by that, but the High Guildsman raised a manicured hand. What about the mentalist woman? A priority target, thought Ardent. She had little understanding of magic, it harmed the very fabric of the Shadow Realm and thus the Carry avoided it at all costs. Mentalism was said to be different from the other disciplines, but she did not know how, only that mentalists had the ability to detect and adjust thoughts. If the woman found and manipulated one of their turncoats, I would recommend abducting or assassinating her, unless you think she can be bought. The men traded glances. Madame Ile-Rien said, "We do not condone assassination. But you condone war. You approve of sending my people to shed blood on your behalf." Abduction, then, said Ardent. Easier for you than me. You've got hireling mages, yes? The Lord Governor nodded. And if we secure the Imperials, the Shadow folk stay? For now. I can't see the future. No matter how I look at it, this company's situation is odd, so we need to be cautious in our approach. Watchful. Do you all understand? Arden aimed her last words at Commander Tunner, who had sat throughout the discussion with a thunderous expression on his face. His eyes caught at her like hooks. Those were my men who died, torn apart in the dark by your beasts. Your folk and the captains both owe me blood. We paid you in gold, said Arden flatly. I agree that there is a debt between us, but we are not Nemesites. We do not seek revenge for its own sake, nor do we take up knives on others' behalf. Gold is not enough. The commander roared, suddenly furious, and slammed his gauntlet hand on the table as he stood. All on his side flinched. By the look on his face, Arden could guess who had put the two militia survivors up to the task of attacking the Crimson Captain. Gold could not return my men, and gold will not solve this problem. We must kill them, all of them. Tunner, please, said Madame Ile-Rien, making a soothing gesture that in no way reached him. Vengeance will not help. Perhaps we should summon the hammer. It was you women who advised peace last time, spat the commander, and see what that has gained us? Our city made a whore for the Crimson Claw, a quarter of our people fled or in chains. I believe it was Care who advised you then, said Arden flatly. The High Guildsman lifted his hand in the background as if to say me too. Commander Tunner rounded on Ardent, who did not stir, not about to be intimidated across a solid inkwood table. Women and skirt-clingers, he spat, jabbing a finger in her direction. We could have fought them then. They were weary from smiting Savannah and strung across the plains. We could have attacked from the roofs and the sewers, broken their lancers on our twisting streets, gutted their whole campaign. Even last winter, we could have risen up while Felon rioted, cast off our shackles and split their attention between the Felonites and us, so that their fight would not have been in vain. But no. We sat and bargained and waited while the Crimson Army conscripted our young men and enslaved the rest. While they grew fat off our land and filled their pockets with our earnings. Our city is dying because you people have no sense of community, and Ile-Rien's people are devout cowards, and everyone else seems to think that wait and hope is a valid strategy against a tyrant. You are a mercantile city-state, said Ardent, unimpressed. You never had a standing army, not even compulsory training. Most of your private security is mercenaries from Gujarat and Jernizan. How many Balirans know how to wield a sword, or even a crossbow? How many would have been willing last summer or last winter? Do you think the outcome of fighting would be any better than what you have now? The commander bared his teeth at her, yellowed from years of smoke. We have fire in us, girl. If you think. Stop. Tunner hesitated, then opened his mouth with a sneer, and Arden planted her palms on the table and stood to stare him down. You will address me as enforcer, or Arden if you must. No diminutives, no girl. I am your representative from the Carry no less than Sean Kayer was, and in all the shadows of Baller my word is now law. I am not here to amend or belabor the past, I am here to see that Baller's remaining Carry weather this storm, and the city along with them if feasible. If your attitude convinces me that you are headed to self-destruction, I will remove all of my personnel and all of our supplies immediately. We are not your hired swords. We answer only to our Father, and our Father dictates non-violence insofar as we can manage. Commander Tunner gritted his teeth and, with an obvious effort of will, bit back harsh words. Sean Kayer would help me, he grated. Perhaps that is why I am here instead. Is he well? Said Madame Ile-Rien, interrupting the stare down. Her hands were knotted white in her dark shawl. I had heard he escaped the disaster, but... Ardent made a mental note to find out who had leaked that information. He is alive and recuperating elsewhere. Madam, you said something about a hammer. Oh, yes. The trifolder's grip eased slightly, the furrows of worry smoothing. The hammer of Brancer, the High Justiciar. He has been sighted recently in one of his guises. Perhaps it would be wise to call on him. I thought you were against fighting. Oh, he's not a fighter. Not that he can't or won't, but he serves the Forge Matron Brancer in her capacity as the Lady of Judgment, a bearer of the gavel rather than the sword. Perhaps he could reason with these crimsons. Reason? Commander Tunner spat. Madame Ile-Rien gave him a sharp look. Yes, reason. Captain Saravi is not a monster. He seems to respect rules and authority when they are not waved about like weapons. If he cannot be bribed, perhaps he can be convinced to turn away from his blinding light and toward a more peaceful, equitable one. Absolute rubbish. Oh, you're one to talk. Your wife is a part of my charity group, and your sisters. Idiotic rubbish. Tunner proclaimed, then sank back in his seat to stew. Don't mind him, dear, said Ile-Rien to Ardent. He's always wanted to be in a war, but the Jernizan never raided this far south, and he was too old to be recruited when the Crimsons went after them. Ardent bit back a dozen comments and just smiled noncommittally. So? The hammer. Yes, that would be ideal, said the Lord Governor, just as eager to get back on topic. My houndmaster tells me that many of the soldiers are abominations, which I must have him explain to you, Enforcer, if you do not know, but he says he can dominate most of them. If not all. He grinned. The most foolish thing the Crimsons ever did was send Keelaith to me. Ardent raised a brow, but she had been briefed on Houndmaster Keelaith. Some kind of Imperial-made monstrosity who could not feel pain and commanded other, lesser monstrosities. According to Kayer, the Lord Governor paid a fortune in coin, food, and flesh to keep him and his hounds under control. He wishes you to think that, grumbled Tunner. I trust him no further than I can spit. Nor should we expect him to be typical of all abominations, said Madame Ile-Rien. We've seen precious few here, thank the goddess, but the one who fought the guardian beast in the tavern, I've heard he was frightful. It is unfortunate how little we knew at the time. That brought up another thought. Your faith is proof against them, isn't it? Ardent prompted Ile-Rien. And you can brew up poisons of some sort. I'm told Bakai has used them. The mother matriarch looked uncomfortable. Not poisons, my dear. Our salves are meant to heal. But they harm the abominations, Evidently. And your protective marks, they work against the abominations as well? Yes, they seem to. Though they are not absolute proof against the greater ones. Then perhaps, Ardent paused, realizing she was trying to design a trap she had already argued not to spring. I will keep it in mind, thank you. I believe we have our assignments then. The brothels, the hammer, your man Keelaith. And I shall continue to have my people dissuade the rioters. You won't pull out? Said the Lord Governor. Not for now. We'll see how this goes. The Lord Governor rose to clasp her hand, beaming, and after a moment the commander did so as well, though the thundercloud had not left his face. She traded nods with the High Guildsman and the Mother Matriarch, and then she stepped away to the folding screen set up in the corner, to escape through the shadows she'd come in by. Void's teeth, she muttered to her waiting enforcers, a 5-member detail she had left lurking in case of trouble. They fell in at her heels as she strode down the white path, 2 behind and 3 on the flip side as usual. "So we continue surveillance, nothing more?" said her right-hand woman Zari, disappointed. Thin-blooded and driven, she had been one of those ardent poached from Teradzerkai upon her exit. "There hasn't been much to see. Scouts coming and going, acting like they're invisible," said her left-hand Mantiquo. He was not her usual third, but she had pulled him from her main enforcement squad because he'd been born in Baller and knew most of its carry in person. "We're not fighting," she told them. "Not yet. I'd like to make some mischief though, see how they respond. Crates of manure and the like." "Not crates of Ayats?" said Zari. "We don't want to kill them. The name of the game is containment. Until we see what the other baitfish is up, we're just here to keep our people safe." "Understood?" "Yes, ma'am. Now let's give them some exercise." The anonymous tip about a shadow depot came at the end of the midday meal. Saravi, in the mess hall, set his fork down as a scout rushed over waving a map. He had barely picked at his food anyway, not much of an appetite these days. "What is it?" he said, trying to recall the scout's name. They all blended together in his mind, no matter that they came from all points of the empire and represented all sizes, all builds. "A target, sir." The scout flattened the map beside him, black bracer peeking out from beneath his orange and green sleeve. If not for the crimson medallion he had pulled out from under his garish tunic, he was indistinguishable from the rest of the colorblind citizenry. The fellow would barely answer a question, but I ghosted over to spy on it, make sure it wasn't fake, and it looks like there's stuff there. "Lots of stuff. Not sure who it belongs to, though." Saravi peered at the parchment, childishly hand-drawn but with landmarks that let him match it to his mental map. "Lower Hook, not too far. We can look into it." "Roust he ran the roster through his head. "Roust Arlen's platoon and find the Vralik and the Scryer. I will be in my office." "Oh, and tell the stableman to bard my horse." The scout saluted then scarpered, and Saravi rose with the map, scanning the mess hall for the men he needed. He had the inklings of a plan already coalescing in his head, and in short order had several Ruangrian and infantrymen at his heels, still licking their fingers or scrubbing crumbs from their beards. He had them wait in the assembly hall as he took the stairs in threes. Comparison of map to map told him he was right. The marked building was a warehouse in Lower Hook, in the Ridgeline neighborhood near the river. Scribbles indicated a basement, and his city map showed the area riddled with old tunnels. A fine place for smugglers. A fine place to get ambushed. "Come in," he said to the banging on the door. He knew it was Vralik by the heavy tread and the odor, a mix of Ruangrian and Ogrican stink, like having dirty fingers stuck up his nose. A moment later he heard another man shove in, then the quiet tension of a staring match between equals. "At ease, lieutenants. We have found a target for our aggression." "A brothel?" said Houndmaster Lieutenant Vralik, grinning. "No, and don't make me speak to you about your attitude. We've been tipped off to a cult storehouse. I expect a trap, so we will be cautious. Lieutenant Arlen, I want half of your platoon geared for close quarters, the other half stays here. Houndmaster, I want all of your Ruangrian in whatever armor they can wear and still haul things. Bring Sergeant Press for lights, and I will need all of your scouts as well, but for a different task. The rest of your men are excused." "That doesn't leave many," said Vralik with a chuckle. "Send up 2 scouts, any 2, immediately." "Dismissed." The heavy boots thumped away, and Saravi moved to pull on his armor. Off went the uniform coat, on went the padding, then the chainmail, then the light plates. The sound of slippers alerted him to Scryer Mako. He glanced back to find her watching him with a raised brow as he worked the buckles at his sides. "You summoned?" she said. "We have a tip, I heard." Any reason you didn't use the ear hook? Or our connection? He grimaced. For all the convenience of mentalism, he still felt leery of it. I prefer to speak in person. I need a portal. The other brow went up. We need a portal for clearing out a storehouse? No, I'm considering. He saw the scouts crowd up behind her and beckon them all inside, the plan still assembling itself. I need you to give them portal stakes, he said, nodding to the scouts. I want a portal on the rooftop. Archers, veiled. Why do you need a portal for that? You could just send them. To climb a building under veil? He paused. Can a veil cross through a portal? I do not know how magic interacts with itself. Scryer Mako shrugged one shoulder, arms crossed. Mine will. I'm a scryer, it's my job. Why do you need veiled archers on a roof? Why would I ever not need veiled archers on a roof? She rolled her eyes. Yes, you're very tactical. But is there a threat? Not stated. Then why the subterfuge? Because we are taking a cult storehouse. They attack from darkness, spring traps. Then someone should take portal stakes into the storehouse, not up on a roof. He frowned. She had a point. Can you sustain 2 portals at once? Of course. Then portal stakes with Sergeant Press as well. The place isn't teleport blocked? And how would I know, Madam Scryer? I'll go through with the archers then and take a good scan of it. I do not want you exposed to. How sweet. But I'll be fine with the archers. I don't care if they get shot for me, they're Trivestians. Not all of them. There are several winds. Oh, that's even better. Winds are meaty. Air, said a scout, and Saravi tore his gaze from the gleam in the scryer's eyes. This scout was scruffy, earth-dark, local-looking. You said you wanted all of us, but most are still in the field. I asked the Houndmaster to bring them in. I have been told he has his ways. Yeah, but so what do you want from them? If it's to redeploy them, he can do that himself, you don't have to summon them all the way back here. Saravi regarded the man, wondering how that worked, then nodded stiffly. Tell him to give them the location here, I've marked it, and have them disperse around the area to observe. You can make yourselves undetectable. Hard to notice, more like. Works best in crowds, but we'll do our best. Anything else? No. See to it, Scout. Telrun. Scout Telrun. The scout saluted then scurried off with the map, leaving Saravi with the scryer and a second scout blending into the woodwork. If he did not stare at the man, he could easily forget he was there. You. Get me 1 team of archers. Dismissed, he said pointedly, and the scout gave a sheepish look and slunk out. You would prefer us have some privacy? Said Scryer Mako, amused. Saravi turned away, ostensibly to attach the rest of his armor. He knew he had a hard shell. He had cultivated it over more than a decade of grinding effort, intent on regaining something that he had lost, not honor, not rank, but the fire he had once possessed. The drive, the desire for anything. He did not have it. Just duty. And no patience for flirtation. You are capable of wards? He said. I'm not brilliant at them, but we're all taught how. Ward me, please. He heard the question on her lips, but then she let it die and came forward, and as he felt her start tracing something on his backplate, he let himself exhale. He did not want to deal with this, did not even want to be aware of it, but now that he was, he had to work around it. A shiver of sensation passed over him, like being enfolded in a blanket. Then it dissipated and she said, Done. Thank you. He swung on the short red cloak with the Blaze Company flare, clasped it, buckled on his heirloom sword. Pulled the crested helm and diamond-shaped shield from the stand. I don't see why you need all that gear, she said, eyeing him up and down as he turned. Or a ward. You're not leading them in, are you? No. But I plan to make of myself a target. She gaped at him, but he brushed by, already hearing the buzz of anticipation from the men below. They hushed as he stepped out to the balcony, most of the Ruangrians still struggling with their bulkier armor. Chain tunic, steel cuirass and gorget, sallet helm, winged pauldrons, gauntlets, greaves, like miniature battering rams. He had seen them in action similarly armored, and knew they could move frighteningly fast. Sergeant Press, on the other hand, matched the infantryman in chain and hardened leather plus a broad-brimmed iron hat, an adaptation from the Jernizan campaign to ward off the saber blows of their cavalry. Good, said Saravi as he rattled down the stairs. We have a storehouse to empty at the river's edge, possibly benign, possibly full of cultists. We will enter and secure the building, determine the ownership of the materials and remove them if they are shadow cult. Civilian opposition is to be captured, cult opposition killed. I have already warned the council of this. Now we carry it out. A rough cheer went up from the crowd, and Saravi knew that this was necessary. The men needed to stretch their legs, flex some muscle, do some work, even if it was running after rumors. Otherwise, penned up in here like they were under siege, they would take it out on each other. But the tension made this dangerous. An unwarranted clash between soldiers and citizens could bring the city down around his head. Thus his presence. He had to see bad behavior to correct it. Vralik, Arlen, start them out. I will join you shortly. The lieutenants saluted, and with hollers they began to herd the men into the street. From the stairs above, Saravi felt Scryer Mako's stare boring into his back. Before she could speak, the second scout rushed up with 6 yawning archers on his heels. Archers, sir. He crowed. Yes, I see that. The 6 of you with Scryer Ursion. You, scout. Chemithry, sir. Scout Chemithry. Where did Scout Ile-Rien go? Here, came a voice from his side, close enough to make him twitch. The 2 of you, get portal stakes from the scryer. Deliver 1 pair to Sergeant Press, who I believe just marched out the door. Tell him to use them once inside. Take the other pair to a rooftop overlooking the storehouse entry. You can climb, I hope. Sure, said Scout Ile-Rien. This whole city is brick. Easy as pie. Sure, sir, the other scout corrected in a sharp undertone. Right. What he said. Saravi eyed them for a moment, then said, dismissed. You as well, Scryer. He heard her slippers on the stairs, her frosty silence, and then the scouts and archers brushed past to follow her. Saravi made for the door, hoping to get out before Lieutenant Lynchard could spot him and send the entire Lancer platoon as his guards. Lynchard was off shift according to the roster, and usually spent that time holed up in his office luxuriating in privacy for once in his peasant life, but the commotion might yet draw him out and Saravi did not want to deal with that. Outside, Lancers Garrison and Serenel were already waiting, armored and horsed. He swallowed the urge to berate them. He had to be a responsible captain, which meant accepting some level of never-ending protection. 3 Lancers still made a tempting target for an assassin, so he simply nodded to them and went to his horse. The big tawny Tasgard beast nudged his shoulder with its nose and he gave it a greeting pat. His name was Havoc for what he had wreaked on the Jernizan lines, and though his hide was furrowed with scars, Saravi preferred him to the horse he had been assigned for the Guardian pursuit, a younger, faster but fairly brainless creature. Upon reassignment, Saravi had pulled Havoc from the Crimson stables himself. While they had not always gotten along, he owed the old horse more than to let him languish in an 8-foot cell. Swinging into the saddle was like returning to his domain. He felt comfortable in the embrace of his armor, comfortable a horse, it reminded him of better times. There had been an invisible beacon hanging over those Jernizan battlefields, a bright light guiding him onward. To victory, to redemption. Now he was raiding cultists and threatening civilians. The shine had tarnished. What's the plan, sir? said Lancer Garrison as Saravi turned his horse after the infantry. The wind cut cold through the canyons of the streets, stinging through padding and plate. It had turned from northerly to southerly a few days ago and now kicked their cloaks ahead of them as they angled toward their target beneath the winter-white sky. "We are going to get me shot at," said Saravi. From the comfortable darkness of the iron bridge, Arden watched the Crimsons maneuver beneath her feet. She could only see into the physical world through shadows, but those shadows did not have to be cast by walls and rooftops, they could be cast by men, and as long as she walked in their footsteps, her connection remained. Thus, she observed her quarry like reflections in a mirrored floor. The captain and his 2 bodyguards were restive. She had shifted her position many a time to stay in their horses' shadows, catching glimpses more of their gestures than their features. Her cloak of eyets clung tenebrous to her, whispering the words of her agents into her ears. They told of abominations, portals, the shimmer shapes of archers, painful mage-lights, scouts at all corners. Good information for the future, should they ambush these men for real. A part of her screamed to do it now. She could see the captain's throat from below, the underside of his jaws pale as raw dough between the cover of his gorget and his crested helm. One bolt, well aimed, would crack through the roof of his mouth at this angle, straight into his fanatical brain. He deserved it. Nearly 100 carry had been captured in his raids on the smugglers' coves. Her contacts said that they had been shipped to the Imperial outpost of Myrit and then forced through portals, which meant their destination was probably the Imperial city. In the shadowless circle, where no rescue could come. She hissed through her teeth, and the ayats echoed her. For all her careful talk, she was vindictive by nature, and well understood Commander Tunner's complaints. To remove her enemies, to crush them in her seething fist, was a great joy, and she wanted to feel it at this captain's expense. Brazen man, showing himself so openly. Yet he was no fool. She could hear him through the mirror of shadows, directing his troops within the storehouse via the magic that connected them. Though he thought himself prepared for her, he was not content to rest on that surety. He knew there was more to do. "A dance, you and I," she told his image. Slow and cautious at first, learning the steps, but then swifter and fiercer until one of them slipped up. Even as she smiled, her mind slid to the other man, the one her ayats had shown her. The Padrasthani within the storehouse, shaking the bangles out from under his chain sleeves to summon elementals of air and fire. Terad Zurin by the cut of his goatee, perhaps the same one reported by the survivors of the cove raids. A blood traitor. If the call came to destroy this company, she would deal with him first. Then she would kill the captain. Lynchard stirred, then cracked one bleary eye open, wondering what that sound was. Like shuffling papers? Realization struck, and he swung from the bed, the thin blanket shedding from his back. "Savad, what are you doing?" He snapped even as he stepped past the privacy screen that separated the living space from the office. Rowland glanced over his shoulder, one fine blonde brow arched, a sheaf of papers in his hands. By his expression, it was Lynchard's fault for interrupting, not his. "Reading. Don't touch those." He grabbed for them, but the Senraka whisked them away, smirking, and it was all he could do not to lay hands on the man. "Those are official business, Dot." "Yes, and you really should learn to spell, Ile-Rien. Where did you grow up, the Night Fringe?" That's none of your business, and get your naked ass off my chair." Rowland rolled his eyes but rose and stretched indolently, giving Lynchard an eyeful. "It's not very comfortable anyway. I prefer the bed." "Then get back there and stop touching my work." Lynchard snatched the papers and smacked Rowland with them as the Senraka slid past him, much too close. "Tease. Now where did I leave my britches?" Lynchard dropped the papers back on his mess of a desk, then took a moment to just breathe. He did not want to throw Rowland out, but this kind of behavior was something missing. He scanned the desk for whatever his subconscious had noticed, then snapped, "Save. The piking earhook, Dot." "Calm down," said the Senraka from around the screen. "It's not as if I don't have my own, I just left it with my armor. Listening to you snore was too much to tolerate." You're a bastard. Did I miss anything? The captain is out there tempting fate. I don't know what you see in him. What? He's uptight, he has no sense of self-preservation. Give me the hook. Quiet, I'm trying to listen. Scowling, Lynchard stalked around the screen and nabbed the arcane object from Rallant's ear. The Sendraka smacked his arm in annoyance, but when he slid it into position on his own ear he heard nothing. You're messing with me, he said. I'm not. He ran off with some infantry and all the Ruangrian and is out there trying to bait assassins. As if those two in the cells weren't enough. Lynchard scowled, a headache already coming on. He wanted to crawl back into bed and pull Rallant down with him, have some quiet time. It felt like he'd been running in circles ever since his promotion, yelling himself hoarse at the lancers that used to be his comrades and superiors and chasing after the captain's back. He had no idea how he was doing, or whether the others would tell him if he slipped up. And that was just dealing with company strife, never mind the piking city. He moved back to his desk instead, determined to start his day. Rallant had been reading his attempt at a platoon report, and faced with his own childish, painstaking scrawl, he had to admit that his lover was right. He was lucky he knew how to write at all, it not being a prized skill in the backwoods, but such an excuse would not satisfy the captain. It's not illegible, said Rallant, emerging to drape an arm across Lynchard's shoulders and play with one of his war braids. The contact between clothed hip and bear sent a warm surge through the lieutenant, which he struggled to ignore. I can get the gist of it, but you shouldn't use big words if you don't know how to spell them. I'm trying to be professional. Just be what you are. He didn't promote you for your calligraphy skill. Then what did he? Lynchard swallowed the words, hating to whine. Hating to be so uncertain. He wished he'd stayed a lancer. You're doing fine. Confidence comes with time. I was born in the backwoods myself, northern Trayman County, before the accursed Corvish forced us out. But I spent a few years in the court at Thinbell and learned how to fake it. You will too. If you were at court, how did you end up here? Rallant fell silent, and Lynchard glanced at him sidelong, not wanting to move from their pose. The golden teardrop gleamed at the hollow of the Senraka's throat, but above that his smile was brittle, almost sullen, and his gaze had gone distant. I was there to influence those whom the Lagalena could not, but I made a mistake, he said finally. We're all here because of our mistakes, aren't we? What was yours? Flames and screams and bare feet running over snow? Nothing. One day I was in the Border Corps, the next day transferred to DOT. Rallant's smile broke. For a moment there was something in his eyes like thin ice on a lake, treacherous. Then it dissolved and the curve returned to his lips, the purr to his voice. Well, lucky you, to be saddled with the likes of us. Lynchard opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but he couldn't find any words that didn't feel like exposure. After a moment, Rallant pushed away to make a show of looking for his undershirt. For all their physical closeness, they'd known each other barely 2 weeks and been sleeping together for less than one, and that's sporadic. They were strangers. I don't want that, thought Lynchard, but he couldn't say what he did want. Knowledge? Love? Or just a bit of company? Still, he hated to see anyone hurting. Save, is there something I can do? He said. This is a big step down from the Golden Court, but it doesn't have to be bad, right? I could talk to the captain. Rallant cast him a bright, false look while shaking his undershirt right side out. About what, us? Your reticence irks me, but I understand. You have an image to maintain for the journeyman. Though if you like, I'll break their teeth for you. Defend your honor. You'll, what? Well, and for myself, of course. Those mouthy morons can't seem to shut up about me. In fact, they think suspiciously much about it, but a journeyman would rather eat his own horse tack than own up to being attracted to another man. Lynchard exhaled, then stepped around the privacy screen to rummage up his own clothes. The last thing he wanted to focus on was the journeyman. I'll talk to them. Tell them to lay off of you. Oh no. If they know I talked, then the grudge is clear, and when they're found dead drunk and butt-fucked in a back alley, all suspicion falls on me. Save. I'm joking. I know a joke when I hear one, Savad, and that. Relax. I have standards. And if it does happen, well, I am a monster. That was too much for him, and he rounded on Rallant with his trousers in one fist, the other hand jabbing the air. Don't you even talk like that, he barked. You're not gonna do anything, because you're not some slavering dark beast, you're not some. He saw too late the way Rallant flinched at his gestures, his raised voice. And then the Senraka was inside his reach, hands clamping down on his forearms, nails biting the skin, and his face was very close, all sharp white teeth and hard eyes, gold as the pendant. No? He said softly, his breath hot against Lynchard's lips. The dark has no monopoly on horrors, Ile-Rien. You should know. You've been fucking one. The sooner you admit that, the better off you'll be. That's what it means to follow the light. His grin, fierce and sudden, held no humor. To know yourself without illusions, and live with it. For a moment Lynchard was paralyzed, staring into those uncanny eyes. It was like Rallant had gripped him by the heart or the balls perhaps, filling him with fire. He knew he was looking at a mask, but it didn't matter. Neither did the warning. I'm sorry I startled you, he managed finally. Rallant blinked, the edge evaporating from his smile. What? I'm sorry. Look, can we? Lynchard glanced to the rumpled bed. His blood was up, and he'd always been better at demonstrating his feelings than speaking them. We're not on shift yet, let's. The Senraka broke into a laugh and released him, shaking his head as he stepped away. My fault. Maybe I missed the drama of court. I'm going. I'll see you tonight? Yes, no, look, stay a moment. We can just talk. With you in that state? I'll have to remember you like being manhandled. Lynchard flushed to his roots but persisted. I'll tell the captain. I'll deal with the journeyman. And I won't hit you. I saw. Stop, said Rallant with real venom this time. Even from a distance, his cold stare made Lynchard wilt. I don't want your charity. It's not. I swear. Rallant said nothing, and, hands raised in surrender, Lynchard weathered his scathing look of disbelief until it moderated into something stony but tolerant. Well, don your trousers and see me off, then, said the Senraka finally. Lynchard obeyed, silently cursing himself for 6 different kinds of fool. Yes, the sex was great, but that didn't guarantee they could work, and he should know that by now. Prying, bargaining, begging, it was too early for that kind of shit, and his arms stung from the marks of Rallant's nails. Still, he thought maybe if they were cautious with each other. He tied the drawstrings tight, then moved to Rallant's side, unbarring the door. Trying not to think of grabbing the man and hauling him back behind the privacy screen. He had to be good. Outside, the amber glow of the wards illuminated the upper hall. Rallant slid past him before he could make sure it was clear, then looked to the right, toward the captain's quarters. Oh, he said mildly. Lynchard leaned out, heart-thumping, and saw Scout Weschker, that piking useless Corvishman, rise from a seated position by the captain's door. His expression of prurient amusement flashed to alarm as his eyes met Lynchard's, and he sprang like a cricket to the stairs. Little shit, Lynchard hissed as he disappeared below, feeling a knot incongruously loosen in his stomach. That was the secret out, then. Not that he should have kept it in the first place. You're letting him go? What else would I? A hand came to rest on his neck, sharp nails digging into the muscle, and suddenly he felt dizzy. A cloying taste filled his mouth, his throat. At his ear, warm breath moved, more important than the words. Deal with him. He nodded slowly, his headache gone. Chapter 7, A Conspiracy of One. The whiteness opened to swallow him whole, and as he plunged into the sea of nacreous light beneath it, he knew he would never escape. Never remember. A banging noise shocked him awake, setting him clawing at the blankets in disoriented panic. His mentalist training snapped into place an instant later, and he thought, Jared, I'm Jared. I'm in the necromancer's lair, not the palace. I'm all right. The last bit was questionable, but at least the rest was true. What is it? He called cautiously in the near dark. From under the bed he heard a querulous chitter, some kind of question in the goblin tongue, but he was too rattled to pick up either Rian's thoughts or those of the person outside his door. Ankelan needs you, came the muffled reply. What for? Didn't say. But he wasn't happy. Instantly everything that Jared had done that could possibly have angered the necromancer flew through his head. His behavior in the palace since the palace and every question he had asked Taryn and Wick or any of the other bizarrely talkative new mages, every spying mission he had sent Rian on, and all the speculations he was trying to assemble into some clear picture of Ankelan's purpose. I'll be right out. He flung the bedsheets back and cued the chamber light with a thought. The place was not large, bubble-shaped but with a flattened floor. It seemed to have been formed into the basalt rather than carved, and the striations of the walls flowed and twisted beneath the etchings of the wards. The desk, shelves and bed platform had been extruded from the floor like hot glass, and though the first two were still bare, the platform housed a rather comfortable feather mattress atop a thicker straw one. A wooden trunk, the only movable piece of furniture, sat at the foot of the bed, Jared's few personal effects crammed inside. Since the palace, he had spent most of his time in here, curled up in the bedding and mind-working himself to ameliorate the flashbacks. It was difficult and dangerous, the terror was still fresh, threatening to draw him into a feedback loop every time he tampered with it, and there was no one here who could draw him out. But it was the only way he could make the memories stop crushing him. He couldn't imagine what the girl they'd rescued was going through. Reluctantly he slung himself up and started digging through the trunk. It was difficult to find a clean robe, the sniff test didn't work because of the pervasive scent of sulfur, and they were all the same forest green color and traditional cut as the one he had arrived in. Apparently Ankelan had latched onto that as his preference and just duplicated it. This place was wearing on him and he didn't even know how long he had been here, only that the laundry service had come to his door twice and he had chased them away with two identical nervous fits. Laundry service. In a volcano. It wasn't supposed to be like this. He was a prisoner of the most monstrous mage the world had ever seen, yet there was laundry service and dining hall camaraderie and tolerance of goblin shenanigans. At least this summons sounded appropriately threatening. He nearly leapt from his skin as a small body flew at him, impacting his shoulder then struggling to cling to his undershirt. Rian, light, don't do that, he hissed as the goblin got one hand knotted in his hair, one prehensile foot planted on his back and the tail wrapped around his upper arm for balance. The goblin's weight was negligible but the long black digits pressed hard into his skin. Is trouble? Rian hissed in his ear, eclipsing the view with his mottled gray face. Jared exhaled a long sigh. In a change as bizarre as the rest of the situation, the goblin had become protective of him. He suspected it was because Rian could move around the complex so easily in comparison. Though his sanctuary was still set in his master chambers up in Valent, that would be a one-way trip, whereas Rian had been in and out of the complex repeatedly through the air shafts that ran its length and depth. No more than usual, I hope, he said, and finally just picked a robe at random. At least Ankelan was not forcing him to wear the black garb of his minions. He had been called to Ankelan's side 3 times since the palace, each phrased like a request but giving him the feeling of a tacit order. All told, he had spent about 6 candle marks with the terrifying man, most of it dedicated to minding the dead hawk in his spying mirror while he tended to his cadavers, or fetching books or bottles for him, or sorting bins of shattered crystalline objects into colored piles. Ankelan barely talked, and Jared had been too intimidated to ask any questions, but at least nothing bad had happened. Would you get off me, please? He told the goblin, and slung the robe on over his nightwear once Rian reluctantly obeyed. With the addition of slippers, he was ready to go. The tippy-tap of goblin toes followed him to the door. "Rien," he started, but faltered at the goblin's sad-eyed stare, always his bane. "You know you can't come in with me. Ankeelan won't allow it." "Not care," said the goblin, then scuttled over to wrap spindly arms around Jared's robe-swaddled legs. "Is trouble, will come with. If he bars you out, promise you'll go to the dining hall and have a snack. Snack. And not try to come back through the vents and snoop around, dot." The goblin's notched ears drooped, but he nodded solemnly. "If snack, not come back. Right. You promise?" "Yes. Then, very well." With a happy chirp, the goblin climbed him like a ladder until he was standing on his shoulders, arms locked around his forehead and pointy chin resting in his hair. Jared sighed, almost used to his goblin headgear by now, and set his hand on the swirled basalt of the door. It irised open to reveal an agitated black robe. The lower half of the man's face had been eclipsed by dark swellings the size of marbles, twisting his mouth and turning the knob of his throat into a fist-sized monstrosity, but his eyes were clear. They flicked from Jared's long-suffering expression to the goblin's toothy grin. "Ah. Follow me," he gurgled, and set forth in a shambling gait, some part beneath his robe just as deformed as his face. At his heels, Jared absently rubbed his own stubbled but unmarred jaw. His visceral disgust had ebbed somewhat, but he wished he could feel something nobler. Empathy, maybe. Instead, he couldn't help but think monster when he saw these people, even the friendly ones. As they passed through the corridors, Rien adjusted himself around Jared's shoulders to hang less awkwardly. Jared worried about what Ankeelan would say. There was no love lost between necromancer and goblin. He sometimes wondered if Ankeelan's tolerance of Rien existed merely to keep him from fleeing. The ambient temperature rose as they neared the core of the complex, then chilled again as they took a side corridor that fed into the path to Ankeelan's laboratory. The many gates along the route stood aberrantly open, and as they neared the laboratory he saw that its door was open too, sending an icy current up the corridor along with a few blue sparks. "All yours, Iskeen," said the black robe, gesturing him forward then turning to jog back up the corridor. Jared stared after him, aghast. If things were so bad that Ankeelan's grotesque minions just ran away. In the ensuing silence, he heard Ankeelan arguing. He stayed in place for a long moment, trying to catch a second voice, but there was none, just Ankeelan pausing between tirades. Not sure if he would be interrupting, Jared edged toward the entry and felt Rian's fingers pinch harder into his shoulders. Beyond the doorway, light flickered erratically and pale sparks drifted on unfelt breezes, but otherwise the view seemed normal. The basalt slabs still held their array of corpses, the far wall held its counters and cupboards and endless racks of weird supplies, and the articulated skeletons, human and otherwise, stood on their supportive stands like empty-eyed sentinels. The light was coming from the side opposite the portal frame and Ankeelan's office. Nervous, Jared leaned through the archway to look. That end of the lab was a broad empty circle, clear of any furniture or tools or even light fixtures. Jared had never seen Ankeelan use it but had examined the area surreptitiously, and knew that the concentric rings inlaid in its floor made it a protected casting chamber. A broad band of warded floor stretched between it and the rest of the lab, and the walls that cupped it were etched densely with containment runes. Right now, the whole array scintillated with energy. Small arcs of electricity coursed along the three rings to leap erratically inward, collecting in Ankeelan's hands and swaddling his form in a shifting cloak of blue-white light. On the outskirts and the walls, the ward runes glowed molten orange, stressed by the power they were containing. As Jared watched, a few bright bolts escaped the wards to spider along the ceiling and spit sparks through half the room. "No, I can't simply drop it," Ankeelan snapped at his invisible conversation partner. "I've been working on this for 5 marks straight. Why can't you make an appointment like every yes, I know you're my master, but that doesn't give you the right to none yes, but wait, I see him now. Iskeen, get over here." Though every instinct screamed at him to run away, Jared obeyed. As he came to the edge of the warded area, Rien arched on his back and hissed. "What in the world possessed you to bring that?" Said Ankeelan, pointing with his chin as his hands were enmeshed in the energies. "Dismiss it, I'll not have it foxing up my work." "Rien, go get your snack," said Jared, not turning his gaze from the lightning-covered necromancer. Rien hissed again, then sprang off, and he heard hard digits scratching on the ground in retreat. Ankelan stared after the goblin, electricity reflecting in his eyes like mania. Then he fixed his attention on Jared and said, "You're a warder, but do you have any experience with energies?" Jared blinked. "The introductory coursework, yes. We all go through that. Nothing more substantial? I was never interested in the discipline." "Blast. Well, it will have to do, you're the only standard mage here. Ward yourself as best you can, I'll try to dampen this." Still blinking, Jared automatically began shaping wards. Drawing energy from this place was easy. The magma core throbbed in his veins the moment he opened to it, and the ambient level of the laboratory surpassed his own, making the magic funnel into him in an automatic attempt at equilibrium. He tried to use it up as quickly as it came, but even after quadruple warding himself and adding several peripherals to circulate the influx, his nerves still hummed with extra power. Meanwhile, Ankelan was grounding much of what he held, forcing it into the 3 metal rings and the wall wards until they glowed dangerously yellow-white. As his cloak of power faded to intermittent crawling sparks, he raised his arms, then snapped them forward, leaving bold blue images of them imprinted on the air. Jared had never seen such a thing before, and for a moment thought they were after images. But as Ankelan crouched to touch the innermost metal circle, the blue imprints moved with him, energy coursing through their spectral fingers to maintain his primary spell. With his real hands, he drew a quick redirect sigil on the metal, and Jared felt the tension in the chamber ease as an array further down the laboratory lit up cherry red. The containment wards dulled to the same, their arcane pressures balanced. Straightening, the necromancer swept his arms up to meet the spectral imprints. Flesh and power meshed again. Though the coils of electricity around him had lessened, they still made dangerous patterns up and down his arms. At his beckon, Jared could not help but flinch. "Come in," said Ankelan. "I need you to take this off my hands. If I drop it, all this work is gone. Oh, and don't step on the blades." Jared glanced down to see the fused crystal daggers arrayed between the circles. He had watched Ankelan create a few, picking shards from the piles he had sorted and hand-melting them together with high energy. Even then, he had thought it was odd that they were all multicolored. Each color of crystal had a different resonance, and the haphazard way they were put together meant their channels were mismatched. If Ankelan meant them as tools, he would have to smooth such imperfections out lest they explode at first use. Swallowing his trepidation, Jared crossed the field of sullen runes and stepped over the first ring. Electricity crawled up and around his outermost ward, and then he was inside and striding deeper. The ambient energy heightened with each stride, making his skin tingle, and as he passed over the second ring into an even denser atmosphere, he had to wonder what it had been like before Ankelan dampened it. Across the third ring, static crackled through his short hair and crawled up his robes. Had he been wearing metal accessories, he might have been burned. As it was, the temperature spiked and sweat immediately began rolling down his back. "You're right-handed?" said Ankelan, holding out his spark-shrouded hands. Yes. Then we can mirror this easily. You've done an energy relay before, I hope. In the introductory energies course, and in a few upper division wards. But I'm not practiced in cooperative magic. Well, try not to die. With that, Ankelan clamped his hands over Jared's, and the electricity that still danced about him moved to encompass them both. Jared sucked in a breath as he felt the power start burning through his wards, but contained the panic and tried to concentrate on what Ankelan was doing. On paper, energy relays were simple, like pouring water from one vessel into another. The complication was that these vessels were mortal bodies, each with a unique structure and resistance, each commanded by a soul of unequal strength. As their hands linked, Jared became instantly aware of the vastness of Ankelan's reservoir, and just as aware of his own, like a bucket next to an inland sea. Parts of that reservoir felt blocked or disjointed like the channels in the crystal blades, inaccessible, but the remaining space could have swallowed up thousands of mages of his caliber. The energy just at Ankeelan's fingertips was enough to burn him out a dozen times. "Please," he started, terror squeezing his heart, but Ankeelan's hands were vices and his gaze already fixed on the arcane middle distance. As Jared forced his attention to the magic, he felt fine threads unreel from the necromancer and into him to begin the transfer. It should have hit like a flash flood, so much did he feel it pressing on him, but instead it came as a slow controlled stream through his receptive left hand. Shivering with fear, he managed to start its circulation, directing it through his wards and robes and the peripherals he had already created, across his shoulders in broad loops, and finally his skin, but even with that, he swiftly approached his limit. The all-encompassing tingle heightened toward pain, and a groan escaped him. Then something shifted in the atmosphere of the rings, and he felt a heaviness descend about his body like thick robes or some kind of armor. It dispersed the pain, and as he glanced down at himself he realized that Ankeelan had just transferred his own personal wards, an 8-inch deep swaddle of additional layers that circulated the energy in intricate maze-like patterns, no two lines ever crossing. A network of pipes to prevent the bucket's overflow. "That should be enough," Ankeelan murmured. "Now just complete the circuit." And suddenly Jared felt the rings in the floor, the wards in the walls, and every single crystal blade placed around him. All the spells that Ankeelan had been maintaining fell on his shoulders, and he gasped as the energy he had struggled to hold began gouting from his projective right hand like lifeblood. "Focus. Channel it," said Ankeelan, releasing his hands to prop him up as he began to sag. "You are the keystone. If you crumble, so does the whole working. Just breathe and let the energy move through you naturally. It won't hurt you if you don't fight." Easier said than done, but Jared tamped down his fear with an effort of will and concentrated on letting the power flow. With Ankeelan's wards hanging about him like an armature, there was nothing else he had to do. The network had already been formed, and as long as he stayed calm, it all functioned automatically. His contribution was the veins and nerves, the beating heart, the living vessel of the process. Ankeelan's magic did the rest. "Sufficient," said the necromancer finally, stepping back. "Your channels are woefully restricted, we should work on that later. But for now, just breathe. I'm not sure how long I'll be, so, good luck." With that, he turned and strode from the circle, black boots kicking up sparks. Jared stared after him, dumbfounded, as he immediately resumed his one-sided argument. "Yes, I'm finished," he said, angling for the far side of the room. "No thanks to you. Give me a moment to open the portal and what? No, don't you dare." Ankeelan's steps stuttered on the basalt, then stopped. Then, to Jared's shock, his legs unhinged and he crumpled to the ground to lie splayland just beyond the wards, head cocked at a weird angle, eyes empty. "Master?" Jared called out cautiously. He had seen the necromancer switch bodies before, but never so suddenly. So unwillingly. The sight brought back the horrid tangle of hate and fear Jared had felt from him in the palace. To think that the Emperor had such power over him. A tremor went through the cycling energy, and Jared forced himself to settle down, all too aware that to lose control was to die. Surely Ankeelan would return soon. This project seemed important to him, though Jared could not fathom what he wanted with 24 channel-broken crystal blades. No artificer, he could not even tell the purpose of the magic he saw wrapped around them, tied into the circuit he controlled but not actively drawing from it. Whatever Ankeelan was doing, he had put it on hiatus in Jared's hands. Just as well, because as the moments lengthened to quarter marks, the beads of sweat on his neck and face became lines, then rivers. The heat of the circulating wards never increased, but his distress claimed otherwise, and only his mental discipline kept him from panic. It seemed impossible to focus on anything but the great wave about to break over him, impossible to feel anything but impending doom. Then a flicker of movement by Ankeelan's downed corpse caught his eye. As he split his psychic attention, the paralytic terror lessened. "Rien, no," he croaked, his voice carrying just enough to freeze the goblin with hands poised over the necromancer's face. "Why? came the goblin's baffled response. He's not, that's not him. And even if it was, he trailed off, not sure what he wanted to say. That Anchilan was too dangerous to oppose? That he could wake up at any moment and kill them? That he deserved their gratitude? Just keep away from him, he said. I told you not to come back. Never left, said the goblin smugly. Something glinted in his black harness as he straightened, and Jared squinted. A triangular silvery shard. Cobb's arrowhead. The one Anchilan had so recently extracted from his own back. You can't steal that, he said with ice in his veins. He uses it regularly, he'll know it's missing. Is not his. That doesn't matter. You can't. Not if we want to stay out of trouble. The goblin hunched low, eyes narrowing to cat-like slits. Trouble, he said, prodding at the necromancer's corpse with one pointy black digit. All trouble since he find us, me and Cobb. Now you should pluck out his eyes, bite off his fingers. Don't touch him. Even from here, Jared could see the wards on his robes. Without his presence to power them, they were dormant, but a strong enough poke could trigger them. And he had more bodies. In this chamber alone, he had dozens of options. Why you on his side? Said Rien. I'm not. Jared stopped. Was he? Right now, he had enough energy in his hands and enough access to Anchilan's arrays to potentially overload the chamber's wards while staying protected within the circles. He could destroy this laboratory and put an end to the necromancer's experiments. He hadn't even thought of that until now. And, considering it, the first thing that came to mind was that he shouldn't, because Anchilan had trusted him. But what was Anchilan planning to do with this place? With these daggers and these new mages and his connection to the Emperor? Gratitude over a rescue and a few fixed fingers seemed a petty reason to let Anchilan just do whatever he liked. To help him. I don't know enough, he told himself. It's not that I side with him, I'm just being cautious. There's so much I need to learn before I take action. His plans, his creations, the truth of the palace. His real body. There had to be one. Anchilan was no ghost, no disembodied soul. He had a mind, the palace excursion had verified that, and a mind needed a brain as its anchor. Whether it had to be properly alive, Jared did not know. Before meeting Anchilan he would have said obviously yes, but Anchilan seemed to operate fine while dead. But then, the only time he had heard Anchilan's thoughts had been in the palace, so presumably his living brain was there and it controlled dead bodies by proxy. So the question was, where in the palace was he? With a shudder, Jared allowed himself to slip back into that dreaded experience. As much as he wished to forget it, he had to examine the evidence while it was still clear. It took effort to focus past the intrusive horrors, the roiling floor, the prisoner's glassy eyes, but he owed it to those who had vanished into the depths. All those he had been unable to help. As the white walls of memory rose around him, he concentrated. He had decades of practice in picking a single mind from a crowd of loud thinkers. It had been an essential skill in Count Varen's court, where mistaking one man's thoughts for another's could let an assassin slip through at the expense of an innocent. More sordidly, he had used it to pick the best chance out of any group of women. It wasn't a matter of influencing them, which would have been both immoral and patently illegal, but of detecting who was actually interested. He'd grown out of that tactic, though. Or just grown too busy. It had been a while since. Pike's focus. All around him were minds of varying sanity, varying strength. As one part of his attention maintained the energy channel, the other paged through the data, until he found the thread of Anchilan's thoughts and began triangulating it. They had walked a long way through the white halls, drawing ever closer to the source of that burning rage, and then through the throne room and right up to the dais. By all evidence, Anchilan's true self was there. Not in the corpse he wore, but close. The Emperor? He thought, then discarded it. The Emperor was something else, some blinding entity far beyond even Enkilen's reach. There had been others on or near the dais, the broken-minded Empress on her lesser throne, the blind mentalists, the white flame guards, but he could account for all of them or their feelings of warded absence. None matched Enkilen's mind. Yet he was right there. Right there, and back a bit. And slightly up. According to his mental picture, that should put him in the wall behind the throne. A hidden room? A peephole, maybe? The wall looked solid, but he already knew that was a lie. As he tried to distill some kind of concrete answer from the data, his mind's eye drifted upward, to a place above the throne where the wall glowed with internal radiance. Theories and suspicions crowded together, tripping over each other's feet, until with a spasm of exasperation he finally brushed them all aside. He didn't know enough to be drawing any conclusions, and even if he could, who would he tell? The Valiant Council? He hadn't contacted them yet, for all that Rien had been clambering back and forth between here and topside for days. He could have sent a message at any time, but no. And in this situation, silence meant complicity. Opening his eyes, he spotted Rien climbing shelves in the distance. He considered calling the goblin back, but he seemed to be doing no harm. The skeletons he half-suspected were guards had not animated despite Rien's rummaging, and Enkilen was still gone. Jared just hoped Rien would put the arrowhead back where he'd found it. Some inestimable time later, a wheeze and the clatter of metal on the floor brought his attention to the necromancer's seizing body. He swallowed his nerves and watched the spasms ebb, the eyes roll then refocus, the hands flutter to stillness against the etched stone floor. With a groan, Enkilen propped himself up to elbows, then heaved forward to plant his face in his hands, and for a surprisingly long time he stayed that way, unmoving, unbreathing, huddled in on himself like an ink blotch. Then he dragged his hands through his hair and rose to his feet. His eyes were dull as he looked to Jared and the circle and blades, then he nodded once and stepped in, movements initially jerky but smoothing as he passed through the electrical fields. "You've done well," he said in a subdued voice, attention tracing the web of magic straight through Jared. "I'll take it back and you can consider yourself at leisure until I need you next." Before Jared could say anything, Enkilen grasped his hands again. This time the connection was immediate and total, and like a bucket being dumped into a well, all the energy fled him. The wards Enkilen had lent reverted in an instant, the magic leaping away as if repelled. As the current left him, he wobbled, gut-punched by weariness. "Go. Sit down. Take your time," Enkilen said as he resumed full reign of his spells. With the magic coruscating around and through him, his eyes regained their fierce light, the dull animal expression obliterated. "While you're here, you might as well check the hawk. If they've outdistanced it, don't worry. I'll adjust it later." Jared meant to just nod or say yes sir or something of the sort, but as he steadied he couldn't help but ask, "Is everything all right?" Enkilen didn't look at him. "Don't concern yourself, Jared." It took until he had stumbled from the rings and past the wards before he realized the necromancer had finally used his given name. He glanced back, but Enkilen was already engrossed in his work, the energy ramping up around him to spit sparks across the ceiling again. Too exhausted to start the trek back to his own cell, Jared looked around for somewhere to sit. And saw the door to Enkilen's office standing ajar at the far end of the chamber. Was it like that before? He wondered, but even his mentalist's memory was unclear, his view from the casting circle had been obscured by the angle. He looked back again to find Enkilen facing away, concentrating his spellcraft on a blade at the far side. "Am I being set up?" That was paranoia speaking, surely, but at this point it seemed like the sanest voice in his head. Still, the hawk's mirror sat close to the office, so with only mild trepidation Jared started that way. Rien joined him near the mirror and pointed poutingly to the arrowhead he had left by it. "I'm good," he said, then beamed when Jared smiled appreciatively. Letting the goblin clamber onto him again, Jared spent a moment squinting into the mirror. It seemed to be daylight wherever the hawk was, but the tree cover was too heavy to see more than a slice of empty trail. Then he let his gaze stray to the office again. He had seen the books in there. In his memory's eye he could even read their titles. It was like looking through the great library's lost logs all over again: Citadel construction journals, necromantic and artificing tomes, ancient and modern histories, treatises on pre-Miramain wardcraft, a whole shelf of lost spiritist and summoner texts, and bound volumes of incident reports galore. While they couldn't be everything that Ile-Rien had removed from the library, they were apparently the ones he deemed important. The ones he kept close at hand. Another glance down the room showed Ile-Rien with his back still turned. His skin crawled. This felt like a trap, so much so that he envisioned himself crossing the threshold only to be caught by some horrific spell, held immobile as Ile-Rien came to punish him. But the need to know was too great, and when he touched the door, it swung open for him. When he stepped inside, only a faint tingle crossed his skin. And when he pulled the first book out and began to flip through, mentally imprinting the pages, he knew he had found something too important to ignore. Several candle marks later, Jared lay staring at the ceiling in his small chamber, poring over what he had seen. The pages floated before him as if spread on a table, each perfectly preserved in his mind's eye. The problem was fitting them all together. He had skimmed the construction journals but found them less than helpful now that he was down in the depths that they described. The only mages who knew how Ile-Rien had formed the Citadel were the Master Summoners, who described a monumental and almost unfathomable working of elementals, constructs, and protective wards coordinated like clockwork by the oppressively omnipresent artificer Archmagus Morshak Rivant, one of Ile-Rien's alter egos. That Rivant had been obsessed with overseeing every aspect of the Citadel's raising was blatant, and there were many accounts of his temper, his scathing criticism of even the Masters, and his insistence on using only unbound elementals. When the Master Summoners had threatened to quit the project en masse over that requirement, Rivant had met each and every one of them in private. None dared detail that meeting in their journal. That Ile-Rien was a spiritist did not surprise Jared. It was hardly the strangest thing about the man, and explained the wealth of summoning tomes he had stolen. Most detailed the older style of summoning, where elementals were snared and bound and then severely disciplined to break their will. According to the texts, this resulted in tractable slaves that would not dare retaliate against the summoner even if freed. The current way was less abusive, but still strict. Jared knew of a few valiant student groups who demanded that not even bonds be used, that elementals be recruited as volunteers and not servants, but the administration mandated that all elementals within the Citadel be shackled in the interest of safety. As for the other books, the incident reports did not tell him much. None of Ile-Rien's known aliases showed up as a perpetrator, but he appeared regularly as the faculty advisor, equally distributed between the offenders and the victims, and was mentioned a few times for disrupting unsanctioned duels. Apparently he had a penchant for walking into the crossfire and just standing there, absorbing the spells, until the combatants realized who he was. The pre-Miramain wardcraft tomes were enlightening, but not for what they said about Ile-Rien. Jared had opted for the warder path after 6 years of mentalist training, and had since spent 22 years in study and practice, but he had only ever been exposed to the modern consolidated style with its rigid terminology, formalized gestures, and theory of interchangeable sectionality. In modern consolidated, all but the skin-tight wards were built in panels of energy, whether square or wedge or hemispheric. This made them easy to piece together around large groups or large objects, or use in a multi-mage gestalt, or replace damaged portions on the fly. However, they were weak at the joints and had limited energy fluidity. Power dedicated to one panel could not be shifted to another without seriously compromising the first. Pre-Miramain wardcraft was messy, cluttered and pieced together from at least 4 different sources, but it contained all of modern consolidated plus so much more. Layered skins, flowing wards, bioselective permeability, ambient regeneration, and entire new disciplines like reformative envirogenesis and subdimensional architecture. It was like Miramain had chopped off the entire top tier of true wardcraft and sent the warders back to remedial classes, where they practiced the techniques most useful to the Imperial war machine and forgot about theory or innovation. Suddenly everything that any military warder had ever complained about made sense. In their drive toward efficiency and ease of training, the Silent Circle had lost half a millennium of progress that the rest of the world still remembered. No wonder they could not hold the borders. It took Jared a great effort to put those books aside. He wanted to marinate in their knowledge thoroughly, but it had to wait, because he had more important things to read. The histories. Since his entry into the citadel at the age of 10, he had been trained and educated to the highest imperial standard. No common citizen had such resources to draw on, such books and teachers and lectures and experiments. No one in the empire knew more about the world than a silent circle mage. And yet, according to these histories, he knew nothing. Not only did the ancient histories astound him with details of the Ogre Dominion, the Northern Uprising, the Gods' Wars, the 5 great empires, and the devastating Great Wars which had culminated in the Sealing, but the modern histories were full of things he had never been told. Like the Heartland's Wars of Unification. With his memory, it was easy to recall what he had learned in lectures and compare it to the text. The disparity frightened him. The oldest Heartlands tomes were critical of the growth of the risen Phoenix Empire, comparing it to its fallen precursor empires and referencing a firebird cult from the Kiliokil Mountains. They detailed the political and cultural upheavals going on in the Heartlands kingdoms, kings being deposed, shamans blamed for outbreaks of plague, the mass assassinations of influential mages and anti-imperial activists. The later volumes changed their tunes dramatically. They waxed ecstatic about the emperor and his expanding influence, about the glory of the imperial light, about the rightness of reunifying the Heartlands and perhaps every land under a single banner. It was those that the Valiant curriculum followed. Jared knew a mindwash when he saw one. He'd just never had the context before. And he still didn't. For all the maps and footnotes, these tomes were like artifacts from a distant world, difficult to root in his reality. Too many place names had changed, and too many borders, Daiki to Dishia City, Anan Kingdom to the Protectorate of Amandan, Tevin Kingdom to Trivists and part of Ridian. It was difficult to keep the details straight even with his mentalist talent. And the people referenced, and the notes from old folklore and dead faiths. He needed to talk to Ankelan. It was a bad idea, obviously. He had gone behind the necromancer's back to get this knowledge, and who knew what would happen if he admitted that? But a part of him sensed that this was no accident, no stroke of luck. Perhaps Ankelan didn't want to be what he was. Perhaps he would be willing to talk or to change. I'm quite the optimist, he thought sourly, but forced himself up from the bed anyway. He couldn't just ruminate. He had to take the chance while he saw it. Rien was elsewhere, exploring, so he did not need to dissuade the goblin from keeping him company. He passed a few blackrobes in the rune-lit halls and exchanged polite nods, or sometimes a greeting. No one tried to bar his way, or questioned where he was going. Even as he headed down the hall to the laboratory, the blackrobes he encountered were either pleasant or disinterested, and the doors opened at his touch. The traffic in the hall told him that Ankelan was still in residence and finished with his grand spell, so he wasn't surprised to see the laboratory door still open, or the collection of blackrobes beyond its arch. He peeked inside, cautious, and saw Ankelan closing down a portal frame while several blackrobes used the empty slabs as desks on which to fill out forms. "Leave them on the far counter when you're done," Ankelan said blandly, obviously repeating it. "Then if you're not seriously injured, you're dismissed." A blackrobe placed her finished parchment on the indicated pile, set her quill and ink bottle among the collection, then headed for the door. Jared slipped in to let her pass, and she shot him a weary smile. One side of her face was scorched and peeling, with black veins running up from under her collar as if to reach it, and she trailed the distinct scent of burnt hair. "Iskeen?" said the necromancer. Jared twitched, then steeled himself and approached. Ankelan's brows were up, his glacier gaze mild, and as Jared halted just beyond arm's reach and fumbled for the right words, he smiled. "Office time, HM? Very well. All of you. Quills down, you're dismissed." There were some murmurs of question, but no one disobeyed, and in short order all the parchments were stacked and the blackrobes gone, the laboratory door spiraling shut behind them. Jared stayed in place throughout, though he couldn't help but clasp his hands behind his back, wringing fingers together. Come, said Ile-Rien, heading off among the slabs. You have something to ask? Yes, master. I have lots of things, actually, but I don't want to die. Don't wish to offend with any of them. I am not easily offended. Just don't ask about this. Ile-Rien's gesture seemed to encompass the lab, the corpses, the casting circle and all the complex beyond. Or that, he said, pointing upward at the citadel. Though disappointed, Jared nodded. The citadel seemed the least of his concerns. It's more about the palace. And the empire. Ah. I learned our history in my introductory courses, but I wonder if it's fabricated. Ile-Rien spoke flatly, motioning for Jared to stay at one side of a covered slab as he moved to the other. There, he folded back the overlapping edges of the two sheets to expose a corpse's torso, the chest cavity emptied of organs. A partial spider web of silver thread ran between the exposed ribs. Jared recoiled. Not completely, the necromancer continued. And not far beyond the norm either. Most governments manipulate the facts of their creation. Bloody coups become revolutions, oppression becomes peacekeeping, genocide becomes righteous conquest. Frowning, Jared said, I worked for Count Varin for decades, so I've seen my share of politics. But the emperor, though he was a man. The scion of the light, not. Ile-Rien reached into the chest cavity to withdraw the loose end of the silver thread. As he spoke, he began winding it between bones and piercing it through muscle, and Jared looked away, stomach roiling. He pretended, initially. Back when the empire was newborn. You wish to know what I know? Yes. Keep in mind that much of it is hearsay. I've been around a while, as I'm sure you can guess, but I'm not omnipresent, and there are gaps. But I know that this started long before the empire's official founding. You've heard of the seals? Jared nodded, then said, actually, I had a question about that too. I remember them from class, but we learned that they were made to keep out night herself, that the god of law and the god of light forged them to protect us. That the sealing disasters were night's last strike against us. But I've recently read more and found talk of a portal and an outsider and, well, really it's all different. Ile-Rien chuckled. I remember those classes. Such crap. There is no night herself. But how do you explain the Eye of Night? I don't know, I'm not an astronomer. Perhaps she's a conflation of the dread triad. Do you know much of the gods? I know Law, the light, the witch goddess, the shadow lord. 3 great gods. 6 great goddesses. Half of them in the trifold, the other half, the nemesis of seeking, the blood goddess of frenzy, the lady of ruin, in the dread triad. A few lesser deities, mostly the blood goddess's so-called sons, Dinavar of nightmares, Rehavrak of massacres. And then the quiet gods. Suru, Kurthatin, Moonshadow. Jared blinked. I had no idea. Not many do. Why would we, when the imperial light is all we need? Ignoring the sarcasm, Jared said, what does this have to do with the seals? Nothing. Nothing at all. The gods didn't do it, we did. We? A group of mages, spiritists, a few priests and wraiths. No direct godly intervention, that's been outlawed since the gods' pact. I don't understand. What did the histories tell you about the portal? The outsider? Jared squinted, consulting his memory. That it wasn't dark but radiant, so bright that it could be seen from hundreds of miles away. That its hordes swept across the empire of Ile-Rien and threatened all the others, and when the seals came down, that whole territory and all of the invaders were crushed into the sea. Did it mention that the Ile-Rienians made the portal? Yes. By accessing old forbidden magics. I thought they were dark cultists, but they were mages? Indeed. And the outsider was. He stopped, dire heresy on the tip of his tongue. It was too much of a leap, too fantastical, too horrific to entertain. Just because the outsider was described as radiant, it didn't mean. For a long time, the seals stayed closed, said Ile-Rien. Empires rose and fell, people fought as they always do, and the world moved on. But the seals weren't perfect. There were gaps, tiny gaps, just big enough for whispers to slip through. And the outsider was still there. Watching, waiting, trying to get back in. It was only a matter of time before someone listened. Actually, Ile-Rien chuckled. Someone probably listened immediately. Not all the outsiders' cultists died in the wars or the disasters. But there were only a few people who had influence over the seals, and as the mortals died off, the pool of candidates shrank to one, the Ravager. Who? Said Jared. Or, what? I've seen references, but. A spirit. A shard of the original Great Spirit that gave birth to all animal life. Once it had been like a god, but by the time the seals were made it had lost much of its relevance and was more of a roving personality. Still, it was powerful, and had participated in the sealing, designed it actually. And most importantly, it was bound to the will of its vessel. The outsider whispered to the vessel. The outsider made offers. And the vessel used the Ravager to tamper with the seals and let the outsider back in. Cautiously, Jared looked to Ile-Rien. He was fixated on his work, head bent, unruly hair caught back by silver pins, and the bland detachment in his voice could have meant anything. As desperately as Jared wanted to ask, was it you? He dared not. When was this? He asked instead. 413 years ago. But the Empire isn't even half that old. What does it have to do with? Ile-Rien held up a hand for silence, some kind of hook tool pinched between his fingers. Jared hadn't seen him get it. Remember the outsiders' cultists? There were never many, and they were endlessly persecuted, so by the time the outsider returned, there were only a few left hiding in forsaken little enclaves. It takes time to build an empire from nothing. But the portal. Couldn't the outsider just have come through? The portal is still shut. The vessel didn't remove the seals, just shifted them. The outsider had to work through its agents. Luckily for it, the War of the Lion and Eagle had just ended, so the land it entered was a shambles. Now that was a reference Jared understood. The War of the Lion and Eagle had been the last gasp of two empires, Ruin-Win, which had stood where the risen Phoenix Empire was now, and its western enemy Altera, since renamed Jernizan. Ruin-Win had been a degenerate land full of spiritist tribes and beastfolk, hostile to the arcane arts. According to his history classes, the Silent Circle had sided with Altera in the war and helped break the will of the beasts, allowing Altera's civilizing and humanizing forces into the Heartlands. Most of the population of Winden, his home, were direct descendants of those Alteran soldiers and settlers. They had driven the barbaric natives into the mountains, and had been consolidating their hold on the inner Heartlands when the main body of the Alteran Empire collapsed into civil war. Cut off by the rift and abandoned by their leaders, the settlers had retreated to their fortresses in Winden to resist the depredations of the mountain tribes, now called the Corvish, a struggle that continued to this day. Still hesitant to connect this outsider with his god, Jared said, I thought the Alterans brought the light here with them. Back before they started worshipping a cat. Ile-Rien shook his head. They were the people of law, not light. They turned to Athler the lion when Law was slain. The true followers of the light are in the south, what's now Yezed and Pudraz. The heretics were fighting now? But that's the false light. Ile-Rien glanced up slightly, expression wry. Is it? You've seen the Emperor. You've experienced his. You said he's a god. Are you saying it's a lie? Looking back to his work, Ile-Rien said, I'm not a follower. I don't really understand religious feeling. And I haven't met many gods. Is he powerful? Yes. Is he worshipped? Obviously. Can he grant his followers' desires? Sometimes. Is this what makes a god? Jared shook his head. It's beyond that. You don't feel anything when you think of the light? Or when he looks into you? Most times, I don't feel anything at all. Now that was a lie. The sheer force of Ankeelan's emotions had nearly overwhelmed Jared in the palace, and there was animation to his expression even when his mood seemed muted. A corpse face should have been the perfect mask, but the man could not contain himself. Well, about the cult? Jared said finally, retreating to safe ground. Cult. Yes. Ankeelan leaned in with the hooked implement to tug at the wires strung between bones, then twist them tight. The cultists were mostly in Deshia Swamp, where there happens to be a seal. Perhaps the outsider had been whispering to them through it. But with the outsider's return, they started building, expanding, recruiting. Spreading their influence to the neighboring settlements. These are the parts I'm not sure on. I know that there were plagues, mostly blamed on the swamp hag and other spirits. I know that the swamp expanded, and that Deshia City was relocated because of it. I know that the whole kingdom progressively cut itself off from the outside world, and when it reopened its borders, it had a king named Arades. I know that the long darkness came near the middle of his reign, which had already seen mass murders of Silent Circle mages and the death of the god of law. I have heard that he brought the light back to the world with some great ritual and subsequently declared himself risen Phoenix Emperor. I know he spent another 40 years wearing that title, bending the Heartland kingdoms to his will, and presiding over the shamanic purges before passing the crown to Arades too. I've heard of the shamanic purges, said Jared. Because the spiritists had been killing the mages, right? I wouldn't know. So you weren't there, dot. Why would I have been there, Jared? Because you use your minions to kill mages now. Because you're old enough. Ankeelan smiled slightly, not unamused. As nervous as Jared felt about these questions, the necromancer's current mood made him feel like they were permitted. Like he wanted to talk. Old enough? Yes, true. But no, I wasn't there. May I ask why? No. May I ask why you're here now? Ankeelan gestured around the laboratory. I have my uses. Questions swarmed about the corpses, the black robes, the citadel, but Jared knew he couldn't ask them. Instead, he said slowly, like what you did to those women in the palace? Tension crossed the necromancer's face, and Jared's stomach dipped. Have you ever worked with the Imperial specialists? Said Ankeelan. Or the White Flame? No. Then you haven't seen them, my projects. They call me Maker. The Emperor wanted me to recreate his old subjects from the flesh of his new ones, so that they would be ready for a brighter, harsher world. And I tried. I enjoyed the process. Designing, adapting, troubleshooting, field testing. It was a great challenge. But I made some mistakes. And when I tried to fix them, he wouldn't let me. He didn't care about the damage involved, as long as his subjects worked to his specifications. And now my errors have become the way. No one here has ever known anything but the light. A shiver ran up Jared's spine. He wasn't sure what Ankeelan was talking about, but the memory of the worshipful masses being drawn into the palace was illustration enough. And if his mental trace was true? You can't leave? He guessed. Ankeelan's gaze slid to him, cold and fixed. I serve by choice, Iskeen. I have been given all that I asked for. That's not a no. But the change of address was not lost on him. He remembered the mentalists in the palace, their probes sunk deep into Ankeelan's thoughts. Were they listening even now? Yes. Of course. Obviously. I mean, you have influence everywhere. The Circle, the Inquisition, the Emperor, he blanched, realizing he was babbling. Oh yes, all my influence. I'm practically the linchpin of the empire. Anquilin gestured with the hooked tool. You are distracting me, Iskeen. Go check on the hawk. Mutely, he obeyed, his mind ticking over all that he had just learned. Some of it fit neatly into his reading, but other pieces floated free, in conflict with the texts. Could he trust Anquilin to be more truthful than the histories? Could he trust Anquilin at all? Pikes, even the answers just bring more questions. The scrying mirror showed him nothing but snow and trees. Cobb and his companions were lost to view, wandering through the Garnet Mountains for no apparent reason. What part did that boy even play in this? Jared couldn't fathom it, no more than he knew why the Gold Army cared so much about what he'd seen that they would break his hands for it. Black antlers, white wings. The one with the wings had been Anquilin. He knew that now. Did that make him the Ravager? Was Cobb a balancing force, a spirit that broke magic instead of wielded it? Whose side was he on? His gaze fell to the crystal arrowhead, back in place beside the mirror. According to Rien, it belonged to Cobb, and when he touched it he could feel a dim psychic imprint still lingering. He had used such imprints before, to track missing persons and identify assassins, and the thought occurred that he could do so with Cobb. He could find him. Send a message. Saying, what? Everything. Frowning, he tried to dissuade himself. He had already warned Rien off from stealing the arrowhead, and Keelan always kept it out in the open, so there was no way to take it without him noticing. And the necromancer's plan seemed tied to it somehow, if only as a reminder of how Cobb's comrades had shot him. Was he using it to trace the boy? If so, would his scrying fail if it was removed? Was helping Cobb worth his life? It was worth my hands. But that was back when he was a prisoner of the Gold Mages, with death his worst fear. What would become of him when Anquilin learned? His fingers curled around the arrowhead, and with feigned casualness he slid it into his pocket. No outcry came. I hope you're worth it, Cobb. I hope you can do something, because Light knows I can't. Anquilin waited until the door closed in Jared's wake, then disengaged from his work and pulled the sheets over the corpse. He had other projects to check, other tools to prepare. Over by the casting circles, his fused blades still throbbed with varicolored light. They needed longer to cool, his wards would not save them if he touched them right now. As he consulted his mental checklist, he felt his eavesdroppers tune in as well. There were always 3 of them, but they had to eat and sleep and shit the same as normal people. In fact, they were normal people, for it was impossible to modify mages without breaking their ability to wield magic. He had tried. So there were perhaps 12 of them dedicated to him, working in shifts and sharing their observations. He hoped they found it entertaining. Midwinter Festival robe, it could wait. It was only the 23rd care packages, components ordered, others being assembled. Inquisition, next meeting on the 28th. Journeyman Evoker's papers needed grading, as did the treatise for one of the master rank candidates he was advising. His agent's reports needed to be read. And then there was the gold surprise. He nodded to himself and drifted toward his office, passing the mirror as always to check the view. His hand slid over the stone slab beside it, noting the faint irregularities on the empty surface, focusing on them. He'd have to polish this one. He couldn't have rough workspaces. A mentalist probe drilled into him and he grimaced and shot anger at it, like swatting a pest. They could not see through his eyes or hear through his ears, nor access his memories without touching him. All they could do was skim his surface thoughts and dive the dense clouds of his musings. He liked to read student papers while they watched, or attend plays, or compile cancer epidemiologies, and see which ones nodded off or turned queasy first. And when he worked his spells, he took pains to make them inscrutable. He mingled languages, played word games, solved equations, and sang old songs while his hands moved by muscle memory, defacing the process in his mind as the power flowed through his body, beyond their view. Someday, they would decode him. He had no doubt of that. Even handicapped, they had their claws in him deep, and he was tired. But the less they understood, the better, and if he burnt a few out in the process? Good riddance. The emperor sometimes chided him for his secrets, but playfully. Anquilin knew he liked the intrigue. He was just at the door when the bangle on his right wrist throbbed. He sighed, shook it out from under his sleeve and eyed the cabochon stones. Black. That meant upstairs. Office time, my ass, he muttered, correcting his trajectory toward the portal frame. It lit up when he slapped it, automatically weaving a connection to its last destination, but he checked that target and cued a different one. In a moment he saw it, the backside of the tapestry he used to cover his portal alcove. With a sigh, he stepped through. He had done so much traveling that he no longer felt the spatial disjunction, just the change in atmosphere as cold and dry gave way to temperate and spice-scented, the latter caused by the sachets warder Far Cry kept pressing upon him. She said the place smelled too chemical, and that he should try to live like a human being instead of one of Artificer Verril's automatons. Using them seemed to satisfy her. He deactivated the portal frame and pushed through into his sparse topside office. It had an inkwood desk, padded chair, other padded chair, and 3 tapestries from his jaunts to Gajara with Scryer Snowfoot, lavishly embroidered with scenes of snow and forest. Like all Archmagus offices, it was circular with the iron ring around the edge plus a short notch of entry space. Unlike the others, and unlike his true office, it contained absolutely nothing else of interest. He flopped into his seat, propped chin in hand, and made the door open gesture. It ground open noisily, followed by a silence as his visitor hesitated. He had placed a sheet of arcane darkness across the threshold long ago because it amused him to see how people reacted to it, how long it took them to step into the unknown. For this visitor it was only a moment, then he strode in, a tall man in a sapphire robe, face tight with annoyance. Anquilin sagged in his chair. Blast it, not Salandry. Summoner Archmagus, he said. Not exactly on my list of students. Can I help you? Summoner Archmagus Kirill Salandry stared down at him, slate gray eyes like knives. He was Anquilin's major rival on the council, a Tribestian with significant skill but an arrogance excessive even by the measure of his people. He also fancied himself an artist, his medium elementals. In Anquilin's opinion, he was shit. Then his tight face cracked into a smile, and Anquilin forced himself to return it. It is so difficult to catch you in, said the summoner. I am surprised you responded. You should know that I am getting impatient. You've always been impatient, said Anquilin, making the door-close gesture before nodding to the other seat. Salandry disdained it, instead moving to rest his fingertips on the desk. His forearms were ungarbed, robe sleeves truncated above the elbows to show his summoner bands with their enslaving sigils. To arcane sight, thin threads of power drifted out from them, more than 36 minor bonds plus the 4 major chains on his thick rings. I want this to progress, said Salandry, attention never straying from Anquilin's eyes. In someone else, it would have been hostility, but Tribestians had to be trained not to stare others down and Salandry had obviously shrugged off that part of his education. I am tired of being belittled by the foreigners and that glorified mechanic Verrill. I really don't see them belittling you. Mostly it's me. Yes, but I expect it from you. It is the part you play. Verrill, Kisvar, Snowfoot, they do not respect me. They interrupt me, speak out of turn. You understand my problem, you are blood of the hawk. We cannot allow these low-blooded clods to drag us down to their level. We must rise as the phoenix that is our patron, to the throne itself if necessary. Anquilin made a show of nodding and mentally detached from the conversation. They had been through this a dozen times, Salandry pitching his idealized uprising of all the raptor bloods against the tyranny of the mammals, himself mouthing encouragements but throwing up roadblocks at every turn. It was the type of lunacy that only came out of deep Tribists or High Darrenwy anymore. Though public avowal of beast blood was not a crime, it was considered gauche and backward and invited accusations of spiritism or worse, anti-imperialism. Anquilin had no real interest in Salandry's idiocy, so he just listened and made agreeing sounds, and imagined himself dissecting the man. Particularly his tiny, tiny brain. And your evokers are essential, Salandry was saying. Retrained as battle mages. Which is forbidden. Who forbids it? The laws of the Silent Circle, which were clasped upon us like shackles when the Ile-Terrins claimed our land. For hundreds of years, we have. Funny you speak of shackles, Ankelan thought as he let the summoner babble on. There was a revolutionary on every council. If not a Trivestian claiming to speak for the Sapphire Eye, it was a Wind who had some clout with the Golden Wing, or a Riddish person who had all the warring tribes just waiting for their command, or an unusually uppity Amond who wanted the rest of the Empire to understand the importance of farmers. Back when he was young, he'd known the Heartlands as a morass of internecine strife, political one-upsmanship and stubborn resistance to progress. It was comforting, sometimes, to see that hadn't changed. Mostly, though, it was annoying. In his imaginary dissection, he had already stripped Salandry nude, made the entry incision, pinned back the flesh, snipped open the ribcage and started removing and cataloging the organs when he caught the man saying, "Firebird." "What?" he said, blinking back to reality. "You must have a connection to the Firebird," Salandry repeated as if to a dim student. "I know it exists, you cannot convince me otherwise. The Emperor's Phoenix is merely an appropriation of the iconography of the Darrenwain fire spirit, the god of the Keliokeels. Even your name. You've been reading banned books again." Salandry scowled defensively. "The truth is obvious. As a Darrenwain, you most of all should understand this, and support me in retaking this land for our people." In his imagination, Ankelan cut out Salandry's heart and weighed it. Large for his height and mass, he projected the summoner at 3/4 Eaglekin minimum, which made for a more avian cardiovascular system. Perhaps further enlarged for stress, but Salandry was quite fit, which might ameliorate the issue. Good bronchial flow, perhaps enough to feed a circulatory lung structure, which would explain how he could talk and talk and talk. Merits investigation, he thought, and added Salandry to the list. Carrion, he said aloud, breaking into the diatribe. "I wish you would pick a single target. One day you say the Circle and the next you say Demithri. Do you not have the Sapphire General on your side? We have been corresponding. And what does he say? He is still considering my offer. Naturally. Because the Sapphire General isn't an idiot. And now you're saying the throne?" The summoner's gaze shifted uncomfortably, as if aware for the first time just how treasonous he was. "I believe we need reform within the Empire. Obviously the Emperor will retain his role, he is, after all, the prime scion of the light. But the memory of the Firebird should be rekindled, you must believe that. Not as we see it now in the temples, all glass and gilt, but as a force of rage and power. The standard of a new army, an arcane army. Just pick one idea and stick with it," said Ankelan. "You're beginning to sound unreliable. Overreaching. I can't be involved with a scheme that doesn't have the muscle to pull through. If you want my recommendation, stick with the Sapphire Army scheme and get Demithri's support." "And you will throw in with me?" said Salandry. "Against the Lowlanders? You swear to this?" "I swear. But only if you get Demithri's support." The summoner sneered. "Oh, I will get it. I have a meeting scheduled with him soon. If he thinks he can ignore the will of his fort-holder constituents, he is sorely mistaken." "If that is all?" Salandry offered his hand, but Ankelan just stared at it, then at the summoner's smirk. They both knew about the other rings Salandry wore, the empty but primed ones, waiting for their chance to ensnare a new servant. Enslaving human souls was illegal and impossible to maintain with summoner techniques, but it made for an effective threat. "Oh, go away," said Ankelan, and Salandry chuckled and withdrew. Though sorely tempted not to open the door and just let the summoner walk into it, Ankelan made the open gesture. Salandry's back disappeared through the curtain of darkness, then his boot heels crossed the threshold, and he was gone. Piking idiot. And bringing up the Firebird. Is he being fed information? Is he meant to distract me, draw me out? Good luck with that, Anquilin thought, pushing up from his desk. The Emperor had caught him tampering with the game once, and he knew better than to do it again. Curiosity could wait until this round was over. Everything could wait. Though if all went as planned. The bangle throbbed. At the same time, he felt a resonance from the door. Someone else seeking an audience. What? He snapped despite knowing the room was soundproof. After a moment's glare, he dropped back into his seat and gestured the door open. This one strode through with no hesitation, his garishly patterned robe proclaiming him Psyche or Archmagus Zurin Kisvar to anyone who retained color vision after seeing it. No one else dared wear such obviously southern garb in this political clime. Even Kisvar's pointed black beard was a stab at northern sensibilities. Lurking, were you? Said Anquilin tiredly. Salandri's mental wards are not as strong as he believes, said Kisvar, pulling up the other chair to the desk. His dark eyes glittered beneath the edge of his headscarf, today a twisting design of lime, brown, and blue-violet that complemented his robe. Like the Gagerans, Bedrastans enjoyed inflicting their idea of beauty on the world, as if to punish it for its crimes. And I told you I'm not bringing the subject to the Emperor, said Anquilin. We can handle this ourselves. Ah, handle it. That is what you were doing, then. Of course. Kisvar sat forward, expression grim. I saw the fantasies dancing in his head. Authority, dominance, annihilation of his enemies, of which I am one. You should not toy with him. I'm not toying, Kisvar. Then you are doing what? Trying to steer him somewhere less disruptive. You know I won't give details. For there was always someone like Kisvar on the council too. Someone well-meaning but nosy, or justifiably paranoid. A foreigner or an advocate listening for whispers of war. The Bedrastan mentalist sat back, steepling long fingers together. Sometimes I wonder why I trust you. With the Inquisition at your disposal, you could be playing us all. I'm just the custodian, I'm not the leader. They would never truly follow a non-mentalist. And yet your custody is more than I am granted. Your empire does not trust me, no matter that I have been with the Silent Circle for 30 years. No matter that I predate the conflict between our empires, or that the Circle should not even be bowing to these politics. It has drifted so far from its tenets. And you've been attending too many student rallies. As always, you brush me off. Kisvar sighed. I understand Salandri's rage, but I have never been able to comprehend your complacency. Your indifference to the changes that have been wrought upon us, binding more and more of our students to the imperial war machine. I'm an evoker, Kisvar. War is what I'm for. No. There is more to your craft. I have seen it. Yet you ignore peaceful innovation to focus on the destructive arts. Thus why I'm Inquisitor Archmagus. Because I can be relied upon to follow my orders. Kisvar's bronzy face drew tight with distaste. He sat up stiffly, formally, and said, This is not the circle I entered. I must register a complaint. Our next council meeting is. I fear for my students, Anquilin. The Imperial recruiters visit constantly, and they raise their offers every time. Wealth, rank, status, in exchange for military service. Yet I hear shocking reports from those who have gone into the armies. Mass mind washes? Enslavement through conditioning? Some even report a kind of lobotomizing magic that leaves no psychic traces. As the Inquisitor Archmagus, you must be aware of these things. Do you condone them? Are the students who go into imperial service being made to carry out such practices? I'm not at liberty to say. Who so commands you? The Emperor? You shouldn't ask. I must know if his expression cracked momentarily, showing a hunted animal fear, but he mastered himself. I must know if I have a future here. If my students have options that will not destroy them. You cannot understand how fragile we are. Those that return, their minds are like broken glass. I cannot condone this, and if Salandry thinks to start yet another war. Anquilin held up a mollifying hand. It was true, he couldn't understand. He had always been mind-blind, and more than that, he held the Ravager in his soul. Sometimes it was hard to think with his brain rather than with his teeth. But he was familiar with trauma, and he had been observing Jared. Even as a civilian mentalist, the man had seen much, been through much. Mentalists had their coping strategies, but that did not make up for the sensitivity that came with the talent. There will be changes, and soon, he said. I have plans. Another project dominates my time right now, but once it is complete, rest assured that these concerns will be addressed. You say that, but you are just the custodian. What can you do, Anquilin? Just wait. Please. Eyes narrowed, Kisvar regarded him across the desk, and Anquilin wondered what he saw. He did not often consider himself. It was a waste of time. Finally, Kisvar said, someday you must tell me how you have safeguarded your mind into non-existence. Very well, I shall keep my own counsel for now. Thank you. With great dignity, Kisvar rose and swept for the door, and Anquilin gestured it open, then closed in his wake. Then he sat a few long moments just staring at the dark veil, waiting for someone else to interrupt him. Everyone wanted a piece of him these days. But then, he supposed that was the plan. With toes and fingers and prehensile tail, Rien made his way up the ventilation shaft toward the crisp clean air above. The endless downdraft flattened his wrappings to his spindly body. Jared had insisted that he wear something, even if he disdained clothes and usually went around in just his harness, so he had shredded a sheet and tied it around himself in strips. It was winter out there, an exciting new experience, and now he felt prepared. He had a little pair of scissors for snipping and slicing, and a water flask haunted by the ghosts of alcohol. He had a napkin filled with nut meats and sugared fruits and other tidbits pilfered from the commissary, several chips of stone with wards bound to them, and a pair of socks that could cover his legs up to the thigh if he curled his toes in. He had a sash from one of Jared's robes, like a luck charm, to comfort him with its familiar scent. And he had the arrowhead, which tugged at its cord insistently, desperate to reach its owner. Memories roiled beneath that crystalline surface, distilled from Jared's mind. Rien tried not to touch it. The past didn't interest him, it was already gone, and would never come back. Instead he clambered on toward the future, toward freedom and the joy of his mission. Jared would be safe, he had promised. And Lark was out there somewhere. The arrowhead would show him the way. Chapter 8, Blaze and Flame. Wesker wedged up the unlocked middle window with his foot, then lowered himself to the sill and slid into the upstairs hallway. He had found this route a few days back, after a misunderstanding with another wind had forced him to figure out how to get into the garrison without either going through the front door or over the wall into the back training yard. Once inside the garrison, he was safe, those were the rules, but if the winds caught him in the act, it could get messy. This hallway did not see much use, not with the place on low alert. It overlooked the civic plaza and housed several storage rooms, but there wasn't much coming and going. Practically undefended, if you ignored the required long jump from the stable roof and could keep out of sight of the archers. At the moment, it was empty. Wesker slunk cautiously to the corner and paused to listen, but no sound came through the wall at his ear, the captain's office, and none from around the bend. A faint murmur of conversation and laughter came from further, probably in the mess hall or assembly hall below. He peeked around quickly, then more leisurely when the first glance showed nothing. An empty hall, Lieutenant Lynchard's door closed. No one lurking in the shadows or on the stairs. Silent in his nice new soft-soled scout boots, Wesker sidled up to Lynchard's door and listened. There was something going on inside, but after a moment of smirking consideration he decided that it was just snoring, and one person's at that. No fun. He peeked over the banister to see a few handfuls of soldiers scattered around the assembly hall, playing cards. A few glanced up when he started down the stairs, but no one hollered or pointed, so he allowed his shoulders to unkink as he made his way to ground level. There were a couple winds in attendance, but that was inescapable, as fully a sixth of the company was windish. None gave him more than an automatic sneer. Across the floor at a quick clip, then into the bunk room. He shared it with the other 9 scouts and scout officers, nice fellows mostly. A bit weird, and they enjoyed messing with his head by pretending to be each other all the time, but better than the rest of the soldiers. In the muted glow of the mage sigils he saw the bunks mostly empty, their occupants away on yet another mission to which he hadn't been invited. He'd been camped out before the captain's door specifically to protest that. His own corporal and Lieutenant Vralik just laughed at him whenever he said he wanted to be included, and he was tired of languishing in the garrison, a great irony, since his whole slave's career had been spent dodging work at all costs. But all the slaves had done that to some degree, while his new comrades seemed to take joy in their work. He wanted to participate. As he made for his bunk at the end of the row, he wondered what the scouts were up to. Spying? Stealing? He felt sure he could do either of those. Soldiering, not so much. Hard-soled boots clacked on the floor behind him. He realized suddenly that he'd passed a bunk occupied by a man in red, not scout black. Panic, precious life-preserving panic, made him fling himself across the bunks just ahead of his assailant's lunge. A hand skimmed the back of his uniform jacket, but scout gear was cut close for just this reason, and the man gained no grip as Wesker scrambled madly across the beds, kicking blankets everywhere. He managed to double back through the bedposts and reach the aisle before the assailant could cut him off, and then it was just him and the door. He flew out, cut a tight corner and arrowed for the garrison entry, hearing the thunder of pursuit on his heels. Barely 3 steps short, the big double doors swung inward and nearly smacked him, and he skidded into the entering pack of infantrymen, who grabbed at him with shouts of surprise as he struggled through. Then Lynchard's harsh bellow divided them, and the next thing Wesker knew, he and the lieutenant were tumbling down the garrison steps together. Impact blew the breath from him, repeated half a dozen times, and the world rotated in a blur of black stars before righting with a sickening snap. Wesker tried to get up and realized with amazement that he was on top. His blurry vision showed 2 Lynchards wedging up from the pavement and an endless host of soldiers watching from atop the vast upper steps, and he squinted away to the wobbling streets, trying to see an escape. He took 1 step, then was jerked up short by the jacket, and nearly crumpled as Lynchard used him for leverage. The Lancer lieutenant was much bigger and heavier, and Wesker tried to shuck his jacket in desperation, exposing the holdout knives strapped at the small of his back. His shoulders came free, his forearms, his hands. Then Lynchard got him by the foxtail of his hair and yanked him around and down. Face met knee. Red stars joined the black, and Wesker only realized he had been released when his watery legs failed to hold him. He staggered backward, raising his hands in the international sign of "stop hitting me," perfectly willing to swear to keep his mouth shut, or stop spying, or stop nicking things, or stop sneaking out, or back in, or anything else the lieutenant wanted. But through the stars he saw Lynchard's frozen expression and the weird, unfocused nature of his stare, and knew that this would not end soon. The big whine rushed him and he dodged badly and was bowled to the ground, cobblestones biting at his spine through his undershirt. A moment later, the first kick lit up his ribs. He tried to roll away and caught another kick to the back, tried to prop himself up for a scramble and took a boot heel hard to the right shoulder. The joint grated in its socket and he tumbled with the force, sky sweeping overhead in pastel bands only to be horizoned by the gathering crowd. Either they were hooting and cheering Lynchard on, or the blood pounding in his ears was mocking him. Among them, he glimpsed Shield Sergeant Rallant, smiling indulgently. Lynchard's foot came down again. Wesker did not realize he had drawn his knives until he stuck one into the lieutenant's heel. Unfortunately, the man wore cavalry boots, with their thick wooden heels for catching the stirrup. Boot hit, knife hit cobblestone, with a resounding crack as the blade cut deep into the wood, then snapped. That only stopped Lynchard for an instant, because busted heel or not, his face told that he had seen the blades. If it had not been war between them before, it was now. Something stilled inside of Wesker. He had not meant to pull his knives, though Scrier Mako had removed the conditioning that prevented him from defending himself against a free soldier. His long years as a slave had taught the same lesson, and more firmly. But now that they were in his hands, the fear faded. He had broken the prime rule, and there was nothing left but to kill or be killed. This much he still remembered about being a Corvishman. Tokyo, he swore, then launched himself at the lieutenant, and everything blurred into broken knife and bloodied one, and snarls and fists and feathers and teeth and claws and cobblestones against his cheek, and a calm female voice saying, "Stay down." A mark and a half later, he sat rigid in a chair, mopping under his nose reflexively. It was no longer bleeding. Medic Shirala had seen to that, along with splinting his wrist and binding his ribs and salving the many scrapes and bruises. He felt muzzy and warm now from a concoction she had given him, as if he was drunk without the wobbly other effects, but his stomach was a knot and he could not keep his hands still. He was due back with her once this was done. In the chair next to him sat Lancer Lieutenant Lynchard, arms and hands bandaged, shoulders slumped, unwilling to meet anyone's eyes. Medic Shirala had treated him too, but if he felt any of that soothing warmth, he didn't show it. In total, the damage had come to a broken nose and right wrist for Wesker, plus enough bruises on his arms, thighs, scalp, sides and back to turn him spotted. Lynchard had a bunch of lacerations bad enough to require stitches plus a few nasty stair-shaped bruises. They were both covered in scratches, though some might be better termed talon marks. "So," said Captain Saravi, enthroned behind his desk. "Explain yourselves." Lynchard straightened, jaw clenching at the pain of the movement. "Sir, this is nothing of concern. The specialist and I had a small altercation, which sent both of you to the infirmary after a scuffle right outside the garrison where everyone, soldier and civilian alike, could see you." Yes sir. Explain how my second-in-command ended up pummeling one of my specialists." "Well I'd heard complaints about him, sir, so I approached him for a talk, and—" Wesker stared at the floor as Lynchard fabricated a scenario involving theft and assault against various others. All were wins, who would corroborate his story with glee. Not that the charges were entirely false. Wesker did have a habit of pocketing things he found interesting, especially if they belonged to undeserving wins, and he had gotten into several incidents in which some of the Windish infantrymen had chased him for blocks, forcing him to climb onto roofs and throw tiles and Grig shit at them until they went away. No one had reported those incidents until now, because it was the way of the world. Corvish shanked and ran, Winds chased them and beat or killed them if the Corvish were unlucky enough to get caught. That Lynchard would have killed him, he had no doubt. And he might have killed the lieutenant in his frenzy. Only Scrier Mako's psychic slap had halted either of them. Now he kept his head down, not wanting to see the captain's face. He knew how this would go. Corvish folk never lasted in captivity, either they killed themselves or died on the blades of their so-called comrades, usually having murdered some first. His only regrets were not seeing Saneva again, and letting the captain down, this strange man who had saved him from the monsters for no conceivable reason. "And now we're here, sir," Lynchard concluded. "I see." A long silence followed. In his peripheral vision, Wesker noticed Lynchard fidgeting too, flexing his foot in the split-heeled boot. What he had to worry about, Wesker could not fathom. "Specialist Wesker, is there anything you would like to add?" said the captain. "No sir," said Wesker, though he'd barely been listening. It didn't matter. Another extensive silence, then the captain said, "Lieutenant, if you would leave us." "But sir, he's—" "Go." Wesker flinched. That was a dangerous tone if ever he'd heard one. Lynchard made no further argument, and when the door clicked shut in his wake, Wesker dared exhale. He felt no safer, but at least he was out of the wine's reach. "Specialist Wesker." "Yes, sir?" "Look at me." With trepidation, Wesker raised his head to meet the captain's gaze. Steel-sharp eyes pinned his. "There is nothing you wish to add?" prompted the captain, but it was not truly a question, it felt more like a grip with which he could squeeze out truth. Wesker wiped his nose again, wincing at the queasy sensation it sent through his head. It was just the way he said it, sir. You do realize that Ile-Rien has scanned you? He frowned, dimly remembering an itch in his skull while Medic Shirala was treating him. Is she allowed to do that on us free soldiers all sneaky? She has not accessed your memories, which would be illegal for a non-inquisitor, but she scanned your surface thoughts. She tells me you were not the instigator. Wesker blinked. Someone speaking for me? It was just a misunderstanding that got out of hand, sir. It's nobody's fault. No, I don't think so. I didn't mean to pull the knives, I really didn't. And Lindsay Eyre, the lieutenant, he just acted to stop me, sir. The lies came smoothly, self-defensive. He could not let Lynchard get punished, because when bullies got punished they just returned the pain to him. The only person who had ever hit him then stood up for him was Cobb, and Cobb had turned out crazy. Did he? Yeah, course. Who knows who I could have stabbed otherwise, right? Not that I was trying to stab folks, but suddenly he wished he had listened to what Lynchard was claiming. Captain Sarabi just looked at him with that unblinking stare, and to his horror he felt his lower lip tremble. I mean, I really didn't mean it. He said, no longer sure what he had done. I ain't a good free soldier, sir. I don't know what I'm supposed to do, 'cause I ain't a scout nor a special kind of specialist, and they all known each other fair like a million years, and the specialist lieutenant, the houndmaster, he's pekeen scary, and they done do anything to me but the wins, sir. It's like it always is, and sometimes I wish I was still a slave, and I'm sorry, I guess, but we're both alright, so it's alright, right? I don't Done get me wrong, I don't wanna be a slave again. That was real bad. They could just grab ya anytime and say, "Hoy shithead, do what I say or ya get whipped," and it was exactly how they said, right? I got whipped so much, sir, I had this friend who'd clobber me just so I wouldn't do shit to get myself whipped again. I know I ain't done anything useful here, but please don't send me back like that. I don't think. I didn't even really hurt him. I could have stabbed him full of holes, but I just slashed, right, that is to be good. Didn't go fair the face, which is what you're supposed to do, you know, go fair the eyes or the throat, and he's all stitched up, it's gonna be fine, right? If you would just. And I swear I won't tell about anything I seen or done or anything, so I don't even need mind washing, right? I can just get whipped as usual and it's all back to normal. Ya can tell him that, I won't say nothing about nothing, and everything'll be just fine. I swear I'll. Specialist Wesker. Wesker's mouth hung open, a dozen other apologies dancing on his tongue, but the captain gave him a look sharp enough to stitch it shut. Specialist Wesker, I wish you had brought these matters to my attention earlier, said the captain. I realize that your people and Lynchards are not friendly, but I did not expect such a flagrant display. I placed you with the specialists to buffer you from the common soldiers, which has obviously failed. However, since you have shown your spiritist talent. Wah! The captain raised an eyebrow. According to witnesses, a murder of crows burst from your tattoo and attacked both you and the lieutenant. I saw them myself, though not their provenance. You do recall claiming to specialize in crows, yes, Tokyo, thought Wesker dazedly, that wasn't my imagination? He was here in Blaze Company because the Crimsons thought he was a spiritist, a shaman. He had the tattoo of a crow speaker, but except for the ones that had saved him from the Grey Clay Monster and the ones he saw in his dreams, he had made no contact. He had tried here in Baller, but all his rooftop offerings of food, water, and shiny things had netted him only watchful stares as crows perched on balconies or laundry lines but never came close. But if it was his tattoo, then it wasn't about real crows. Yeah, I remember, he said, fumbling with his thoughts. How do they all fit in the tattoo? Are they made of ink? They sure as pikes felt real when they were tearing the monster off of me. Do I just swear by Zalvin Tokyo and they come out? But I couldn't breathe enough to swear while it was trying to take my face. Does someone have to be killing me first? That stinks. I dunno how to control it yet. Captain Saravi exhaled. That is unfortunate. But in that case, Specialist Wesker, I will not be punishing you. I hold you and the lieutenant equally responsible, and as the higher-ranking soldier, he bears the greater burden of good behavior. Wesker blinked. He wondered if Lynchard had popped his eardrums, or maybe hit him so hard he was hallucinating. Also, I have an offer for you. The field marshal has ordered you back to base camp. I don't know why. I had prepared to contest the order, and I am still willing to do so in light of your talent, but if you wish to leave Blaze Company, it can be done. Immediately Wesker thought of Saneva, alone there at the base camp. She was newer to the army than him, and as savage a Corvish woman as he had ever known. How she had survived in the women's quarters without bloodshed, he could not imagine. But if he was still a free soldier, he could see her again. And maybe she could explain this. Yeah, I'll go. The captain frowned, perhaps at the quickness of the decision. Wesker could think of no other reason to regret losing a screw-up like him. If you find yourself in trouble there, I cannot assist you. "'S'all right, Captain. Ya been great, but I need more training afore I can be useful to ye. What's the point of me being here making people angry?" A long pause, then the captain nodded curtly. "You are dismissed to pack. I do not know how long it will take to have you transferred, but best to be prepared. And send in the lieutenant." Scrambling up, Wesker snapped the best salute he could with a splinted wrist. "Let me say it's been good working fair even this short time, sir, a good person, and it's been real eye-opening. And I'm probably gonna be mind-washed of it all, so Jess, thanks fair not whipping me." With an arched brow, Sarabi said, "You have a few candle marks with me yet. Try to behave. Dismissed, Specialist." Grinning, Wesker bobbed him a brief bow, then edged to the door, peeking out cautiously in case Lynchard planned to ambush him again. The Windish officer was stationed several feet down the wall as if trying to avoid doing just that, and when he looked over, Wesker thumbed at the office. "Yeah, turn," he said, then limped away at speed. Lynchard stared after him, too worried to react. The door stood open, the captain waiting, and a lump formed in his throat. How did this even happen? He could hear the murmurs of speculation from the gathering below. Most of the Lancers were down there, plus infantrymen and all of the specialists. Captain Saravi had explicitly barred Houndmaster Lieutenant Vralik from coming upstairs, for the Ruangrian's face had gone dark when he learned of the fight, and Lynchard knew he held grudges. "I've piked myself, piked my career, piked my life. And for what?" He couldn't remember. He tried to reason it out, tried to explain to himself as much to the captain what Wesker had done to deserve that beating, and it was all true, even if the lead-up had been fabricated. But he couldn't remember how he'd ended up in the scouts' bunkroom. It was hard to concentrate. He felt hazy from blood loss and the headache had returned in force, but there was something else. He remembered being angry, so angry, but he should have known better. He'd thought he did know better. And now he'd put his foot in his mouth in front of the captain, outright lied to him, and probably picked a fight with the whole specialist platoon. Wesker might not have many friends there, but he was one of them, and Lynchard was an outsider. He moved to rub his temples, but halted as pain shot up his hands and arms. This was his reward for his crime, 8 sets of stitches, most on the backs of his arms but 2 on his palms where Medic Shirala had needed to sew the tendons together. Due to her care, he still had all of his fingers, though some of them tingled through the salve. No big veins had been damaged, nothing irreparably severed. He would live to fight again. Worse was the memory of the crows boiling out from Wesker's skin like so much smoke, screeching his doom. He had seen his share of combat, but nothing was as frightening as trying to barehand grapple a knife-wielding spiritist maniac in a cloud of wings and claws. "Lieutenant," came the captain's voice from the office. Squaring his shoulders, Lynchard headed in. The captain barely glanced up from his records. "Sit, Lieutenant. I have a few additional questions for you." "Yes, sir." Lowering himself to the chair, Lynchard rested his bandaged hands on his knees and tried to stay stiff-spined and still. The tingle in his fingers made them twitch though, and he kept catching himself tapping his broken boot heel against the leg of the chair. He waited for what felt like eternity, the scratch of the quill pen rasping at his nerves. Saravi was still in armor, as he had been when Lynchard had come to, with his helm in reach as if he expected an attack. Lynchard considered asking what had happened, but thought better of it. Finally the captain looked up, quill still poised over the page. "You stated that you attempted to speak with him in the garrison and he ran, correct?" Sweat sprang up on Lynchard's brow. The lies had come automatically. In Winden and the Gold Army, selective truth-telling and manipulation of facts were the standard in getting the paperwork done, and their previous superior, Captain Tarrant, had continued the tradition. Captain Saravi was not such a man. From the cool way he regarded Lynchard over the report, he thought Saravi might stab him with that quill pen if he dared lie again. I guess I surprised him, and he considered my approach threatening, sir," he said, knowing he could not say ambush without getting himself thrown in jail. Saravi crossed something off the page. "And then you pursued him, concerned that he would be a danger to others?" "In retrospect, sir, I see that I evaluated the situation wrong." "Mm. And you stated that after the accident on the stairs, you attempted to apprehend him but he attacked you." Lynchard opened his mouth and saw the Corvishman's face, already bloodied, already wide-eyed in fear. And he saw the pit trap in the woods behind his family's winter lodge, with another pair of pain-shocked eyes staring up at him from within. And the palisade on fire, the bloody footprints in the snow. "And no, sir," he said, almost choking on the truth. "No, I started it. I'm sorry. I let you down." Saravi paused, then sighed and returned the quill to its inkwell. Steepling his hands at the edge of the desk, he regarded Lynchard frankly, and the lieutenant could not hold his gaze. "You did more than that," he said. "You lied to me." "Yes." "Why?" "The Corvishman. We wins, you know we." He trailed off, unable to follow his own thread. It got lost in the haze, unexplainable by his prevaricating reflex, unexplainable by his hatred of the Corvish, because he didn't hate them, not really. Not enough to do this. Like any good wine, he wanted them to cease to exist, but he had no desire to be involved in that effort anymore. "I was angry," he tried instead. "He saw me in Rallant, and I. But that wasn't right either. They had nothing to hide, except maybe from the Jernison, and he doubted Weschker would have tattled. Even if he did, it wouldn't matter." As much as Lynchard wanted to keep his private life quiet, he knew it was impossible in such close quarters. "The truth is, you don't know why," said Saravi. Lynchard looked down at his hands. He'd always feared the scrutiny of others. Over his military record, his lackluster faith, his politics, his love life, his martial prowess, his leadership abilities, and now maybe his sanity. "No," he murmured. "Lieutenant, you've been controlled." His head snapped up. "What? No, that's ridiculous. You're sleeping with one of the controllers. Sergeant Rallant. That is twice you've lied." "No, sir," Lynchard mumbled lamely. "You asked if he was following me. He's not." Saravi's expression told him what he thought of that. "But he can't be controlling me," Lynchard continued, fumbling for logic. "I've been inoculated, right? And he never said to attack the Corvishman. He wasn't even there when I jumped him. And he wouldn't do that to me. We're close." But the word would not come to his lips, because he knew it was wrong. All of it was wrong, and he couldn't think straight. His head was killing him. He saw the captain straighten, frowning heavily, and then the office door opened and slippered feet skittered up behind him. He tried to look back but he couldn't move, couldn't react as a hand came to rest on the top of his head, fingers spanning his brow. Something cold slithered across him like a cloak of ice chips, and suddenly the headache was gone, and the fog. He glanced sidelong to see normally sweet-faced Scryer Mako staring at him like he was a bug being dissected. It's hard to pin down, she mused. Not mentalism. Deeper than that, and regenerating, no, that's wrong, that's not the influence. That's the withdrawal. Oh my. What is it? Said Saravi. And why didn't you catch it sooner? Scryer Mako's face pinched with annoyance. First of all, I'm still not an inquisitor. Secondly, I'm supporting the Earhook network and a third of the wards, plus any portals anyone suddenly needs, plus scrying, plus warding your target-bearing ass. Thirdly, do you know how many thoughts clamor at me? Half the men project something lewd when I pass by, and those are far more intrusive than this one's private wallowing. Fourth lid dot. Should I speak with them? What? About the lewd thoughts. Why? What can they do about it? They're men. I jump in on them sometimes to teach them a lesson, but otherwise it's just fantasizing. The captain opened his mouth, then seemed to think better of it and switched his attention to Lynchard. You have been controlled, he reiterated, and we are going to amend that. As useful as the controllers were during the coastal raids, I cannot allow them to tamper with the men. I will have them reassigned. A jolt went through Lynchard. He and Rowland had just begun their affair, and though he understood the captain's reasoning, he didn't want it to end like this. That's the control talking, said Scryer Mako, evidently reading his thoughts. We can't allow it, dot. He saw Rowland's hard eyes, covering some unknown damage like a scab. Untrustworthy, but... No, look, he said, trying to brush the Scryer's hand off. She made a scolding sound but allowed it. You caught him out, and now you're suspicious of all the others. What can they do that you won't notice? He messed with my head, yes, and maybe he just did it for fun, but maybe there's an agenda. Within the controllers, or within all the specialists, or I don't know. But the inoculations worked, right? The captain looked to Scryer Mako, who nodded slowly. I monitored us during the cliff raids, and none of the men reacted to the controller's emanations like the cultists did, not even you, Lynchard. They weren't being commanded, they were just calmer, more focused. What happened this time seems like a targeted overdose to make you malleable. I don't know how he does it, but it's plainly visible now that I know what to look for. And I can block it. So what you are saying, Saravi prompted, is that we should simply watch him? Scryer Mako shrugged. I imagine any of the controllers could do this, but there are only 5 of them. I'd like another mentalist or 3 as backup, of course, but I'm fairly sure I can keep a lid on it. So if we suspect Rowland as a spy or a saboteur, isn't it more profitable to watch him than eliminate him? Politics, Saravi spat. You're a part of the Empire, Captain. You can't escape politics. Saravi's iron gaze shifted to Lynchard, and he tried not to shrivel beneath it. This is what you want, then? A counterintelligence position? I must say I don't think you're suited to it. I don't either, but Lynchard swallowed, trying to envision his life going forward. Playing spy games with a court-trained specialist who could take over his mind. But there were indicators. He kept prompting me to tell you about us. If he was against the company, why would he do that? Maybe he just doesn't know how to not do things that way. Maybe he's sorry. Maybe I can fix him. Turn him to our side, if he's against us. And if he is, where's that coming from? It'd have to be from in the Crimson Army, right? Though maybe the gold. The captain looked as headachy as Lynchard had felt. You're quite an optimist, Lieutenant. I'm trying to remember why I commissioned you. That stung, because Lynchard didn't know either. Still, those are valid points, Saravi continued. Perhaps the Scryer and I should have a chat with him. But in the meantime... "Lieutenant, you have assaulted a fellow soldier." Linchard hung his head. "Though it is perhaps not your fault, I still must act. You are hereby demoted to sergeant and suspended without pay until I choose to reinstate you. Turn in your letter of commission and your rank badges, and pack your possessions to be moved down below. Sergeant Benson will become acting lieutenant, though I don't think I'll be commissioning him. And I will flog you for fighting once the medic has signed off on your recuperation." Linchard blanched, fingers curling beneath the bandages, but there was nothing for it. The situation could be worse. He didn't have a family to support, and he couldn't run around with a sword like this anyway. "And as long as you're suspended, you might as well nose around the other idiots and reprobates," continued the captain. "The foreigners, the mercenaries. The Crimson may be the dregs of the Imperial armies, but I don't want us to be the dregs of the Crimson. I want to know that my men are with me, whether Jernison or Drixie, Riddish or Wind, and if they're not, I don't trust this city. I don't trust the cultists, I don't trust the militia, and I certainly don't trust the council. But I can't afford to not trust my men. There are many influences on them here, Sergeant, influences that hide when I walk by, because they know they cannot sway me. You've been stained now. Take advantage of it." Linchard nodded slowly. He'd been among nasty, rough, backbiting types before. That was basically the entire Border Corps. "What about the Lancers, though, sir?" "Benson, Lieutenant Benson isn't much of a Lancer. There hasn't been much need for Lancers since the end of the Jernison campaign, so it's no hardship to have you stand down for a while. I'll have Benson assign them to mounted patrol or with the infantry depending on need." "You were drilling them to fight on cobblestones?" "Yes, sir." "How did it go?" "Well, no one died, sir. Light forbid we need to do anything more than herd a crowd, though." Saravi smiled faintly. "Not exactly the top of the heap, are we? But I suppose not dying is fair for a platoon of Heartlanders who never saw a horse before the war. And now the Jernison recruits are our shining lights. So they love to say, sir. All right, enough of this. I have a report to scrap and you have to clear your office. However, since I do plan to reinstate you barring any further incidents, you and I will schedule some proper officer training when we have the time." "Proper training? Like how to yell at people better?" "No. Protocols. Infractions." And he picked up a small book from the corner of the desk. Bound in weathered blue leather, it had seen much use, its pages bristling with bookmarks and scraps of notes, and he slapped it down dead center as if displaying his favorite weapon. The Imperial First Army Sapphire Eye Officers' Rules and Regulations. "But, we're not in the Sapphire, sir." "No, we're not. We're in the capriciously led, politically staffed, backsliding, overreaching, underpaid and unreliable Crimson Claw. But we don't have to act like it." Linchard looked from the book to the captain, so stern and sure, and nodded. "Yes, sir." The next few days passed quietly in Baller. A routine was established. The morning shift would patrol the pre-rift dawn streets before giving way to the day shift at noon and hitting a tavern. The day shift would pass the torch to the night shift at dusk, then hit the brothel, and the night shift would collapse in bed at first light, not allowed to get drunk or laid before duty but with nowhere to go afterward. Shifts were scheduled to rotate weekly, and Captain Saravi stalked the halls of the garrison at all changeovers, enforcing curfew with vigor since it let him feel justified in leaving his office and stretching his legs. His letter to Field Marshal Rackmar received a terse, non-committal reply and scheduled the personnel transfer for the 27th of Silenment, 4 days post-fight. This left Specialist Weschker at loose ends, rattling around the garrison like a pebble in a pot. On the 26th, he burst into Saravi's office during one of his officer training sessions with Sergeant Linchard and, despite the sergeant's jaundiced glare, declared that he had changed his mind. He did not want to go back to the Crimson Camp with that thing that ate Horum. Too late, Saravi told him, though he sympathized. He sometimes saw that monstrosity in his dreams, its faceless stubhead slowly gaining form and features. You are a free soldier now, and it is some kind of a specialist. It should not be permitted to harm you." Wesker whimpered but then nodded and darted off, just as consumed by nervous energy as Saravi. It was the quiet tension of the city, the sense that he paced in a cage while many eyes watched. More tips had come in and more shadow cult storehouses had been raided without incident, but he was suspicious of such easy victories. His prime confidant was Scryer Mako. She still flirted with him, perhaps by habit. Social climbing was the British way, and in his brief time as a higher officer he had weathered many propositions from unattached British folk, male and female. He didn't think it serious. Together, they tried to suss out the shadow cult's plans and manage the city council, while Sergeant Lynchard studied the men. Getting soldiers drunk was not difficult, but getting them to talk about their crimes would have been impossible for Saravi, who could not contain his disapproval. For Lynchard, it came easy. He had a good imagination and a glib tongue, and the stories he told the other reprobates about inter-family grudges and off-duty shenanigans in the Border Corps played well to the drinkers, particularly the infantry and the ex-mercenary lancers. In return, that lot told him about their homelands, the Jurnasan bitching about their woman-monopolizing lords, the Brother Islanders enthused about seeing the world beyond the ocean but disdainful of the food, the Karen Drixie amazed at how easy life was in the lowlands, and about their own misdeeds. Minor things, mostly. Hazing, threats, fisticuffs, malingering, coercing the merchants, and pranks like swapping gear or sprinkling nettles in the bedsheets. According to Lynchard, there was more to be learned, so Saravi had not called the perpetrators in, though he had delivered a general lecture on the importance of good relations with the citizens. As for Lynchard, he was mending swiftly thanks to Medic Shirala's ministrations. While Saravi appreciated her work, he could not forget that she was a trifold cultist, her red and white striped coat a signal to their enemies that she was on their side, so he had designated one scout per shift to tail her, not that she went anywhere, really. Those scouts also kept an eye on the other non-blaze personnel that passed through the garrison, from the latchyard laundresses and janitors to the militiamen's wives. When both Saravi and Lynchard were off duty, they went over the Sapphire officer's manual out loud, since Lynchard was not much of a reader. Saravi had been given the manual upon his transition from the Trivist's Youth Corps into the formal Sapphire Army at age 16, and had studied it relentlessly ever since. It was what had kept him focused in his exile, for he could easily have succumbed to the lure of the Crimson's negligence. Unlike the Sapphire and Gold, the Crimson had no military press, no codified rulebook, no headquarters or real training, just whatever its generals managed to hammer into the skulls of their subordinates. Its penal code was left to the discretion of the officers, as was the differentiation between the criminal and the merely stupid. Saravi knew that General Kelcherin had planned an overhaul after the havoc at Felon, but the siege at Kanrodi and the Guardian fallout had evidently ruined that. Lynchard espoused the opinion that if he had to learn the Sapphire way, so should the other officers. As much as Saravi would have liked that, he had little enough time to teach one man, for the council still demanded his presence. He spent too much of each day listening to them complain, though no longer about him. In truth, he would have preferred being shouted at to being suddenly included in all council sessions and thus forced to listen to them bicker about the economy, their neighboring city-states and every issue brought in by their constituents. Worst was that they never seemed to decide on anything, just argued it endlessly. It made him want to arrest them all just to shut them up. His only solace was that his presence, though mandated, seemed to unnerve them. Perhaps they had expected him to insert himself into their politics, to try to command or threaten them, but he preferred to stay silent and take notes of the discussion and his plans for the company. That very silence kept them constantly glancing at him, constantly aware of his presence, and when he did speak, they often flinched. It amused him. Otherwise, the city remained quiet. There had been no thought toward the company from the populace, and his men reported a slight increase in out-of-town mercenaries guarding certain businesses, but no conflicts had broken out yet. For his part, Saravi declared a moratorium on crimson conscription in the city, which the militia had still been carrying out, bringing in every unemployed man between 15 and 40 they happened to find. He did not want to deal with that hassle. In the basement cells, militiamen Rinher and Beltras still languished, uncommunicative. Torn between releasing and executing them, Saravi just let them stew. Sergeant Rowland hadn't tried anything since the fight. With Lynchard consigned to the general bunkrooms, the two had little chance to be alone, and Lynchard reported, and Schreier-Mako verified, that what time they did catch was spent in public. Lynchard was trying to maneuver back into the relationship, but Rowland had gone distant. The last concern was Acting Lieutenant Benson. He had taken to tracking down Lynchard wherever he was and chastising him for his behavior, and while Saravi did not want to alienate the man, he could not have him badgering Lynchard in the midst of his mission. Yet he could not tell him why. Benson was no gossip, but he was also no actor, and the reprobates would notice any change. Finally, Saravi had ordered Benson to leave Lynchard to his self-destruction, which earned a scandalized look and a sullen, put-upon mood from the man thereafter. Bad for morale. He only hoped that this would be worth the work. By the time the 27th dawned, Saravi had compiled a list of questions and requests for Field Marshal Rackmar, though he did not expect the man to attend the personnel transfer. That would have been too responsible, too involved in the business of his outposts. But without proper leadership, Saravi could only tread water, waiting for something to happen. It took nearly a mark for Schreier-Mako and the base camp mages to transfer the pieces of a proper portal frame. Saravi stood patient throughout the process, neither fidgeting with his papers nor smacking the twitchy specialist Weschker with them. Schreier-Mako and Magus Verkii took another quarter mark to assemble the door-like frame and test it before opening it to traffic. As it cast a shimmering light through the chamber, Saravi straightened to full attention. Strung between the hooks on the inside of the frame, the paint of swirling colors slowly resolved into an image: two white-robed figures, a handful of crimson soldiers, and the well-warded walls of the casting chamber in the crimson camp. Within moments, the image became an opening, with sound and scent and sensation flooding through the portal instead of just sight: ozone from the chamber's residual magic, humidity from the southern storms, and the quiet chanting and muttered conversations of the campsiters. Saravi stepped forward, scanning the crowd for Field Marshal Rackmar. As expected, he was not in evidence, and though the campsite soldiers wore the armor and peaked helms of the General's Guard, none of them bore a badge of rank higher than lieutenant. Disappointment sank like a stone in his gut. He knew better, but he could not control it. "The exchange is as stated, then?" he said, turning his attention to the white robes. "The Field Marshal will take 2/3 of my well-coordinated arcane team and replace them with his selections?" "Why, no," said the taller of the white robes, a sharp-faced man with dusky hair raked back in loose feathers. He held a scroll in one gloved hand, and offered it through the portal with a smirk. "The Field Marshal has considered your plea and returned an adjusted verdict." Saravi took the scroll and unfurled it to skim quickly. Then again at a more proper pace. "I, Argus Rackmar, Field Marshal of the Imperial Armies and Interim General of the Imperial Third Army, the Crimson Claw, do on this day so authorize the transfer of one Master Warder Ederwin Tanbolthine of the White Flame and one Enlightened Messenger Aaron Courtine of the Risen Phoenix Light to the Crimson Claw First Aggregate Company, known as Blaze Company. In addition, I authorize the transfer of one Specialist Weschker of Blaze Company to the Crimson Claw Honor Guard, pending review of talents. As witnessed in the glory of the Imperial Light, so let it be done." Rackmar's scrawled signature, the red seal of the Crimson and the white of the White Flame, ended the text. Nothing about transferring his mages. And an enlightened messenger was. He looked up quickly, eyeing the two white robes through the portal. The one that had handed him the scroll was obviously a mage, his robe the traditional cut with the bell sleeves that fell to hide his hands, the fabric detailed with intricate metallic sigils, the collar clasped with the silver insignia of the Silent Circle. The other man, also garbed in white, was a different story. On second glance he wore not robes but vestments, tailored close about the torso then flaring below, with the winged star of the Risen Phoenix Light embroidered heavily in white thread, one set of wings stretching up, across, and over the shoulders like a yoke, the second set crossing the ribs then flowing to the back, the lowest arching over the hips then falling down the sides of the legs. Though the wings held detail down to the last feather, the long four-pointed star that centered them was plain, running from the cleft of the man's collar to the beginning of the riding slit. Over it, he wore the twisted cord of the worldly harness draped across his shoulders like a chain. It was said to be all that held the enlightened to the earth. His was white from collar to mid-ribs, and black down the rest of its length, the measure of darkness he had yet to burn away. By his short sun-bleached hair and ruddy skin, he was a Dacian. By his eyes, full white, with no sign of iris or pupil, he had gazed upon the light and not flinched. As if conscious of his stare, the blind priest smiled and inclined his head. "With your permission, Captain, shall we cross?" He had a measured, warm voice, and kept his blank stare slightly lowered as if aware of its unnerving nature. "Yes. You have my permission, and I bid you welcome," said Saravi, for he could think of no objections. That Rakmar had deigned to send him a mage after conceding him his foreigners was a surprise, and the priest even more so. He had not seen a priest since his exile. General Aradisson had banned them from the Crimson Army. The mage came through first without batting a lash. The priest paused as if to compose himself, then followed with blank eyes closed, a shudder passing through him as he crossed. Saravi held out his hand automatically to them, aware that mages preferred a clasp to the traditional knuckle tap of the military. The mage took it good-naturedly, hand long and bony under the glove, and said, "Ederwin Tanvolfine, the eater is fine. I'm sure it will be a pleasure to work with you." "I've heard much." Blaze Company Captain Furkad Saravi. "I have heard nothing." Just as well," said Tanvolfine wryly, then glanced to the rest of the mages and officers. "Ah, and these look like my new comrades." "If I may?" "As you will." Tanvolfine swept past him, already cheerfully greeting the others, and he did not need to look back to know the doubt on their faces. The timbre of Verkiai's voice and Press's first sardonic greeting, as well as Scryer Mako's presence in his head, all told him of their wariness. His attention, though, was taken by the priest. "Unsure how to offer a hand to a blind man," he started, "enlightened messenger." The priest waved dismissively. "Messenger courting is sufficient. I am told that the Crimson Army is out of touch with the faith, so I do not expect reverence. My superiors selected me for this task because of my experience with the straying devout. I apologize if you had anticipated another mage, for I cannot serve in that capacity." "No apology needed," said Saravi. "I must warn you, though, that there are foreigners in our ranks who may find your presence discomfiting. I am not here to proselytize, Captain, though it saddens me that your men have not been shown the light. The Field Marshal wishes me to combat your shadow cult enemies, thus, my role here is more that of a warrior than a priest. Still, those who ask for the guidance of the light shall receive it." "Acceptable," said Saravi. "If you require assistance, I can assign a detail to you." "Not necessary. My path is ever illuminated for me. Though if you could spare a small space for a chapel, it would be appreciated." "Of course." Abruptly, the messenger tilted his head and stepped forward with an odd smile. Saravi would have stepped back, but those blank white eyes seemed to dig into him, excavating a feeling he could not name. "Ah. Interesting," said the priest, then reached up to trace the winged star on Saravi's forehead with 2 fingers, one pair of wings lofting to his hairline, one spread wide across his brow, one bent low over his eyes. The touch sent a rush of fire through Saravi's head, knotting at the base of his skull and tripping down his spine to weaken every limb. He had not felt this in a decade, and never so strong, so that when Messenger Courting scribed the lowest wings, it was enough to send him to one knee. Head bowed, eyes closed, he saw again the incandescent shape, the burning entity he had gazed upon in the palace. Then Messenger Courting drew a finger up the middle of Saravi's brow to mark the star, and his strength returned in a flood. Not just what he had lost, but a sense of stability, of support, and a clarity that had so long been lacking from his life. His worries shed away like so much ash. As the messenger's hand left him, he rose slowly, dazzled but steady and finally calm. Smiling, the messenger inclined his head and said, "I apologize. I am interrupting your trade." Saravi blinked, then looked to Specialist Weshker, who was staring at him wide-eyed. He could not fathom the reason for that expression. Are you prepared, specialist? He said. Yes, sir. Then you are released to the service of the Crimson Claw Honor Guard. The Corvishman blinked, then stooped to hoist his footlocker across his shoulder, careful of his still splinted wrist. The locker seemed light, probably all but empty. A tentative step toward the portal, a glance back, and then a few more steps as Saravi nodded his encouragement. Finally, after several deep breaths at the very threshold, he flung himself through. His leap turned into a stumble, then a doubled over, choking series of retching noises, the footlocker hitting the ground. Saravi shook his head. That was not the way he would have recommended someone take their first portal jaunt. The Crimsons gathered to assist him though, so after a moment's observation, Saravi turned from the portal to regard the room. Already Verkii and the new mage Tanbolthine were talking animatedly in Geshvan, Scryer Mako on the sideline translating for press, and Messenger Corton had been crowded by three of the officers: Houndmaster Lieutenant Vralik, Shield Sergeant Rallant, and Archer Sergeant Kor. The other officers stood back, mumbling amongst themselves, as the messenger smiled obligingly at Rallant and scribed the winged star on his forehead to the same effect. Absently, watching this, Saravi touched his brow and thought he felt something there. Chalk or dust, some kind of mark. But when he drew his fingers away, they were clean, and the messenger had sent Vralik to his knees, and it all seemed strange but right. He called on Scryer Mako to deactivate the portal, called on the others to clear the way so he could find a proper chapel room for Messenger Cortine to bless. The messenger's smile felt like sunlight on his back as he swept past, full of answers to his dilemmas, full of fire. No more fear. On the base camp side, Wesker swallowed down the acid taste of bile. Several hands held him up, but his legs still felt like water. Pike magic, he thought, pike all of this. I knew it was a bad idea, and now I'm back where the monster can get me. But he had the crows on his side, and Saneva. She would know what to do. Specialist Wesker? He looked up woozily, then blinked, wondering if he was hallucinating. The ranks of crimson soldiers had parted, allowing two women in closely tailored and very flattering white leather to approach. The one in the lead had sun-lightened, jaw-length hair and a flirty cut and eyes that ran all over him, though he could not say whether they approved or laughed. The other was just as fair, her hair bound back in loose plaits from a face blank of interest. They moved with confidence, almost swagger, and bore military police truncheons at their hips, but no army insignia, just a stylized flame etched in the leather above the right breast. And a golden teardrop pendant at the neckline. Wesker, may I call you Wes? I'm Neris of the Field Marshal's Guard, said the leader. Her cheeks dimpled when she smiled, making her seem too young for her role. This is Pendriel. We're to see you to your quarters and help you settle in. Her tone went up his spine like a warm finger, and he stared. A part of him was screaming specialist. Danger! Danger! And another howled about loyalty to Saneva, but those necklines were cut awfully low, and the curl of Neris's lips was awfully friendly. Yeah. Wes is fine, he managed, voice rough. Nice tea neat, yeah. I'm yours now, I guess, so yeah, set the agenda. Come then, said Neris, her eyes deep amber wells of amusement. Let's get started. Wesker shouldered his footlocker and nodded, struggling not to stare as they turned to lead the way. They had nice long legs, both of them, and the leather followed every curve. He didn't notice the look they traded. At this point, he wouldn't have noticed a war. Chapter 9, Borderline. It smelled of rain where he was, and cold stone, and old wood. But most of all it smelled of home. The blankets and the goat hide cover lay heavy over him, and in his arms the woman's body was soft beneath her nightdress. Her cool fingers stroked the nape of his neck, and he tucked his head against her shoulder, breathing slow, feeling more at peace than he could remember. Ask him why, she murmured in his ear. He did not want to stir, nor think, nor open his eyes. It was good enough to just be here with the scent of her, herbs and soap and skin, in the swaddling confines of this close space as thunder rumbled in the distance. He wanted to stay here with her arms loose around him, his clasped behind her back, the slight rasp of homespun cloth against his cheek. Ask him why he hides from you, she said again, her breath like frost. MMF. Why, he mumbled reluctantly, and hugged her closer, hoping she would let it go. Let him rest. Ask him, Ile-Rien. His name peeled some of the muzziness away, and he opened his eyes a crack, unhappy with being disturbed and unsure what she wanted. From up close, the curve of her brown neck and her long, fine hair enticed him. If not for the prodding of her voice, he would have pressed his mouth there and tried to make her forget this too. But her fingers urged his face upward and the cover slipped from his cheek, exposing the ceiling to his peripheral vision. Though firelight barely traced the rough-worked stone, each chip was achingly familiar. A queer sensation radiated down his spine in time with the tickle of her nails. Fi, he started to say, but the name caught in his mouth because he knew it was wrong. He knew this place, from the drip of water outside the leather curtains to the shadows of the furniture that flickered up the walls as the firewood cracked and popped. Knew the cool breath against his forehead, or had, back when it had been warm. This, he said, trying to push himself up. She let him. The goat-hide cover fell back, the blanket slithering from his shoulders, and all he could think was, at least I dream myself clothed, because he knew this was not real, knew it could not be his mother in his bed. Not stretching languidly like that, her black hair spread in waves across the cushions, her eyes like ink, the bow of her mouth unbent by fear or sorrow. The bodice of her nightdress moved with her calm breath, and he withdrew his hand from her hip as if burned. Ask him why he hides his memories from you, Ile-Rien, she murmured, the depths of her mouth as black as night. He looked away, he had to, and in the process saw the room. It was home as he remembered it, the shelves chiseled into the walls, the woven baskets, the gash in the rock that led to the goat's pens, the leather flaps in the archway, the hearth, and the clothes trunks in the small table. His father sat there, cross-legged on a cushion, his back to them. Not in guardian armor but in his old hide coat with his braid hanging to the floor, fine strands of silver just beginning to mar its darkness. The table was set up for black and white, the polished stones reflecting firelight in subtle glints. Ask him, she said again, then curved herself more comfortably in the bedclothes, her hip nudging his thigh. He drew his legs up automatically, shaken, and tried to will himself awake, but it did nothing. Why? He said finally, hoping that if he obeyed, this would end. His father did not speak, did not turn, though by his slight shift of posture Cobb knew he had heard. So Cobb tried again. Why won't you show me what really happened? Did you think I wouldn't listen if it didn't seem like you were the victims? I don't need any prodding to do this now, father. Whatever I see, it won't change my mission. Turmoil did not answer, only picked up one of the pieces, a white stone. As he regarded it in profile, Cobb saw the strain in the lines of his eyes and mouth. You ought to say something, Cobb prompted, trying to keep calm even as fingers traced idly along the side of his clothed leg. I'm with you now. You can tell me the truth. Shaking his head, Turmoil turned the stone over to present its black face. That uncommunicative gesture made anger surge in Cobb's chest, and he grabbed at the wall and started to rise. Sharp nails bit into his calf. The top of his head hit dirt, knocking loose grains into his hair and down his collar. He blinked and all was black, no fireplace, no storm scent, no rumbling thunder, just the sensation of earth beneath him and a warm, somnolent weight in his arms. He barely kept from jerking away, his dreaming nerves certain that this was still his home. At least his senses knew the difference, knew that the woman with her back to his chest was not a nightmare but Fiora. She smelled right, of exertion, sweat and dirt and pine and girl, and she felt right too, her curly hair bunched against his cheek, her compact build tucked neatly against him, his hand up her tunic to cup a warm breast. Her heart beat slow beneath his palm. It was him who felt wrong. Carefully he extricated himself. She made a soft distressed noise, but did not wake. It hurt him to leave, but his thoughts were a jumble, and so, miserably, was his libido, and he had to get out. Out of the makeshift cave, out into the air and sky and enough space to run away. His feet told him where the exit was, and where his friends were too, Desira and Lark dozing back to back with Arik and Wolf form lying over their legs like a rug, and Ile-Rien up above, his presence like starlight on earth. Kade wanted no company, but could not bear to stay cooped up in this darkness, so picked his way to the opening and pulled himself out through the protective ward into the cold. An icy wind immediately raked fingers through his hair, and he shivered at the memory of the dream. He stayed there at the cave's edge, rasping in breaths of frost, until his heart stopped hammering quite so hard. It was far from his first visitation, and he knew it was not his mother. She was 5 years dead with no excuse to return now. Whatever dire entity dared use her face, her voice, was just trying to manipulate him, and he could not let it win. Yet in the dream, she felt so real. He ran a hand over his face, then smacked himself a few times for good measure. He was on a mission and this hog crap wasn't helping. Perhaps it was just his mind messing with him, or perhaps the nightmare god had planted a seed while he walked through Enkilan's terrors. He was the only one who hadn't hallucinated his own threat. Just let it go, he thought, and turned his gaze skyward. In the east, the direction from which they'd come, the land rose into the Garnet Mountains, dark with evergreens and brown broadleafs. According to Desira, they were in the range's rain shadow now and would see no more snow. The first glow of dawn seeped up beyond the ragged peaks, while just above hung the eye of night, its trajectory inclining it toward the sun. He wondered if this year would have a darkness day eclipse to go with the festival. It seemed a bad omen. "They are not as I remember," came Shenrur's hollow voice behind him. Kade glanced back to find him perched atop the hill that covered the cave, gaze upturned to the dim sky. He looked distinctly inhuman now, washed of color and with eyes so wide they seemed to swallow the top half of his face. His hair and clothes melded into thick petal-like layers. Even his concealing cloak had split apart. It was difficult to tell if there was a body beneath. "What are you doin'?" Kade said, dark thoughts banished by the sight. "This is how we rest," said the wraith, mouth unmoving. It and the faint arch of his nose were all that remained human about his face, but even they seemed carved there. "I am absorbing light from the stars. I must take it in day and night if I wish to be of use to you again. I hope that the salt desert will be bright." You look like a glass pine cone." The strange petals shivered slightly, their susurrus almost like laughter. "I apologize if it distresses you." "No, it's all right. Whatever why have to do? It's just. We do not belong here, guardian. It is evident in all that we are." "Kade. Call me Kade. When I don't have the antlers, I'm not the guardian, but." The wraith inclined his head, and those wide eyes blinked down to human size, the carved mouth softening into a smile. "Yes, of course. Kade. I apologize." "Why don't have to?" Kade trailed off with a sigh. "What were you saying?" "The stars." The pseudofabric separated at the shoulder, releasing a surprisingly human arm and a long gray glove. "There is something puzzling about them," the wraith continued, pointing at the sky. "They are difficult to observe from Celastria and the White Isle, but what I see here is not what my memory tells me I should." He shook his head, petal-like hair fracturing into normal strands at the motion. "Perhaps I am simply experiencing the ghosts of my old lives." "Old lives, like before I fell to earth?" "No." The wraith stepped down from the rocks, each motion turning him more human. By the time he came to stand by Kade's spot, he looked like himself, though tired. "My current life has spanned 2 centuries. Before that, I am not certain who I was, or upon which side I stood. The Ile-Rien seek out our fallen so that they may be rehomed on the Isle, but the reincarnation process is traumatic, and few remember their former existence. Pieces sometimes float to the surface, but it is hard to discern their context." Kade frowned. "So, you ended up with the mist wraiths after a fight, right?" "After my raiding flight was brought down upon the wrecking shore, yes. We had been in search of natives for my house's experiments." "What?" The wraith's mouth curved faintly. "You have seen Haraka and Akariti, and tasted the bite of the black blades. You know that some of my people practice necromancy. Who do you think they practice on?" We do not have flesh, and our essences do not bend in such ways. I remember when your empire first extended a treaty to us, permitting our harvests in exchange for our covert aid. It was shortly before I was brought down, just over a century ago. Cobb's mouth went dry. He wasn't sure what to ask about first, the Acaridon blades, the experiments, or the Empire's complicity. Instead, he chose avoidance. You have houses? Like families? Ile-Rien turned a questioning eye on him. In a way, I suppose. There are still a few among the Ile-Rien who remember the fall, who have never died. They are the strongest, and can subjugate lesser Ile-Rien to their will. Over time, this has led to the formation of competing factions within their territories, who name themselves after their elder and seek loose essences or weak enemies to be subjugated into the house. I was called back to life by Elder Melandriac, and so I was S.A. Melandriac. But not anymore? An odd expression crossed the wraith's face, unreadable by starlight. I was retrieved by an Ile-Rien called Valindas, who helped me understand the wrongs the Ile-Rien had done, and who advocated for me when the others wanted me subjugated into their service. I shed Melandriac's influence naturally over time. So subjugation. Why can all do it? Yes, provided our essence can overpower that of our opponent. The Ile-Rien use it as punishment upon those who commit crimes, the Ile-Rien use it wherever they see a weakness. Not surprised why came with me, then. It is pleasant to be free of strictures. I side with the Ile-Rien in all matters, but it has not been the same since Valindas was lost. Even my Eshar Cymoranth, whom you met, is cold in comparison. Cobb raised his brows. He remembered the wine-colored wraith, whose bare hint of empathy had outshone the other Ile-Rien like a bonfire against candles. Back then, he'd approved of that more human reaction without considering it, but now. Were you, together? Together? The wraith echoed, then smiled faintly. We communed often. There were few barriers between us. In time, perhaps there would have been none. But duty called, and Valindas is in the grey now. I know not where. What happened? Another feudal battle between our kinds. It became chaotic, I am told, with the fallen spread far and wide and over human territory, so there is speculation that the broken shells were taken by them. There are some who sell our pieces as charms. Like that piece I gave Lark. That is my living substance. It is not quite the same. Cobb made a face, rubbing at one of the thorn spots at his collarbone. So if wraiths attacked us, say, in the desert, you could get control of them? If I made direct contact and had the strength to overpower them, yes. But it is not a reliable tactic. What if I caught a wraith? With roots and such, Being connected to the earth does drain us, but again, it is not reliable. I cannot control an army of wraiths for you. Didn't want an army, Cobb muttered. Though it'd probably be more effective than any of the others on offer. Doubtful. Ile-Rien are fractious under the best conditions. I just, It would be nice to not have to kill the ones that come after us. I'm not being soft, I just don't want to strand more things in the grey. Plus then we'd have more magic on our side. Ile-Rien smiled faintly. Compassion is dangerous, Cobb. As is such acquisitive ambition. If you wish more magic, I can instruct Lark in its practice. I wouldn't object, but that's her say. Is it? You are the leader, Cobb, said Ile-Rien, turning to regard him directly. You bear the guardian. You set the mission and enforce its rules. It was your choice to turn down armed support from various factions, Trifolder and Skinchanger among them, your choice to trust in parasitic entities like myself and Desira rather than native folk. Your choice to head straight into the teeth of the enemy, under guise but without support. If your choice is also to leave the cultivation of your followers to their own personal preference. Cobb stared up at the wraith, shoulders tight. Why think I'm wrong, then? Why could have said something earlier? I think that you are an inexperienced leader, said the wraith with great patience, and a somewhat unwilling one. Yet our lives are in your hands. No matter your misgivings, it is your job to command us, to utilize us in the best way possible. I am honored to be a part of this. I once feared that you would not accept my aid at all. But I cannot see a coherent plan in your actions, and it concerns me. I have a plan. To enter the palace and slay Ile-Rien? Yes. And what is this plan? It's what you just said. Cobb. That is not a plan. That is a statement of intent. Cobb exhaled forcefully through his teeth. Look, if what Desira says is true, what kind of plan can we really have? The palace changes itself, it'll be full of crazy pilgrims and kings and mentalists. We're not sure where Ile-Rien will be. Is this a suicide mission, then? No. Absolutely not. Just because every other assault on the palace has ended in utter failure. We don't have a clear idea of what we're getting into right now doesn't mean we won't have one once we're at the gates. Yes, I understand. Thus we must hone what weapons we have, while we await news of our foe. If you desire more magic, Lark is the only one of this company who can be taught, and so I will teach her. Would you at least ask her first? Nothing can be taught by force. I know, but if she thinks I'm telling her what to do, she'll probably punch me. Perhaps you two should discuss that. I'd rather fight the Ile-Rien, thought Cobb, than kicked himself. Ile-Rien was right, he was the leader, and that meant managing his team, even the ones who kind of hated him. Unfortunately, the only effective leader he'd worked under had been Maver, back at the Crimson Camp, and his managerial technique had hinged on gossip and bribery. It's difficult, he said, fixing his gaze on his hands. I'm not good with people. They make me angry. Look, I broke a bunch of knuckles here in an argument with some comrades, and pikes, look at my face. Nose 3 times, jaw once. I don't know how to use words to make people obey. The Guardian helps with folk like the Skin Changers, but everyone else just sees right through me. And I don't even know what I want from this. Ile-Rien has to die, but what then? What about the Empire? Il-Shenru's voice from above was as calm as ever. The empires of humankind have risen and fallen for millennia. I know it is not what you wish to hear. No, it's not. I know the Trifolders want the Emperor dead. Fiora says it all the time. I know he's something strange and involved in all this creepy shit going on. But what happens without him? The Empire's not the enemy, it's just people. Farmers and craftsmen and priests and soldiers, families and kids and old folks. What happens to them? Does it matter? Yes. Then you will be disappointed, Cobb. The wraith shook his head, long hair shifting like glass filaments. There is no way to know. My people can glimpse possibilities, can navigate to an outcome or force one into being, sometimes, if we are unopposed and can bring enough power to bear. But there are unending options spread out in all dimensions. You cannot see if your actions will bring peace or chaos, success or destruction, until you take them. Cobb looked up at him, blinking. You see the future? I just explained that I do not. But you said you can force things to happen. With great effort. It is nigh impossible to do in this realm, for the land resists us. Most often we use it in battle with each other, and I do not think that any of us can use it around you because of the weight of the Guardian's presence. In the same way that you forced Aristoia to be solid and static, you restrict the manipulation of probability. So you'd be more effective away from me. I would have no purpose away from you. For a long moment, Cobb regarded Il-Shenru's fine alien features, then sighed and gestured for him to sit. The wraith tilted his head, then folded down beside him. From closer, he looked more human, his pale yellow eyes only a touch more luminous than natural. The outer surface of his substance had returned to its cloth-like state, no different from silver silk in the moonlight. Do wraiths have friends? Cobb said. A slow blink, then Ile-Rien seemed to contemplate it. We have teachers. We have superiors. We have those we commune with, our jihad, our other souls. But we do not make jokes. We do not laugh at each other. We share interests and tasks, but they are for the advancement of that interest or task, which I think is not what you mean. So you never just get together because you like to be around each other? With jihad, yes. But that's closer. Yes. What about your teachers, once you're done being taught? What about them? Well, Jews still talk? We collaborate sometimes. But just for projects. Yes. What will Y do when we finish this? Ile-Rien looked up at the stars, brows furrowed faintly. I do not know. They sat like that for a while, watching the sky lighten, until a scuttle of claws made Cobb look over to the cave mouth. Arik, emerging, turned immediately toward them with ears perked and nose twitching, and bounded over happily at Cobb's beckon. After a quick circuit, complete with thorough sniffing, the great wolf flopped down over Cobb's legs. Arg, said Cobb, pushing at the wolf's chest ineffectually. Arik's big pewter tail whapped hard against the ground. Everyone waken up then? He continued, glancing to the cave again. The warding spell blocked noise as well as wind and temperature, and he could not see from this angle. RRRMPH, said the wolf, then opened his mouth wide and wiggled jaw and tongue until they contorted into something more humanoid. Cobb winced, he hated watching it. Not yet, rasped the wolf, then flipped onto his back and wiggled around on Cobb's legs until Cobb kicked him away in exasperation. The wolf laughed his creepy, almost human laugh, then sprang up with an announcement of "must pee on everything," and zoomed away into the trees. He is enthusiastic, said Ile-Rien. Cobb rolled his eyes. By the time the women began to emerge, Arik had returned and annoyed Cobb into a wrestling match. It never failed. He could only take so much waggy, sniffy, ear-chewing, noodle-tongue up-the-nose behavior before he had to hook an arm around the wolf's neck and try to make him one with the dirt. Arik loved it, and even Cobb reluctantly admitted it was fun. They were halfway down the hill, floundering through a destroyed patch of shrubs, when an "oh by the gods" from above interrupted their romp. He looked up to find Desira and Fiora peering down at him from the entrance, Fiora with hands on her hips, Desira shaking her head. Abashed, he turned away from the skin changer, who immediately tackled him into the bushes. "This is why you have no good tunics," shouted Fiora. "Peace, oof, peace," Cobb said, shoving the skin changer off, and Arik sprang to his paw-like feet, then settled, crestfallen. When Cobb waved an arm, though, the skin changer hauled him up and helped detach him from the clinging branches, then picked leaf bits from his hair fastidiously. Cobb allowed it and tried to smooth his torn tunic. Any scratches he had sustained were long gone, but once again he was a mess. "Sorry, just got a bit distracted," he called up to the women. "Lark still asleep?" "She won't come out and says she hates us all." "Right, so, fire and tea then." Cobb and Arik fetched the wood, Ile-Rien provided the spark, Fiora did the brewing. Desira vanished back into the cave the moment they started organizing, and though Cobb couldn't see, he felt her moving within that dark space, slow, deliberate, the same physical routine she had been doing since mid-trek when she said she felt up to it. She was trying to get back into fighting fit, he knew, but she still stumbled on the trail. Even now he could feel the strain in her muscles by the way her feet moved on the earth. He didn't want to pry, but Ile-Rien was right, this was the team he'd chosen, so he had to refine it. They all needed work. Arik's mood had improved since leaving the wolf tribe behind, but he still stuck to Cobb like a burr, and Lark alternated between gloom and levity, anger and boredom. Maybe magic would help her. He wasn't sure how to help the wolf. And Fiora. Maybe he didn't love her, but he couldn't be sure. Every time he tried to pin down the emotion, it parted like water, leaving him grasping in confusion. He needed to have her close, even if they couldn't stop arguing, but the ache in his chest discomfited him. He'd felt this attachment to another once, and failed her. He couldn't bear a repeat. The tea was ready just in time for the sun to crest the mountains. Fiora had to waft a cup in front of Lark before she would come out of the cave, and even then the southern girl looked groggy and sullen. When Auric flumped down at her side and slung a furry arm across her blanket-heavy shoulders, she sighed resignedly, then leaned into him. Cobb watched that, curious, but couldn't decide whether something was happening between them. By the time Desiree emerged, Fiora had made her own tea and settled against Cobb's side, and the look the body thief gave them was studiedly neutral. Cobb kept his own face composed. The women had issues with each other, and his opinions seemed to bear no weight. "We should be at the border by midday," said Desiree as she settled on Lark's other side. "I'd suggest sending Auric to scout ahead, or you do it through the Guardian, Cobb. We want to avoid contact with anyone directly on the border because they'll be obligated to report it to the Sapphire Army. Once we're actually inside Ile-Rien, they won't care." "You can't talk our way through the border somehow?" said Lark. "Not from the Garnet side. If there's even one Trivestian station where we cross, we'll be eating arrows, and the British Sapphires are fiendishly territorial. Give them a border to guard and they'll run you down as a trespasser and piss on your corpse." "Lovely. Why is the East so piking barbaric?" "You're just squeamish." "Well, it shouldn't be difficult," said Cobb before the bickering could start. "We've got forewarning between me and Auric, Valen from Ile-Rien, then Das talks our way through the interior. So I guess we're ready? If you want a fire while we're in there, you'd best gather the wood now," said Desiree. "Very little grows in the salt desert and I wouldn't recommend burning it." "And what else?" "Water?" said Lark. "We'll be in there for what, a week? I don't think my canteen's that big. We can pick up supplies at an inner town. There should be plenty at the desert's edge, selling food and water and the like. Protective clothing too. Hats, gloves, scarves, eye guards. The glare off the salt gets bright, and when the wind kicks up, the grains can strip you to the bone. Not to mention being toxic." "Hooray," said Lark. "At least we have money this time." She shook a bag at her hip, which rattled with the sound of rough gems. "They don't call these the Garnet Mountains for nothing. Plus we could always cut a chunk off the silver sword. That thing's worth as much as a mansion." "Pike you," said Fiora, grasping the sheath protectively. "This is our main weapon. I'm just saying, in an emergency, it's really valuable. More valuable to us. If the enchantment is in the metal, then cutting a piece off shouldn't." "Moving on," said Cobb, strained. Lark gave him a look, but Fiora nodded and said, "So we get in, get equipment," and then, she turned to Desiree, brows raised sympathetically. "Are you sure you should come alone? No offense, but you haven't been at your best. If you give us a heading, I'm sure the Guardian can get us across the desert." "I'm recovering," said Desiree. "Don't worry your pretty little head about me." Fiora stiffened against Cobb's side, and he grimaced. "Oh no, I'm not concerned about you," said the girl in a saccharine tone, shrugging his arm half off. "You're a tough old bitch, that's obvious. But we're heading into danger, and that requires more than putting one foot in front of the other. We wouldn't want you to drag down the team. I can put my foot through your teeth, if you'd like." "Shit," thought Cobb. "Come on, don't." "Can you?" said Fiora. "I think you'd be eating turf if you tried." "Is that a challenge, little girl?" "Oh no, of course not. But if you want to be useful, you need to move on from stretches, To a spar? For your rehabilitation? I'd be happy to help." "We're trying to plan here," said Cobb, glancing to the others for assistance. Auric and Lark both looked startled. Ile-Rien just stared at him expectantly. Rising, Fiora said, "You can plan, dear." She's given her input. I don't want you to do this. Not everything is about you, Kade. It's all right, said Desira, climbing to her feet on the other side of the fire. I promise not to do any permanent damage. It's just a spar, confirmed Fiora. Swords? I don't have one. I have two. Leave the silver sword out of this or you'll be meeting Serindis, but I will volunteer my wooden blade, said Ile-Rien, brushing aside his cloak and drawing the green enameled sword from the apparent nothingness in which he kept it. Don't encourage them, said Kade, but the wraith merely gave him another pointed look. Oh come now, Kade, it's just a friendly scuffle, said Desira, holding her hand out for the sword. Ile-Rien offered it hilt first and she frowned as she hefted it. Heavier than it looks. Don't try to feed me that hog crap, Kade snapped. You two been at each other's throats since the manor. Then isn't it best we get it out of our systems? Desira made a dismissive gesture. Just sit back and enjoy the show. I'll get my stuff, said Fiora, heading for the cave entrance. Wear your armor. But that wouldn't be fair, Do it. I don't want to kill you by accident. By Desira's tone, on purpose was still an option. As Fiora ducked inside and Desira turned away, Kade stood, scowling. Don't do this, he said as he stepped past the fire, reaching for the bota thief's arm. It's stupid and if one of you gets hurt, we don't have the time to. She slapped his hand away. You can't stop this. It happens now, or it happens when we least need it. Do you understand? It doesn't have to happen at all. You're on the same side, my side. If you care for. Don't you dare, she said, gray eyes cold. I love you, Kade, but that doesn't mean I won't beat you bloody. He recoiled, not sure how to respond to that. Sit down, she said. This won't take long, Feeling chastened, he returned to the fire and watched her move downhill to a clearer space, then shrug off her coat. Beneath, she looked leaner than before, some of the muscle gone in trade for the repairs, but her build was still solid and her stance balanced. Her dirty blonde hair was already tied back, and she rolled up her ragged sleeves to show the bracer and the gray flesh around it, then stripped off her weapon belt and tossed it and Serindis aside. A few whisks through the air with the enameled sword, then she turned her stare to the cave. Dominance fight, Arik murmured, leaning to pat Kade's leg comfortingly. We'll be all right. Kade scowled. This isn't a wolf pack. Perhaps you should exercise your authority, said Ile-Rien. They don't listen, You are attempting to mediate, not to lead. You must. Shush, said Larkus. Fiora emerged from the cave, then strode past them without a glance. As the two combatants moved warily into position, the shadow girl sat forward with an intent expression. They're starting. Kade reluctantly fell silent and watched. Well, here goes nothing, thought Desira as Fiora picked her way downhill, chainmail glinting in the early light. She wished she hadn't recommended the armor, but it was necessary. She couldn't kill the girl, not now, and probably not ever. No matter what her instincts screamed, she could not act on them because she had no way to prove Fiora was a threat. What did her suspicions amount to, anyway? An artificially induced nightmare about subversion and pregnancy, a mysterious happening in Aristoia, the arrowhead, the tea and the trifolder handbook. Not much evidence, especially when she could not dredge from her mind the reason the handbook had bothered her. If she was wrong, fighting Fiora would be an exercise in futility. Even if she was right and something abnormal happened, what would it change? At least I'll get to try to feed that little bitch her own teeth. The armor would make them equal. Fiora took up a position a few yards away, just far enough that they could not touch blades. They call us swords but they bless our shields instead, she said, gesturing at the cave. Figured it wasn't fair to use it. Anyway, it's always annoyed me how the temple would rather we hide than fight. Desira nodded, observing. By Fiora's stance, she was already missing the shield, she tried to stand like a fencer with her body in line with the sword, but kept shifting on her feet as if to turn forward. Too much time spent training in one style. In response, Desira loosened her stance and faced the girl fully, swapping the wooden sword back and forth between her hands. Over the past 45 years, she had wielded just about every weapon possible, in nearly every style, though in varied bodies, so that her instinct with halberds and the like was suited more to a 7-foot-tall man. Swords, though, she knew in any form. This one was long enough for one-handed or hand-and-a-half style, and heavy enough for clubbing. It made her re-evaluate the wraith's level of threat. "First blood?" said Fiora. "I'd prefer yield. If you insist. Any other rules?" "No." Fiora's eyes gleamed, and Desira repressed any hint of a smile. She didn't care what tricks the girl tried. If she called upon her goddess, Cobb would be incensed, and if she did something else, then everyone would see. She intended to press Fiora until one of them snapped. "Whenever you're ready," said the girl, raising her sword in a brief salute. Desira did not return it, simply said, "Go." Both stepped forward, no circling, no fencing. Though their battlefield extended 3 feet to either side and a good 6 yards in length, they moved immediately into each other's space. Their blades scraped together, flat to flat, then locked at the hilt as both put weight behind their sword arm, a mutual shoulder check, a moment of eye-to-eye hatred. Then Desira grabbed for the girl's hair, and the fight was on. It was no duel. First hit would have been called when Desira whipped her knee into Fiora's gut, first blood when Fiora's thumbnail cut into Desira's cheek en route to her eye, but the two events were nearly concealed in a flurry of elbows, fists and spitting fury. The swords were there as threats to be neutralized, assets to be fought over. The instant the women moved in close, they stopped being blades and became glorified brass knuckles. Desira was more than happy to grapple. Sword fighting was all well and good, but punching the enemy's face in always felt better. She split Fiora's stance and forced her down backward while the girl clutched her by the tunic and tried to cram the trifold sword's crosspiece up her nose, and that was fantastic, the glare, the bared teeth, the vicious resistance. She hadn't met that in a while. The chainmail softened her sword-hilt kidney punch, but not the short knee drop she managed on Fiora's chest once the girl went down. A burst of air came up, but no cry. Even with Desira's knee planted between her breasts, Fiora grabbed for her arms and wrenched around until they both went tumbling across the rock, then rose to her knees and tried to plant her sword's pommel in Desira's face again. Desira blocked with her bracer and felt the impact reverberate along her nerves. She slid a leg out from between Fiora's straddling ones and nailed the girl's hip with her knee, forcing her to rock back enough for Desira to pull her other leg free and plant both heels in her chest. The girl nearly fell away, but then brought her sword down at Desira's legs, and the body thief brought her own across to block it before trying to ram her boot into Fiora's jaw. The girl had already lurched away though, gaining her feet, and another swipe came for Desira's head that she barely parried. Lunging up, Desira led with her shoulder, intending to overbear, but Fiora turned to meet it and they hit again in a dead clinch. This time Desira spat in her enemy's eyes, then clipped Fiora's recoiling face with her forehead. The girl's nose crunched against her brow. Fiora took one step back, then snapped forward with equal force, and Desira saw stars as skull met skull. Something tore. A wave of dizziness took her, and the next thing she knew, she was on the ground with Fiora's knee between her ribs and the girl's fist coming down at her face. She tried to raise her bracer arm but it wouldn't move, so she used the other. The sword rose with it, somehow still clenched in her backward grip, and as Fiora's fist eclipsed her vision she saw the edge cutting toward the girl's throat. She twisted it. The flat of the wooden sword struck Fiora in the neck right under the jaw, and Desira put all her muscle into it as the girl's fist glanced across her brow. Half rising, forearm pressed to the blade, she shoved harder, and Fiora grappled at her then toppled away to avoid having her jaw sliced open. Desira tried to rise but the dizziness hit again, limiting her to one knee, and she took a boot to the face before she even saw it. She saw the sword coming, though, and lurched aside to avoid being skewered through the eye. "Hoy!" She heard Cobb shout from above, but she was already springing up to take Fiora in the gut with her shoulder. Hooking her sword arm around the girl's thighs, she lifted with all the strength in her legs and heard Fiora yelp as she left the ground. Then Desira flung her off backward. Metal and bone hit stone with an awful sound. Switching to a proper grip, Desira turned, head still buzzing, to see Fiora dazedly trying to sit up. The girl's back was to her, and she pulled her foot back to give her a punt to the base of the skull. Something ropey yet firm caught her leg before she could. She hacked at it instinctively, the wooden sword cleaving the new-grown root, then looked up to see Fiora stagger to her feet and bring her own blade to bear. The trifolder girl snarled, curly hair wild and dark eyes full of fire, then came on again. Desira swept her blade up to smack the strike wide, then stepped inside Fiora's reach and nailed the girl in the throat with her elbow. Fiora choked and backstepped, raising her blade to guard against Desira's follow-through thrust. For a few moments of sword-on-sword, the duel nearly stabilized, but then Desira felt the tingle of sensation returning to her left arm and rushed her foe, raising the bracer to block Fiora's sword. Roots hooked both her legs and tripped her to the stone. "That's enough!" Cobb shouted again. She glanced up through her loosed hair to find Fiora similarly entrapped, legs wrapped from ankle to knee in crackling brown roots. With teeth bared, the trifolder tried to fit the tip of her sword between leg and root, but another reached up like a snake to bind the blade. Desira started to swipe at her own vines, but another broke through the rock to strap down her forearm, and more quickly clamped on the sword and twisted from her grip. "Don't interfere!" rasped Fiora, hoarse from the throat shot. "No." "You're done," came Cobb's voice from not so far above. Desira managed to turn her head enough to see him stalking down the hillside, face fixed like stone, hands fisted, the Guardian's armor coating him in bark. "I shouldn't have allowed this in the first place, but everyone seems to think fightin' fixes things. The two of you are never to pull a weapon on each other again, you get me? But what if she dot?" "But nothin'!" Cobb roared in a deep, unnatural voice that shuddered the rock. Desira cringed, even though he was not using the punishing aura, his demeanor when he went full Guardian frightened her. His eyes were flat black, the antlers beginning to branch from his brow, the ground radiated his anger like a pulse. "You two," he went on in a growl, "are not gonna fight anymore. Not with weapons, not with fists, not with bitchy sniping comments. You understand? If we can't talk nice to each other, don't Peking talk, because if I hear any more of this, I am leaving you in the next town. Both of you." "Cobb, we were trying to." "Shut it. Pikes, look at you bleedin', and you wanna get right back in the fight? I can't take it. I cannot take it. I think I don't have enough to worry about that you can roll around punchin' each other and I won't get mad? You really wanna test me? Because some people been sayin' I ought to act more like a leader, and so far as I know, a leader looks at this kinda shit and says you all need to be whipped. And I can make a Peking whip. You wouldn't. You have no idea, Fiora. So put your blasted sword away or light help me, I will spank you with it." Looking to Fiora, Desira saw the girl's jaw clench pugnaciously, saw her hand fist on the hilt of her sword. "All right, do it," she said, "because I won't stand down." The roots around both of them tightened. The girl winced but didn't release her sword or take her eyes off Cobb, who stood as if rooted, eyes somehow blacker than before. "Shit," thought Desira. "We've finally pushed him too far." She'd seen it once, with the Crimson Army. They just extricated themselves from the riots in Felon and made camp for the night, and she'd sought him out as always only to find him methodically beating his old team leader into the dirt. The man hadn't been conscious. 3 others were laid out nearby, 2 covered in soot and burns from the smoldering log that had been used on them, the rest had withdrawn, happy to leave the situation to Ile-Rien. Cobb himself had been bloody-faced, broken-knuckled, yet still punching. He gave no response to Ile-Rien's words and nearly flung him into the fire pit when he tried to intervene. A tranquilizer to the neck via a bracer strand was the only solution, leaving Ile-Rien to drag his insensate self all the way to the infirmary tent. The look on his face now, flat, empty, uncaring, was the same as then. "Won't you?" he said, and the air congealed like ice. The sweat froze on Desira's skin, and she immediately began shivering, teeth clacking together helplessly. It was like the life was being leached from her, and Fiora looked the same. She saw the girl swallow thickly, then release the sword. "Cobb," she said cautiously. I'm sorry. It was the battle joy. "We're done." Cobb said nothing, but looked slowly to Desira. Trapped as she was, she could not even nod, just say, yes. "We're done, dot." For a moment he stood there, expression fixed, as the roots stayed punishingly tight and the warmth seeped from them. Then he turned and moved toward the cave, his viny feet tearing up from the ground with a sound like cracking stone. The roots sagged, the temperature stabilized. Desira pushed up to her elbows as blood rushed back into her toes, sending pins and needles down both legs. On her arm, the bracer tightened as it sent chemicals into her veins to ward off the chill. To her surprise, Fiora shifted to sit beside her. "By the goddess, what was that?" she hissed, flicking a wary look at Cobb's back. Desira rolled to one side and flexed her legs slowly, noting how their other three companions withdrew from Cobb's path, Ile-Rien nearly into the trees. "You pissed him off," she mumbled, then reluctantly amended, "We pissed him off. It was just a spar. Tell that to my bruises." Fiora flicked her a grin, then winced as her own bruises caught up with her. Blood coated her upper lip from her nose, and as she rubbed her neck where the wooden sword had struck, Desira saw the livid mark on her ruddy tan skin. "Well, likewise. You don't pull punches. I appreciate that. Told you to wear the armor, didn't I? I think you've busted my ribs even with it. You wouldn't be able to backtalk if I had. So maybe I should've. He's not my master, he doesn't get to tell me what to do." Desira exhaled heavily and tried to rise, but between the disjointed feeling in her head and the tingling in her feet, it proved impossible. She slumped back down and glared at Fiora, who had pulled off her boots to massage her knit-socked toes. "Like he said, he's the piking leader. Just because he's fucking you doesn't mean you get to order him around." With a reproving look, Fiora said, "He's the target. The one everyone's trying to get. We can't let him be the leader, we have to protect him. It doesn't work if he can just order us not to. So who'd you have as the leader, then?" "You. If no one else will." "Fiora. I approve of your attitude." "I do. You've got a spine, and fight like you mean it." Fiora grinned again. "You too." None of the other girls at the temple would dot. "But," Desira interrupted, "you're not the piking leader, and you have a better chance of digesting your own shield than convincing us to follow you. I'm here for Cobb. Arik's here for Cobb. Ile-Rien's here for the Guardian. Lark is here because she doesn't know where else to be. So stop sticking your foot down your own throat and accept that he's the boss." Fiora's brows furrowed, as if she could not conceive that she might not bully her way to some advantage. And Desira respected that, to her chagrin. She didn't want to feel akin to the trifolder, but the girl had mettle. "Listen," she said, feeling awkwardly like a teacher, "this has nothing to do with your strengths or your goals. It's about him, because he's the Guardian and he has the power and he's still a piking kid. He gets hurt easily and he doesn't know how to handle it. You saw the way he looked at us. I used to be his best friend, but then he learned what I am. You started off on his good side but you've been pissing all over it recently. We're closer to him than anyone's ever been, and if he was gonna choose between us, he would have done it by now. Since he can't, we have to stop. He's not someone you can toy with. I don't even say this as a protective bitch. He's dangerous, and he could kill us by accident if we push him." Fiora stared at her, face locked in uncomprehending stubbornness. "You're overreacting. He already killed me once." "He what?" "Blade through the eye socket. Is that supposed to put me off him? Because you probably deserved it. Asked for it, actually." But that's my point. If he thinks it needs to be done, even if he doesn't want to do it, he will, and he has more power now than he can control. So if he thinks you need to be stopped, he'll practically cut off your legs with vines, said Fiora, eyeing their former shackles. At the least. The girl pursed her lips, then said, I can work with that. Working with it isn't. Look, Desira, I appreciate you trying to be helpful for once, but you're not my mother or my superior or even Cobb's best friend anymore. It's sad that you two have problems, but they don't affect me, and angry or not, I don't believe he can go through with anything drastic. I just said, What, that he'll lose his mind and mangle us? This is the worst he's ever done, and the rest of the time he treats us like we're part of his own skin. I'm not afraid of him, and I won't let you make me. Desira imagined herself atop the girl, bashing her head into the rock until that obstinate expression went blank. Then she heard the crunch of footsteps from above and looked up to see Cobb descending again, no longer in armor but with the tectonic lever across his shoulders, face still stony. Get wise stuff, he said as he dropped down to their level. Fiora shot Desira another look, then pulled her boots on, got up and moved to Cobb's side to murmur something. He went from glowering at nothing to tilting his head at her, to shrugging the lever off and planting it blunt end down as he leaned to respond, and Desira's heart twinged as she watched his expression soften. A few more words, then Fiora flashed that smile and planted a quick kiss on his lips before moving away with a flirty hip swish. The way he watched after her made Desira want to throw her down the mountain. She wobbled up and turned away before he could look, not wanting to see his face change. Serinda still lay in the dirt, and as she picked it up she felt the throb of the blade's hunger. It was all she could do not to draw it and chase Fiora down. Instead she set the hilt to her bracer, ignoring its pulse of betrayal and recrimination as the threads locked around it to drain its dregs. Too much time had passed since their last kill, its red runes had faded to smudges, only a trickle of energy rising to the call. Serinda's core, the tormented soul from which it had been forged, could not be extinguished, but without an influx of lifeblood it was weak and whiny. Soon, she muttered, but she could be sure of nothing. The idea was to avoid conflict, not seek it out to feed her dagger, and though the disorienting blow had set her mending back, she could tolerate it. She would not abandon the trek. Let's get going, called Cobb, and Desira looked up to see the others kick out the fire and descend from the cave area. Lark waved her rucksack at her, and she forced a smile across her chilled face. With Cobb and Fiora in the lead, they moved out. Evading patrols was easy with their plan. Up in the foothills, no wall demarcated the border, and the outposts stood in isolated spires, signaling each other with mirrors. Some had villages grown about their bases, but most were solitary, and by combining Cobb's, Arik's and Ilshenmer's talents, they identified an ill-watched section and ghosted through like so much mist. The terrain descended slowly, and for half a day they walked under veil through ragged tree cover, the rocks hulking around them in age-worn hummocks. More settlements nestled here, cutting into the earth for terraces and mines, and Cobb steered them well clear. Finally, a few marks past noon, they came upon the end of the gradual decline and the advent of the quick. Cobb halted them at the edge of the tree cover, pointing to the cracks that laced the short plateau beyond. Unstable, he said, all the way down and far to either side. Like something shattered it long ago and it's still crumbling. Feel any stable path? Said Desira. The desert should be just beyond this. No. But I can make one. Keep to the tree line. Desira cringed like everyone else as Cobb stepped onto the fractured plateau, the tectonic lever raised as if to strike. So far, he had only broken things with it, and as she watched him pace further out barefoot and ragged like a beggar, she worried about what he'd become. But he picked his way to the edge with the unconcerned agility of a mountain goat, and stood there for a moment as if in contemplation. The pale sky beyond made it seem like the edge of the world. Then he raised the tectonic lever and struck it down between his feet. A rending, shearing cacophony arose from the plateau, and Desira lurched up, dragging Lark backward as huge sections of the rock split into block-like chunks and dropped away. The others followed, scrambling deeper into the tree cover as the plateau seemed to heave out and down in a horrid thunder of stone on stone. Dust plumed from the cracks, hazing the sky, and it was all Desira could do to bite her tongue and hold onto a tree rather than plunge in to seek Kade. The shaking and the roar of rending rock continued for what seemed an eternity, dust thickening until they had to huddle within a bubble of Ile-Rien's magic or else be choked. Finally, slowly, the rumbling ebbed and the ground ceased its unsettling quaver. Ile-Rien parted the dust cloud with a grey-gloved gesture, leaving a corridor of clean air from their vantage to the new, closer lip of the plateau. Kade stood there, lever over his shoulder. As the parting breeze whisked his ponytail, he glanced back and beckoned. Desira eyed the rocky surface. Though still riddled with cracks, it seemed to have been compressed somehow, its gaps reduced from great gashes to hairline fractures. Several yards at the far end had fallen away completely, and she noted a notch at the new edge just beyond Kade, like the start of a staircase. Holy light, he made a new rift climb. Fiora stepped out without concern. Gritting her teeth, Desira forced herself after, towing a protesting lark in her wake. She heard Auric whine and Ile-Rien say something soothing, then their voices faded behind her, all her attention on the edge. If that's not a piking signal to our enemies, she started. Kade held up a hand for silence, not looking back. Desira swallowed her words and released Lark as they came within a few yards. She heard the shadow girl curse, then no further footsteps. Lark was obviously not interested in seeing Kade's work. Despite herself, Desira had to look. The edge of the cliff was ragged, irregular. She supposed Kade had been trying to make it look natural, and had succeeded except for the staircase notch. When she crept to the verge and peered over, she saw a vast incline of rubble stretching away and down to the flatlands below, dust hanging in veils in the still air. To either side, the Garnet Mountains continued in a half-crumbled curve, the wear on the cliffsides telling her that the only recent collapse had been here. The notch was just that, a few rough steps that averted the need to swing oneself over the ledge, but which then opened at the pinnacle of the rockslide, providing no more of a path. Blinking, she examined what she could through the dust. She had seen this place from the flatland side many times, and knew that rockfalls along these cliffs were common. The ancient impact that had created the inner sea, now Iridian salt flats, had also blasted great fissures into this part of the Garnet Mountains, causing them to crumble over the course of millennia rather than eons. Iridian considered this the advancement of their territorial claim, for the Empire permitted them residence in the mountains within a certain mileage of the cliff's edges, so the continued collapse pushed their boundaries progressively into what had once belonged to Trivists. Trivists naturally opposed that rule, but as most Trivestians refused to live on flat land, they did not fight hard over it. Far to the northeast, the cliffs merged into natural foothills as they left the ancient arc of destruction. Signs of inhabited buildings showed among the trees there, trailing faint ribbons of smoke into the sky. To the southwest, the cracked edges of the northernmost Trivestian plateaus showed distantly beyond the thinning trees. Directly north, the fresh rubble mixed with old rubble, which stretched onward in smaller and smaller chunks until it subsided into a flattish plain of pebbles, sand and salt. A pale haze obscured everything further. "What did you do?" she said, drawing back to look at Kade. "Started a path. Stabilized the rubble. That's it? I'm not an idiot, you know. If I made it look like stairs, someone notice." She grimaced, chagrined. Idiocy was what she had expected, as she'd never known Kade to be crafty. "I guess things have changed. I thought we'd go down through the foothills," she said. "That's where the people are. We're already here. So you want us to just... I'll make sure no one falls." With that, he stepped down into the notch, not bothering to look back. Desira grimaced, then blared after Fiora as the girl immediately followed. Forcing herself to be cooperative, she took a moment to exhale her anger before pursuing. Beyond the notch, the descent became pure rubble, and she took it tensely despite Kade's assurances. But no single pebble skittered out from under her feet, all staying as if glued there, and it wasn't difficult to find a course that inclined gently enough for walking. Even the places that required her to climb down hand over hand were few and short. Still, the act of clambering over stones that had so recently fallen from the heights made her twitch. She tried to keep an eye toward the little town she had glimpsed in the foothills. If it had a sapphire presence and they were spotted on the rockfall, it would be as bad as if Cobb really had crafted stairs. Why he had not called for a veil or gone with her plan, she couldn't guess, except that perhaps he was getting too comfortable with the tectonic lever. If it could half fuse, half collapse an entire cliffside, she did not want to see what he could do with it when angry. And when Arik slid right over her head in wolf form, hit the rubble on his paws and proceeded to bound from ledge to ledge in demented glee, she resented her inability to pry up a rock to pitch at him. Cobb's forethought had robbed her of all satisfaction. Stupid wolf! She heard Lark holler from above. Arik cackled a wholly unwolfish cackle, then scrambled back the way he had come. Desira shook her head as more yelling and happy wolf sounds filtered down. Ile-Rien floated past, moving from boulder to boulder like a petal on the wind. She wished she could throw a rock at him too. Finally, they managed to rejoin Cobb on an unremarkable span of stabilized scree, and he turned from staring into the desert and glanced to Desira. Where now, Dot? She gestured toward the twists of smoke among the trees. Village there. Might as well try it. With luck, it will have what we need. Food, water, robes, eye guards? And anything else we can get. Yes. With a nod, he started off, Fiora hustling to walk beside him. Desira fell back, not wanting to hear what went on between them, and after a moment found Lark at her side. Scarf? Said the girl, offering one from her collection. Since we'll all have to wrap up. Thanks. So you've done this a lot? Crossing the desert and such? A few times. Desira looped the scarf loosely about her shoulders and adjusted her borrowed coat under it. I was assigned to the Sapphire Eye when my palace duties allowed. Did reconnaissance, some assassinations. Catching Lark's look, she sighed. You know what I am. Don't make that face. Sorry, it's just, you're so blunt about it. Desira shrugged. A job is a job. Lark looked forward, gloved hands fisted on the straps of her rucksack, and Desira sighed again. You're so squeamish. For people who can jump through shadows, you don't exactly utilize your potential. I'm not a shadowblood, said Lark tightly. I can't do anything unless the Ayats help. I meant your organization. They're sworn to non-violence as much as feasible. If we start fights, the Ayats get involved, and that's bad for everyone. We don't control them. Your bloodshed back when we first met is what caused the massacre in the tunnels. When Ayats taste blood, especially that of Morgwe's children, they go crazy, and even Ile-Rien can't stop them. Desira nodded slowly, remembering the beady-eyed spiky black things that had torn apart the city guards and later tried to take pieces out of her. The other word was unfamiliar. Ile-Rien? Morgwe's daughters. The ones who can't leave the realm on account of being dead. Desira eyed her sidelong, not sure if she was joking. Her time in service to the Empire had taught her a lot about the nastiness of the world, but no one on the light side knew much about the shadow folk, and captured ones rarely admitted anything. She knew there was some kind of unreachable organizational structure involving the Shadow Lord, but no more. Still, she said, I think you could figure out a way to use these Ayats as strike teams. Morgwe doesn't like it. Not ever? Look, I don't know. That's an enforcement issue. We were a subsidiary of collection and distribution. Ah. Smugglers. Not smugglers. Distributors. Anyway, just tell me about the desert. Don't get snippy. What do you expect? It's a toxic salt desert. Full of toxic salt. The end. That's it? Just salt? A few creatures. Slow lizards, glitterbacks, some weird birds. Salt slimes. Wraiths. Salt, slimes. Ever seen a janitorial slime? Lark gave her a half-baffled, half-disgusted look which she took as a no. Well then, they're just creeping slimy things, full of sand and salt and whatever debris they've picked up along the way. That's it. Nothing else? Are you sure? No, I'm not sure. I don't spend my piking free days here. We can ask at the village. Lark looked dubious. You're sure they won't tattle? Probably, she said, looking toward the approaching village. What she could see through the trees seemed standard for Eastern Ridian, low wooden cabins half built into the hills, surrounded by row upon row of terraces and irrigation channels. There was no snow this far into the Garnet Mountains rain shadow, leaving everything a dead winter brown, and though she counted more cabins than she had estimated by the cooking smoke, only a few shapes moved on the hills. Unusual for such a clear day. Ha! Stay here. She strode forward before Lark could protest, past Ilshenrer with a curt repeat of the order, then up to flank Cobb opposite Fiora. He glanced quizzically to her, and Fiora cut her a sharp look. She ignored it. Halt a moment. I think there's something wrong. What kinda wrong? Said Cobb, obeying. Fiora looked dubious. Chewing her lip, Desira looked to the village again. Couldn't say, but it doesn't seem normal. I think I should go and the rest of you wait here. We're a memorable group, after all. Not lettin' you go alone into trouble, said Cobb. Desira grunted, aware that nothing she could say would dissuade him. As much as she still considered herself his keeper, he had grown past her. It was a good thing, but frustrating. Fine, she said, but just you. The rest stay here unless we look like we're in danger. Fiora scowled and Arik huffed with displeasure, but no one objected aloud. Once Lark had handed over the bag of garnets, Desira turned and started toward the village, Cobb's long strides easily pacing her. What kinda trouble? He asked again as they crossed the parched, rocky ground toward the equally parched-looking hills. Don't know, she said. Might just be paranoid. Paranoia's right sometimes. They were nearly to the tree line before the figures on the terraces caught their approach, and that was strange too. Leave the talking to me, she said quietly as they started up the incline, the earth hard frozen under their boots. Cobb nodded. But then there were dogs, a half-dozen of them, silent and swift, and her heart tried to lurch into her throat until she realized they were focused on Cobb with ears up and tails wagging. He gave her a guilty sidelong look and kept going, through the sudden shaggy swarm toward the people. Piking Guardian, she thought, and struggled to keep up. By the time they reached the lowest terrace, a man and a woman awaited them. Both were weathered and lean, their garb tooled leather over heavy knitwear in shades of gray and brown. Their faces too were brown, their hair grayed, they blended in with the trees and the rocks. Others lingered beyond them, standing or crouching at the lips of the higher terraces or watching from doorways, no more than a handful and no different from the couple. Desira signaled Cobb to a halt a few yards away, and said, Yaya, clanfolk, inclining her head to the couple. Yaya, Oharo, the man replied in the soft, old dialect of Ridvan, emerging of Geshvan and the Wolfdung Thiolank. It wasn't Desira's native language, but she knew enough to get by. Oh, Oharo, she said, then repeated for Cobb's benefit, I'm no stranger. Tainavrin. Far from home, said the man. AA came through the wild lands. We seek Crystal Valley. The man pursed his lips and squinted. He had a thick but short beard, the sign of a clan lieutenant rather than a leader, and by the patterns on the woman's kerchief and apron Desira could tell she was also a sub-leader among the women. None of the others wore marks of higher rank, in fact most were elderly, past the age of leadership and into the age of wisdom. We cannot help you, clan cousin, he said. Our spring has dried. She grimaced automatically. That was a death sentence out here. I'm sorry. It once flowed easily, but became clouded this summer, and meager. For the last moon, there has been no flow at all. The others seek a better spring higher in the hills. We have nothing to spare for you. Desira eyed the other villagers. No spring meant that most of them were here to die, too old to travel rough, with the subleaders and dogs remaining to make sure no looters came prematurely. By the look of the terraces, food would be as scarce as water. There is another clan village a day's walk along the hills, said the man, pointing along the curve of the mountain range. They may take Outlander coin. I can go there? Said Cobb, and she restrained herself from throttling him. The Riddishman frowned and looked Cobb over, hip-deep in happy dogs yet blatantly foreign and still barefoot. They will not welcome us, he intoned as if to a child. It's a different clan, said Desira. They don't cooperate. Cobb gave her a quizzical look, but she couldn't elaborate further in front of the Riddish folk, so she made a later gesture and focused on them. Both man and woman looked hale, but it would not be difficult to overcome them even in her damaged state. Likewise, the old folk would provide no challenge, the only problem was the dogs. That was the point of them, of course, to prevent marauders like Desira from just taking everything. She figured she could do it anyway. Serindas agreed. But she knew Cobb wouldn't help. She was just opening her mouth to tell him to go back to the others when he said, "Where's the spring?" The Riddishman frowned. "It is dry." "Yeah, but why show me anyhow?" The flat command in his tone took her aback, and the Riddishman's yellowish eyes narrowed in response. Unbothered, Cobb tapped his fingers lightly on the shaft of the tectonic lever, still slung over one shoulder like a stick. "All light, he's gonna break open the piking mountain." The Riddishman looked to the dogs again, all of them fixated on Cobb as if he was the most wonderful thing in the world. Then, turning, he said, "If you must, O'Hara," and beckoned for them to follow. Desira clenched her teeth against the urge to trip Cobb and drag him back to the others, telling herself, "This is for the best. It will be just fine." They made their way up the narrow path that ran between terracing and cabins, past a withered stand of fruit trees, to the cliff that rose beyond. A broad triangular cleft marked its base, the low edge widened and grooved by old waterflow dry now, bordered by silt. Cobb considered the cleft, seemed to steel himself, then glanced to Desira. "Am goin' in." She shook her head and beckoned, and as he bent close she murmured, "You can't. Even if you don't drop the mountain on us, you'll give us away. The rockfall was bad enough, the Sapphire will already have sent a scout to check it out. They'll come here too. If you do this, you'll bring the army down on our tail and their heads." He frowned as if digesting the problem, then squinted at her. "What d'you mean, their heads?" "Clans are selfish and territorial. There's a code that keeps us from attacking each other, but that's not in effect with the Sapphire army because no single clan controls any company. They're a mishmash of a dozen or more clans trying to outdo each other, which turns them into roving packs of assholes. So if they come here and hear something they don't like, they'll raise this place. At best. Better and cleaner if I do it myself." His expression hardened. After a moment, he said, "Doing it anyway, . She could have punched him. Instead she swallowed her objections and focused on the Riddish folk as Cobb turned and ducked into the cave. The man stared after him, then eyed Desira. "What is this, Ile-Rien?" Desira smiled fakely, hoping she wouldn't have to kill them in front of Cobb. Piking unstoppable idiot. But at least she could argue that he had forced her hand. He's going to talk with the rock and the water. "Dravanve?" said the Riddishman. "Spirit speaker?" "More or less." Clasping his hands in an attitude of prayer, the man peered toward the cleft, then back at Desira. "Your Dravanve, he is young. And he speaks to water?" "Water is Jende work." Agreed Desira flatly, not wishing to have this discussion. He stepped closer, wife trailing at his heels, and looked Desira over as he had eyed Cobb. "And you, Ile-Rien, you are not dressed as Jende. Imagine that." His brows beetled. At his back, his wife murmured some soft advice, but he shrugged her off. You speak familiarly, but you are too fair, he said, and you dress like Oharu. Even Ile-Rien in the west is not so imperial as you. Who are you truly? Idly she imagined spitting in his face or slitting his throat, but the urge was dull. She had cast away her old identity long ago, no wonder that it did not fit. Not your concern, she said. I stated my clan name. I owe you nothing more. The Riddishman sneered, but she kept her gaze locked with his until he faltered, then looked away in feigned boredom. The cave-like cleft was still dark, and she wondered briefly if Cobb had fallen in. Then the rock beneath her feet shuddered and she knew he was fine. She, perhaps, was not. The cliff face shivered, small chunks dislodging to shatter on the ground, and she eyed it anxiously as the tremors continued. Behind her, the Riddishman swore in Thiolank. Exclamations of dismay arose from the elders. A moment later, water flooded from the cleft, dark and thick. The first wave came heavy, overtopping the irrigation groove to lap at Desira's boots, and she stepped back quickly, heart in her throat. It smelled like death. Her memory went to the mist forest, to when she had nearly killed him and the darkness had come upon him, black water flowing from his cuts, his sagging mouth and nostrils, the corners of his eyes. He'd done it since, but never so much. If he was hurt in there. As quickly as it had come, though, the darkness diluted, breaking up into its component parts in the continuing gush. Rotted twigs, reeds, small bones and old clog, soon washed away. Cobb? She called cautiously. A shadow moved within the cleft, then separated, the last flakes of bark falling away as he stepped out into the light. Blinking, Cobb frowned at her and the others, then swung the tectonic lever up to rest on his shoulder again. Fixed, he said. So can we get supplies? As the gawkers broke into a frenzy of backslapping and water gathering, Desira shook her head. There was no way these people would keep their mouths shut now. Ile-Rien? Said the wife. Desira shot a look at her, which she weathered with great patience. Her husband had already drifted off with the other men, who were herding Cobb toward a cabin with cries of celebration. Your Ohara friend has done us a great service, Ile-Rien, said the woman. We would be honored to. We can't stay and drink, she interjected. Supplies, then we go. For your sake as much as ours. Dark brows quirked beneath the edge of her gende kerchief, the woman looked to the cleft, then toward the distant outpost, and nodded her understanding. As you say, Vahatila, she murmured, then hiked up her skirts and quick-stepped toward one of the lower houses. Desira watched after her, unsure how to feel about being called sister again. End Book 3, Part 1.